Young master, today is your big day. You can't act recklessly now. Get lost. The angry voice rang out as a man in a silver robe pushed past the servant and strode forward, kicking the door adorned with double happiness characters.
Bang!
The door slammed against the wall, startling the bride in her bright red wedding dress, who struggled to lift her eyelids. Before she could see who it was, a piece of paper hit her face. Sang Zixia felt dazed from the impact, and when she looked down at her bright red dress, her expression froze. The handsome man who barged in ignored her stunned gaze, his bloodshot eyes piercing into her. I am marrying the legitimate daughter of the Sang family, not just any random person. How dare a mere illegitimate daughter think she can climb to the heights of the noble family? You don't deserve it. Take this divorce notice and leave. Sang Zixia stood frozen, trembling as she brought the paper closer to her eyes, the large characters divorce notice glaring at her. A sudden shock hit her, leaving her numb. A respected agricultural PhD, and she slipped in the experimental field and ended up here? The timeline was shocking. She was forced to take medicine in the morning, married off to replace her legitimate sister in the afternoon, and now a divorce notice was thrown at her in the evening. Sang Zixia felt a swarm of emotions, like 1,000 ants crawling inside her. Just as she tried to stand up, her legs gave way, and she stumbled right toward the man. Oh no! The effects of the medicine hadn't worn off yet. Her cry for help echoed as the man cruelly grabbed her arm before she could reach him, tearing the wide sleeve of her wedding dress. The bright red of the dress almost overshadowed the blood in his eyes. Don't you understand my words? Take the divorce notice and leave. If you don't leave, I'll make you regret it.
I'll go.
Sang Zixia mustered some strength and struck his arm, managing to break free. She staggered back a few steps. She awkwardly fell onto the bed covered in red dates and longan, shouting, "You don't need to chase me away. I'll leave on my own. Isn't this just a one-day wedding and divorce?" She could write her doctoral thesis, so who is she afraid of? Hearing this, the man's tense shoulders relaxed slightly, but suddenly, terrified shouts echoed from the messy courtyard. Young master. Something happened to the young master. Someone from the palace has arrived. In the palace, a man bit down the soft flesh of his jaw and sneered, Well, you finally came." After saying this, he walked out with determination, and the servants who were begging in the new house hurriedly followed him in panic. Sang Zixia looked around the empty new house, feeling overwhelmed. She had figured it all out. The original owner was a pitiful, illegitimate daughter of a great general, forced by her legitimate mother to take medicine and replace her beloved legitimate sister in marrying Su Yao, the heir of the Jiaxing Marquis. Yes, Su Yao was the scoundrel who had just thrown the divorce letter in her face. It was clear that he was very unhappy with this deceitful arrangement. So she had to leave quickly. Determined to go, Sang Zixia bit her tongue to gather strength in her weak limbs, opened a box, and grabbed the most inconspicuous clothes she could find. She immediately began to gather her belongings. After this incident, there was no way she could return to her family that had betrayed her. Her ex-husband was shameless, and she had to work hard for her own separation fees. She rolled up the banknotes she found and tucked them into her sleeve, took the large pearls from her crown and secured them in her waistband, along with a pair of exquisite jade discs. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced her ears, followed by suffocating cries. Sang Zixia turned in shock and, through in the door, saw that the courtyard was filled with people kneeling. Raised a decree and proclaimed, "The Jiaxing Marquis is guilty of treason and cannot be pardoned. However, considering he has died in battle, we will show mercy and spare his family from execution, but they will be exiled to the northwest as a warning to others. From now on, the Su family shall not hold any official positions for 9 generations, and they shall never set foot in the capital again. Su Yao, do you accept?" Su Yao knelt on the ground, his face pale, his voice hoarse as if he had swallowed iron. Su Yao accepts the decree with gratitude. The smiled with satisfaction. "Then we won't be polite with the young master. Bring it on." All Su family servants are to be sold again, and all property will go to the National Treasury. We will check not only the accounts but also what everyone has on them. Nothing can be taken away. Sang Zixia heard the threatening order and cursed her luck in her heart. What kind of bad luck was this? Getting divorced on her wedding day, facing the confiscation of her separation fees, and now a family exile. It was a matter of life and death. She was in a flurry, moving quickly. She tucked the valuable jade ornaments into her hair and hurriedly picked up scattered gold and silver pouches to hang on herself before the door burst open. Just as she tied the last pouch, decorated with gold thread and pearls, the door was violently broken down. After being kicked twice, the door finally collapsed. Sang Zixia held up the crumpled divorce paper, looking fierce as if she held a life-saving token. This is the divorce paper. I have nothing to do with the Su family anymore. I am not a member of the Su family. The divorce paper in her hand was personally written by Su Yao, which was confirmed by him. Under countless hostile gazes, he scoffed and coldly said, "The one I am engaged to is the legitimate daughter of the Sang family. She is nothing. Take the divorce paper and leave quickly, so you don't dirty the Su family's door." Sang Zixia was more than happy to comply. Without waiting for anyone to search her, she took off her extravagant decorations and threw them on the ground, ready to leave. "You all carry on, I just wait." They squinted at her and said sarcastically, "You just got married today, and now you want a divorce? Let us see the divorce paper. Whoever has the power is right." Sang Zixia was forced to stop, but the next moment, her eyes nearly popped out. "Hey, why did you tear it? What grudge or hatred is this?" They sneered, tossing the torn paper scraps in the air, mocking, "It's not worth anything real. Why keep it? Young lady, kneel and thank the young master, or we'll have to treat you as defying the order." As soon as he finished speaking, the guard with a long knife drew it menacingly, the blade's cold light glaring at Sang Zixia. The atmosphere was tense. Without the divorce paper, exile could be imminent. Defying the order could lead to immediate consequences. Sang Zixia, feeling angry but unable to speak, turned purple in the face as she was pushed to kneel. When she turned her head, she met Su Yao's tense and cold profile. Fuming, she bit her teeth. "Where were you earlier? Even a moment earlier would have helped." Hearing her words, Su Yao's fingers, curled in his sleeve, trembled slightly, adding to his already cold expression a hint of despair. He whispered, "I'm sorry." His voice was too soft, and Sang Zixia didn't catch the end, confusedly asking, "What did you say?" Silence. No private discussions. The S-sharp warning rang out, and Sang Zixia hung her head in frustration. It was over. Completely over. This night was the first night that Sang Zixia came back to life, and it was also the first time in 100 years that the Jiaxing Marquis' residence faced such a disaster. The candlelight flickered brightly, and the people were filled with fear. Sang Zixia experienced this chaos for the first time and instinctively stayed close to Su Zhao, not daring to move. Su Zhao stood frozen, silent amidst countless cries, barely making a sound. With a command from the numerous guards with knives rushed into the ornate depths of the Marquis' residence, hurriedly carrying away heavy boxes in a state of despair and confusion. Wealth flowed away like water, and the heads of the Su family's third branch were forced to change out of their fine clothes and stand together, anxiously watching the guards come and go, desperately covering their mouths to stifle their cries. In one night, the family was shattered. The next afternoon, after a day and night of busy searching, the confiscation team finally got a moment to breathe. Who looked at the large boxes of land deeds and account books being carried by his attendants and sighed, as expected of a 100-year-old Marquis' residence, their wealth is indeed substantial. However, after such a long ordeal, I imagine you are all tired. The Emperor, remembering past kindness, has allowed you to leave for the Northwest tomorrow, so you can rest in the jail tonight and prepare for your journey. Young Master Su, please. Before the Jiaxing Marquis' residence was searched, Su Zhao held a minor position at the Dali Temple. No one knew the way to the prison better than him. Zhang Zhixia was terrified and closely followed Su Zhao, accidentally entering the men's prison, and surprisingly, the guards did not notice her. She took the opportunity to find a corner and sat down, starting to think about her predicament. The matriarch and patriarch of the Jiaxing Marquis' residence were counted as one branch, while the remaining 3 sons formed 3 branches. Su Zhao was the eldest son of the main branch, inheriting the title of heir. He had a 3-year-old brother and a sister who was not yet 2. This incident involved his own father. On their left was the patriarch, who had fainted from shock, and on their right were Su Ershu and Su Sanshu. The children of the same generation from the other branches were all held in the farthest corner, so she couldn't see them clearly. However, she could see across the way, where the women of the previous generation of the Su family were held. It was quite lively, more than she expected. Su Heirs Hui, who came from a merchant family, seemed to be timid. As soon as the confiscators rushed in, she hung herself with a white silk ribbon and fainted, and was carried here, still unconscious. Su Sanshin was the legitimate daughter of a scholarly family. On the surface, she appeared calm, but tears kept welling up in her eyes, trembling like a leaf. As for her stepmother, Su Winxiu, she seemed fragile, as if made of water. She had been crying for a whole day and night, and her tears showed no sign of stopping. It's over. This is truly the end. Her stepmother covered her face, crying desperately. How could the Lord be so foolish? How are we supposed to live now? Su Zhao clenched her jaw tightly and said slowly, Mother, Father wouldn't. Are you still defending him? Su Ershu said angrily. If it weren't for your father being so confused, the Su family wouldn't be facing this disaster. Your father betrayed the country. He single-handedly brought ruin to the entire Su family. Su Zhao's forehead was tense with veins, but she remained silent. Su Ershu continued to curse in anger. I always said that my elder brother's reckless actions would eventually bring disaster to the Su family, but no one believed me. Now look what has happened. It's all because of... Cough, cough, cough. Second brother. Su Sanshu, suppressing a cough, said with a bitter smile, Now that things have come to this, what good does it do to say these things? We need to think of a way out. That's right. Think of a way. The elderly lady, who had fainted several times from fear, grabbed her second daughter-in-law's hand and sat up, anxiously saying, Quickly find someone to send a message to Yunyan, asking her to persuade the Duke of Lu to help our family. Su Yunyan was the elderly lady's youngest daughter, who had married into the Duke of Lu's residence as a princess. If she could convince the Duke to intervene, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Thinking of this made her so excited that she grabbed a passing guard and said, Su Zhao, you must find someone to go to the Duke of Lu's residence. Tell them the Su family is in trouble. Ask the princess to help us think of a solution. Su Zhao, overwhelmed by her shouting, turned to the guard outside the cell and said, Xie-san, could you please help me with this? The guard sighed and left. Seeing this, the elderly lady forced herself to calm down, muttering frantically, Yunyan will definitely think of a way. She will. Zhang Zixia watched coldly, silently scoffing. She felt that the elderly lady's hopes were bound to be dashed. The commotion from the Su family being raided had shocked the entire capital, and even common folks were talking about it. How could the Duke of Lu's princess not know? She was aware but remained silent. Her stance was already clear, so why waste expressions? Yet, she felt no sympathy, because her own family wasn't doing any better. Zhang Zixia sighed and picked up some straw from the ground, mumbling, Before the raiders arrive, didn't you already get wind of it? Su Yao was silent, like a mute who had lost their tongue. Zhang Zixia quietly wondered, drawing a line in the dirt with some straw, and sighed, So, do you think my family already knew about this? In the original owner's memory, although Su Yao was known for her wild reputation, her esteemed and talented older sister had deep feelings for her. After marrying Su Yao, that person enjoyed a period of glory. If she hadn't heard the rumors, why would she suddenly stop loving her? Not only did she stop loving her, but she also shamelessly sought a replacement for the marriage. Forced into a substitute marriage, Sang Zixia clicked her tongue in complex emotions and said, "I knew it. Good things never come my way." In her past life, she was an orphan, and in this life, she felt even more alone. Her difficult fate was truly overwhelming. After hearing this, Su Yao's jaw tightened even more, and Sang Zixia lost her desire to speak. She tossed the grasshopper she had made onto the ground and leaned against the wall, cradling her head. There was no hope of escape. Without the proper documents and being on the government's exile list, capture would mean immediate punishment. But the Northwest was said to be extremely harsh, making it hard for living things to survive. Aside from the few items she had hidden during the chaos, she owned nothing. The only skill she could offer was her knowledge of farming from years of study. Could the land in the Northwest even produce food? Would she starve to death from unsuccessful farming? As for the group of cruel feudal elites around her who had caused her exile, she had no hope for them. In her silence, Sang Zixia slowly sank into self-doubt and sadness, while the sounds of terrified cries echoed from the cells in the corner. Amidst the continuous cries, dawn finally broke. The much-anticipated princess of the Lu King did not arrive after all. The women who had cried for 2 days and nights lost their last hopes and were like wandering souls, temporarily quiet. Su Yao, with eyes shockingly blood-red, silently carried the still unconscious elder and walked ahead.
Then,
Sang Zixia inexplicably found herself pelted with rotten eggs. Traitorous scoundrel. Shameless spy. If it weren't for the Su family colluding with the enemy, how could our great Chu have suffered defeat and lost land? It's all the fault of these traitors. May the pests of the Su family perish. The crowd on the street was furious, bombarding her with rotten eggs and spoiled vegetables. Sang Zixia barely dodged a rotten egg that nearly hit her face, feeling utterly devastated inside. What had she done to deserve this? How could she be dragged into this public humiliation? What did she do wrong? Sang Zixia struggled to escape, and amidst the cries of despair from the Su family, she finally left the city gate, covered in shame. In the distance, she spotted a luxurious carriage adorned with gold. The carriage had a large character for Sang on it. Sang Zixia squinted to see better, tearing the vegetable leaves in her hand. I knew it. While I bear the weight of my struggles, someone is stepping on my shoulders to enjoy a peaceful life. The carriage curtain lifted, and the coachman knelt on the ground, using his back as a seat for a lady. A delicate hand emerged from behind the curtain, helping a maid down from the carriage. Her older sister, who had forced her into this marriage, appeared like a celestial being, dressed in exquisite clothes and adorned with priceless jewelry. The servants who accompanied her paid off the guards with silver. The beautiful lady, with tears in her eyes, said, "Sister, you have suffered." Sang Zixia threw the crushed vegetable leaves on the ground and said with a forced smile, "Did my sister come to see me, or someone else?" She referred to Su Yao, but Sang Bingru didn't even glance at her former fiancé. She focused solely on Sang Zixia. "What nonsense are you talking about? Of course, I came to see you. I heard that you were implicated and exiled to the Northwest, never to return to the capital. How could I bear not to see you again?" Her words were filled with feigned concern for her half-sister. Sang Zixia looked at her, who remained 3 steps away, and could only scoff. "You caused this trouble and still enjoy the spectacle. Huh?
fine.
I'll play along." Suddenly, she rushed forward and grabbed Sang Bingru's hand. As Sang Bingru was about to protest, Sang Zixia forcefully pulled off the 2 jade bracelets from her wrist. "I knew my sister wouldn't ignore my well-being." Snap! With a swift motion, she slid her hands and took the bracelets. Sang Bingru's face turned angry, ready to lash out. Sang Zixia quickly hugged her shoulders. "Sister, you truly have a kind heart." As she spoke, her hands swiftly moved from her waist, grabbing all the jade trinkets she could reach.
"You."
"Sister." Sang Zixia acted quickly, stuffing the stolen items into her waistband, giving her a tight hug while one hand held Sang Bingru's waist and the other quickly searched her. Her sleeves were filled, and seeing Sang Bingru's changing expression, she smiled. There are so many people here. You can't get angry, sister. Now that you're here, please don't shout. Otherwise, my gentle and virtuous image will be ruined, and that would waste your effort in coming to see me. Her words were sweet, but her actions were ruthless. She quickly stripped the richly dressed Sang Bingru of her accessories. Turning around, she noticed that Su Zhao had somehow moved to her side. He was tall and broad, blocking the curious gazes from nearby. No one noticed her taking advantage of the situation. Sang Zhixia thought for a moment, then boldly reached out and snatched the pouch from Sang Bingru's maid, which was bulging at her waist. Give it here. When she looked over, Su Zhao silently walked away. Sang Bingru was furious. Sang Zhixia, do you think? Think what? Sang Zhixia lazily flicked her fingers and sneered. You dare to come here, so why would I be afraid to take it directly? Don't forget who caused me this trouble. If it weren't for this ridiculous substitute marriage, would she be here acting like a thief? A flash of malice crossed Sang Bingru's eyes. She leaned close to Sang Zhixia and whispered, I underestimated Su Zhao's feelings for you. If I hadn't prepared in advance, you might have really run off with the divorce letter. Sang Zhixia was confused by her words and instinctively glanced at Su Zhao. What feelings? What good feelings could he have except blaming her? A flicker of anger crossed Sang Bingru's bright eyes as she leaned in closer and said softly, It's one thing for Su Zhao to be blind, but you shouldn't have any improper thoughts about the crown prince. To dare show off in front of the crown prince with your little worth, and to think he might want you as a concubine, you should have anticipated the consequences. You only deserve to follow Su Zhao to your doom in the Northwest. Her words triggered a vague memory in the original owner, igniting Sang Zhixia's suppressed anger. Sang Bingru was clearly focused on gaining power. With the Su family weak, she immediately set her sights on the position of crown princess. The original owner was timid but beautiful, and the crown prince wanted to take her as a concubine after just one glance. The original owner had no power to decide her fate and couldn't enter the crown prince's residence, yet for this reason, Sang Bingru knowingly forced her into a marriage, even bribing the to tear up her divorce letter. Before she could even become the crown princess, she was already worried about someone competing for favor. This person's ruthless behavior is quite interesting. Sang Zhixia lightly tapped her tongue against the roof of her mouth, feeling a surge of mischief. Suddenly, she raised her voice and said, Don't worry, elder sister. I know your heart belongs to Su Zhao. The crown prince misunderstood your feelings and insists on marrying you as his princess, which is why you had to part ways with Su Zhao in tears. Once you become the crown princess, I will take good care of Su Zhao for you. He will remember the feelings you expressed when you sent him off.
Sang Zhixia,
I promise to keep my word. I won't let your beloved suffer. The crown prince is a good man. You should treat him well. Su Zhao understands your feelings and won't blame you. Sang Zhixia shouted loudly and then turned to run away. Her words had a strong impact. The Su family members nearby turned in shock, tears in their eyes. The onlookers who had come to watch gasped and exclaimed, I knew it. The eldest daughter of the Sang family and the young master of the Su family were so close. How could she marry a younger sister? It turns out the crown prince was the one causing trouble. Sang Zhixia nodded vigorously. Exactly. That's how it is. Sang Bingru, unable to respond, shot a furious glare at Sang Zhixia before escaping into the carriage, her face pale. The Sang family's carriage quickly left, and Sang Zhixia weighed the items in her sleeve, grinning coldly. Dirty tricks trying to compete with me? With such bold words, I wonder how you'll explain to the crown prince about your other love interest, and how you'll become the crown princess. After driving Sang Bingru away, she felt a sense of relief and reluctantly joined the Su family's group of exiles. The first thing she noticed was Su Zhao's unusually pale face. She asked with concern, Are you okay? Su Zhao replied expressionlessly, I have no deep feelings for her. This was puzzling. Sang Zhixia blinked in confusion. Huh? What does this have to do with me? But Su Zhao fell silent again. He picked up the still unconscious elder and marched forward. Sang Zhixia clicked her tongue but said nothing more, starting to walk under the scorching sun toward the northwest. Little did she expect that on the first day of her 3,000-mile journey, she would be forced to experience a real-life exile ordeal. These wicked feudal lords are so troublesome. Eating and drinking caused a commotion. By the time night fell in the wilderness, this group of people who were still adjusting to their change in status was still making noise. Sang Zixia stuffed the dry bread into her mouth. She didn't care about the situation. Having something to eat was good enough. She wasn't picky about food and preferred to stay quiet, but Su Zhao was different. He was forced to run back and forth among the crying people. Before Sang Zixia could swallow the bread, a water pouch appeared at her feet. Su Zhao dropped the water pouch and bent down to pick up the bread that had fallen on the ground. He brushed off the dirt and handed her another clean piece. "Grandmother, the journey is still long. You should eat a little. Is this food for people?" The old lady angrily waved her hand and gritted her teeth, saying, "I won't eat this. Get me something else." Su Zhao held the bread for a moment without moving, biting his lip and finally giving a bitter smile. "This is all there is. Then I'd rather starve than eat it." Su Zhao tightened his lips, looking uncertain, as he heard more commotion from his mother's side. "Ah, there's a bug. Sewer, there's a bug here." Sooner put down the bread to help deal with the bugs. Once the bugs were taken care of, the old lady continued to cry while holding her young children. Su Zhao comforted her a bit before rushing over to check on his grandfather. They had been on the road for a day, and his grandfather still hadn't woken up. Sang Zhixia finished her bread while Su Zhao was busy running around. Everyone who could breathe was calling out his name, as if Su Zhao had suddenly become very valuable. Sang Zhixia thought for a moment and decided to walk over with a water pouch. To be fair, aside from the trouble of being exiled, Su Zhao hadn't done much wrong to her. He even helped cover for her when she was in trouble. Offering to help wouldn't hurt. "Hey, have some water." Everyone was struggling. Su Zhao couldn't be made of iron. He was crouched on the ground, slow to respond. When he heard her voice, he shook his head and looked up at her, seeming momentarily dazed. Seeing this, Sang Zhixia felt uneasy. "Are you okay?" Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Su Zhao coughed up a large amount of blood and fell straight down. Sang Zhixia's mind went blank in an instant. What a mess. "Su Zhao? Su Zhao, are you okay?" She shook him a few times but got no response. Panicking, she turned and shouted, "Su Zhao has fainted. Someone come quickly." Sang Zhixia raised her voice to the maximum, but aside from her crying grandmother and her frightened younger siblings, everyone else just looked on coldly. Uncle Su sneered, "So what if he fainted? The Su family is in this state, and he still thinks of himself as a precious young master? It's a long journey to the northwest. Fainting once in a while is normal. Why make such a fuss?" The old lady, with a grim face, threw away the bread Su Yao had sent over and coldly said, "Yes, what's there to be nervous about?" The others also appeared indifferent. "You all." Su Wenxiu looked at her harshly speaking family in disbelief, her heart breaking as she leaned on Su Yao and cried loudly, "Yaoer, your father is gone. If anything happens to you, how will your mother live?" "Yaya, you. He's not dead yet." Sang Zhixia, with a dark expression, pushed her away and quickly checked Su Yao's neck to confirm he was still alive. She let out a breath and ran towards the frowning guard. Earlier, she had seen Su Yao talking to this guard, and they seemed familiar. This route might work. Without catching her breath, she said, "Sir, Su Yao has fainted and is spitting blood. Can you help us?" The guard hesitated. It's only the first day of the capital, and many eyes are watching. Maybe we should just hold on. To avoid causing more trouble, they definitely couldn't call a doctor. Sang Zhixia was not surprised by this answer. She turned around, biting her lip, and asked, "Can I go to the nearby forest to look for herbs? I promise I won't cause any trouble and will come back immediately." She didn't know much about medicine, but She had learned some self-help methods in the orphanage and later studied agricultural science, where she got to know various herbs. Su Yao was clearly suffering from anger and stress. If she could find some calming herbs, he might be saved. Seeing the guard hesitate, Sang Zixia turned her back to the crowd and pulled a pearl the size of her thumb from her sleeve. She placed the pearl, taken from her crown, into the guard's hand and said with a bitter smile, "Please help us, sir. If he stays unconscious, no one will be able to carry him tomorrow, and our journey will be delayed. I'll find some herbs to help him, and if he gets better in a few days, we can call a doctor then." The guard held the hot pearl and looked at the barely conscious Su Yao. With determination, he said, "All right, but I have to go with you." Sang Zixia had no objections to the guard following her and immediately led him into the woods. Fortunately, it was midsummer and the vegetation was lush. She didn't search for long before finding what she needed. She rushed back and decisively crushed the thorny leaves with her clothes, pried open Su Yao's mouth, and squeezed the green juice into it. Su Yao clenched his teeth tightly, and since it was Sang Zixia's first time feeding medicine this way, the dark green juice spilled all over his neck. Su Wenxia watched her repeat this action in shock and finally pushed her away, exclaiming, "What are you doing? What did you give him?" Caught off guard, Sang Zixia stumbled and fell, feeling angry. "If I don't do this, he might die." She didn't want to meddle, but the journey to the northwest was long, and Su Yao was the only one who could pass her the water pouch. If Su Yao died, how could she, a newly widowed woman, find a way to survive? These people might eat her alive. Sang Zixia got up with a dark expression and said, "Mother-in-law, you don't want to lose your son, and I don't want to be a widow. So I won't harm him, okay?" Su Wenxia seemed unaccustomed to her new role as a mother-in-law, crying like a broken faucet. But Sang Zixia didn't have time to argue with her. She squeezed every bit of juice from the wild herbs into Su Yao's mouth, not missing a drop that trickled down his neck. Once she finished, she took Su Yao's hand and used a sharp thorn to pierce his fingertip, squeezing to draw out blood. But even as her eyelids began to droop and her face turned pale, Su Yao still didn't wake up. It seemed he had truly fallen asleep. Before losing consciousness, Sang Zixia felt worried. When she was suddenly awakened by bright sunlight, she reached out but didn't find the person who had been lying next to her last night. Startled, she sat up and called, "Su Yao?"
"Huh?"
Su Yao had woken up at some point. He was still wearing the same clothes from last night, but after a night had passed, the white collar was stained with messy herbal juice, making his already pale face look even paler. Sang Zixia stared for a moment, then, feeling a bit frustrated, held her forehead. "You're awake? Did the things we found last night really work?" Su Yao responded with a faint HM as an answer. Sang Zixia felt a shadow large enough to cover her appear in front of her, and before she could look up, she found 2 half-ripe wild fruits in her arms. Clearly, these could not have come from the guard. Su Yao tossed the fruits aside and was about to leave when someone suddenly shouted, "Sang Zixia has silver on her." Aunt Su pointed at her and said, "I saw it last night. She bribed someone to get medicine for Su Yao. She has hidden good things. Why should only Su Yao benefit from them?" Those who had not seen turned to look, and Sang Zixia, who had been unnoticed for 2 days, instantly became the center of attention.
Sang Zixia frowned deeply.
Su Yao's voice followed. "Aunt, are you out of your mind from hunger?" The matter of the family being searched was caused by a trusted person of the emperor. She is just a new bride. How could she have what you claim? Aunt Su, being a sharp businesswoman, had not succeeded in her previous attempts and, free from the constraints of high society, was now unrestrained. She said fiercely, "Then what did I see yesterday? Su Yao, the Su family has become like this because of your father. Since Sang Zixia has married into the Su family, she should share everything equally. It is not for you to keep to yourselves." She took the lead and did not forget to stir trouble with the gloomy old lady. "Mother, I saw it with my own eyes. She is hiding things. We can eat rough food, but how can you eat those spoiled items? Let her bring out the silver to buy something decent to honor you. Isn't that what a granddaughter-in-law should do? If she insists she is nothing, then search her." I refuse to believe nothing will be found. The old lady's resentment was originally directed at Su Yao, and for the past 2 days, no one had cared about Sang Jixia's well-being. But with this distraction, suddenly everyone's attention turned to Sang Jixia. Sang Jixia was so angry she laughed coldly. Just as she was about to stand up, she was blocked again by the shadow. Su Yao stood in front of her. She froze and did not move. The old lady, seeing this, said darkly, "Su Yao, the Su family has no such rules." Su Yao scoffed, but the Su family also has no reason to search someone without cause. Uncle Su looked on coldly and said sarcastically, "Protecting her like this, could it be true? Su Yao, are you really hiding things for selfish reasons?" Sang Jixia could not take it anymore. She stood up and pushed past the mountain like Su Yao, saying, "Then Aunt, tell me, who did I bribe?" Aunt Su pointed at someone without thinking. Him. Sang Jixia turned her head and politely asked, "Sir, did I really bribe you?" The accused guard certainly couldn't admit it. "Absolutely not." "Then that's settled," she said, shrugging her shoulders in a helpless manner. "Aunt Heir, it's fine to be confused, but don't speak nonsense." "But accusations need evidence," she replied. If she had been caught red-handed, she would have nothing to say. But what was the reality? She subtly flicked her fingers and lightly said, "Sir, it's said that accepting bribes is a serious crime. If some people just keep talking like this, it could drag many others into trouble." The guards, who would share any benefits, immediately looked over with dark expressions. Yet Aunt Su was still unconvinced. "If you say you have nothing hidden, then are you brave enough to let me search?" Sang Jixia scoffed. "Why should I let you search? The Emperor's men have already searched during the raid. Did Aunt Heir suddenly understand the Emperor's wishes and want to search again here? Stop talking nonsense." Uncle Su, who had been silent, frowned and interrupted, saying with concern, "The Su family is already in deep trouble. We must not create more issues." Sang Jixia blurted out something about acting on behalf of the Emperor. If such words got out, it would be a disaster. At that moment, Su Yao turned to her. "Don't speak recklessly." Sang Jixia was being deliberate and just smiled, pretending to be ignorant. But once the conversation reached this point, no one dared to search anymore. An elderly woman, eager to get food, was frustrated by the obstruction and huffed loudly.
Well,
"I didn't realize before that you, this new bride, are quite sharp-tongued. You've brought a good wife for Su Yao." Su Wenxiu, who had been silent and suffered from this unwarranted disaster, blinked helplessly and instinctively looked at Sang Jixia, saying, "You." "Nothing." Sang Jixia had limited sympathy for this weak and tearful mother-in-law, and after a dismissive response, she added, "If you don't believe me, then come and search. Let's see who dares to search." The search turned into a farce, but discontent silently piled up. In the following days, Sang Jixia lost count of how many disdainful glances she received, but fortunately, she didn't care at all. Su Yao's face remained pale, but he continued to be the silent mute he always was. If it weren't for the occasional cough of blood, Sang Jixia would have found it hard to believe he was in such discomfort. To avoid drawing attention and causing trouble, the prison guard who received benefits from her did not dare to ask a doctor for help. So, Sang Jixia had to take on the task of finding herbs for him every day. However, as the location changed, the herbs she found each time looked different. Su Wenxiu was timid and wanted to stop when he saw these unfamiliar wild plants. But Su Zhao chewed on them without blinking. One day, as Su Zhao continued to chew on the grass, Sang Jixia rubbed her hands, stained with the herbal juice, and asked, "Aren't you afraid that one day I might bring back poisonous plants that could harm you?" Without looking up, Su Zhao stuffed a thorny plant into his mouth and chewed it like a cow chewing cud, replying briefly, "If it's not deadly, it's fine." He was the one who tried all kinds of herbs and knew best whether they were effective. The herbs Sang Jixia brought back might not have strong effects, but they did calm his restless energy day by day. They were harmless. He finally finished the last piece and suddenly asked, "How do you know about herbs?" Sang Jixia waved her hand and said, "When I was young, I couldn't afford to see a doctor when I was sick, so I had to find some grass to chew on. Experience comes from trying. Su Zhao's eyes flickered as he curled his fingers and said, "Next time, if there's an alternative, could you avoid picking the thorny ones?" Sang Zhixia exclaimed, "Why? That hurts my mouth."
What?
After being pricked in the mouth, Su Zhao stood up and left, while Sang Zhixia found it oddly amusing for a moment. The person who coughed up blood without flinching was actually afraid of getting hurt in the mouth. Were they acting? But no matter how interesting it was, the journey had to continue. On the 8th day of their exile, the old man, who had been barely conscious and only able to sip water, finally began to wake up. Their group had also completely distanced themselves from the bustling capital. Farther away lay the harsh and cold northwest. 3 months later, in a small border town in the northwest, Dingxi County, Luobei Village.
What?
We're going to live in a place like this? Su Air Ant, covered in mud and sand, exclaimed in despair, "Is this really enough space for us?" Su San Ant, who always held on to her scholarly pride, couldn't help but say, "Yeah, there are so many of us." But what stood before them was a hopeless, thatched hut. 3 months ago, not even the masters of the Su family would have looked at this shabby house, let alone the servants. The escorting jailer had already returned home. The man who guided them here sighed, "Well, my dear ladies, this is better than nothing." The Su family had committed the serious crime of treason. Although they had many old friends who would dare to risk the emperor's wrath by showing up now. While the emperor hadn't sentenced the Su family to hard labor, according to the rules, they were exiled to the western region and were expected to fend for themselves. They deserved to be homeless, let alone find shelter in a simple hut. This small hut was arranged by an old friend of the former lord from his military days, which was a great help. There was truly nothing more available. The man was straightforward and couldn't bear to hear the Su women's complaints. He pulled Su Yao aside and quietly said, "Brother, this is all I can arrange for you. My general said that if you can endure and survive, there may still be hope for the future. But if you can't hold on, thank you." Su Yao understood what he meant. She clasped her hands and bowed deeply, her voice hoarse. "Su Yao understands. Hey, it was just a small favor. No need to be so polite." The man glanced at the noisy crowd at the door and sighed. "Take care of yourself. This cursed place is poor, but at least it's quiet. No one will disturb you. The future is up to you now." Helping once was a kindness, but there was no obligation to keep helping. From here on, Su Yao would have to walk her own path. She felt deeply grateful for the help and thanked him repeatedly as she personally saw him out of the village. Sang Zhixia, feeling unwanted, sat under the big tree at the entrance, resting her chin on her hand and sighing quietly. 3 months had passed, and she and Su Yao maintained a distant relationship, able to exchange a few words, but not very close. Of course, she was even less familiar with the other members of the Su family. After all this turmoil, she was truly tired. But why did these people seem so full of energy? In the yard of the hut, they were frying something. Su Air Ant carefully observed the hut. It had 2 entrances and exits, 1 main room, and an extension in the back. There was a slightly larger room on the east side and 3 smaller rooms lined up on the west side, totaling 6 rooms. For a small family, this was enough, but the Su family was large. 3 months of exile had completely stripped Su Air Ant of her former elegance, and she couldn't help but spit in the direction the man had left. "Who can live in this chicken coop?" The old lady's expression was also quite grim. "Is this really the only option? Can't Su Yao think of another way?" The old man said coldly, "You've lived in remote areas before. Why can't you accept this simple house?" The old man was deeply affected by his eldest son's situation and had been feeling unwell on the way, rarely speaking. But he was still the backbone of the family. What he said, no one from the Su family dared to oppose for now. Su Air Ant bit her lip in frustration, but this house isn't much better than the wilderness. Su Wenxiao had faced a lot of criticism in the past 3 months and knew she wasn't favored, so she quickly said, holding a child, "I can stay with the kids." "What are you talking about, sister-in-law? If you don't take care of them, who will? Su Heir Aunt replied harshly. Do you think this is a grand estate? Even if you take these two little ones, Su Yao, and the others should find a place to squeeze in. Anyway, we can share one room. Minghui is 16 and might get married soon. He needs a room, and Ming Yang can have another. As soon as she spoke, she had already taken half the rooms. Seeing this, Su Sen Aunt quickly said, My family needs 2 rooms too. Yanran is already 8. She can't stay with us. There were only 6 rooms in total, with the main room belonging to the old lady and the old man. With this division, only an unusable cow shed was left. Su Wenxiu smiled awkwardly. Mingxiu and Jinxia can squeeze in with me anywhere, but Yao is already married. They can't just squeeze in with us. Married couples, even if they are from less affluent families, should have their own room. Where is the logic in newlyweds sleeping next to their mother-in-law? She mustered the courage to say something, but as soon as she did, Su Heir Aunt scolded. What does it have to do with us? Sister-in-law, don't forget that we are enduring all this for whom? If it weren't for my brother's foolishness, we would still be living comfortably in the estate. The betrayal of her husband was the most painful topic for Su Wenxiu, and once Su Heir Aunt brought it up, it was always effective. Seeing her mother in tears and her 2-year-old sister scared and crying, 6-year-old Su Mingxiu immediately said, Don't talk about my mom. Did I say something wrong? Su Heir Aunt shouted angrily. I am your second aunt, affected by your father. How dare you shout at me, you little brat? Sister-in-law, why are you scaring the children? What's wrong with me? Aunt Su's long-held anger finally burst out as she shouted, If it weren't for your family, would we have fallen to this point? Don't you see who caused this? Uncle Su, who had wanted to speak, looked more somber upon hearing her. The old lady and the old man remained silent. Su Mingxiu, being young, was frightened to tears by her shouting, while Su Jinxia was already sobbing and hiccuping. Just as this weak trio of mother and children seemed ready to break down in tears, there was still no sign of Su Yao returning. Outside, Sang Jixia could no longer bear to watch. No, she didn't want to live with her mother-in-law. She had to stand up and speak bravely. When enjoying the good times, everyone shares the joy, but when it comes to responsibilities, it's always your family and my family. So the suffering is for others, while the sweet fruits are for you all to enjoy. She dusted off the old dirt on the wooden door and exclaimed, Aunt Su is right. This shabby house probably can't accommodate so many people. Why not just clear out the outside too? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to sleep outside? We could sleep under the sky, no one would complain about space, we could see the daylight during the day and look at the moon at night. Just think how bright that would be. After confronting Aunt Su, she went over to help her sobbing mother-in-law up. She accidentally kicked over a small broken stool but managed to sit her down and picked up the crying child. With a smile, she wiped away Su Jinxia's tears and gently patted Su Mingxiu's head, saying, All right, stop crying. If someone didn't know better, they might think it was the first day of moving in and they were mourning. Aunt Su didn't expect her to be so sharp-tongued, and after a moment of surprise, she angrily retorted, Do you have any right to interrupt when elders are speaking? But Aunt Su should act like an elder too. Sang Jixia raised an eyebrow defiantly. Aunt Su, you started the noise first. She had figured it out. Su Yao was someone who rarely spoke, while her mother-in-law was quite soft-hearted. The combined age of her younger siblings was not even as much as 2 hands, so her role in this newly formed family was to be the voice. At times like this, who else would speak up? Fortunately, Sang Zixia was experienced in speaking up, and with just a few words, she made Aunt Su's face turn green with anger. Ignoring the cold expressions of the old man and old lady, she sneered, I see Aunt Su has a strong opinion, but it seems it doesn't leave room for the main family. I say if it can't go on like this, we should split the family, separate households, to avoid seeing each other and complaining. Grandfather, grandmother, what do you think? Nonsense. The old man shouted angrily. Even if I die, I will never agree to divide the family. In a prestigious family, the worst fear is discord among the heirs and living apart. If the family were truly divided, He would have no face to meet the ancestors of the Su family after his death. The old lady also said coldly, "What a disgraceful illegitimate child, daring to speak of division. I may be illegitimate and not worthy of respect." Sang Zixia laughed at her disdain. "But grandmother, open your eyes and see, is there any place in this house that the main family can truly claim? Not to mention a proper place. The main family is almost squeezed out to the point where they have nowhere to stand." Su Wenxia wanted to stop but couldn't find the words through her sobs. Sang Zixia held the crying Su Jinxia, her face red, and remained calm. "Grandfather, this is the situation. The only place we can stay is here." Aunt's words imply that this is the main family's fault, but don't forget, it is also thanks to the main family that we have this rundown place to take shelter from the storm. I am new here and still a junior, so I won't speak too much about the fairness of the elders. However, as the head of the family, you should speak up for the widowed mother and her children during this time. You can't take the fruits of others' labor and then kick away the branches that bore them. The old man had some resentment toward his eldest son, so he let the second and third branches make a fuss, without saying a word. But Sang Zixia was pressing him directly. She had to force the old man to take a stand before entering the house. This stance would determine how much food the main family would get in the future and what kind of place they would live in. Sang Zixia stood firm against several people without showing any signs of retreat. The old man looked at her deeply for a long time before saying, "You're young, but you have a strong spirit." Sang Zixia felt a bit embarrassed and sighed, saying slowly, "What am I compared to? Since leaving the capital over 3 months ago, from summer to autumn, Su Zhao has been hiding from people and suffering, yet he carried you here without letting Uncle 2 and Uncle 3 feel any burden. His spirit is truly strong. Su Zhao just brought you here, and you really have the heart to force his widowed mother and younger siblings to live in a barn? Grandfather, you better have a heart." At this point, it was no longer a hint. The old man, having lived through 2 dynasties, let out a vague sigh and closed his eyes, saying, "As the eldest daughter-in-law of the Su family, if you are unhappy with the arrangement for your second aunt, do you have a better suggestion?" Sang Zixia paused and replied, "My mother-in-law must have a room to herself. She wants to stay in the east room with Mingxiu and Jinxia. There were simply too few rooms for too many people." In this situation, options were limited. But one must first consider the elderly and the young. The old man was somewhat surprised by this and said thoughtfully, "And what about you and Yaoer?" "I'll stay in the shed on the west side." Su Yao returned at some point, and it was unclear how long he had been listening at the door. He stepped in and immediately said, "She can share a room with my mother, and I'll take that shed." The shed on the west side was outside the courtyard wall, half made of dirt, and exposed to the wind on 3 sides. The previous owner likely used it for keeping livestock. It had only a simple roof, and the hay above was nearly gone. To put it plainly, there was just an empty wooden frame left, not much different from sleeping outdoors. Su Wenxia felt heartbroken, but Su Yao supported her, saying, "Mother, if she stays with you, she can help look after Mingxiu and Jinxia, and you can support each other." He automatically placed Sang Zixia in the role of helping with the children but didn't mention what the shed he would stay in was like. Sang Zixia bit her lip and didn't respond. Su Yao then turned to the others in the courtyard, asking, "Does anyone else have any opinions?" Su Heir Aunt wanted to speak up, but was silenced by Su Heir Uncle.
It was best to leave it at that.
As a result, the second and third households each took 2 rooms, which, according to the Su family's traditional order of seniority, meant they had gained an advantage. The matter of room assignments temporarily came to a close, but the next issue was even more troubling. The thatched house was truly hard to live in without cleaning. There was no well in the yard, so water had to be fetched from the village well or the river. Su Yao took on that task, but there were still plenty of chores left. The old lady had lived a life of comfort, and her habits of relying on others hadn't changed even after 3 months of hardship. The old man was even less likely to help, so the remaining work fell to the others. The only silver lining was that after tidying up the main house, those in the east and back rooms could at least clean their own doorsteps. Su Wenxiu was busy calming the frightened Mingxiu and Jinxia to sleep and couldn't help, so Sang Zixia had no choice but to take on the chores in the east room. She grabbed Su Yao's torn coat to use as a rag and changed several buckets of water to clean up as best as she could. Then another problem appeared. Who would cook? The man who arranged for them to stay here was thoughtful. Besides providing some necessary bedding and coarse cloth for changing, he also stocked the kitchen with enough rice, oil, and flour for the Su family to last for months. They wouldn't go hungry for now, but who would cook? Su Yao had already carried water back and forth several times, and was still on his way to fill the water tank again. With no one else available, cooking was out of the question. As for the others, Sang Zixia sighed in frustration and threw down the rag. It seemed like she was the only one left to do it. Although she had no choice, Sang Zixia held back and didn't move. For an orphan skilled in survival, cooking was not difficult. However, the Su family situation was special. Once she learned to cook, she would have to do it every day. If she wasn't careful, she could end up being seen as the one in charge of the kitchen, and that was a position she didn't want to take on just yet. She patiently stayed still, but soon someone couldn't hold back any longer. Big sister-in-law, it's already past the time for our parents' meal. Why hasn't anyone started cooking? Su Heir Aunt, covered in dust, called out with a frustrated expression. You only cleaned one room. How can it take so long? Mother's stomach isn't good. What if she gets hungry? Su Wenxiu, hearing this, panicked. I'll go cook now. Sang Zixia was surprised. Mother, I can cook a little. Su Wenxiu misunderstood Sang Zixia's concern and explained, holding back her sadness. When your father was still here, I would occasionally cook for him. But she choked up and left. Sang Zixia turned to look at the two little ones sleeping on the bed, feeling a headache coming on. What a situation. A quarter of an hour later, thick smoke suddenly filled the yard. Su Yao rushed in, throwing down the water bucket. Mother. He stopped in front of Su Wenxiu, whose face was filled with panic. I didn't expect the fire to be so hard to start. She had been trying for a long time, but it wouldn't catch fire. When she finally saw a spark, all that came from the stove was thick smoke. Su Yao checked to make sure she wasn't hurt and said helplessly, just leave it to me. Su Wenxiu insisted. The sage says a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. This cooking should not be your responsibility. Su Yao replied with self-mockery, when have I ever been a gentleman? On the road of exile, he was like a messy drifter, and before that he was known as a notorious wastrel. The idea of being a gentleman had nothing to do with him. He firmly supported Su Wenxiu as they walked inside, saying, Mom, you go rest in the room. Just leave the rest to me. When Sang Zixia came over from the west shed, the thick smoke in the yard was clearly rising more. She said with difficulty, Are you trying to set this place on fire? Su Zhao stiffened, turning his head with a blank expression, revealing a face covered in soot. Sang Zixia couldn't help but chuckle. A hint of helplessness appeared on Su Zhao's wooden face as he awkwardly said, I used hay, but it won't catch fire. He spoke confidently to Su Wenxiu, but he had no practical experience. Sang Zixia couldn't watch any longer and walked over, saying, You can't just toss in the firewood like that. Su Zhao raised an eyebrow. Can you do it? Sang Zixia mimicked his raised eyebrow. Guess? Then you can do it. Su Zhao murmured as he turned his head, speaking to himself as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Even if I can, I still have to stand. The smoke is thick over here. Just tell me what to do. Sang Zixia didn't insist on showing off her skills. She simply sat on a stone a few steps away and said calmly, You need to be practical, and the stove needs to be clear. First, put in some small sticks and set them up. Once the flames start, add more wood. Su Zhao silently followed her instructions, and when he saw the flames rise, he asked in a daze, Did you learn this at your family's house? Sang Zixia touched her nose and played coy yes. When you're hungry, you have to do it yourself, right? Su Zhao's handsome face, mostly covered in black smoke, was partially illuminated by the rising flames. Before Sang Zixia could notice the slight change in him, it quickly disappeared. But he really managed to keep Sang Zixia from interfering. He washed the rice and put it in the pot with water to cook. As for the rest, the former young master opened the flour bag, took a quick look, and decided to leave it closed. If you can't do something, don't force it. With rice porridge to drink, they wouldn't starve. Su Zhao cooked personally, and the result for dinner was a thick pot of rice porridge. Everyone, already hungry, looked at the pot of porridge on the table and frowned. Is this it? Are we just having this for dinner? Su Wenxiu felt anxious facing the doubts, but Su Zhao remained calm. I only know how to make this. He took a bowl and served some porridge for the elderly, then filled Su Wenxiu's bowl, casually saying to Sang Zhixia, "Here, yours." There were only 5 stools found after searching, so most people had to stand. Sang Zhixia took the bowl of porridge and stepped back a few paces, instinctively moving away from the potential storm center. Sure enough, someone soon complained. Aunt Su said, "I see there's still flour in the bag. Making some pancakes or noodles would be better than just drinking porridge, right? Who will make it?" Su Zhao placed the ladle back in the pot with a vague expression and said slowly, "My mother's cooking skills were just throwing pre-cut vegetables into the pot, and someone else would stir-fry them. She can't do it, and neither can Aunt Air or Aunt San. The younger siblings have never even touched a stove. If we don't eat this, what will we eat?" For the first 3 months, they only had dry bread. At first, some refused to eat, but in the end, no one starved. Aunt Sue's criticism was quickly silenced, making her so angry she almost dropped her bowl. We're all elders. How can we be expected to cook? If someone has to learn, it should be the younger generation. If the Ho family hadn't been seized, Sang Zhixia would have been the first granddaughter-in-law to marry into the Su family. By age and closeness, she was indeed the lowest in status. Before she could even swallow a mouthful of porridge, a large pot was placed over her head. Just as she was about to argue, Su Zhao said, "Aunt Air is right. This work should be done by the younger ones. So, I'm doing it, aren't I?" He reached out to wipe a grain of rice from Su Mingxi's mouth and said slowly, "Don't worry, Aunt Air. As long as no one in the family manages the stove, I'll keep cooking porridge every day. The taste of porridge isn't great, but at least it keeps us from starving." After hearing this, Sang Zhixia lowered her head again. Su Zhao usually didn't say much, but he would stand up when faced with challenges. This was good. She didn't plan to push herself forward. However, Aunt Su looked ready to explode. Just as she was about to say something outrageous, the old lady said coldly, "Having porridge to drink is already good enough. Why complain?" Everyone knew the family's situation. Before this, no one, young or old, had ever touched the kitchen. In times like this, holding on to complaints didn't make sense. Aunt Su reluctantly drank 2 bowls of porridge, and in the end, because she ate too slowly, she was assigned the task of washing the dishes. The sounds from the kitchen continued, without stopping. Sang Zhixia feared that if she looked too long, she would be given more work, so she quickly ran outside. In the west shed, Su Zhao squatted on the wall, holding a bundle of straw and frowning in thought. He didn't hesitate to say he would stay in the west shed, but it certainly didn't seem like a place for living. Repairs were necessary. Repairing the roof was more unfamiliar to Su Yao than cooking. He didn't know how to do it. After a while of frowning, he finally grabbed a few sticks and tried to place the straw on the frame. But the wind didn't care about his troubles, and a gust blew away the straw he had just arranged. Su Yao then tried to tie the straw to the frame with strips of cloth. When he looked down, he saw that the tied straw had formed a bundle, leaving gaps that let in light from above. This still wasn't working. He tried several times, but with only a few pieces of straw left in his arms, the roof continued to let in the wind, and he had no idea how to fix it. Su Yao stood there in a daze for a long time and, without warning, punched the uneven earthen wall. Sang Zhixia was startled by this sudden action and looked at the blood trickling down the gray wall, feeling quite complicated. It was funny to think that the Su family, who had come here after much hardship, were all complaining about how hard it was to adapt. Yet Su Yao, the spoiled young master, seemed like a resilient bamboo that bent but never broke, showing no signs of giving up. It was only at this moment that Sang Zixia noticed a hint of anger in his posture, which was hunched from the pressure. How could someone born in comfort adapt better than others who had fallen to hardship? Sang Zixia sighed, feeling like a hard worker herself. She picked up a handful of dry straw from the ground and teasingly said, "I know you're precious, but it looks like the weather is about to change. Are you a child, hiding here and throwing a tantrum?" Su Yao suddenly turned around, meeting her calm gaze. "Enough of that." She looked up at the tall wall and asked, "How are you supposed to get up there without a ladder?" Su Yao's eyes were red, and he awkwardly turned away, muttering, "I just climbed up." Sang Zixia skeptically measured the height from the wall to the ground with her hands. "Are you joking? Can you really jump up there?" Maybe her naive expression was too funny, or perhaps it was the embarrassment of being caught in a moment he didn't want to show. Either way, when Su Yao turned back, there was a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Do you want to come up?" Sang Zixia replied irritably, "What do you think?" If she didn't go up to guide him, the roof would likely remain unfixed. Just as she was thinking of finding a way to help, Su Yao suddenly jumped down from the wall. "Hey, how did you—"
Whoa.
Suddenly startled, Sang Zixia grabbed the nearest thing, completely unaware that she was holding Su Zhao's waist. After a gasp, she realized with shock that she was standing on the wall. Su Zhao tilted his chin toward the ground.
"See?
You made it up here." Sang Zixia looked down in disbelief and stared at Su Zhao. "Can you fly?" Su Zhao found her surprise a bit amusing and replied, "Is it strange that I can fly?" The Jiaxing Marquis family rose to prominence through military achievements, and generations have taken pride in their martial skills. As the eldest grandson, Su Zhao had naturally trained in combat as well. However, the fact that he could fly seemed unbelievable to Sang Zixia. She glanced up and down in shock, and just as she wanted to give a thumbs up, she realized she was still holding onto Su Zhao's waist. She had been hugging him for quite a while. Feeling embarrassed, Sang Zixia quickly pulled her hands back, coughed lightly, and said, "Flying is a great skill. It saves us from needing a ladder. Come on, I'll teach you how to fix the roof." When she said this, Sang Zixia genuinely thought she could do it. After all, it didn't seem too complicated, and if it didn't work, it might just be because Su Zhao had never done it before. But after trying, Sang Zixia fell silent. Something felt off. Why couldn't the grass stay in place? Perhaps her confusion was too obvious, as Su Zhao, busying himself for a while, showed no signs of annoyance and simply said, "Should I go get some more dry grass?" In just a short time, he had already flown back and forth several times. It wasn't very effective. Sang Zixia said oddly, "Where do you think the problem is?" Su Zhao replied, "I can't guess." They exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Sang Zixia furrowed her delicate brows and said, "This isn't working. Let's try a different approach. Let's see how others do it." Su Zhao reached out and swiftly pulled her in, landing perfectly. Before Sang Zixia could feel awkward, he discreetly withdrew his hand. "I'll check elsewhere," he said, and with a leap, he went up to the higher roof of the east building. Sang Zixia watched from below, speechless in amazement. He was like a human rocket. The impressive Su Zhao jumped up and down, but by nightfall, the two of them still hadn't managed to fix the roof. Finally, those who could rest indoors had already settled down. Su Yao looked at the night sky leaking in from above and said helplessly, "It's getting late. You should go to sleep." He was already 20, so it was impossible for him to squeeze in with his mother. But for Sang Zixia, being a woman, it wasn't a concern. Sang Zixia quickly agreed. "You stay here for now. Tomorrow, we can ask someone in the village for help. If that doesn't work, we can pay someone to assist us."
You.
Su Yao hesitated for a moment and then quietly said when Sang Zixia turned back, "Make sure to keep your things safe. Don't take them out." He didn't know how much she had hidden on her journey, nor did he want to know. But once the door closed, thoughts began to swirl in the room. People are not afraid of having little, but of having it unevenly distributed. If others found out, it would surely lead to trouble. This family had already lost its dignity. Sang Zixia was surprised he thought of this and said slowly, "You just lie down and sleep well. My things won't be lost. She had experienced poverty and fear, so she understood how precious money could be. That's why she had been careful to hide everything, revealing nothing except for a single pearl. When they checked into the thatched cottage, she quickly found a secure place to hide it all. Nothing would go wrong. Su Yao replied with a soft and didn't say anything more. Sang Jixia then gracefully returned to the east room. However, less than half an hour after entering, she regretted it. She had already experienced her mother-in-law's emotional nature, but she didn't expect the crying to last so long. Once Su Mingxiu and Su Jinxiu fell asleep, the crying never stopped. She didn't mind sleeping on the floor, but the constant crying was unbearable. After enduring for an hour, the crying continued. Sang Jixia tried to call out softly, but realized the person was still deeply engrossed in their sorrow. Frustrated, she decided to quietly grab her blanket and sneak outside. Sleeping outdoors was better than this. In the west shed, Su Yao heard rustling sounds and instinctively called out, "Who's there?" "It's me." He looked in surprise at the person coming in with a blanket and exclaimed, "Aren't you?" "Hey, don't mention it." When they were camping in the wild, they often lay on the ground together. Sang Jixia spread the blanket over some straw, wrapped herself in it, and peeked out with her dark-circled eyes, asking, with her crying like that, "Is everything really going to be okay? Why don't you go and comfort her?" Su Yao didn't expect this and let out a bitter smile, saying, "That's just how my mother is." Even before the sudden changes, she would cry all night over the slightest inconvenience. No one could stop her. Sang Jixia, with a complicated expression, took a deep breath and yawned, saying, "I won't go back for now. I'll sleep here until the roof is fixed." After all, they were technically a married couple. After 3 months together, she realized that Su Yao had a bad reputation, but he was actually very proper. It was fine to sleep in the same place. Su Yao wanted to say it wasn't appropriate, but seeing her quickly close her eyes as if she was extremely tired, he moved his lips but ended up saying nothing. For the first time in months, Sang Jixia was wrapped in a blanket and should have slept well. But in her drowsiness, she felt something was off. What was that dripping sound? When cold liquid splashed onto her face again, she finally woke up, her eyes wide with annoyance. What was going on? But when she saw the scene in front of her, she was instantly stunned. Outside, it was pouring rain, while inside it was just light rain. Her sleeping spot had been moved from the center to a corner, propped up with wooden boards to avoid the wind and rain. A strong hand was holding a wooden basin upside down, which was splashing water onto her face. Perhaps the sight of that large hand was too vivid, causing Sang Jixia to be unable to sleep the rest of the night. The consequences of staying up late came quickly. When morning came, she realized something was wrong. Her head felt heavy. She leaned against the damp earthen wall, unable to move. Her eyelids felt too heavy to open. Su Yao prepared rice with well water, but when it was time to eat, he didn't see the person who should be there. Su Wenxiu, who had cried all night, was busily taking care of 2 children, and the others, still complaining about the porridge, didn't notice someone was missing. Seeing Su Yao frowning, Su Wenxiu instinctively asked, "Yaoer, what's wrong?" Su Yao handed Su Jinxia, who was waiting to be fed, to her and said heavily, "Eat first. I'll go check." "What's wrong with you?" When he didn't respond, Su Yao's brow furrowed tightly, and he quickly walked over. As soon as he grabbed Sang Jixia's arm, he was shocked by how hot she was. Perhaps it was the rain last night that made Sang Jixia catch a cold. After walking 3,000 miles, she finally couldn't bear the high fever anymore. Her illness came on suddenly. She was burning with fever and couldn't be awakened no matter what. Su Zhao, in a panic, quickly took off his outer coat and wrapped her in it. He picked her up and hurried toward the east room. The others at the dining table noticed something was wrong. But Su Er'ant blurted out, in broad daylight, "What's with all this hugging?" Su Wenxiu also felt it was inappropriate and tried to stop him, saying, "Zhao this."
She's sick.
Su Zhao firmly stated those 3 words without looking back as he carried Sang Jixia into the room. Su Wenxiu hurried after him, helplessly saying, "How did she suddenly get sick? What are we going to do if she falls ill now?" The household was in chaos. Su Zhao had endured his own illness alone, and at this moment, no one had time to worry about the seemingly unimportant Sang Jixia. Su Zhao silently touched Sang Jixia's forehead and lowered his eyes, saying, "Mother, give me the thing I gave you before." Su Wenxiu was startled. "Zhaoer, that jade buckle was something your father specially went to Xianghua Temple to pray for when you were born." Su Zhao had worn the jade buckle since he was little. It was the only thing he managed to take when their home was raided. On the way, seeing Su Wenxiu in distress, he had temporarily given it to her for safekeeping. But now, Su Zhao guessed what she was going to say and pressed his lips together, hoarsely saying, "Things are lifeless. They are not as important as a living person. Just give it to me." With no money and no one to help, he didn't have the ability to find medicine like Sang Jixia could. The only option now was to either or sell the jade buckle to get some money for her treatment. Su Wenxiu clearly disagreed, but she couldn't argue with Su Zhao's insistence and reluctantly handed over the hidden jade buckle with a pained expression. Su Zhao wrung out a cloth and placed it on Sang Jixia's burning forehead, saying heavily, "I'll go out for a bit. Mother, please keep an eye on her." Su Wenxiu hesitated, watching him stride out. She looked at the outer coat of Su Zhao on Sang Jixia and sighed deeply, awkwardly wringing out the cloth to change it. In the yard, Su Er's aunt saw Su Zhao rushing out and sneered, "See? I told you the eldest branch had something good hidden away. Su Zhao must be going to exchange it for money." When the family was in trouble, Su Zhao acted as if nothing was happening, refusing to part with anything he had hidden away. But now, Sang Jixia is ill, and this person is anxious like never before. Aunt Su grumbled. In her family, she was an unwanted illegitimate daughter. But here with Su Zhao, she has become someone special. This is truly a rare sight. She frowned and continued to complain. Uncle Su, with a knowing look, said, "Father, Mother, Su Zhao's way of doing things is not a long-term solution. If he only cares for those in his own house, what about the others in this family? Times have changed, but we cannot let him act without rules." The couple from the third household remained silent, seemingly agreeing with their words. The old man and woman listened in silence, their expressions darkening slightly. Seeing the moment was right, Uncle Su smiled quietly, signaling Aunt Su to hold her tongue. When Su Zhao returns, someone will surely speak up. An hour later, Su Zhao finally came back, accompanied by an elderly doctor with gray hair and beard. The doctor took a pulse, then frowned slightly. "You're young, but your health seems quite poor. Why is your body in such bad shape?" Sang Jixia was not favored while living in the general's mansion, and after marrying Su Zhao, she quickly fell into a life of hardship, living on cold water and dry bread. Naturally, her health suffered. Su Zhao tightened his lips and asked softly, "Is there a way to treat her?" "There is, but—" The old doctor hesitated, glancing around at the bare surroundings, and sighed. "To restore her health, you will need to spend money on medicine, and with your situation, can you afford it?" The person before him seemed dignified, but the family's poverty was evident. Could they really pay for the medicine? Su Zhao clutched the silver in his sleeve and said, "Just write the prescription. I will find a way for the rest." With that assurance, the doctor felt more at ease. After finishing his work, he accepted the payment from Su Zhao and said, "The first prescription is for reducing fever. Once she wakes up, she won't need it anymore. The second is for long-term care. Come back in 2 months for a pulse check, and start with this for 6 months." Su Zhao nodded with a smile. "Thank you. I'll see you out." The old doctor, satisfied, left with his small medicine box. When Su Zhao returned, he was met with the cold face of the old lady. "I heard you spent 3 taels of silver to hire a doctor for that person in your room?" 3 taels of silver, once insignificant, now felt like a heavy burden to those present. Even a small amount of money can make people fight fiercely. Su Wenxiu nervously tugged at Su Yao's sleeve, but Su Yao calmly replied, "Yes." The noise from one household cannot be hidden from others. When the doctor was present, Su Er's-hun kept peeking from the door of the east room, unable to hide her actions. The old lady suddenly became very angry. Do you know what the situation is now? How dare you spend money on her? Exactly. We can barely afford food at home, and you are still spending so freely. Su Er's-hun sarcastically commented, her gaze constantly searching Su Yao. If you can spend 3 taels at once, you must have quite a bit of money hidden away, right? I know the first branch only thinks about themselves and doesn't care about others. Su Wenxiu was so anxious, she was about to cry. Sister-in-law, how can you say that? That money is, regardless of where it came from, it should be handed over to the old lady for proper management. Otherwise, everyone will act like the first branch, keeping money for themselves. How can we live like this? I think what the second sister-in-law said makes sense. Su Sanshun, who usually spoke little, added, the household finances should be managed by the old lady, and she should oversee the income and expenses. Having personal interests and hiding money is against the rules. The old lady and the old man remained silent with serious expressions, but most of what needed to be said had already been expressed by the others. Su Yao smirked slightly. With such behavior, what household finances could be managed? All this talk was just to avoid personal loss. He said lightly, when I left the house, I only had a jade buckle with me. Today, I sold the jade buckle for 50 taels of silver. The old man frowned upon hearing this. Is that the jade buckle your father got for you? Yes. Foolish. The old man finally said something less biased. The master said your fate is not good, and your father worked hard to get that for you. How could you? Those with good fates wouldn't bring such disaster to the Su family. Su Ershu pointed out sharply. Given the current situation, having cash is more practical. What about the remaining silver? The doctor has been hired. We should take out the rest, right? In front of everyone, since they hadn't divided the family, they had to take it out. But Su Yao only took out 40 taels in the end. Under the old lady's dissatisfied gaze, he said, her illness is serious and requires medication. The old lady frowned. Why is a concubine's daughter treated so specially? She is a concubine, but she is also my lawful wife, Su Yao. Su Yao had always endured the shame due to his father's mistakes, but this time, he rarely showed a cold expression. The crowd, who had been pressing him, fell silent at this. Su Yao let out a sigh and said coldly, the Su family is in this situation now. The distinction between legitimate and illegitimate no longer applies. Since Seng Jixia has married me, it is my duty to protect her. If grandmother hopes for harmony in the family, then it's better not to speak of such things in the future. I cannot bear to hear it. Su Yao's rare firmness revealed a glimpse of the proud young lord who once rode through the capital, silencing those who were dissatisfied. He had quietly endured for too long, but he was not someone easy to talk down to. Those with grievances turned away in frustration, while Su Yao calmly sat down to start preparing medicine. Su Wenxiu held the 2 little ones, quietly shedding tears by the steaming pot, feeling even more heartbroken as she looked at Su Yao's cold profile. If it weren't for the Marquis's terrible crime, why should Su Yao endure such humiliation? The familiar sound of his mother-in-law's crying filled the air, mingling with the increasingly bitter smell of medicine. In the east room, Seng Jixia, who had been awake for a while, blinked her eyes, enduring the soreness in her body as she looked at the light filtering through the thatched roof. She thought to herself, it's hard to say much, but Su Yao is clearly different from the rumors. He is quite a good person. Inside, there were complaints filled with resentment, and Su Wenxiu's uncontrollable sobs echoed in his ears. But Su Yao remained like an unyielding stone, completely unaffected. He prepared the medicine as the doctor instructed, poured it out, and said, Mother, I'll take the medicine to her first, then I'll go to the village to find someone to fix the shed. After experiencing a series of setbacks yesterday, he had come to a realization. Since it was work he couldn't handle alone, he would find someone to help. Seng Jixia couldn't stay in the east room. It needed to be addressed. Su Wenxiu hesitated, wanting to say something, but in the end, she just wiped her tears with her sleeve. In the east room, Su Yao entered and met Sang Jixia's somewhat dazed eyes. He frowned slightly as he approached, reaching out to touch her forehead, but withdrew discreetly before causing her discomfort. It's not as hot as this morning. Drink the medicine first. Sang Jixia valued her life greatly and didn't act overly dramatic. She took the dark, bitter medicine with a strong smell and gulped it down. Just as she grimaced from the bitterness, a small piece of something sweet was placed in her mouth. She touched it with her tongue and said, "Sugar? Where did this sugar come from?" Su Zhao ignored her confusion and said, "You rest here. I'll go find someone to fix the roof." Sang Jixia called out, "Where did you sell your jade pendant?" If she didn't know, it would be fine, but she had heard it. If that jade pendant was special to Su Zhao, it wouldn't be impossible to secretly buy it back. She hesitated and said, "How about?" "No need. That thing can't guarantee safety." Su Zhao gave a self-deprecating smile and said, "Just rest well," before leaving. Sang Zixia listened to his footsteps fade away and lay down quietly, holding the blanket. Her past experiences of survival taught her, when sick, don't be stubborn. Keeping her life was the priority. As for everything else, she could wait until her health improved to think about it. After closing the door, Sang Jixia began to pretend to be mute while recovering, secretly planning for her future. Farmers mostly relied on agriculture for a living, working the land from birth to old age. Considering the current situation, the land of fish and rice referred to the warm regions of Jiangnan, which had nothing to do with the cold northwest. In the vast northwest, particularly in Luo Bay village, it seemed to be a barren place not suited for farming. Such a large area of land couldn't produce food. Was it really just because of the harsh climate? Or was there another reason? Sang Zixia thought about exploring the village once she recovered. Before she could figure out the logic, Su Zhao returned with someone. He had never done rough work, but he could stand and squat. At least, he seemed very comfortable in social situations. The villagers were curious about the new family, and when they saw Su Zhao initiate a conversation, eager people quickly approached. Su Wenxiu still remembered her role as the lady of the house, and immediately brought her 2 children inside. Seeing her close the doors and windows tightly, Sang Jixia was surprised and asked, "Mother, aren't you going out to help?" Everyone was just watching while Su Zhao found someone to fix the roof. Su Wenxiu, with an air of detachment, replied, "That's an outsider. As a woman, how can I show my face?" If this were at the Ho residence, male guests wouldn't even get past the inner door. Women had to be careful to avoid them. Perhaps the subtlety on Sang Jixia's face was too obvious. She paused and said, "On the way here, there was no way to avoid it, but now that we are at home, we must not be careless. Look at your second and third aunts. Don't they also stay inside? This is the rule, and it must not be broken." Su Wenxiu seemed to want to teach her some manners. However, Sang Jixia found it amusing. At a time like this, was she really pointing at Su Zhao to handle everything alone? She pursed her lips, feeling speechless, and turned to bury herself in the blanket. Su Wenxiu was not very pleased with this. The Sang family's rules were indeed lacking. How could a daughter-in-law not understand such basic etiquette? Fortunately, the little nuances in the room were completely blocked by the door, and the people outside had no idea what was happening inside. The uncle invited by Su Zhao chewed on his pipe and said, "You look like a young man who doesn't know how to work. This won't do. Hay needs to be bundled, and you should first lay down a waterproof oil cloth underneath. Spread a layer of tung oil on the cloth, then lay the bundled hay on top, and 2 or 3 layers should be enough." Su Zhao nodded eagerly. "I'll go by what you said right now." "Oh, there's no need to buy those little things." The uncle chuckled. "Every family in the village has leftover materials from fixing roofs. Just ask around, and you'll have enough." Someone nearby chimed in, "Yeah, it's not valuable stuff. Any family can spare a little, and it will be enough for several repairs." Su Zhao felt a bit awkward. "Village chief, I can't just take your things for free. How about Hey, we'll be living in the same village, seeing each other all the time. What's wrong with helping each other out?" The man called the village chief said casually, "We villagers are practical and don't need any fancy stuff. Whenever someone needs help, just come when called." Su Zhao felt a bit shy in the face of such kindness but nodded and assured, "Don't worry. Whenever you need me, I will definitely come." Seeing that Su Zhao was handsome and sincere, the village chief laughed and waved his hand. "Don't worry about it. This small task won't take many people to finish quickly. Hurry up, before the wind picks up. Go home and get your tools to help fix the roof." After saying this, he looked at Su Zhao and smiled. "What's your name?"
How old are you?
"You can call me Su Zhao. I'm just 20 this year." "That's a nice name." The village chief stroked his chin and said, "It sounds better than my son's name. It's quite impressive." Su Yao felt a bit overwhelmed by the compliments and was unsure how to respond when the village chief pointed to a strong man carrying a ladder and said, "That's my son, Chang'e. Come greet your brother Su." The village chief was very friendly, and Wu Chang'e was just as warm. He set down the ladder and patted Su Yao on the shoulder, saying, "I'm 21, so just call me Brother Wu. If you need anything, just tell me, and I'll help you out." Su Yao had many friends in the past, but it was the first time someone insisted on calling him brother like this. He smiled and said, "Hello, Brother Wu." Wu Chang'e laughed. "You're a straightforward guy. Wait a moment, I'll teach you how to fix the roof." Su Yao willingly followed him. He took the initiative to carry the ladder and climbed onto the roof with the village chief's guidance. More and more people gathered on this side, and their voices echoed towards the other houses, but no one peeked out to see. Aunt Su, hearing Su Yao calling out to uncles and brothers, rolled her eyes in disdain. Although the Su family has fallen on hard times, they still have some pride. Su Yao doesn't seem to care about that. He casually greeted a countryman as if they were close friends, showing no airs. Uncle Su also looked down on this, coldly saying, "Why do you care about him? If he wants to lower himself, let him be. He should just take care of himself. It's none of our business." Others mostly shared this view, except for Sang Jixia, who couldn't sit still. She turned around a few times, watching their grandmother trying to get Su Jinxia and Su Mingxu to nap, and said with a wry smile, "Grandma, are we going out to help?" Su Wenxiu shook her head, saying, "Women can't go out, otherwise they'll be laughed at." Sang Jixia couldn't understand why she was still bound by such strict morals in her difficult situation. With a sigh, she decided to get up. "Hey, where are you going?" She leaned against the doorframe, feeling a headache, and said, "I'm going to lend a hand." The villagers were indeed warm-hearted, but they also understood social customs. Others were actively providing materials and helping out. How could these once noble people just sit by? Before Su Wenxiu could stop her, Sang Jixia confidently walked out. She lit the stove to boil water and searched around but couldn't find any tea for guests. Then she noticed the osmanthus flowers blooming outside. "Great, that will work." Su Yao, stop for a moment and invite everyone to sit down for some water. As Su Yao was bowing down to brush the tongue oil, she heard a voice and turned to see Sang Jixia coming out. Her first reaction was to frown. "Why are you here?" Sang Jixia, feeling rebellious, replied ambiguously, "What? Can I come out?" Su Yao didn't understand why she was upset. Sweat beads rolled down her forehead to her chin as she awkwardly said, "You're sick. The doctor said you need to rest." Sang Jixia suddenly became serious. Su Yao furrowed her brows and, forgetting about climbing the ladder, jumped down from the wall and said, "Give me the water. You go rest." Just as Sang Jixia was about to speak, Aunt Wu smiled and said, "Su Yao, is this your wife?" Su Yao's ears turned red for no reason. Before they could respond, Aunt Wu took Sang Jixia's hand and looked her up and down, joking, "I didn't see this coming. You really are a lucky guy. Look at your little wife. She's quite pretty. With that little nose and big eyes, she looks just like a fairy from a painting. You really know how to choose." Su Yao's ears turned so red that her cheeks flushed. Sang Jixia had lived on her own in her past life and understood social interactions well. She wasn't shy at all and smiled, saying, "Aunt, you really know how to flatter. If I hadn't looked in the mirror while washing my face this morning, I might have thought I was a fairy too."
Ha.
"Look at that sweet talk." Sang Jixia took the enthusiastic aunt's arm and naturally said, "Uncle and aunt, don't rush. Have some water and take a break. There's no hurry with the work. She raised her hand to Su Yao, who quickly took the basket hanging from her arm. Inside the basket was a pot of perfectly warm water and a stack of clean bowls. Su Yao grabbed a wooden board and placed it on the stone, quickly pouring the water. The water was just plain cool boiled water, but it had a faint floral scent. Aunt Wu took a sip and asked, "What did you put in here?" "It smells so good." Sang Jixia handed a bowl of water to another uncle and explained with a smile, "We didn't have tea leaves at home, so I picked and washed some osmanthus flowers to add in." "How does it taste, Aunt?" "This is really nice." Aunt Wu gave a thumbs up without hesitation. "It's fragrant and much better than plain water. If you like it, I can pick some more and dry them for you. I guarantee your water will taste great every day." Aunt Wu happily agreed, saying it sounded wonderful. Sang Jixia's playful remarks made everyone laugh, and those who were familiar with her started calling her Xiaxia. However, some noticed that her expression was not quite right. The village chief finished his drink and said, "Su Zhao, if you're not feeling well, you should go inside and rest. We can get our own water." "Yes, if you're sick, don't come out and cause trouble," someone else added. Su Zhao replied, "I can handle this. You should go back inside." Sang Jixia looked worried and, after being urged to go back a few times, smiled and said, "Thanks to all of you. I can take a break today." Amid the laughter urging her to return inside, she tugged at Su Zhao's sleeve. "Come here." Su Zhao understood and walked over. Just as he leaned down, Sang Jixia softly said, "Others helped us with this, and we should share the effort. Once everything is ready, remember to invite them for a meal." The Su family had fallen on hard times, yet they still acted proud. She genuinely worried that Su Zhao might not understand this. Luckily, he was sensible. He smiled and said, "Okay, I understand." As Sang Jixia turned to leave, she added, "When you invite them for a meal, it can't just be rice porridge. You need to buy something decent." She was happy to see Su Zhao use plain rice porridge to silence Aunt Su and the others, but hosting guests required more thought. Inviting people to help and then treating them to a meal would help build good relationships in the village. They had been living in Luobei village for a while, so making a good impression was important. Su Zhao nodded in agreement, and once Sang Jixia went inside, he rolled up his sleeves to continue working on the roof. However, as soon as he moved, Aunt Wu, who was praising Sang Jixia, said, "That's why men who care for their wives are great. Look at Su, he's so attached to Xiaxia, he seems like he can't take his eyes off her. They must have just gotten married, right? The newlyweds are still so sweet." Su Zhao's face turned red from the teasing, but he mustered up the courage to reply, "Aunt, you're right. We just got married." "Then you better hold on tight," Aunt Wu laughed. "My husband is only a year older than you, and he already has 3 kids. You two are so good-looking. Shouldn't you aim to have 7 or 8? Su Zhao's attempt to retort fell flat, and with a flushed face, he awkwardly climbed up to the roof. Everyone burst into laughter again. Outside, the roof repairs were nearly done, and the villagers had a better understanding of the Su family's situation. Upon learning that there were over 10 people in the family, only Su Yao and Sang Jixia were busy organizing things. Aunt Wu curiously asked, "Where are the others?" "I haven't seen them around." Su Yao replied vaguely, "We just moved here, and everyone is too tired to help right now. They need to rest for a bit." Aunt Wu, not quite understanding, said, "That makes sense. You mentioned your journey was quite long. It must have been exhausting. All right, we've almost got everything ready. We should head back soon." "Don't rush, Auntie." Su Yao quickly stopped the villagers who were about to leave, wiping the sweat from his brow as he insisted, "We haven't had time to prepare anything at home. Today, you all have helped so much, so we must at least share a meal together. Let's all stay for dinner." There's no need to rush for dinner." Aunt Wu handed Su Yao a basket of bowls and said, "Xia is still unwell. No one should be in a hurry to eat. We can eat whenever." Seeing that Su Yao still wanted to insist, Wu's sister-in-law teased, "Once your wife has a baby, you'll have to go door to door handing out red eggs to celebrate. Just like my mother said, if you have 7 or 8, You'll have plenty of celebrations to do. Su Yao was not good at arguing, and the teasing from a woman made him feel embarrassed. This kind of warmth was something he had never experienced before. Noticing Su Yao's face had been red for a while, Wu Changgui and the others laughed as they gathered their things. Who knows, you might be a dad by the end of the year. Why are you so easily embarrassed? All right, Su Yao, you don't need to see us off. We're heading home. The volunteers who came to help joked as they returned home. Su Yao stood still, took a deep breath to calm his emotions, and then turned to knock on the door of the east room. Mom?
Come in.
Su Yao quickly noticed something was off in her tone. When he entered, he saw Sang Jixia wrapped in a blanket, leaning against the wall, looking upset and mouthing, "I'm angry." To be precise, she was very angry. When Su Yao walked in, she glared at him with red eyes and said, "Yao, you need to talk to your wife." Su Yao, confused, asked what happened. "What do you think happened?" Su Wenxiu, usually kind-hearted, showed rare irritation as she sniffled and said, "There were so many people outside, men and women all gathered together. She is your new wife. How could she be in the middle of all those men?" This not only went against proper conduct for women, but it also contradicted the principles of female decorum. If this gets out, not only will Sang Jixia's reputation be at risk, but Su Zhao will also be dragged into the embarrassment. After returning to her room, Sang Zixia felt increasingly sad. She wanted to assert her authority over her mother-in-law and scold Sang Zixia a bit, but she was someone who always followed orders and had no ability to reprimand others. Su Wenxiu silently cried for a long time while looking at Sang Zixia, and finally, with gritted teeth, she handed over the right to scold Sang Zixia to Su Zhao. After listening to her sob and finish speaking, Sang Zixia silently thought, "Not bad, at least my mother-in-law speaks honestly without exaggeration." She really was crying like that. It had been quite a while. How could this person cry so much? Su Zhao didn't expect her anger was due to this. After a moment of silence, she slowly exhaled a bitter sigh and said in a hoarse voice, "Mother, Gigi did nothing wrong." Sang Jixia's first reaction to this was surprise at how Su Zhao referred to her. Until now, their relationship had been limited to a polite you and I. Today, in the West Pavilion, everyone called her Xiaxia, but Su Zhao casually called her Gigi. Hardly anyone had ever called her that. Then, she noticed the shock on Su Wenxiu's face, as if she had seen a ghost. "You say she did nothing wrong? As a woman, how could Sang Jixia not be at fault?" Su Zhao lowered her gaze, her expression calm, and in the most straightforward tone, she revealed Su Wenxiu's last layer of self-deception. "Mother, this isn't the Duke's residence in Kyoto, and you are not the lofty Duchess anymore. As a member of the Duke's family, there were many rules to follow. But here in Luobei village, people didn't have such strict gender roles. Anyone who could work was considered a laborer. To survive here, one must let go of certain things." Su Wenxiu looked as if she had been slapped from afar, her face turning red and purple, and tears were about to spill over. Seeing this, Sang Jixia quickly lowered her head and stood up. You two talk. I'll step out for a moment." With the man she picked up and her tearful mother-in-law arguing, it was best for her to temporarily hide to avoid getting caught up in it. Wrapping herself in a blanket, Sang Jixia quietly slipped past the two sleeping children and left without looking back. Just before she reached the door, she heard Su Zhao say, "The West Pavilion is tidied up. Go lie down and rest." Without turning back, she sighed softly, and the next moment, she heard Su Wenxiu's breakdown. "Zhao, how can you say that to your mother?" "Why can't I say it?" Su Zhao looked at her weeping mother and said in a hoarse voice, "Mother, it's time for you to wake up. Things are not the same as before." Su Yao spoke directly, hitting the sore spots, which caused Su Wenxiu to completely lose control of her emotions. But no one cared about her loud crying. Even Su Er's Hang came out to curse, complaining that her cries were too noisy. Hearing Su Wenxiu's cries, Sang Jixia pressed her lips together, feeling speechless. To be honest, with such a soft personality that everyone bullies, She was really curious how this person became a countess before the family was ruined. Was it all about the number of tears? After provoking his mother, Su Yao brought a pot of water into the west room. Seeing the confusion on her face, he instinctively thought she was still troubled by Su Wenxiu's words. He furrowed his brow and gently said, "Mother, you have been treated like a fragile vase all your life. You have seen plenty of wealth, but what she says is not necessarily true. You don't need to take her words to heart." With a family in such a situation, there were countless matters to attend to. Regarding today's events, he knew he was not as meticulous as Sang Jixia. Su Yao was well aware that Sang Jixia was helping him. Her kindness was not met with a cold response, which brought a rare, indescribable joy to Sang Jixia. That was good enough. At least there was someone who understood the situation. She curled up under the blanket and said softly, "We couldn't keep the meal today, but this kindness can't be forgotten. I need to find a suitable opportunity to repay it later." Su Yao replied with a sound of agreement, and Sang Jixia continued, "By the way, have you thought about how to make money?" She had roughly counted yesterday. If they didn't care about quality and just wanted to fill their stomachs, the food at home could last about 4 months. However, one cannot rely solely on what is in front of them. With limited resources, they couldn't just wait to starve. It was hard to say how high the other's expectations of starving were. She couldn't bear such a situation. Sang Jixia quickly thought of many potential ways to survive, but Su Yao's next words surprised her. "I found a good way. You just stay at home." Sang Jixia gasped in surprise.
So soon?
"What kind of way did you find?" Su Yao turned his head and vaguely said, "You're still sick. You don't need to think too much. Are we having porridge again tonight?" Seeing that he didn't want to elaborate, Sang Jixia nodded softly. "Porridge is fine. Since she was sick, she should eat something light." Sang Jixia, feeling unwell, accepted the fact of having porridge again. But the others are different. At the dinner table, Aunt Su first expressed her dissatisfaction with the food, then quickly looked down on others. "Although the Su family has fallen on hard times, we are not the same as common folks. Some people should be more aware of their status to avoid embarrassing themselves in public." Su Wenxiu felt insulted and lowered her head, her eyes turning red. Sang Jixia, unfazed, mocked, "Common folks are different from the Su family. After all, they still have 3 acres of land, while the Su family has nothing. What good is your pride at a time like this?" Aunt Su's face turned red from the retort. Before she could assert her authority as an elder, Su Yao quickly said, "I found someone to help with work, and I'll be leaving early tomorrow. My mother needs to watch the children, and Jixia is sick and shouldn't be overworked. Let's have someone else cook starting tomorrow." To be fair, cooking porridge every day isn't a heavy task. But those who are used to being served don't want to lift a finger. Seeing everyone's varied expressions and silence, Su Yao calmly said, "I won't be back until late," implying that if they didn't want to go hungry, they should take action themselves. After all, going without food for 3 to 5 days won't kill anyone. The table fell silent, and Sang Jixia, feeling unwell, silently clicked her tongue. Su Yao was taking the initiative to survive. Why were the others still doing nothing? With so many capable people around, were they all relying on Su Yao to support the family? How embarrassing. She really lost her appetite, and the half bowl of porridge felt stuck in her throat as she returned to the makeshift shelter, feeling heavy-hearted. Su Yao came in around dusk, holding the medicine she needed to take. He had prepared the medicine after eating.
"Drink your medicine."
The roof was fixed, and the drafty areas were covered with oilcloth, so they wouldn't have to worry about rain tonight. Sang Jixia held the medicine bowl, took a deep breath, and after drinking, found a piece of candy in her mouth. She couldn't help but ask, "Where did you get the candy?" "I bought it while getting the medicine." He had brought 1 piece for Su Mingxiu and 1 for Su Jinxiu to help them sleep, leaving a small paper bag for her. Su Yao placed the remaining candy next to Sang Jixia and said softly, "Save it for when you take your medicine. I'll prepare the medicine before I leave tomorrow. Just rest after you eat. Don't worry about cooking." Sang Jixia nodded, and after putting down the medicine bowl, she saw Su Yao pull out some wooden boards and lay them on the ground, covering them with straw before lying down. The only place in the shelter that resembled a bed was a narrow spot where she sat cross-legged, feeling a bit pitiful. The bed was made by Su Yao. His quilt was laid on the straw as a mattress, while the remaining quilt wrapped around Sang Zixia. Sang Zixia, feeling a bit awkward, quietly asked, "Are you really going to sleep like this? Is this rumored being a bit too gentlemanly?" Su Yao, eyes closed, replied, "You're not feeling well, so you should sleep early." Sang Zixia blinked and, wrapped in the quilt, silently gave Su Yao a light tap on the back of his head. Under the influence of the medicine, she quickly fell into a deep sleep, but in her dreams, it felt like a hand occasionally rested on her forehead, which was quite annoying. After a peaceful night, when Sang Zixia woke up, she found a bowl of lukewarm porridge and a bowl of dark medicine on the bedside. Su Yao had already left without her noticing. She mustered the energy to drink the porridge first, then the medicine, forcing herself to feel a bit more awake with the lingering bitterness. As she opened the door, she heard Su Aunt complaining, "You speak so grandly, but since you've done it, why only remember those few people? Shouldn't the others in the family also eat? Big sister-in-law, Su Yao only cooked for your family. Can you really swallow that without feeling guilty? Aren't you afraid of overeating?" Su Wenxia was gentle, but even the meekest person wants to protect their child. Thinking of what Su Yao had said to her yesterday, she mustered her courage and said, "Yao has to go out to earn money before dawn. How could he have time to take care of so many people? Why should he be the only one expected to do everything when everyone else is capable?" It was one thing for a day or two, but if this continued, wouldn't it be too much for Su Yao? If others didn't care as a mother, she certainly did. Su Aunt crossed her arms, ready to argue. But just then, a voice from outside asked, "Is Sang Zixia living here? Is this Sang Zixia's home?"
Sang Zixia?
Called out. Sang Zixia stepped outside, surprised to see a stranger at the door. "Are you looking for me?" The visitor, dressed in dusty gray clothes, didn't seem like a respectable person, but upon seeing Sang Zixia, they immediately smiled. Yes, I'm looking for you. A relative from Kyoto asked me to bring you something. Come and collect it." Kyoto? Hearing this, everyone in the yard peeked out. Sang Zixia thought to herself that this was bad news and quickly walked over, asking, "What is it?"
Who sent you?
The man in gray took the burden off his shoulder and handed it to her. "This is from Aunt Xia at the Sang residence. She prepared some things for you, and there's a list inside. Please take a look." Sang Zixia held the heavy bundle, stunned for a moment before realizing who Aunt Xia was. She was the original owner's mother, who was not favored in the general's household. When she was forced into a marriage, Aunt Xia seemed to have been locked up for pleading on her behalf, and they lost contact afterward. How did this person know she was here? With mixed feelings, Sang Zixia opened the bundle. The first thing she saw was a neatly written list. It included 2 thick jackets, 2 sets of changeable clothes, and 2 pairs of finely stitched shoes. Aunt Su looked at the few items in the bundle and scoffed. I wondered what it was. They traveled all this way just to send a few worthless clothes? They weren't even made of good material, not much better than what the villagers wore. The crowd, initially filled with unexplainable anticipation, turned away in disappointment and went back inside. Only Sang Zixia, holding the surprisingly heavy clothes, spoke in a hoarse voice. "Did she have any message for you?" The man smiled wryly. "You know Aunt Xia's situation at home. She doesn't have many opportunities to speak, so she just asked me to tell you to take good care of yourself and not to let yourself get cold or hungry." After saying this, he glanced back to ensure no one was watching, then quickly pulled out a small box from his pocket and tucked it under the clothes. Aunt Xia also said that the Su family has many complicated thoughts. She can't help you much, but you should be careful and not be too trusting. You don't need to send letters back to the capital while you're here. She will remember you. After giving his instructions, the man hurried away. Sang Zixia turned around with the items in her arms and met Su Wenxia's slightly red eyes. Your aunt is also a mother. This is her way of caring for her child. Even if it's just a few pieces of clothing, You should cherish them. Put them away properly. Sang Zhixiao wasn't sure if Su Wenxiu had seen the small box. But since she had said that, she decided not to hide it anymore. As Sang Zhixiao entered the west shed with her things, Su Wenxiu took Su Mingxiu inside as well. Once the door was closed, Su Mingxiu couldn't help but ask, "Mom, what was in that little box from my sister-in-law? Why did that uncle give it so mysteriously?" Su Wenxiu shook her head, signaling him to be quieter. After a moment, she said, "That is your sister-in-law's mother, who is thinking of her. It's their secret and cannot be shared with anyone, understand?"
Su Mingxiu not dead, so mẹ what con phút.
Su Wenxiu gently touched the heads of him and Su Jinxiu, secretly gritting her teeth. Tao was right. The Su family had already fallen apart, but the suffering shouldn't fall only on the main branch. Isn't this just selfishness? As the mother-in-law of Sang Zhixia, she couldn't be too strong, but she could still protect her daughter-in-law. Under Su Wenxiu's cover, the mysterious little box became a secret. However, when Sang Zhixia opened the box and looked at the neatly arranged items inside, her throat felt tight. 3 plain silver hairpins, a gilded floral bracelet, and underneath was a small pouch filled with various pieces of silver. For the Sang family status, these items seemed too shabby. But Sang Zhixia knew from the original owner's memories that Aunt Xia had suffered in the household. This was everything she could offer. A concubine with a monthly allowance of only 3 taels of silver. This bag of less than 30 taels of silver must have taken her a long time to save up, and now it was all sent to her. Aunt Xia didn't know that the person in this body had changed and continued to think of her as much as she could. Sang Zhixia couldn't bear to let down this heartfelt gesture from so far away. She carefully put away the items she received and lay quietly in her room for half a day. When Su Liao returned, it was still light outside. Su Wenxiu was playing with the 2 little ones in the yard and quickly said to Su Liao, "Someone from the Sang family came today." Su Liao, looking disheveled and dusty, seemed to have been out for some time. But upon hearing this, she stumbled slightly and her tone became unexpectedly heavy. The Sang family? Who came? Who else could it be? Just some servants delivering worn-out clothes. Su's aunt rolled her eyes and said, "What a hassle to send a few worthless garments. Do those clothes provide food or drink?" "They don't even say." "Aunt, your family is wealthy, so why haven't we seen anyone from the family sending boxes of gold and silver treasures?" Sang Zhixia could no longer hold back and stepped out, scoffing. "What's wrong with clothes? Those were made by my mother's own hands. Did your mother make them for you?" She had been sick for 2 days and was too tired to argue. But she wouldn't just stay silent. Su's aunt turned pale, wanting to retort. Sang Zhixia pierced with her words. "That's right. The family is wealthy and afraid of being dragged down. They would love for Aunt to drop the surname and have nothing to do with them. Who would think about the harsh winters in the Northwest and need warm clothes? Aunt don't you agree?"
You.
"What's wrong?" Sang Zhixia felt frustrated and said harshly, instead of gossiping, "Aunt you might as well wash your hands and prepare dinner. That way, our grandparents can relax without worrying about being hungry because of your words. Just sitting around, thinking you're the precious lady of the family? Why not write a letter to the family and see if anyone still cares about you?" Her sharp words struck deep, making Aunt upset, and she turned to rush back to the west room. Aunt San seemed unhappy with the scene, but when Sang Zhixia shot her a glare filled with suppressed anger, she silently left as well. Sang Zhixia's anger lingered, leaving her face cold. Su Mingxiu looked around and waved at her with bright eyes. "Sister-in-law, you're amazing." She made Aunt cry. Su Jinxia, still young and not understanding the argument, was in Su Wenxiu's arms but joined in the excitement, babbling, "Amazing." Sang Zhixia found it amusing to receive praise from these 2 little ones she barely knew. "You 2 think this is impressive? This was nothing." Her real strength was yet to come. Grinding her teeth in frustration, she finally spotted Su Yao returning from work. Seeing Su Yao's appearance, her expression went blank. She remembered that although Su Yao didn't dress well yesterday, he was clean and quite handsome. In just half a day, How did this good-looking guy turn into a coal miner? Did he go to a coal mine?
You.
Sang Zixia said. Did you go to the coal mine? Su Yao replied calmly, no, I just worked with Brother Wu for a day. He was the first to think about how tough it was to make a living, but unfortunately, he had no experience yet. While fixing the roof yesterday, he had asked a few questions, and Wu Chonggui immediately introduced him to a way to earn money, so today was his first attempt. Working hard for money, how could it not be messy? He wiped the dirt from his forehead and said flatly, Brother Wu said this job could last for a while, so I'll just do it for now. At least there are still some earnings every day. He spoke vaguely and didn't want to elaborate, throwing out that one sentence before going to find clean clothes to change into. However, Sang Zixia noticed the stiffness in his movements and the faint bloodstains on his shoulder. What kind of work was Su Zhao looking for? She turned to see Su Wenxiu with tears of concern in her eyes and said meaningfully, Mother, there are so many mouths to feed at home. Su Zhao can't be the only one working hard outside. Su Wenxiu was naturally weak and couldn't support herself. Su Zhao, burdened by the Su family's exile, had to endure everything. But dwelling on the past was pointless. Since they were living together, they couldn't just rely on one person. Su Zhao was a person, not a beast of burden meant to work until exhaustion. After hearing this, tears welled up in Su Wenxiu's eyes, and she firmly said, You're right. We can't treat my son this way. She could endure anything, but not when it came to her son. Seeing that she was on her side, Sang Zixia smirked slightly. Not bad, she knew to support her own. The family didn't have a well for water. They relied on manual labor for drinking, washing, and cooking. To save the little water left in the barrel, Su Zhao took his clothes and went to the only small river in the village. When he returned, Sang Zixia was already cooking, and the others still had no intention of coming out to sea. However, unlike Su Zhao, who was just boiling porridge, she opened the tightly tied bag of flour. The white flour piled up in the wooden basin like a small mountain. She mixed in some salt, made a small hole at the top, and poured in boiling water to knead it into dough. The soft dough became very obedient in her hands. It was easy to shape into or flatten. Su Wenxiu, wanting to help, was left speechless for a long time, finally managing to say, What can I do? Sang Zixia didn't hesitate and replied without looking up, It seems there are still some edible greens in the backyard garden. Could you go pick some? The garden hadn't been neglected for long, and some seeds from the previous owner had sprouted. Although they weren't well cared for, there were still plenty of wild vegetables that could be picked and washed to make a meal. Su Wenxiu nodded seriously, hurriedly taking Su Mingxi with her. Su Zhao placed his dripping clothes in the basin and approached the stove, looking at the white dough quietly and said, Didn't I tell you to rest? He had been delaying to force those who were starving to take action themselves. Otherwise, once someone started, they wouldn't be able to stop. Thinking about how Sang Zixia might be tied to the stove by words, he rolled up his sleeves and said, Give it to me.
Can you do it?
Sang Zixia glanced at him with amusement. This is not the same as cooking rice porridge. You can't just throw it in the pot. She tilted her chin, signaling Su Yao to step back, and slowly stretched the noodles in her hands, saying, I know what you're worried about, but I'm not foolish. The big bowl has some wild herbs in it. Take some over and crush it to apply on your scraped shoulder. Su Yao's hand paused in midair as he instinctively looked at his shoulder, which was well covered by his clothing. Sang Zixia laughed at his reaction and said, It's normal for someone who hasn't done hard work to feel pain. There's no need to act awkward. I couldn't find any medicine for pain relief, so just use the wild herbs. You can eat later. Su Yao responded with a complex expression. When he came out after crushing the herbs and applying them to his shoulder, Sang Zixia was already boiling water to cook noodles. The round dough was pulled into evenly sized noodles, which flipped in the boiling water. Sang Zixia skillfully added some cold water to the pot and explained the various wild vegetables she had dug up from the garden, saying, This one with a fluffy top is called dandelion. It's bitter raw but helps with digestion. We'll use it to make tea for Su Yao later. This one with jagged leaves lying in the mud is called autumn mustard. This long-leaved one is willow herb, and the one with small yellow flowers is purslane. All of these are edible. Su Wenxiu listened carefully, frowning as she remembered each one. She had felt anxious while digging, unsure if what she found was safe to eat, but with Sang Zhixia's approval, she felt much more at ease. Seeing her pay close attention, Sang Zhixia slowed her speech. Being open to new things is a good sign. At least it shows that her kind mother-in-law is willing to help. She didn't mind teaching more. 3-year-old Su Mingxiu couldn't understand such a long explanation and tightly held a handful of wild grass with small round, offering it to her. Big sister, look. I picked it. He helped too. Sang Zhixia recognized it immediately, but still took it, pinched it, and smelled it, pretending to be surprised as she praised, Little Mingxiu, you're amazing. This is wild onion, a must-have for noodles, and you found it. Su Mingxiu smiled happily and twisted his body to hug Su Yao's leg. Big brother, sister-in-law praised me. Su Yao laughed and rubbed his little head, then took the wild vegetables chosen by Sang Zhixia and said, I'll go wash these. Okay. I'll also blanch some leafy greens to add to the noodles. While speaking, the noodles, mixed with cold water, began to boil. Sang Zhixia used chopsticks to break a piece to check if it was cooked, then quickly scooped it out into bowls of different sizes. She sprinkled some chopped wild scallions and the blanched wild vegetables on top, adding a bit of oil and salt to make a meal. But thinking of Su Yao, who had worked hard all day, she decisively cracked a few eggs into the boiling water. The rich aroma of the noodles filled the kitchen, and those who had been sitting quietly inside began to come out one after another. Aunt Su looked at the bowls of noodles on the counter and critiqued, This is better, but it's time to make something else to eat. Drinking porridge all day isn't good. Sang Zhixia chuckled and handed her 2 large bowls of noodles. Aunt, these are for grandfather and grandmother. Please take them over. At the dining table, elders should be served first, and Aunt Su had no objections, quickly taking the bowls away. But when she returned, only the cold noodles and a pot of murky noodle soup remained on the counter. Sang Zhixia placed the remaining bowls on a board, ignoring her shocked expression, and said to Su Yao, The biggest bowl is yours, take it. Su Yao obediently reached out. She continued, Grandmother, this bowl is yours. The bowls for Mingxiu and Jinxi are in the small bowls. The last bowl was for herself. She made enough noodles for the whole family, but in the end, only this little bit was cooked and served. Once divided, there was nothing left. Sitting at the table with chopsticks, Uncle Su looked surprised and asked, What about ours? The raw noodles are inedible. Sang Zhixia confidently replied, Isn't there more on the stove? Just boil it yourself. She had already prepared the noodles. Would boiling them a bit more be too much? Before Aunt Su and Aunt San could protest, she continued, Grandfather and grandmother are elders, so it's not surprising they are served first, but uncles and aunts, you are not at the age where you can't help yourselves, right? Previously, Su Yao took on the kitchen work to help the elders, but it can't be like this in the future. She looked up at the seemingly displeased old lady and said lightly, If we talk about past status, my mother-in-law is of a higher rank than both Aunt 2 and Aunt 3. She can go out and gather wild vegetables by herself, so what can't you do? Is it really that hard to boil some noodles? If you can't do it, you might as well go hungry. She at most included the portions for the old lady and the old man to silence them. The rest was not her concern. Aunt 3, Su Yanran, couldn't believe it and said, What would happen if you boiled some extra? And what would happen if you skipped a meal? Sang Zhixia focused on her bowl of noodles and said lightly, If you want to eat, you should do it yourself. I made some extra noodles today, but I can't promise to do it again in the future. It was understandable for Su Yanran, who was only 8, but the 2 sons of Uncle Tu, Su Minghui, who was 16, and Su Mingyang, who was 10, just sat in the house without saying a word or helping out, waiting to be served like young masters. Even 3-year-old Su Mingxiu knew to help gather wild vegetables. Why should they just eat without contributing? She had never enjoyed the treatment of a wealthy family and couldn't serve such people. Sang Zhixia, feeling better, saw Su Yao quietly take the fried egg from her bowl and place it in hers. You're still sick, eat more. Su Wenxiu looked at the half egg in Su Mingxiu and Su Jinxia's small bowls and mustered the courage to say, You should take care of yourself. After you finish eating, go rest. I'll wash the dishes. The first branch of the family was closely connected, and it was hard to argue with Sang Jixia's reasoning. The old lady wanted to say something, but the noodles were right in front of her. She wasn't starving, so what could she say at this moment? The old man looked at the fried egg in his bowl with a confused expression and said, "Why are you making noise while eating? If you're not hungry, just go back to your room." Sang Zixia raised an eyebrow and smiled. That's true. After all, everything is available in dreams, so it doesn't matter if we miss a meal. With the old man's words setting the tone, any further complaints had to be swallowed back. Aunt 2 and Aunt 3, determined not to be influenced by the smoke of cooking, put on serious faces and rolled up their sleeves. After several attempts, they finally managed to get the noodles from the pot into the bowls. However, the noodles Sang Zixia made were distinct and chewy, while theirs turned out to be a mushy mess that was quite unpleasant to eat. After a long wait, everyone finally had their meal. Aunt Sue, filled with resentment, gritted her teeth and said, "Su Yao, I heard you went out to earn money? Where is the silver you brought back?" Uncle Su, with a belly full of dough, also said with a stern face, "The household expenses are managed by the elder lady, and the silver you bring back cannot be kept for yourself." The elder lady cast a heavy glance at Su Yao, her meaning clear, without words. Sang Jixia's heart skipped a beat as she was about to speak up, but another egg appeared in her bowl. She had only given Su Yao 2 eggs, one before and one after, and now both were in her bowl. I'm full." Su Yao waved his hand dismissively and picked up little Su Jinxia, who couldn't use chopsticks yet. While feeding her with chopsticks, he calmly said, "That's what I was about to say." He looked at the people staring at him and said slowly, "Today, I went out with some villagers to find work and earned 6 copper coins for the day. An egg can be sold for 1 won, and even if he worked hard all day, he could only earn 6 eggs. Sang Zixia suddenly found it hard to swallow the egg in her bowl, but Su Yao's tone remained calm. "I've asked around, and they still need workers over there. Who will come with me tomorrow?" With this change of topic, the burden was shared among everyone. Aunt Su was taken aback and said, "What do you mean by that?" "What else could I mean?" Su Yao wiped little Su Jinxia's mouth and said, "Aunt, there's no such thing as getting something for nothing. Since we are here, we must adapt to the rules here." Ignoring the angry faces around him, he continued, "Gigi is right. Grandfather and grandmother have worked hard all their lives and shouldn't have to struggle anymore. It's only natural for the eldest branch to support the elders, but you all cannot. The food at home won't last long, and soon winter will come, making it hard to stay warm and full. You can't just lie around in the house and expect to survive. Caring for the elders and looking after younger siblings and his wife is his undeniable responsibility. But his responsibilities do not extend to others." Seeing everyone with dark faces refusing to respond, Sang Zixia cheerfully chimed in, "Grandfather, do you think Su Yao is right? Did they not want to respond? Then let's bring someone with weight into the conversation. Today, we must clarify this matter." The elder looked deeply at her, but didn't speak. Sang Zixia, undeterred, said slowly, "How can Su Yao support so many people with just 6 copper coins a day? If Uncle Air and Uncle Sen also pitch in, then that day we will have 18 coins, which is just enough for the family to get by." After saying this, she added sincerely to show she had no selfish motives. If one person from the 3rd family earns money, the rest can share the household chores. Isn't that fair? Meals are shared, so chores should be shared too. This principle applies at all times. The old lady opened her mouth several times, but couldn't find a way to argue back. With a dark expression, she looked at the old man. "Old man, it should be this way." The old man quickly closed his eyes and said hoarsely, "Air and San, you will go with him tomorrow. From today on, every family must contribute to the household chores. The first family sets the example, and the second and third families cannot just take advantage. Otherwise, this broken family will eventually fall apart." Sang Zixia hit the nail on the head with the old man's stubbornness about not dividing the family and decided not to say more. However, Uncle Su, who was suddenly assigned a task, looked very unhappy. Father, Su Yao is willing to do the heavy work. How can I do such a thing? I'm used to rough work and can't find an easier job, but uncle, you might as well give it a try. Su Yao smiled and said, if you can find a delicate job that doesn't require hard work, then I can handle the heavy work myself.
I'll
go. Uncle San, who had always been in poor health, said with a dark face, isn't it just about making money? Everyone should have a share. Su Yao, I'll go with you. Su Yao readily agreed, and Uncle San went back to the back room. It was rare to have a meal without porridge, but the atmosphere at the end of the meal felt heavy. Sang Zixia, claiming she made the meal, stopped Su Wenxiu from washing the dishes and handed the remaining chores to Aunt San, signaling her to take the children back to their room. Just as Su Yao handed over his meager 6 copper coins to the old lady and prepared the medicine Sang Zixia wanted, he returned to the west shed to find her measuring his outer garment. He hesitated and said, what are you? You're just in time. Sang Zixia waved and threw him an old piece of clothing she didn't plan to wear, then said, I couldn't find scissors. Help me tear this into palm-sized pieces. Su Yao didn't understand what she was doing, but he quickly got to work. By the time he finished tearing the old clothes, Sang Zixia had picked up a needle and thread. She folded the torn fabric into several layers and carefully stitched it into the inside of the black coat, right at the shoulder. Your clothes are few and each one is worn out, so you'll need to spend money to buy new ones. This will make them thicker and more durable. It might not fit perfectly after just this stitching. Can you try it on later? Su Zhao was surprised that she noticed such details. He paused, turned his head, and said, okay. Sang Zixia pretended not to see his discomfort, cut the thread in her hand, and got straight to the point. From what you said, following Brother Wu to find work is only temporary, right? Su Zhao absent-mindedly touched the repaired coat and replied, I can probably work for about a month. It gets cold here early, and we can't fire the kiln when it's chilly. Fire the kiln? The black coal mine doesn't need to be fired. The special soil in the northwest produces famous blue bricks. Since Su Zhao's coat was only torn at the shoulder, he probably was just working in the brick kiln. The young master really went to move bricks to earn quick money. Sang Zixia concluded in her mind and said naturally, waiting a month isn't a long-term plan. I want to discuss something with you. How about we find a different way to make money after you finish this? Su Zhao was surprised. A different way? Do you have an idea? Sang Zixia smiled mysteriously. Of course. The next morning, before dawn, Su Zhao called his reluctant second uncle and his eager third uncle, who wanted to prove himself, to prepare for leaving. Sang Zixia, who also got up early, handed him 2 boiled eggs. Take these to eat on the way. Second uncle, third uncle, yours are in the bowl too. Help yourselves. She boiled 2 eggs for each person, fair and impartial. Su Zhao's second aunt came out to see off the second uncle. She wanted to say something, but seeing that everyone going out to earn money had eggs, she swallowed her words and just rolled her eyes at Su Zhao. Su Zhao ignored it, holding the hot eggs and looking down. Remember to boil the medicine for yourself while I'm gone. He had planned to get up early to fetch water and boil medicine, but the aftermath of yesterday's hard work left him too tired and he overslept, delaying his plans. Sang Zixia mumbled an okay, yawning, I understand. Be safe on the road, and I'll wait for you to come back for dinner. After seeing off the people leaving, Sang Zixia turned around, clapped her hands, and smiled with her eyes crinkling at the open door of the main house. Grandfather, are you awake? A deep voice came from inside, yes. I have something I want to discuss with you. Can I come in? Come in. Sang Zixia walked confidently into the main room, surprising everyone. Aunt Su couldn't help but comment sarcastically to Su Wenxiu, sister-in-law is really lucky. Back in the capital, the old man favored the eldest brother and Su Zhao the most. Now even the granddaughter-in-law is someone who can shine. They are all quite capable. Her 2 sons are also the old man's grandsons, but neither the second branch's grandsons nor the third branch's granddaughter dared to approach him. Sang Zixia was quite bold. Su Wenxiu felt nervous in front of the elders, and seeing Sang Zixia's courage made her anxious. However, Su Zhao had told her to listen to Sang Jixia when he wasn't home. It was useless to argue or cry, so staying quiet seemed like the best option. Su Wenxiu focused on the fire in the stove, remaining silent, while Aunt Su huffed in annoyance. As she went into the house, Aunt San, who was also sending off Uncle San, said meaningfully, "Sister-in-law is really agreeable. It's one thing to listen to her husband and son, but now she's even listening to her daughter-in-law. Is the eldest branch now led by the daughter-in-law?" Su Wenxiu felt a bit uncomfortable with her words. Before she could respond, Sang Jixia came out and said, "Aunt San, you've got it wrong. Everyone knows the heads of the family are grandfather and grandmother. I, as a younger generation, have no say. Grandfather, don't you agree?" The old man felt tired looking at her innocent smile. He was simply dragged out by Sang Jixia. Her intentions were clear. She didn't like so many people being idle, and since she couldn't command her own family, she decided to use the old man as a figurehead. To raise this banner properly, she felt no guilt and enthusiastically flattered him. The old man felt overwhelmed. He cleared his throat and said lightly, "No nonsense." Sang Jixia smiled and nodded. "You're right, grandfather. Aunt San is a cultured and graceful person, and I spoke thoughtlessly. What I mentioned earlier isn't urgent. Please sit down, and I'll get you some breakfast." After saying this, she rolled up her sleeves and went to serve porridge, adding some green vegetables to the usual rice porridge. Although porridge won't leave you hungry, it's lacking in flavor without vegetables and seasoning. I added some wild vegetables that Mingxiu dug up yesterday and cracked 2 eggs into it. "Grandfather, would you like to try it?" Sleepy Su Mingxiu heard his name and immediately raised his little hand, excitedly shouting, "Grandfather, I can dig wild vegetables now. I dug up a lot of wild vegetables." Sang Jixia smiled with a hint of nostalgia. Mingxiu is only 3 years old and already knows to find wild vegetables to improve grandfather's meals. That's wonderful. Unlike others, who are older than the wrinkles on their faces and only know how to lie around and eat what's given to them. Su Mingxiu, praised, smiled brightly, like a flower. He couldn't wait to swallow his porridge and hurriedly wanted to find a basket. Su Wenxiu helplessly stopped him. "Finish your meal first. You need energy to help grandfather dig for wild vegetables. After you finish eating, I'll take you and your sister with me." Finally, Su Mingxiu sat down to eat properly, but the elderly lady, who came out a bit later, had a gloomy expression that wouldn't go away. The first branch of the family was clearly pulling the old man towards their side. Unfortunately, the second and third branches were clueless and still didn't know how to speak. She forced a smile as she sat down at the table, and Sang Jixia, with a gentle smile, placed a prepared bowl in front of her. "I heard from second aunt that grandmother's stomach isn't well, so I simmered your porridge a bit longer. Please eat first to avoid feeling uncomfortable." It was hard to scold someone who was trying to be nice. The elderly lady looked at the porridge with bursting rice grains and suppressed her anger, forcing out a few words. "You are thoughtful." Sang Jixia smiled even more sweetly. "This is what I should do as a younger generation." "Second aunt, you look unwell. Are you feeling okay?" She curiously looked at second aunt's pale face and asked, "Where are Ming Hui and Ming Yang? Why aren't they up for breakfast?" Mingxiu and Jin Xia are already awake. Su Minghui and Su Mingyang were second aunt's favorites, and they thought they had nothing to do, rarely leaving the house except for meals. Su Zhao had already gone to work. Why should they sleep in? Second aunt instinctively wanted to defend her sons, but all she received was the old man's heavy voice. "What time is it?" The words almost caught in her throat, and with a dark expression, she replied, "These 2 children are tired from the journey and haven't adjusted yet. They aren't feeling well, that's why. Yan Yan is already up. Why can't they get up?" The old lady noticed the old man's displeasure and immediately said, "Can those 2 young men really be weaker than Yanran? Su Yanran from the third family is known as the family's delicate one. If she can't compare to them, it would be laughable." Seeing that the old lady wasn't helping her, Su Er's aunt finally realized something was wrong. She quickly pinched her palm and said, "It's my fault. I forgot to remind them. I'll go wake them up now." Su Minghui and Su Mingyang came out of the house clearly angry, and Su Heir Aunt hurriedly signaled to them. Sang Zixia, watching the commotion with a smirk, said to the old man, "Grandfather, about what I mentioned earlier, if you have no objections, can we finalize it after dinner?" As soon as she said this, many dissatisfied gazes turned back to her. Sang Zixia didn't mind. She wasn't afraid of people knowing her intentions. That was exactly what she meant. The old man found the porridge in his mouth hard to swallow for the first time. He looked at Sang Zixia with a complicated expression. Seeing her calm and unflinching, he said in a deep voice, "Do you think this will work?" "Of course it will work," Sang Zixia replied without hesitation. "They say many hands make light work. If everyone pitches in, won't life become better?" The old man chuckled ambiguously, closed his eyes, and said, "All right, we'll do it your way." Aunt San, who had been listening intently, suddenly paused and asked cautiously, "What does that mean?" What exactly did Sang Zixia agree on with the old man? The old lady had been listening the whole time, but couldn't find a reason to argue. Seeing her and Su Heir Aunt looking confused, she scoffed in frustration. These two fools. The foolish ones were getting anxious, while Sang Zixia smiled confidently after receiving approval. Since she wasn't speaking up, the old man knew he had to take charge. He said firmly, "From today on, all household tasks will be divided among the third family members. The 3 who go out won't count. The rest must all get involved. Heir Xiang will make a list detailing what each person needs to do every day. Tasks will be rotated, from laundry and cooking to tending the garden. Everyone must participate without excuses or delays. Do you have any objections?" In simple terms, Sang Zixia proposed a straightforward personal responsibility system. All tasks were divided among everyone, and each person had to complete their share every day. To keep everyone quiet, she suggested a rotation. Today Aunt Heir would do the laundry, and tomorrow she would cook, and so on. The main idea was clear. No one present could escape. Everyone had to get to work. If this had been suggested by Sang Zixia or anyone else present, there would have been objections. But it was the old man who spoke up. Sang Zixia smiled, hiding her achievements, while Aunt Heir and Aunt San faced their sudden responsibilities in silence. Seeing that the situation was settled, the old lady agreed, saying, "That's fine. We can't just dwell on the past. It's time for some new changes in the family." Sang Zixia nodded eagerly, adding, "Grandfather and grandmother are wise. You both have great ideas." The old man glanced at her with a complicated expression, his tense face softening slightly. He stood up, saying, "Quickly make a list, so everyone knows what they need to do. I'll go for a walk around the village." Sang Zixia cheerfully replied, "All right, grandfather, take care." This was the first time the old man had stepped outside since arriving at Luobei village, and for the first time, those who had been reluctant to work felt the reality of their situation. The old lady retreated to avoid the storm. Aunt Heir watched as Su Minghui was forced to carry a bucket, feeling sorry for him and gritting her teeth. "I'll do the laundry, Minghui will fetch water, and with the second uncle out, that makes 3 of us from the second house." "The first house has 3 too," Sang Zixia replied calmly. "Su Yao is out, I'll cook, and my mother-in-law will the garden. We're not short on help, are we? Aunt Heir, Aunt San's whole family is involved, while your family still has Mingyang resting, which is already quite good." After saying this, she ignored Aunt Heir's grumbling, picked up Su Jinxie, and said, "Mother-in-law, let's go. I'll teach you how to." Worried about more complaints, Su Wenxiu quickly grabbed a basket and followed. But it was Sang Zixia who started working in the garden first. She spoke confidently, but Su Wenxiu couldn't match her strength. Struggling with she awkwardly tried to turn the soil and, realizing she couldn't manage, looked to Sang Zixia for help. The current situation felt like for everyone in the Su family, but Sang Zixia adapted at an astonishing speed. Watching her skillfully cut the knee-high weeds and tie them down, Su Wenxiu couldn't help but ask, "How did you learn to do this?" Sang Zixia, recalling the many odd jobs she had done in her past life to survive, replied without looking up, "I learned to survive." While this was true, Su Wenxiu immediately thought of the difficult life she had as a concubine's daughter in her family. Had Sang Zixia really struggled that much at home? Su Wenxio's expression became complicated. Noticing her silence, Sang Zhixia mistakenly thought it was because she found the work hard, so she brought up Su Zhao, who was working outside. Aunt Mingxiu and Jinxiu are still young. We can't just rely on Su Zhao to do all the hard work. If we want to settle down here, we need to help too. In other words, would you let your precious son suffer alone? Su Wenxiu couldn't bear it. Thinking of Su Zhao's worn shoulders, her eyes reddened, and she began to work harder. Seeing this, Sang Zhixia smiled quietly. This was the reaction she had been hoping for. The vegetable garden wasn't large, but it still took a lot of effort to tidy up. Sang Zhixia explained to Su Wenxiu which plants could be kept, and when the time was right, she washed her hands and went to the kitchen. Aunt Su was in charge of this area and had already cleaned and organized everything that needed washing. In the basket she brought back were some potatoes dug from the ground. Since they had grown wild and untended, the potatoes varied in size and shape, but once peeled, they were perfect for making potato rice. She first cut the peeled potatoes into small pieces, washed the rice, and in a pot, added a little lard to fry the raw rice until it absorbed the oil. Then, she mixed in the potato pieces and added water to simmer on low heat. The bok choy she found could be stir-fried as a mixed vegetable dish, which would go well with the rice. As the smoke from the stove rose, Aunt Su returned from washing clothes, grumbling as she carried a large basin. Sang Zhixia pretended not to notice her angry expression and smiled, saying, "Aunt, the rope is in that basket over there. You can tie it to the trees and hang the clothes up." Aunt Su shot her a glare as she went to tie the rope. After making multiple trips, Su Minghui finally filled the water tank. Unlike Aunt Su's visible anger, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and politely asked, "Sister-in-law, is there anything else I can help with?" The younger brother, who had been hiding in the house, surprisingly showed a warm attitude. "Why didn't you move around earlier?" Sang Zhixia added 2 small pieces of firewood to the stove and playfully said, "Once you finish your work, you can go rest." Su Minghui smiled subtly and, despite feeling uncomfortable, entered the house. With nothing to do by the stove, Sang Zhixia decided to take down Su Yao's old clothes that had been left hanging on the tree yesterday. Times have changed, and Su Yao didn't have many outfits to begin with. A few repairs on the worn-out ones would make them wearable again. When the old man returned from his walk, he saw this scene. Noticing the thick fabric that Sang Zhixia was intentionally sewing onto her shoulder, he quickly closed his eyes and asked, "Do you know what kind of work Yao and the others are doing?" Sensing the tension in his voice, Sang Zhixia guessed he had found out about Su Yao earning 6 copper coins a day and smiled, saying, "Grandfather, this place produces a lot of blue bricks. If it's hard work, it must be moving bricks or making bricks in the kiln. What else could it be?" Since Su Yao was working so hard, the old man should not show favoritism. Understanding her implication, the usually unchallenged old man chuckled in surprise. "You're quite bold, girl." Although she lacked the manners of a high-born lady, she understood the difficulty of protecting her own. He took a slow breath and said seriously, "What did you mean this morning about making charcoal? Come over and explain it to me in detail." Sang Zhixia had been waiting for this moment. She moved a small stool next to the old man and clearly introduced her ideas. The old man occasionally asked questions, and she answered smoothly, appearing well-prepared. Meanwhile, in the west room, Su Minghui saw Sang Zhixia happily chatting with the old man through the window, her confident brows gathering silently. "Mother, it seems my brother has married a good wife." An unvalued daughter of a concubine was gradually gaining the old man's attention. This was not good news for the second and third branches of the family. When Su Yao returned, the yard was filled with a rich aroma of rice, and Sang Zhixia was serving the cooked potato rice from the pot. The evenly sized potato pieces had absorbed moisture and became incredibly soft, while the distinct grains of rice mixed with chopped wild onions released an enticing fragrance as steam rose, even catching the old man's attention, who usually preferred milder flavors. "Your method is quite unique. In the past, meals were always served separately, and this is the first time I've seen potatoes cooked together with rice." Sang Zhixia smiled and said, If grandfather enjoys it today, I will make it more often. The old man appreciated the gesture she put on the table, while the old lady beside them silently frowned. Your second and third uncles worked hard all day, and this is what you prepared for dinner? Uncle Su Er and Uncle Su Sen entered the house after Su Yao, looking quite disheveled. Their clothes, which were tidy when they left, were now covered in mud and dirt, and their hair and faces were dusty, resembling figures pulled out of a muddy pit, hard to look at.
Su Yao seemed fine.
But the other two stumbled in, clearly having endured a tough day outside. Sang Zixia ignored the old lady's criticism and calmly said, "Grandmother is right. Su Yao and the others need more meat after working hard outside. I was just about to tell you, we are short on supplies at home. Please take some money to the market tomorrow to buy more, so they don't suffer. If you want good food, you need to spend some money first. Do you think I can magically produce meat just by talking?" The old lady, holding the money bag, was left speechless. Sang Zixia saw Su Yao preparing to wash his dirty clothes by the river and immediately said, "There is hot water in the wooden tub inside. You can wash up in there." The northwest winds bring a chill after October, and using cold water all the time isn't good for the body. Su Yao's first reaction was, "Didn't I say to wait for me to come back? Did you go by yourself?"
No.
Sang Zixia smiled and said, "It was Ming Hui who went to fetch the water. Don't worry, the hot water for Uncle Air and Uncle San to wash up is ready too. Just go wash, and then come eat." Su Yao was puzzled about how she got Su Minghui to fetch water, but then chuckled and said, "All right." He quickly tidied up, and when he came out with his dripping hair, Sang Zixia was already cooking. Various vegetables were chopped into small pieces, mixed with crushed garlic and salt, and after a quick stir in the pan, they became the only side dish. Su Yao took the initiative to bring the dishes to the table, and before he could sit down, he saw Aunt Su Sen come out with red eyes. "Father, Mother, third master isn't coming out for dinner. You can eat first." The old lady instinctively asked, "What happened to him?" Su San's tears fell uncontrollably as she covered her mouth and choked out, "San Yi went to the brick kiln today to work. His body is covered in bruises, and the flesh on his shoulders and hands is worn raw, all blood and mess. He was so tired that he fell asleep as soon as he got home. I really couldn't bear to wake him up. Do you think only Sandy can't handle it?" Su Er's wife stepped forward defiantly, shouting, "Er Yi has no uninjured skin on him. Every visible spot is either blue or purple. He has a huge cut on his hand, and no matter how long I clean it, the bleeding won't stop. How can a person endure such suffering?" Sang Zixia placed a bowl of food beside Su Wenxiao, the bowl lightly hitting the table with a dull sound, sounding heavy. Yes, a person can endure such suffering, so only Su Zhao can handle it. She looked at the pained expression of her aunt with a half-smile, subtly saying, "So in your eyes, Su Zhao is not a person. He deserves to suffer?" Su San's wife exclaimed, "That's not what I meant."
What do you mean then?
Sang Zixia thought of Su Zhao's sullen expression and, feeling frustrated, replied sarcastically, "Uncle Air and Uncle San just started today, and they're already complaining. But Su Zhao has been doing it for 2 days. Why isn't he crying out? Aunt, Su Zhao isn't made of iron or stone. He's doing the same work. Who doesn't feel pain?" When Su Zhao worked, every pair of eyes was watching him closely, worried he would slack off. Now that it was their turn, they found it difficult? How naive. They must endure this suffering before talking about anything else. Sang Zixia, unfazed by the heavy atmosphere in the yard, calmly handed the bowl to Su Zhao. "You've worked all day, eat. Today you earned 18 coins together. Tomorrow, Grandma will give you some more to add to it, and tonight you can have some meat. For now, just make do." Su Zhao didn't complain and quietly began to eat. His wrists and hands were visibly injured, with broken skin and white, peeling wounds from being soaked in water. Who wouldn't feel sorry for him? Su San's wife had initially wanted to come out and cry, hoping to gain sympathy from the old lady for Su San to avoid this exhausting work. But who would have thought Sang Zixia would be so tough? Seeing that the old man and old lady were just frowning and not speaking, her face showed a mix of green and white, making it hard for her to express herself. Aunt Sue was also so angry that she kept breathing heavily. Sang Jixia was unyielding and handled the situation very well. Since Uncle Air and Uncle Sand didn't come out for dinner, she took 2 large bowls and set aside a portion of food for each of them, along with a small bowl of the wild greens she had picked from the garden. Aunt San, this crushed herb can be applied to wounds to stop bleeding and relieve pain. I used it on Su Zhao when he came back yesterday, and it worked pretty well. You should apply it to Uncle San later. We don't want him in pain and unable to work tomorrow. Aunt Air, Uncle Air's portion is here. Remember to take it inside. After finishing her polite gestures, she gave a worried glance to Su Wenxiu, who had set down her bowl. Mother, you've worked in the garden all day. You should take Mingxiu and Jinxiu inside to rest. Aunt San can wash the dishes. Su Wenxiu was timid but good at following instructions. Seeing that the only easy person to manage had slipped away into the house, Aunt Su sneered in anger. Well, I underestimated you. Sharp-tongued and clever is a good thing. Sang Jixia laughed and said, What do you mean by that, Aunt Air? Su Zhao and the 2 uncles are among the few who can earn money for the family. I only regret not serving them well enough, fearing that if our income stops one day, the whole family will have to go hungry. Once she said this, even the old lady, who was filled with dissatisfaction, had to swallow her reprimand. It was one thing to suffer personally, but the family's livelihood was another matter. In the face of the threat of not having enough to eat, it seemed unnecessary to voice any hurt feelings. Sang Jixia was not surprised by this. She picked up another small bowl and said, Come on, let me apply the medicine. You need to earn money for the family's livelihood tomorrow. Su Zhao silently followed her back to the west shed. As soon as the door closed, a hint of amusement appeared on Su Zhao's tired face. What did you do at home all day? In just one day, how did these people become so obedient? Sang Jixia took out a wooden pestle and began grinding the herbs in the bowl, scoffing. When I speak, no one listens, but when grandfather speaks, it's different. Who would dare to go against the rules set by the old man? At least for now, these people definitely wouldn't. Su Zhao didn't expect her to convince the old man. After a pause, he asked, Did you discuss this with grandfather? Of course. Otherwise, do you think they would willingly put down their bossy ways? Seeing the confusion in Su Yao's eyes, Sang Jixia straightforwardly said, I talked to my grandfather about making charcoal, and he agreed. With this bait in front of them, they were not worried about the old man not cooperating. Su Yao was surprised. Grandfather agreed? Sang Jixia smiled and replied, Grandfather is a wise man. Of course, he would agree. The harsh winter in the northwest was long and bitter, and every year, many people died from the unbearable cold. In such a severe environment, charcoal for heating became an essential necessity. More importantly, making charcoal was nearly cost-free, which fit their current situation perfectly. After all, they could turn the firewood they chopped into charcoal and sell it, but chopping wood was not an easy task. Sang Jixia handed Su Yao the soaked herbs and rested her chin on her hand, saying, To make charcoal for sale, we need a lot of firewood. Every piece counts. We must get everyone who can help involved. If they could bear the losses themselves and only worry about their own needs, it wouldn't matter. She could handle it alone. But the biggest challenge was that the Su family needed to feed a whole group of people to survive. If they didn't fill these people's stomachs first, how would they understand the bitterness of life? Su Yao didn't expect her to have such a clever plan and smiled silently for a moment. You told me yesterday that there was no rush to make charcoal because of this? What did you think? If you had mentioned making charcoal from the start, most would have complained about the heavy axe or the burden of carrying it. Those few with tricky minds would have made excuses, and in the end, Su Mingxiu might only gather 3 small branches, which wouldn't even fill a basket. So it was better to let these proud gentlemen experience some hardship first. Once they understood, chopping wood wouldn't be so hard. Su Yao thought for a moment and chuckled. You make a good point. I was being narrow-minded. Her little scheme didn't escape the old man's notice, but he said nothing, indicating his agreement. Seeing that he didn't oppose her actions, Sang Jixia teased, but this means you'll have to endure a bit more hardship. If Su Yao didn't go, they wouldn't either. This plan was low cost, but the only one who would sacrifice was Su Yao. Su Yao didn't mind and smiled, saying, I'm fine. It's okay. This work was something she had sought out herself, so she had to endure it. Sang Jixia sighed as she watched him carelessly apply the medicine to the wound. Unable to hold back, she said, Give me the bowl. What? Big brother, you can't just mess around like this, okay? She said with annoyance. Do you think this medicine is easy to find? You've wasted it all. She had even chosen the best for Su Zhao. This is such a waste. Sang Jixia strode over and took the bowl from Su Zhao's hands, ignoring his momentary surprise, and said in a rough voice, Sit down and take off your clothes. How could he think of applying medicine over clothes? Su Zhao was a bit slow to respond and needed a nudge. Facing the suddenly exposed shoulder and back, Sang Jixia felt numb and detached, truly unable to feel any desire. There were too many wounds. With blood and flesh exposed, who could have any thoughts? She furrowed her brows and applied the medicine to all the areas she could reach, and after putting down the bowl, she said, Let it dry first, then put your clothes back on. Su Zhao lowered his neck slightly and mumbled an agreement, turning to see his patched clothes, and he let out a faint smile. When Sang Jixia went out with the bowl and returned, Su Zhao was already asleep on his wooden floor. He made it sound easy, but he was truly exhausted. She couldn't help but click her tongue in pity, covering him with the quilt she had brought for herself, shaking her head and sighing. It's really hard for a young master to earn money. Early the next morning, Sang Jixia got up before dawn. After several days of medicine, she felt great, and as soon as the hot water boiled, she started calling, Su Zhao, move quickly, don't delay leaving. It's not easy to find a job that pays well now. Su Zhao stood behind her, splashing cold water on his face, and the corners of his lips curled up. The little girl had quite a few tricks. Under Sang Jixia's relentless urging, Su Ershu and Su Sanshu, who had planned to pretend to be dead in the house, reluctantly emerged with grim faces, limping slightly. Today it was still Sang Jixia cooking. She stuffed a freshly steamed bun into Su Zhao's hands, smiling brightly. Ershu Sanshu, the buns are hot and fresh. Take them and eat on the way. Don't delay. Su Ershu and Su Sanshu, who came out to see them off, were red-eyed with anger, but the ones about to leave found it hard to back out. Su Sanshu took the bun with a pained expression, and with each step outside, he sighed deeply. It was too hard. Really too hard. Uncle Su looked so unhappy that he seemed ready to drop his face to the ground, but in the end, he held onto the steamed bun and walked out the door without saying a word. Once the person suffering left, Aunt Su couldn't hold back her tears any longer and covered her face while crying. Su Wenxiu, surprised to see someone else crying in front of her, handed her a bun and said, Sister-in-law, please eat something. Aunt Su sobbed, Thinking about third uncle's injuries makes it hard for me to eat. Su Wenxiu replied, You have to eat. If you can't, who will help you wash the dirty clothes that second brother brought back yesterday? Aunt Su was shocked that the usually quiet and weak sister-in-law could say something so heartfelt. Su Wenxiu, feeling tired and achy, said, You need to eat. You can't work if you're not strong. She didn't want to work either, but what could she do? With a pained expression, Su Wenxiu started to nibble on the bun. Aunt Su, who had wanted to scold her, looked around and forced her tears back. Crying takes effort too. Maybe it's better to save that energy for work. A potential conflict was pushed aside by the exhaustion of work. Sang Jixia, holding back a laugh, stuffed the bun's skin into her mouth, finished eating, and wiped Su Mingxiu's little mouth. She then asked the elderly lady with a complicated expression, Grandmother, would you like to change your clothes? The elderly lady replied, puzzled, Why would I change my clothes? Sang Jixia explained, Didn't we agree to go to the market today to buy things? It's been a long time since we had any meat at home. We need to get some supplies, and if you don't go, we can't buy anything. She could give the elderly lady some money to go herself, but what if someone said she was keeping it for herself? Sang Jixia didn't want to stir up unnecessary gossip, so she spoke openly and fairly, leaving the elderly lady momentarily speechless. She kindly suggested, "Let's go together. You haven't been out in a while. It would be a good chance to get some fresh air." Aunt Sue, worried that Sang Zixia might take advantage, quickly added, "Mother, it's good for you to go out. Staying at home all day isn't good for your health." The elderly lady hesitated for a long time but finally agreed, "All right, I'll go with you." After a while, the elderly lady, feeling as if her feet were made of lead, sat down on a stone with a pained expression and said, "You call this a walk for fresh air after walking over 10 miles? Is this really how you relax?" The old lady used to be someone who enjoyed a leisurely and luxurious life, but in her earlier years, she rarely got her feet dirty. After enduring many hardships during her exile, she believed she had developed strong legs, but walking so fast against time was still difficult. Her old bones were very tired. Sang Zixia was still taking medicine, and the doctor had said her health was not good, yet after walking for so long, her face showed no signs of exhaustion, as if she could walk another 10 miles without any trouble. She forced a smile and said to the old lady, "Grandmother, just 3 more streets ahead is the South Market. They say things are cheaper there. Let's go take a look." The old lady frowned and replied, "How much cheaper can it be? Buying it here is the same. I heard a firewood knife can be 10 copper coins less, which is quite a bit." Sang Zixia sighed, feeling a bit defeated, and said, "Uncle and the others work hard and barely earn a few coins a day. If we walk a bit more, they can suffer less for a day." The old lady, usually confident, was left speechless and glared at Sang Zixia, unable to respond. Here we go again. This stubborn girl was at it once more. When they left the village, she thought they would take a bullock cart, but when Sang Zixia asked the price and found it was 1 copper coin each, she was shocked and said she couldn't afford it. 4 copper coins for the 2 of them. Why spend money when they could save by walking? The old lady, thinking of her suffering son, gritted her teeth and endured. Finally reaching the market in town, Sang Zixia started comparing prices and haggling. The old lady admitted that this saved money, but her old bones were about to fall apart. She stubbornly refused to move, frowning as she said, "I'll wait for you here. You go buy it yourself." Sang Zixia hesitated. "Grandmother, isn't that a bit unfair? What if Aunt 2 and Aunt 3 say something when we get back?" Who would say anything?" The old lady, tired and frustrated, replied, "I came with you. Who would dare say anything? Just go and come back quickly. Buy what you need and find me." With that, Sang Zixia couldn't insist any longer. Taking the 5 taels of silver her grandmother gave her, she turned and headed straight for the South Market. Free from her watchful grandmother, she cheerfully asked the vendor while paying for her basket, "Excuse me, I heard there's a shop in town. Do you know where it is?" The town wasn't big, and there was only one shop. The vendor pointed in a direction and said, "Just walk straight in. The biggest shop there is it." "All right, thank you." Sang Zixia hung the basket on her shoulder and quickly walked in the direction the old lady had pointed out. "Excuse me, what would you like, sir?" The shop assistant greeted her warmly. Sang Zixia glanced over the shelves filled with various items and smiled, saying, "I'm not here to buy anything. I'm here to redeem something." "Redeem?" "Yes, redeem." A moment later, after hearing the shopkeeper's sighs of loss, Sang Zixia carefully stored the redeemed items and went next door to the pharmacy to buy 2 bottles of ointment for bruises. She only started her main task after turning the corner. To succeed in the charcoal business, besides motivating a group of lazy workers, having the right tools is essential. Each person must have a firewood knife. In this backward era, iron tools are expensive, regardless of size, and farming tools like firewood knives and hoes are not cheap either. After haggling with the blacksmith for a long time, she finally spent a large sum to buy 3 firewood knives and 2 hoes. The blacksmith was delighted with the sale, and after checking that everything was correct, Sang Zixia said, "Boss, you charged me 2.5 taels of silver. Could you give me a receipt?" Fearing the boss might refuse, she added, "I'm buying this for someone else, and without a receipt, it won't be valid when I return. Please help me with one." The boss agreed readily, though his handwriting was very poor. Sang Zixia hurriedly took the ugly receipt and returned to find the old lady resting at a tea stall by the roadside. However, the old lady, used to fine tea, found the cheap tea undrinkable and looked quite displeased. Seeing Sang Zixia return with the items, she asked curiously, "Why did you buy so many firewood knives?" Sang Zixia replied vaguely, "It's what my grandfather asked me to buy. Here's the receipt and the remaining silver. Please keep it safe." The old lady took the receipt but winced at the ugly handwriting, crumpled it up, and tossed it aside, saying, "If you've bought everything, let's go back." She had no desire to visit that market again. Sang Zixia stifled a laugh and followed the old lady onto the ox cart for the ride home. The old lady found a reason, saying, "You're carrying so much. Walking back would be too tiring. It's just a couple of coins spent." Sang Zixia agreed. "You're right, grandmother. We should save where we can and spend where we must. You truly know how to manage things." The old lady felt something was off about the flattery but couldn't think of a response, so she turned her head away with a stern expression. She is the stepmother, and Su Yao's father is not her biological parent. Su Yao, the eldest grandson, is not close to her at all. In her heart, she looks down on this granddaughter-in-law 1,000 times over. But it's strange, when the old man held power, he never joked with the younger generation, yet Sang Zixia seems completely unafraid of him. Could it be that Su Yao really found a treasure by mistake? The old lady's face darkened as she thought about the chaos at home, while Sang Zixia pretended not to notice. What does it matter if she's unhappy? It has nothing to do with her. As long as she can accomplish what she wants, the process doesn't matter. The ox cart swayed all the way to the village entrance, and when they finally reached the dilapidated home, they unexpectedly ran into Su Yao, who had just arrived. Seeing the old lady empty-handed and Sang Zixia with a heavy load, Su Yao pursed his lips and reached out to take the heavy basket. Sang Zixia didn't refuse him. She handed over the burden, rubbed her sore shoulders, and curiously asked, "Where's second uncle and third uncle? Weren't they with you?" Su Yao's eyes briefly showed a hint of annoyance as he replied, "They got held up with something but should be back soon." After saying that, he took the basket inside, and Sang Zixia ignored the old lady's suspicious look and followed him. Once they placed the items in the west shed, she couldn't help but ask, "What happened to them? Why were you so happy just now?" Su Yao thought he had hidden his emotions well, but her question made the corners of his mouth lift slightly. "Did you see me happy? Don't play coy. It was almost written all over your face. What happened to them?" Su Yao sat on his designated wooden plank, stretching his long legs, and a hint of sarcasm slipped from his muddy eyes. "The fired bricks need to be carried from the kiln to the open space, and the pay is based on the number of bricks. 6 copper coins a day for moving 600 bricks." Su Yao understood the rules and followed them, working hard for 2 days, but there are always those who want to cut corners. The foreman kept an eye on them, and when it was time to wrap up, he counted and found they were short. If they want to get paid today, they have to stay and make up the difference. Not even 1 brick can be missing. In the past, the proud two would have walked away in anger, considering it a loss to even look back. But now it's different. They had put in a lot of effort, and if they just walked away now, all their hard work would be wasted. 6 coins are still money. Su Yao settled his pay and returned home, while the other two were still at the kiln making up for their work.
Sang Zixia chuckled softly, her shoulders shaking.
You know, it really should be dealt with like this. Those sneaky hearts need to be handled. Seeing her so happy, Su Zhao just smiled down, but soon he had something wrapped in a handkerchief in his arms. "What is this?" Sang Zixia raised an eyebrow. "Why not open it and see?" She took out a small bottle of medicine she had hidden and placed it on the only shelf in the tent. "The herbs I found aren't very effective. Using them daily is just a distraction. I also bought you 2 bottles of medicine. You can use this from now on." But Su Zhao didn't respond. She turned her head in confusion and met Su Zhao's eyes, which were unexpectedly red. His hand, holding the jade pendant, trembled silently, and after taking a few deep breaths, he said hoarsely, "How did you get this? Make sure to keep it safe." Sang Jixia put her finger to her lips and whispered, I secretly got it back for you. The old lady doesn't know. And don't mention it to your mother-in-law either, so she doesn't show any signs. It wasn't that she was overly cautious about Su Wenxiu, it was just that she wasn't good at keeping secrets. Yesterday, while they were tidying up the vegetable garden, Su Wenxiu sighed about the jade pendant Su Zhao had sold. Sang Jixia had heard about it so much that she decided to get it back today when she went out. Su Zhao swallowed hard, and after a long pause, he said, actually, it's not necessary. He didn't regret selling it at the time. Now, holding it felt too intense. But Sang Jixia replied, since it's something you always kept, it should be in your hands. Anyway, I got it back for you, so keep it safe. If someone finds out and it causes trouble, I won't have extra money to buy it back again. The small pendant, about wide, was quite expensive. She had to add 10 taels of silver to convince the pawnshop owner to let it go. She really wouldn't have money for another round. Su Zhao found her concern amusing and relaxed against the shelf, saying, Are you worried? Of course. Sang Jixia exaggerated. You have no idea how hard it is for me to hide things. Even though she had indeed hidden quite a lot, it was all her own. No one else could touch it. Su Zhao was amused by the worry on her face, gazing at her intently, and a playful spark flickered in his eyes. Are you upset about your secret stash of money, or are you sad about losing something precious to me? At first glance, this statement seems harmless, but upon closer examination, it feels off in many ways. Sang Jixia was someone who only wanted to earn enough to fill her stomach in her past life, with no time for romance or relationships. She felt something was wrong, but couldn't figure out why. Just then, as they exchanged glances in the quiet atmosphere, Aunt Sue's surprised voice suddenly rang out from outside. What time is it? Where's the person who said they would cook? Is the stove supposed to heat itself while everyone waits for you to be lazy? Sang Jixia, feeling unexpectedly startled, shot a glare at Su Zhao and said irritably, Why are you talking so much? You're delaying my cooking. With that, she strode out. Su Zhao sat there, rubbing the jade pendant he had just recovered, and slowly exhaled a breath of hot air. After getting ready, he went outside to find Sang Jixia focused on preparing meat in a wooden basin. It was too much trouble to make a trip to town, so she had decided to buy 10 pounds of meat at once. Su Wenxiu wanted to help but couldn't find a way to pitch in with a pile of mixed raw meat. Xia, what are you planning to do with this? Sang Jixia skillfully picked up a knife and cut the meat into small pieces of varying fat and lean, not looking up as she replied, Uncle and the others haven't returned yet. I'll start cooking the meat, so it will be hot when they get back. Aunt Su, who had been unhappy that Su Zhao returned first, relaxed a bit upon hearing this. However, Aunt Su couldn't help but ask, Su Zhao, what has delayed your uncle and the others? When will they be back? Su Zhao lazily replied, Something must have come up, I'm not sure. We'll find out when they return. After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves and cheerfully asked, Gigi, what can I do? You might as well use the extra hands available. Sang Jixia pointed to the hot stove and said, Can you help me burn the pigskin? It still has some hair on it. Burning it over the coals will clean off the stubborn hair, and cooked pigskin tastes better. It was Su Zhao's first time doing this work. His movements were awkward, but he was very focused. The hot coals crackled against the pigskin, turning the pale skin dark. He used a brush to scrub away the burnt layer, revealing the golden pigskin underneath. Sang Jixia sliced the prepared meat into even pieces and tossed them into the boiling hot iron pot. The oil sizzled, and a rich meat aroma slowly filled the kitchen. Su Mingyang couldn't help but peek out from the room. 3-year-old Su Mingxiu was even more direct. He stared eagerly at the steaming iron pot, his eyes shining and his mouth watering. Meat. Finally, they could eat meat. It had been a while since they had any at home. Adults could manage, but it was very hard for a child with a craving. Sang Jixia, holding back a laugh, handed him a small bowl with 2 pieces of freshly fried meat. Can you taste it for me and tell me if it's good? As Su Mingxiu took the bowl with both hands, Aunt Su raised her eyebrows in disapproval. You can't. Minyang Yenran, You should come over too, Sang Jixia quickly interjected, smiling. It's just a little treat for the kids. It's not a big deal, right, Aunt Sue? If she only gave Su Mingxiu a piece, someone would surely complain. But if all the kids could have some, it seemed fair enough. Aunt Sue swallowed her words, and Sang Jixia made sure each child got the same pieces of meat. Even Su Jinxia, who was nestled in Su Wenxiu's arms, received a small piece. The children happily munched on their meat, and the elderly man resting in the yard looked on with a softened expression. Being fair while still showing affection was wonderful. As the kids busily enjoyed their treat, Sang Jixia continued her work. After cooking the meat for a while, most of the oil had rendered out. She scooped the lard into a jar for future cooking. The remaining meat was also placed in the jar filled with lard. Aunt Sue, who was wiping Su Yanran's mouth, curiously asked, "What are you soaking it for?" Sang Jixia, picking through a basket of vegetables without looking up, replied, "If you soak what you can't finish in oil, it won't spoil. You can just scoop it out when you're ready to cook." Without a refrigerator, this was a good way to extend its shelf life. Tomorrow was Aunt Sue's turn to cook, and after hearing this, she looked thoughtful, watching how Sang Jixia prepared everything. Sang Jixia noticed her interest and explained openly, "When there are many people, it's easier to make stew. Just heat the oil, add the meat, stir for a bit, then throw in the washed vegetables. Add enough water to cover everything, and sprinkle some salt to taste." Stewing the meat was simple and convenient. Su San's aunt seemed to understand. When Sang Jixia lifted the lid of the pot on the other side of the stove and smelled the fragrant rice, she hesitantly asked, "What about the water for the rice? How do we add it?" "Just use your finger." Sang Jixia held up her index finger, pointing to the second joint, and said, "The tip should touch the rice, and the water should reach this height, just right." Su San's aunt quietly noted this and took Su Yanran to another place. Su Yao squatted by the stove, watching the fire, and tentatively touched his finger to the rice. "Is this the right amount?" "Su Yao?" He was suddenly brought back to reality by Sang Jixia's voice and instinctively looked up. Sang Jixia found it amusing. "What are you thinking about so deeply?" Su Yao chuckled and shook his head. "Nothing, what's up?" "There are still some potatoes from yesterday. Can you help me find them?" Adding potatoes to the stew would make it tastier. Su Yao stood up and went to get them. Su Wenxiu saw him naturally pick up a knife to peel the potatoes and felt a bit uneasy. Cooking at the stove should be women's work. How could Su Yao, a strong man, willingly help his wife at the stove? Su Minghui and Su Mingyang from the second house were standing far away. This wouldn't do. She hesitated, wondering if she should ask Su Mingxiu to call Su Yao away when Su Er's aunt, who had been peeking outside, suddenly exclaimed, "Second master, what happened to you? What went wrong?" Her shout drew everyone's attention, and Su Yao, who was peeling, silently smiled. Su Er's uncle, looking grim, stumbled into the room and saw Su Yao, who was already cleaned up, gritting his teeth in anger. Su Yao seemed to just notice him, placed the round potatoes into a bowl, and smiled. "Uncle, third uncle, you're back." Third uncle entered like a zombie, his face pale, and forced a smile. "Yes. At last, you're back." Su Yao wasn't one to gossip and only vaguely understood the reason. Those who were forced to stay behind due to sneaky behavior wouldn't reveal the real reason for the sake of their fragile pride. Su Er's aunt was unhappy that her family members returned so late and kept asking questions, which earned her a reprimand from Su Er's uncle. "Just being back is enough. Why ask so much?" She sulkily tugged at her clothes. "I'm just worried about you." "Why do you?" "Mother." Su Minghui stepped forward and said, "Father is already very tired. Let's wash up and get ready for dinner." At the brick kiln, there was no food provided, so they only had 2 steamed buns they took with them, which were already gone by now. Aunt Su, with red eyes, closed her mouth unwillingly, and during mealtime, there was a heavy silence. After they finished eating, the old man suddenly asked, "Shower, how much longer can you work over there?" Shower replied, "I asked today and we can work for another 10 days. 10 days can pass quickly, or feel like a long struggle." The old man glanced at his two sons, who looked tired, and said calmly, "After these 10 days, we need to think of other ways. Let's focus on finishing this first." His words silenced the old lady's doubts and made Aunt Sue and Aunt San bite their tongues. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms. Sang Zixia carefully recalled the charcoal-making process she had seen in a documentary and chose a vacant spot behind the vegetable garden. When the people who went to chop wood brought it back, they would burn it, then cover it completely with fine clay to block the air and extinguish the flames, allowing the temperature to drop. After that, they could sort the finished charcoal by quality and pack it for sale. Xiaoer listened to her plan thoughtfully. Will it sell? Why wouldn't it? Sang Zixia chuckled. When I went to the town today, I casually asked around. The demand for charcoal here in winter is much higher than elsewhere. As long as we can produce it, we won't have trouble selling it. Most people in the village burn wood for warmth and don't need charcoal, but it's different for those living in towns and cities. Although the price isn't comparable to that in the capital, it can still be a source of income, especially since there are no other options now. Xiaoer didn't expect she had accomplished so much in one trip and laughed. You've been busy. Look at this situation. How could I not be? Sang Zixia nodded toward the outside and sighed. If it weren't for the old man's support, we'd be in trouble every day. So, we need to get things done before he changes his mind. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Xiaoer rubbed the edge of the medicine bowl with her fingers until it was cool enough to pass it to her. Drink the medicine. We can take our time with the household chores. Just save your strength for when I return. Sang Zixia nodded in response, frowned as she finished the last of the bowl, and couldn't help but say, I'm feeling better. Maybe I shouldn't drink it. No way. Xiaoer was unusually firm, closing her eyes and saying, the doctor said not to be careless. After you finish this dose, we'll ask the doctor for a different prescription. Clearly, a person who is so efficient in doing things, yet when it comes to taking medicine, shows a bit of reluctance. If this bitter medicine is not adjusted, it might not be taken for long. Sang Zixia felt a bitter taste even with sugar in her mouth. Just as she was tossing and turning, unable to sleep, Su Zhao suddenly said, Shall I tell you about grandfather? Grandfather? Sang Zixia propped herself up, curious, and asked, What do you mean? Su Zhao looked at the ceiling and gently said, Father has been away at war for years. I was raised by grandfather since I was 2. No one knows grandfather's character better than I do. Do you want to know how to make grandfather more firmly on your side? Sang Zixia perked up, her eyes shining. Please tell me more. She was eager to know. The conversation continued softly into the night, and even though Sang Zixia went to bed late, she felt great the next morning. However, when they were about to leave, Uncle Su unexpectedly brought Su Minghui along. He said, Minghui is 16 now. It's not good for him to just stay home doing small chores. He'll come with me to see something. Su Minghui dared not go against his father's wishes. Aunt Su secretly felt pleased about this. It was agreed that only one person from the family would go out. Minghui will just be gaining experience, not working for money. It was better for him to go out than to be watched at home all day. After all, the father and son would not suffer too much together. Uncle Su mumbled an acknowledgement, called Su Minghui, and stepped out the door. Seeing this, Su Zhao smirked and asked, Uncle, can we leave now? Uncle Su could take his eldest son to help, but Uncle Sen only had an 8-year-old daughter. He forced a bitter smile despite feeling uncomfortable. All right, let's go. Once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back, and one must endure. The workers left one after another, and today it was Aunt San's turn to cook. Sang Zixia, uninterested in Aunt Su's self-satisfaction, grabbed and basket, saying, Grandmother, Su Zhao and Uncle's dirty clothes are in the basket. When you wash them, please don't take Mingxiu and Jinxiu with you. Let them stay home with grandmother. It's not safe for children to be by the water. Su Wenxiu hurriedly responded, stood up, and went to get the washing supplies. Seeing her quick movements, Sang Zixia smiled at the old man. Grandfather, I will look for a place to dig for mud. The soil in the vegetable garden is reserved for growing food and cannot be disturbed. The fields cannot be touched either. To find soil for making charcoal, one must go to the unclaimed land at the foot of the mountain. The old man thought for a moment and said, "I'll go with you to take a look." This was the first step for the Su family, and the old man was ready to oversee it personally. Sang Jixia was very pleased with this, with the old man being so proactive, who would dare to stay still. As Sang Jixia and the old man left the house one after the other, Su Ersheng asked in confusion, "Where are they going?" "Strange, you don't know and come to ask me?" The old lady said with a stern face, "Even at this time, you still can't see what's going on. I don't know what use you are." Su Ersheng wanted to argue, but ended up biting her teeth in silence. She understood the situation, but the old man always favored the eldest branch. What could she do? Fearing another scolding from the old lady, she grabbed Su Mingyang and tried to go inside. But the old lady said, "The water jar is empty. Go get some water to fill it up." Su Ersheng was taken aback and said, "Mother, we agreed that I would only." Manhwa went out, and if you don't do the work he left behind, who will? "Do you want me to do it?" The old lady scolded. "Instead of wasting time talking, you should hurry and work. Mingyang, go get a water bucket for your mother." Su Ersheng grumbled as she took the water bucket and went outside. Sang Zixia and the old man found a place to dig mud with the villagers' guidance. Sang Zixia tried using and after breaking it up, said, "This will work, but the moisture at the foot of the mountain is a bit heavy. We'll probably need to spread it out to dry when we take it back." The old man watched her skillfully using the and said absent-mindedly, "You should have been living a comfortable life at home. Where did you learn all this?" Sang Zixia had gained some experience from dealing with Su Yao, and with a sigh, she replied, "Grandfather, you know I was born to a concubine and didn't receive much attention from my father. When I had free time, I could only ponder these useless things." She said this with a hint of self-mockery and smiled, but now it's all useful, so it wasn't a waste of time. The old man's expression was complex as he lowered his eyes and said softly, "By a twist of fate, Yaoer made the right choice. If her delicate legitimate older sister had come over, they wouldn't have been able to dig up this mud today." Sang Jixia didn't hear clearly and asked curiously, "Grandfather? What was he mumbling about?" The old man closed his eyes and in a calm voice said, "It's nothing. As you said, we need to dig up this mud and take it back?" Sang Jixia nodded. "We can't bring fire into the mountains, or it could start a wildfire that's hard to control. So I plan to burn it in the open space in the backyard. This way, I can keep an eye on it and avoid the trouble of camping in the mountains. Plus, I can put out the fire quickly to ensure the quality of the charcoal, making it easier to collect. However, this means I will have to carry some clay back with me." To avoid worrying my grandfather, I quickly added, "But don't worry, grandfather. The clay I bring back can be reused. As long as I gather enough the first time, it will be fine." Grandfather simply responded with a neutral and when he saw Sang Zixia starting to fill her basket with soil, he frowned and said, "Don't take too much." Sang Zixia misunderstood, thinking he was worried about her carrying it, and paused to say, "I can carry it. It's not heavier than a bag of rice. Since I'm already here, why make an extra trip?" Seeing her determined attitude, Grandfather sighed. "You're still taking medicine, so don't overdo it. You're still a young lady. Everyone else is complaining about being tired, yet this girl doesn't utter a single complaint. If there were a competition, she'd be fighting for her ungrateful mother-in-law." At first, Grandfather was disheartened by his eldest son's mistakes, which affected the whole family. But seeing Su Yao and Sang Zixia quietly accepting their hardships, he lost his temper. With the Su family's troubles, these two were the most reliable. What more could he say? He expressionlessly placed the basket he brought by Sang Jixia's feet, saying, "Put some in here too. Every little bit helps." Sang Zixia cheerfully replied, turning her head with a silent smile. Su Yao was right. He was easy to get along with. She felt happy inside, though her face showed nothing, and she filled the basket before returning with Grandfather. The next time they went out, Grandfather switched the basket for a larger carrying frame. When he followed Sang Jixia to carry clay, the old lady felt a bit uneasy and quickly stood up, saying, "Grandfather, what are you doing?" Grandfather, mimicking Sang Jixia, picked up and said without expression, "The weather is getting colder, and the children have no warm clothes. Are you just going to sit back and watch?" The old lady didn't expect him to be so confrontational. She hesitated and replied, "I remember this. I'm planning to buy some clothes in a few days." "Buy?" Grandfather looked at the old lady, who clearly had no intention of helping, and coldly said, "Since you manage the household, haven't you considered the balance of expenses? With just a few coins each day, what can we really buy?" The old lady was forcing a smile, but this comment made her face turn sour. With so many people in the house, shouldn't she just focus on eating and sleeping well? Why did she need to find more work for herself? The old man could see what she was thinking and coldly said, "At this point, don't think of yourself as the matriarch of the family. When your hands are empty, just mend the children's torn clothes. Even with cotton stuffing, they can still be worn. If there's nothing else to do, go help the third family with their vegetable garden. Don't just wait around. It's been a long time since the family was troubled, and it was time to wake up. This household cannot support idle people." The old man's harsh words made the old lady's face turn a mix of colors, and she was so angry her hands were shaking. Sang Zixia, wanting to avoid trouble, left the house as soon as the old man spoke, not waiting for him to come out, but ended up with a little extra weight on her leg. Su Mingxiu was holding onto her leg and said, "Sister-in-law, I want to go with you." Sang Zixia laughed and patted his little head. "You're still so small. Do you really want to help me?" "Yes," Su Mingxiu said seriously. "Mother says I'm sensible now, and I can help. Then come along." The old man walked out with a gloomy face and said, "Let him watch for now." Su Mingxiu was happy to get approval, showing off his little teeth as he dashed into the yard, grabbed an empty basket, and excitedly followed the adults outside. His strength was limited, but he felt very involved. Sang Zixia would always put a small handful of dirt into his basket, and when they returned home, she would ceremoniously say, "Mingxiu, quickly pour out what's in your basket." Su Mingxiu seriously tipped the basket, and although it was just a little bit, it earned him her praise. "Great job." The little boy beamed with joy, making even the old man, who was sweating, chuckle. "Your sister-in-law is right. Mingxiu is impressive." After praising him, Sang Jixia stood up and said, "Grandfather, uncle, and the others should be back soon. You should wait for them at home." The old man was stubborn and had already carried things back and forth 4 times, still wanting to do it again. She didn't want to tire him out completely. Seeing him frown silently, she quickly added, "I think that empty piece of land at the back is good. Whether it works or not is up to you to decide. Please take a look and see if it's suitable. If not, we can find another place." The old man hid his trembling hands behind his back and said, "All right then. You should just rest after this trip." "Okay." Sang Zixia stepped outside with a basket full of mud, holding the energetic Su Mingxiu, who didn't feel tired at all. Once they were far away, the old man immediately went to the open space. Aunt Su-er, who had finally filled the water tank, said in disbelief, "Sister-in-law, what's wrong with the old man?" Not only was she covered in mud from following Sang Jixia, but she also received a scolding from the old lady. Having been married into the Su family for over a decade, it was the first time she saw the old man so angry with the old lady. Aunt Su-san felt uneasy as well. However, she had always looked down on the second sister-in-law, so she scoffed lightly and said, "The old man must want to set an example to prevent lazy people from slacking off. With him leading by example, who would dare to play tricks? Who doesn't suffer when they go out to work?" But Su-er could bring Su Minghui to help, while the others had to manage on their own. Why should the second branch get special treatment? Aunt Su-er felt her face flush from the retort, and before she could respond, footsteps were heard outside. Su Yao entered and, not seeing Sang Jixia, instinctively asked, "Mother, where's Gigi?" Su Wenxiu was busy washing vegetables and immediately replied, "She took Mingxiu to fetch mud. She'll be back soon." "Fetching mud? Where is she going for that?" Su Wenxiu, suppressing her shock, glanced at the room where the old lady was and quietly mentioned a place. Your grandfather has gone back and forth with her several times. He's at the back now.
If you want to.
I'll go find grandfather in a bit. Su Yao set down the medicine bag and said, Mother, please hold on to this medicine for Gigi. I'm stepping out. Su Wenxiu, confused, held the medicine bag and asked, She just got back. Where are you going? Aunt Su Air sarcastically remarked, Where else could it be? She's busy going to pick up her husband. It hadn't been obvious before, but Su Yao really cared for his wife, rushing to pick her up as soon as he returned. She was frustrated and worried about getting stuck with chores, so after grumbling, she hurried out the door. Where are Yi and Minghui? Why is Su Yao back first today? Su Wenxiu glanced at the neatly packed medicine bag and sighed, unsure of her feelings. Meanwhile, Sang Jixia was crouching down to lift the basket full of mud when Su Mingxiu suddenly exclaimed excitedly, Big brother is here. Big brother. Sang Jixia looked up in surprise and saw Su Yao, covered in dust, striding towards her. She asked, What are you doing here? Su Yao reached for the straps of the basket on his back and replied flatly, What do you mean? How did I get here? After speaking, he pulled hard and lifted the heavy basket filled with mud onto his shoulder. Sang Jixia suddenly found her hands empty and chuckled at his appearance, as if he had rushed in from outside. It's not that heavy, How much do you plan to take back? Su Yao took the small basket from Su Mingxiu, which was more for show than use, and asked seriously, How much more do we need? Sang Jixia was caught off guard and instinctively replied, I think if we carry it for another couple of days, we should be almost done. Grandfather and Mingxiu are helping too. Su Mingxiu's help was minimal, but the old man was putting in a lot of effort. Bringing back part of it for now would be enough. Su Yao responded with a neutral and took Su Mingxiu's hand, saying, Let's go. Mother is waiting at home. Sang Jixia hesitated, opening her mouth but not saying anything, and silently followed Su Yao home. When they arrived, the old man had just come out from the backyard. He waited until Su Yao dumped the mud in the designated spot before saying, Tomorrow, I'll ask your second aunt and the others to help out too. We should be done in a couple of days. Su Yao wiped the sweat from his forehead and frowned, saying, You and Gigi are not well. Why push yourselves? You can do lighter work, and I can handle this when I return. The old man, who had already carried mud several times and felt uncomfortable, couldn't help but laugh at Su Yao's words. Kid, are you looking down on me? I'm not too old to move around yet. He playfully patted Su Yao's dusty shoulder, hiding his own emotions, and asked, By the way, why are you back so early today? A few more people were still working, right? Su Yao placed the basket in the corner and smiled, saying, I finished early and also adjusted a prescription for Gigi. Uncle and the others might take a little longer. Su Minghui was more of a scholar and could only carry half a load of water. Moving bricks was quite difficult for him. Su Ersh's help wouldn't make much difference, and finishing the work would likely take a while longer. The old man sensed the unspoken tension and, after a long pause, said, They've all become useless. Even their bones are weak. The Su family had a martial tradition, with Su Yao and his father starting training at 3 years old and never stopping for over a decade, through all seasons. By the time it reached Uncle Su's generation, the old lady firmly opposed the next generation pursuing a military path and insisted that her descendants focus on studying literature. When the family was prosperous, it sounded good to have cultured gentlemen, but now the spirit of the scholars couldn't even support 2 buckets of water for daily needs. The Su family's descendants were no longer allowed to hold official positions. What used was their knowledge of poetry and literature. What was even more frustrating was that these scholars had not achieved much in their studies. The old man was displeased, and it showed on his face, but Su Yao said nothing after hearing this. Some things are better left unsaid. He knew that as long as the old man was alive, he wouldn't be in charge, and he understood his place. He wiped his hands and went outside, just in time to see Aunt Su 3 flustered while cooking. Sang Jixia occasionally offered advice, but only with words, not actions. Aunt Su, too, seeing the chaos at the stove, couldn't help but say, It's clear that Aunt 3 can't do this. What good is talking about it? If you have time to talk, why not just do it yourself? Aunt Sue 3 felt uncomfortable with her words, and Sang Zixia sighed and continued to prepare vegetables. It's normal for Aunt 3 to struggle on her first try. She'll get better with practice. Why should I add to her troubles now? Besides, no one is born knowing everything. Didn't you also have to make several trips to fetch water today before you got it right? One should never compete for tasks that aren't theirs. She really didn't need this chance to show off. Aunt Sue too felt embarrassed and was about to say something when Su Mingyang announced, Mom, Dad, and brother are back. Compared to the previous day's chaos, today's situation was just one person more. Su Minghui, who usually managed to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor at home, looked distressed as he entered, still being scolded by Uncle Su too. What good are you? You didn't help and broke so many bricks. Tomorrow, you'll have to move even more because of your mistake today. Su Minghui lowered his head in silence. Uncle Su 3 couldn't stand it anymore and said, Brother, why take it out on the boy? Minghui is only 16. What's wrong with being 16? Uncle Su too was extremely irritable after days of hard labor. He retorted, there are plenty of 12 and 13-year-olds at the brick kiln who can do better than him. He had hoped to enjoy the benefits of having a son, but instead, he felt burdened. Aunt Su too, now looking at Su Minghui with concern, felt her heart ache. Hearing her husband's scolding, tears welled up in her eyes. Sir, how can Minghui be compared to those village kids? He is just. Then, how can Su Wei handle it? Uncle Su angrily said, Su Wei was still a young master before. Why didn't he say he couldn't take it? He shot a furious glance at Aunt Su and said, They say a loving mother spoils her child. I think you are the root of the problem. A bunch of useless people. Can't help with anything. After shouting, he stormed into the house, and Aunt Su, too afraid to argue, pulled Su Minghui and sobbed, Son, come with me to change your clothes, you. Su Minghui, holding back his resentment, pushed her hand away and calmly said, I'll go by myself. You don't need to worry about me. Seeing that neither her husband nor her son would listen, Aunt Su finally couldn't hold back and squatted down, covering her face and crying.
What is this all about?
The family was overshadowed by a thick layer of gloom, and Sang Zixia, who had been listening quietly, couldn't help but click her tongue. Uncle Su seemed to be scolding Su Minghui, but wasn't he also indirectly criticizing others? But what good does scolding do? If you have the ability, just quit and say you won't do it anymore. She pouted and turned to meet Su Wei's gaze, mischief bubbling up inside her, and deliberately raised her eyebrows, mouthing, I'm scolding you, did you hear? Su Wei lowered his eyelids, a slight smile on his lips, and calmly replied, Yes, I heard. Indeed, he was being scolded. Sang Zixia pretended to be calm and looked away. Su Wenxiu, who only understood part of the conversation, turned around in confusion. What did you hear? What are you talking about? Su Wei covered his mouth with a fist and coughed, saying, It's nothing. Gigi, where did you dig up those wild vegetables before? I'll go find some for grandfather and my younger brother. Sang Zixia couldn't bear to use the medicine she bought for herself, so she had to let these two use some natural remedies. He dug up the herbs and arranged them, and soon it was time for dinner. At the table, the old man said directly, Minghui doesn't need to follow your father tomorrow to cause trouble. He should stay home to help. After scolding his son, Uncle Su still couldn't bear to withhold support and immediately frowned, saying, There are only chores at home. What use is he staying? Do I need to explain the reason to you? The old man replied unhappily, I see you, as a father, are becoming more and more unreasonable. Are you trying to shift all the blame onto me? Uncle Su, feeling cornered, could only swallow his anger and glared at the overly watery rice in his bowl, saying darkly, Suffering outside is one thing, but even the food is getting worse day by day. What is this? Is this fit for anyone to eat? The first time Aunt Su cooked, there were mistakes, which is understandable. When he scolded her, she immediately turned pale, showing her unease in her eyes and expression. Uncle Su couldn't stand his brother's angry outbursts and gritted his teeth, saying, Second brother, don't go too far. It's one thing to scold his own son, But why should others have to endure his anger? Uncle Sue didn't expect his usually timid third brother to challenge him, and he angrily replied, "What do you mean? Am I not allowed to speak? Is that all you're doing, just talking?" With his own frustrations, Uncle Sue shot back, "Who isn't suffering to survive? Stop taking your anger out on others. No one is relying on you. Are you deliberately going against me? I'm just stating the facts." Uncle Sue slammed his bowl on the table, unable to contain his anger, and said, "At this point, why are you acting so superior? Go outside and see who still supports you. If you hadn't been so sneaky, would Minghui have made a mistake today? Would I have been delayed for so long in returning home? You're the one misbehaving, so why do you get to criticize me? Do you think I can keep putting up with you?" Uncle Sue was hit where it hurt and stood up in anger. Finally, the elderly matriarch could no longer hold back and shouted, "Have you two argued enough? Look at yourselves. Is the dining table a place for fighting?" She cautiously glanced at the old man, whose expression was unreadable, and firmly said, "The old man is right. Everyone suffers to live. He has gone out to work, and you still have the nerve to shift blame? Everyone, be quiet. Sit down and eat." Hearing this, those who were dissatisfied stopped and instinctively looked at the silent old man. He watched his two sons, who were red-faced from arguing, and coldly said, "If you don't want to work, you don't have to. Those who feel guilty can stay home and wait for me to earn money to support you. If you think making money is suffering and feel ashamed to be alive, then you don't have to go tomorrow." After saying this, he put down his bowl and left the table, leaving everyone else looking at each other in confusion. Songji quickly finished what was left in his bowl and began to prepare medicine. The Su family felt like a pool of suppressed water, bound to erupt eventually. It might be good for the second and third branches to have a fight, so these people stopped trying to shift their anger onto the first branch. A faint blue smoke rose from the small medicine jar. Su Wenxiu gently took out the medicine package that Su Yao had given her earlier and said softly, "Xia Xia, this is the medicine Yao got from the doctor for you. Keep it safe, and remember to take it." Sang Zhixia looked at the neatly wrapped medicine package in her hands, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Su Yao really did go to get her a prescription. Seeing her in a daze, Su Wenxiu quickly stuffed the medicine package into her arms. "Your health is the most important thing. You need to take care of yourself first. Don't be careless about taking your medicine." Sang Zhixia nodded slowly, while holding the medicine package. When she saw Su Yao with wet hair grabbing an axe, she immediately said, "Aren't you going to dry your hair?" "It'll dry in the wind," Su Yao replied casually, and with a swift motion, he chopped the logs stacked in the corner of the yard into small pieces for kindling. He kept chopping wood until the medicine for Sang Zhixia was ready. Only after watching her drink it did he stand up and say, "This should last for a few days. If you need more, just tell me." Sang Zhixia mumbled an acknowledgement while holding the medicine bowl. As she prepared to head back to the west shed, she heard Su Ursha's low, angry voice and Su Urban's crying from the west room. She frowned and returned to the west shed, where she saw Su Yao lying on the wooden board, looking calm. She couldn't help but say, "We should make a bed in a few days." The weather was getting colder, and sleeping on the ground with just a wooden board wasn't a good solution. Su Yao turned over without responding, appearing to be asleep. Sang Zhixia sighed in boredom and wrapped herself in the blanket, not realizing when she fell asleep. As night deepened, Su Yao, who should have been asleep, turned to look at the sleeping Sang Zhixia, frowning silently and muttering, "Isn't there already a bed?" Even with a bed available, she still wanted to convince him to make another one. In this cramped shed, there was hardly any space for an extra bed. He thought, if she says not to make it, then we won't. It was hard for young master to work, and he had no money. With unspoken dissatisfaction, Su Yao closed his eyes. When Sang Zhixia suddenly woke from her dream, she noticed that the person who should have been lying beside her was missing. It was still early, and the sky wasn't bright yet. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up and heard rustling sounds outside, causing her heart to race. Their home was already in such disarray. How could there be a thief here? Holding her breath, she got out of bed, grabbed a stick that was supposed to block the door, and quietly moved outside. When she saw a shadow in the yard, she instinctively raised the stick and swung it hard at the shadow. Let you be a thief. Hiss. It's me. Su Yao hurriedly dodged and grabbed the stick. Looking at Sang Jixia's surprised face, she said with a mix of laughter and tears, "Why are you up at this time?" Sang Zixia, feeling guilty, pulled the stick towards herself and said, "I didn't expect it to be you. This person is up and about." The words that almost came out turned into silence when she saw the basket on Su Yao's back. She frowned and asked, "What are you doing up at this hour carrying mud?" Not to mention the hard work of moving bricks in the brick kiln, the young master has evolved to the point where he doesn't even need to sleep and can just get up and carry mud all night. Su Yao felt a bit uncomfortable under her obvious disbelief, released the stick, and said stiffly, "I couldn't sleep, so I got up to move around." "You should go back and rest." I said you don't need to help." Su Yao pushed her shoulder lightly, urging her to the door before saying, "It's chilly in the morning. Hurry inside." Sang Zixia stared in shock at the door that was closed behind her, unable to speak, while Su Yao had already gone out with the basket and shovel. By the time morning came, Su Yao had made countless trips back and forth. He placed the basket back in its spot, and Sang Zixia, sitting by the stove, said gloomily, "There's hot water in the bucket. Don't use the cold."
Su Yao tiếp lít can ly, okay.
Seeing him carry the hot water back to the west shed, Sang Zixia finally sighed in relief. Su San Aunt, who had been feeling unwell for a long time, came out with swollen eyes. Seeing the steam rising from the stove, she awkwardly said, "I was supposed to cook today. Why did you start, Xiaxia?" Sang Zixia thought to herself that she was worried Su Yao would get an upset stomach from what Su San Aunt made, and replied lightly, "It's no problem. I made breakfast. You can handle dinner." Su San Aunt lowered her head and sighed, then turned to set the table. She wasn't usually this proactive. Sang Zixia guessed that the people from the second and third households must have had their own thoughts last night, and smiled as she lifted the wooden lid off the pot. Today she made rice porridge and pancakes. The dough was prepared in advance, so when everyone was about to wake up, she would take a piece, shape it into a pancake, and press it to the right thickness before putting it in the pan. The fire in the stove was kept low, and the white pancakes turned a crispy golden brown, with the aroma gradually spreading. Aunt Su helped to bring the prepared pancakes and rice porridge to the table. After the old man and the old lady sat down, she said, "Xiaxia helped me make breakfast today. I will go fetch some water soon." She had discussed with Uncle San last night that fighting with the first branch was pointless now, and holding on to past grievances would only cause more trouble. At least compared to the second branch, which liked to be sneaky, the first branch was willing to put in effort. If they had to choose sides, it was better to stand with the first branch. The old lady paused and said vaguely, "That's good. We should help each other." Aunt Su looked at her husband, who was silent and frowning, feeling a bit anxious. She placed a warm pancake in Su Minghui's bowl and said awkwardly, "How about we let Minghui go? He's not going to the brick kiln today, so he should help out." If this continued, it would be very unfavorable for their branch. "Minghui can come with me to carry mud." The old man noticed there was clearly more mud in the backyard and said ambiguously, his sister-in-law is still on medication and can't exert too much effort, so it's just right for him to go along. Su Minghui nodded in agreement, and Su Mingyang, who received guidance from his mother last night, quickly said, "Grandfather, I want to go with you too. I'm older than Su Mingxiu, so I can definitely help." After a loud argument yesterday, it was clear that the thoughts of the second and third branches were all mixed up. However, the current outcome was quite satisfactory. At least on the surface, everyone seemed to be on the same page. The old man finally showed a bit of a smile on his gloomy face, and Uncle Su didn't say anything more as they headed out. Su Liao looked at the water pouch that Sang Zixia handed to her and said in a voice only they could hear, "If you can't carry it, wait for me to come back. Don't show off in front of others." Sang Zixia instinctively wanted to say she wasn't showing off, but seeing Su Liao's disapproving expression, she nodded and agreed. With many people around today, she could just focus on her own tasks. Once they were ready, Su Wenxiu looked at her suddenly enthusiastic sisters-in-law and nephews, feeling a bit at a loss. She handed over the eager Su Mingxiu to Sang Zixia and whispered, "You all go ahead. Once I finish turning over the remaining patch in the vegetable garden, I'll come help." Sang Zixia suppressed a laugh and said, "That's not necessary. You can just tidy up at home." With so many people, it was enough. Those who suddenly became active were putting in a lot of effort. The soil that they initially thought would take 2 more days to transport was almost finished, thanks to yesterday's work. It is clear that weakness only appears when one is not pushed to their limits. Otherwise, everyone has potential to be discovered. Sang Zixia and the old man chose a spot in the open ground to dig a hole. She rubbed her arms and got ready to start digging. But Aunt Su said, "Xia, can I discuss something with you?" Sang Zixia turned in surprise and asked, "What is it?" Aunt Su awkwardly picked up and smiled wryly. "I'm not very good at this. How about we switch tasks? You cook and I'll help you dig?" She didn't mind if the food was not great. It was better than when Su Yao only made porridge every day. But since Sang Zixia had cooked a few times, her family was used to better food, and it would be hard for them to eat poorly again. She didn't want to embarrass herself. The old lady, feeling the old man's authority, put aside her usual comfort to help a bit today. Hearing this, she agreed, "That sounds good. Cooking doesn't require much strength, so it's perfect for you. No one wants to suffer from bad food." Since someone else was taking on the hard work, it made sense to have the one who could cook move to the kitchen, truly using everyone's strengths. Even Aunt Su, who usually talked a lot, didn't say much. Sang Zixia was happy to take on the lighter task. As she saw Aunt Su she said cheerfully, "Then I'll go cook. Grandfather and grandmother, is there anything you'd like to eat?" The old man casually replied, "Anything is fine." The old lady, too tired to be picky, waved her hand and said, "Just make whatever you think is good." After all, she was the best cook in the house. Sang Zixia stifled a laugh and called out to Su Mingxiu, "Mingxiu, come on, let's go cut some chives." Su Mingxiu cheered and ran after her, while Su Mingyang also felt tempted to join. Aunt Su quickly nudged him and said, "You can't help here. Go help your sister-in-law with cooking." Sang Zixia readily said to him, "Mingyang, Yan can come too. Let's all go together." Su Jinxia was sleeping inside, so it was good to take the 3 little ones out. Su Mingyang quickly put down his basket and followed her, and with Aunt Su's approval, Su Yanyan also ran over to hold her hand. Watching Sang Zixia lead the little ones away, Aunt Su smiled and said, "I'm not saying anything, but Xia has a good nature, and kids really like her." Su Yanran had a weak constitution since childhood, making her a bit spoiled and not very close to unfamiliar people. However, for some reason, this child liked Sang Zixia and happily followed her around. Su Wenxiu thought about how good Sang Zixia was to Su Mingxiu and Su Jinxia, and she smiled. The little ones call her sister-in-law, so of course, she treats them well. Aunt Su remarked, "Sister-in-law is very fortunate." After being a lady for half her life, even after her husband passed away, she still had her children and their spouses to support her. Such good fortune was enviable to others. While they were working, the person holding didn't know why they were digging a hole, but they gritted their teeth and put in their effort. In the front yard, Su Yanran quietly asked, "Sister-in-law, is this how you prepare it?" Sang Zixia took the children away to prevent them from causing trouble, but she kept them busy by letting them pick through the chopped chives. Children don't have the complicated thoughts that adults do, and even with a simple task like picking out yellow leaves, they were very enthusiastic to participate. She lit a fire and looked back, giving a thumbs up. "Great job. What about mine?" "Sister-in-law, look at mine." Su Mingyang raised the chives in his hand, excitedly saying, "I picked them too." Sang Zixia affectionately ruffled the heads of both him and Su Mingxiu, laughing, "You all did wonderfully. I underestimated you." Without adults interfering, they were quite capable little helpers. Su Mingxiu, who was a bit slower to join in, proudly lifted his chin and curiously asked, "Sister-in-law, how do we eat this? Is it tasty?" Sang Zixia thought about the dinner menu and playfully teased him, "Do you want to know?" Su Mingxiu eagerly nodded, swallowing hard. "Yes." She squatted down, slightly rolling up Su Yenran's sleeve, and with a mysterious look at the eager children, said, "Then I'll let you taste it first when it's ready, okay? You'll be the first to try it when it's cooked." Upon hearing this, Su Mingyang and Su Mingxiu felt a sense of responsibility and happily clapped their hands in agreement. Even the shy Su Yenran smiled softly in response. At some point, Su Yao had stepped outside and witnessed the scene, noticing the special warmth in Sang Jixia's eyes for the children, causing her lips to curve into a slight smile. She still seemed like a child herself and appeared to really enjoy being around them. It was rare for Uncle Su-san to come back early, and he felt a strange tightness in his eyes. Frustrated, he turned to glare at Uncle Su-air and said, "Open your eyes and see who is causing trouble. Look at you, acting so pitiful. Aren't you afraid the kids will laugh at you?" Uncle Su-air, with a purple face, huffed heavily and strode ahead to push open the door. "Dad, you're back." Su Mingyang ran over proudly and said, "Dad, look at the chives I picked. My sister-in-law said I did a great job, useless." Uncle Su-air roughly pushed his son aside, his face dark. "You don't even know the principle of a gentleman staying away from the kitchen. How can you be so foolish as to follow an ignorant woman to the stove? What has your mother taught you?" Su Mingyang was pushed to the ground, his eyes red as he looked at his furious father, too scared to speak. Su Yao walked over, helped him up, and ignored Uncle Su-air's anger. She pointed to the wooden basin with the picked chives and asked, "Gigi, do we need to wash these?" Sang Jixia pressed her lips together and nodded, pulling the trembling Su Mingyang behind her. "Don't be afraid, Mingyang. Grandfather and grandmother asked you to help. A good child listens well." She crouched down to wipe away Su Mingyang's tears and gently said, "Our grandfather is the one who understands the right way. As long as you listen to him, you won't go wrong." At her age, she couldn't even move a few bricks and was taking out her frustrations on an innocent child. Is this what it means to be a man? Uncle Su-air trembled with anger at her implied criticism, but Su Yao had already rolled up her sleeves and was preparing to wash the vegetables. She pulled over a small stool, sat down and said, "Mingyang, come help your brother fetch water." Su Mingyang looked around, holding back his fear and tears. Uncle Su-san, unable to bear seeing the child mistreated, said, "Mingyang, listen to your brother and sister-in-law. Your father has lost his mind. He doesn't know right from wrong. Yen Yen, go help your brother wipe his tears and assist your sister-in-law with the cooking." Su Yen Yen took out her small handkerchief and handed it to Su Mingyang. He wiped his eyes and quietly said, "I will listen to grandfather." His mother and brother had already told him to always listen to grandfather. If grandfather said it was right, then it must be right. After wiping his tears, he hurriedly grabbed a water scoop to fetch water. Uncle Su-air didn't expect to be ignored after venting his anger and was seething. He wanted to lash out, but Sang Jixia coldly said, "Second uncle, grandfather and grandmother are busy in the backyard. If you still have energy, why not go help them? What skill is it to yell at a child? If you have the ability, go shout at the elder." Uncle Su-air, no matter how brave he is, wouldn't dare confront the elder. After taking a deep breath, he twisted his face and stormed into the west room, slamming the door with a loud bang. Uncle Su-san sighed as he entered the room. Sang Jixia squatted by the basin and said, "I've already prepared hot water for you. Aren't you going to wash up first?" Su Liao carefully picked out the wilted chives and replied calmly, "No hurry. Isn't it Aunt Sen cooking today? Why are you the one out here?" Sang Jixia added a few sticks of firewood to the stove and casually said, "Aunt Sen thought I shouldn't exert myself too much, so she let me do something lighter." Cooking is certainly easier than wielding a. Su Liao, unable to identify his emotions, responded with a simple and finished washing the vegetables, preparing to change his clothes, with a little shadow following him. Su Mingxiu looked at him eagerly and asked curiously, "Elder brother, what does it mean when a gentleman stays away from the kitchen? Why did Uncle Air and Mother say that?" Su Liao paused for a moment, crouched down to look into his eyes, and asked, "Did Mother tell you that?"
Su Mingsu note that. Confut.
To be precise, Mother didn't really tell him directly. Most of the time, he heard her talking to herself. Su Liao thought for a moment and asked, "Did Mother say that in front of your sister-in-law?" Su Mingxiu tilted his head and thought for a long time before shaking his head seriously. "No, then that's fine." Su Liao patted his little head gently and said, "To see life but not be able to bear seeing death, to hear its voice but not be able to eat its flesh, that's why a gentleman stays away from the kitchen." This means that a proper gentleman should have a heart of compassion and keep the bloody kitchen as far away as possible to avoid tainting his character. He suddenly changed the subject and said, "But this idea is actually flawed. Without life and death, how can there be the warmth of human existence? If we must eat meat, we cannot dismiss its cruelty and coldness. Besides, do you think our kitchen is a scary place that needs to be avoided?" Su Mingxiu, feeling hungry, shook his head without thinking. "The kitchen has delicious food. It's not scary at all." "Then that's settled." Su Liao smiled and said, "The kitchen is a place of grains and warmth, where people can fill their stomachs and survive, so there's no need to stay away from it. And Mingxiu is a little man. Regardless of age, a man should always remember not to ignore the weak and small, and not to turn a blind eye when family needs help. So it's perfectly fine for you to help your sister-in-law cook, and Ming Yang and Yanran are not wrong either. This home doesn't need so many complicated rules." This statement was too deep for Su Mingxiu, and he could only shake his head in confusion. Su Zhao didn't expect him to understand much, so she quickly got ready and took him outside. Sang Zhixia was already preparing the dough by the stove. There weren't many dishes to eat at home, but the main food was enough, so tonight's meal would be chive pockets and rice. Su Zhao went over and took the bowl of dough. "I'll do it." Sang Zhixia handed her the bowl and turned to wash the rice and start cooking. "All right, you don't need to help here. You two can go play over there." She gently moved a few curious little heads away from the basket and poured everything inside into a sieve. Su Zhao had strong hands and kneaded the dough easily with one hand. He turned and asked in surprise, "Where did these eggplants come from?" The neglected vegetable garden had been cleaned up, and Sang Zhixia hadn't missed any vegetables that could be served, but she couldn't find such fresh eggplants there. Sang Zhixia picked out 3 eggplants, thought for a moment, and grabbed another one before saying, "Aunt Wu brought them. She said she had too many from her garden to eat and didn't plan to sell them, so she brought some over for us." Besides the eggplants, there were also several fist-sized potatoes and long green peppers. Sang Zhixia broke off the green stems of the eggplants, washed them, and cut them into small pieces on the cutting board while peeling the potatoes. She said it will take some time before we can harvest anything from our garden. Relying on wild vegetables and gifts from others isn't a long-term solution. I plan to tell Aunt Wu to buy some vegetables from her in a few days. When Aunt Wu brought things over, she was casual, but they couldn't always take without giving back. It's important to maintain a balance for a lasting relationship. Su Zhao nodded in agreement. "I'll mention it to Grandma later. You can go over and see what she has that's suitable and pay her according to market prices. Once the work at the brick kiln is done, I'll bring her a jar of wine." Sang Zhixia liked Su Zhao's straightforwardness and smiled. "It's settled then. I'll ask her tomorrow." While they were talking, Su Zhao finished kneading the dough, and Sang Zhixia had nearly completed her preparations. She squeezed out the excess water from the chopped chives, which had been salted, and mixed them with the scrambled eggs that had been cooked earlier. She set aside some eggs and gave a little to each of the children helping out. "Stop drooling. You can eat once the chive pockets are ready." She cracked 6 eggs in total, and each child got just a small piece in their bowl. The aroma from the food cooking was much better than what was on the table, and the little ones holding their bowls were all smiling with joy. Sang Zhixia looked around and suddenly poked Su Yao's arm. "Come here." "What is it?" "Open your mouth." "Ah." Su Yao instinctively opened his mouth, and before he knew it, the rich smell of eggs filled it. He watched as Sang Zhixia turned away casually after feeding him and couldn't help but chuckle. "Gigi, I'm 20. He wasn't craving it." Sang Zhixia confidently replied, "We agreed everyone would help, so it doesn't matter if you're craving it or not." Su Yao was working hard, So what was wrong with him having a bite of egg? She stifled a laugh and nudged Su Yao aside. Move over. I need to start cooking properly. She rolled out the dough to the right thickness, then wrapped the mixed chives and eggs inside, sealing it up to make a beautiful chive pocket. She heated some lard in the pan, and the wrapped chive pockets quickly turned golden on the bottom. After preparing all the fillings, Su Yao stood ready with a spatula in one hand and chopsticks in the other, focused on flipping them. Sang Jixia shook off the water from her hands and started another pot. The rice in the pot was already cooked, so she scooped it all into a bowl and washed the pot before adding oil. As the oil heated, she first fried the chopped potatoes and eggplants until they turned golden, then used a slotted spoon to drain them. She added the chopped green peppers to the pan, stirring them with crushed garlic and chopped green onions, seasoning with salt and soy sauce, and mixing in a bit of potato starch she had saved from making potato rice a couple of days ago. Smelling the delicious aroma from the pot, Sang Jixia thought for a moment and quietly added 2 pieces of sugar. Su Yao had bought this special ingredient for taking medicine, and it was all that was left. With the sugar added, the sauce gained a hint of sweetness, and she tossed in the fried potatoes and eggplants. After quickly stir-frying everything until the sauce coated all the ingredients, the stir-fry dish was ready. At the same time, Su Yao finally set down the spatula, beads of sweat on his forehead, and beside him were 2 large bowls filled with perfectly golden chive pockets. Thanks to his careful process, none of them burned. He let out a breath, reaching for the dish of stir-fried vegetables in the bowl. Wait a moment. Sang Zixia handed him a freshly washed cloth, saying, "It's hot. Hold it with this." Su Zhao lowered his eyes and replied, "Okay." He then brought the prepared dishes to the table and called to the younger ones behind him, "Go invite the grandparents to eat." Su Mingxiu jumped up and shouted, "Sure. Grandpa, Grandma, it's time to eat." The children's cheerful voices brought everyone in the backyard out. The elderly lady, smelling the delicious aroma in the air, finally relaxed her tense expression a bit. Eating is the most important thing, and at this moment, there was no hope for anything else. Just having a tasty meal was the most comforting thing. Sang Zixia kept her promise. Once most people had gathered, she took out small bowls and served each child a plump chive dumpling. "Thank you for your help. Eat while it's hot." Su Mingyang, carefree, took a bite and grinned despite the heat. Su Yanran, shy by nature, held her small bowl and shyly moved closer to Su Sinshu, smiling bashfully. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Sang Jixia responded with a smile and gently pulled Su Mingxiu to sit in front of Su Zhao. "Grandma wants to feed your sister, so you should eat with your big brother." Su Jinxiu, being young and spoiled, had just woken up and needed some coaxing. If she started fussing, Su Wenxiu would have no chance to eat. Su Wenxiu noticed how naturally she cared for Su Mingxiu, and her expression softened even more. "Mingxiu is sturdy and listens to you, sister-in-law." If it were someone else pulling him, Su Mingxiu would have run back in protest. But when Sang Jixia guided him, he actually stayed close to Su Zhao without fussing. Su San Aunt, appreciating Sang Jixia's kindness towards Su Yanran, smiled and added, "They say a long sister-in-law is like a mother, so it's not surprising." In any case, she understood that harmony was better than conflict in this situation. She couldn't control what the second branch would do, but the third branch had to stay close to the old man and the first branch for a better future. Su Ershu's expression darkened further, but Su Erbai, who was concerned, glanced around and didn't dare to speak up. Su Mingyang finished his bowl and wanted more but didn't dare to approach his parents, who looked displeased. Instead, he instinctively squeezed closer to Sang Jixia. "Sister-in-law, I want more potatoes." Before Sang Jixia could respond, Su Zhao naturally took his bowl, asking, "Do you want anything else besides potatoes?" Su Mingyang, a bit intimidated, nervously shook his head. "No, that's enough." Su Minghui watched as he took the small bowl with both hands and gently said, "Aren't you going to thank your older brother?" Su Mingyang quickly said thank you several times, which made Sang Jixia laugh and say, "Your brother won't bite you, so why are you so nervous? Come, I've eaten enough. This little stool is for you." Go sit down and eat with Mingxiu. Su Mingyang happily sat down, while Su Er's Hang felt very conflicted. It was no wonder Su Yao had found a good daughter-in-law. Not only had she pulled the old man to her side, but even her son, who only thought about eating, was calling her big sister-in-law affectionately. If this continued, wouldn't the second branch of the family have no place left? She instinctively tightened her grip on the chopsticks, but Su Minghui subtly nudged her arm. Mom, the dish my sister-in-law made today is really tasty. You should eat some more. Su Er's Hang forced back the words she was about to say. Once the old man had put down his chopsticks, Su Minghui, puzzled, said, Grandfather, today we've been digging and carrying mud. You seem to have a plan. Do you have other thoughts about our way of making a living? As soon as he said this, Sang Zhixia, who had already left the table, couldn't help but glance over silently. There had been quite a bit of activity at home these past few days, and everyone who had been brought in to help was here. But Su Minghui was the first to question this matter. It seemed there were still smart people in the second branch. The old man didn't respond, but Su Minghui didn't feel awkward. He spoke softly, I ask this not with any other intention, but because we are family. If there are other plans, it's better to prepare early to avoid causing trouble later. If you feel it's inconvenient to talk about, then just pretend I didn't ask. There's nothing that can't be said. The old man lowered his eyes and interrupted him, saying lightly, Currently, we have no land to farm. With winter approaching, it's not the time for spring planting. Waiting for spring to make plans is not a good strategy. Your sister-in-law suggested we start a charcoal business to make a living, and I thought it was a good idea, so I agreed. Charcoal? Su Sanshu asked in surprise. What kind of business is that? The old man closed his eyes and said, Yaoer's wife, you explain it to them. Sang Zhixia didn't expect to have a part in this and paused for a moment before speaking confidently. In the cold northwest, as autumn comes to an end, we need to find ways to keep warm. People in the town and county usually use charcoal for heating since it's not convenient to burn firewood. We can go up the mountain, chop some wood, and turn it into charcoal to sell for some income. Uncle Su was not very familiar with the details, but Aunt Su, who had helped the elderly lady manage the household, was excited after hearing this. That's a good idea. In the past, when we were in the capital, the cost of using charcoal for heating every day was quite high. During winter, the charcoal shops were always busy, with plenty of customers. Her family had been in business for generations, and her words eased Su Wenxiu's worries. Su Wenxiu whispered to Su Jinxia, Does making charcoal require a lot of firewood? Are we going to buy firewood?
On Su Lao Get.
Sister-in-law, that's not necessary. There's a large forest right behind Luobe village. We won't need to spend money on firewood. The cost of making charcoal is mainly the effort, so it's almost free. Her business instincts sparked excitement on her face. In the capital, regular charcoal costs 2 coins per pound, medium-quality red charcoal can sell for 5 coins, and completely smokeless silver charcoal can reach 10 coins per pound. If we can produce 3 pounds of silver charcoal in a day, that would equal the daily wages of the workers moving bricks. And surely, one furnace could produce more than just 3 pounds of charcoal, right? Even accounting for some loss, the daily income would still be better than moving bricks. Sang Zhixia was surprised to discover this hidden talent and, holding back a laugh, said, Aunt, your calculations are good, but prices in small places can't compare to the capital. The profits might not be that high. Aunt Su, thinking of the money, quickly replied, What does it matter? The price may be lower, but we can still turn it into visible profits. Excluding possible price differences and losses, we would still make a good profit. She quickly calculated the potential gains, easing the doubts of the others. The elderly lady also found the idea appealing and nodded, so making charcoal does seem like a good opportunity. Uncle Su thought for a moment and said, I think it could work. Chopping wood may not be easy, but is it harder than moving bricks? Since both are hard labor, it makes sense to choose the one that pays better. Seeing that everyone had no objections, the old man said with satisfaction, So everyone agrees? Su Minghui noticed his father's dark expression and quickly replied, If it's a good plan, we will naturally follow grandfather's arrangements. As long as there are no objections. In the past few days, I have prepared everything with my daughter-in-law, and we are just waiting for your work to finish before we can start. Everyone nodded quietly, except for Su Urshu, whose face was visibly upset. He glared at Su Zhao and gritted his teeth, saying, "You've been preparing for days. I assume this idea has been in your mind for a while?" Su Zhao, who had been silent, replied calmly, "Yes, I have thought about it for a long time." "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" Su Urshu suddenly stood up in anger and shouted, "Since there is another way, why force me to suffer at the brick kiln? Do you feel better seeing me in trouble?"
What do you mean by that?
Su Zhao raised an eyebrow, half smiling, and said slowly, "Second uncle, you are not the only one going to the brick kiln."
So what?
Su Urshu yelled angrily. "You all know there's no need to do the hard work, yet you pretend not to understand and force me to embarrass myself. Now you tell me there's another arrangement? Was I the only one kept in the dark from the beginning? Is it only you who are family?" Second master. Su Urshu's wife stood up anxiously to stop him, but she was pushed down to the ground.
"You can leave too. You are all the same.
Just waiting to see me suffer. The elders favor the first branch, and the younger ones betray their own. You are all heartless," he shouted in anger, shaking off Su Minghui's hand and turning to leave in a huff. But as he moved, the elderly woman slapped him loudly. "You reckless fool! Is this a place for you to act out?" The elderly woman, unable to face the old man's stern expression, glared fiercely at the seemingly irrational Su Urshu and said angrily, "You are not the only one working hard. Are we just sitting around at home? Your father, at his age, still goes back and forth carrying mud and digging pits, and Minghui's shoulders are sore. Open your eyes and see who has the free time. You foolish person. Dare to cause more trouble and see what happens." The old lady got really angry and even raised her hand, making the atmosphere extremely tense. But Uncle Su Heir still wouldn't back down. Su Minghui, worried he might say something more embarrassing, quickly supported him and said, "Grandfather, grandmother, my father is probably tired. I'll help him inside to rest. Let go of me."
Dad.
Su Minghui firmly said, "Grandmother is right. You should go rest inside. Mom, come help me take Dad inside." Aunt Su Heir, who was helped up by Su Winxiu, teared up as she joined Su Minghui to finally get the agitated Uncle Su Heir into the house. After such a scene, the little bit of joy they had just felt was completely washed away. The old man, uninterested in commenting on the chaos, closed his eyes and said, "Uncle San, do you have any objections?" Uncle Su San quickly replied, "We all follow your lead." Then that's settled. For the next few days, you all continue working at the brick kiln. I'll take the remaining people and try firing the bricks a couple of times. If there's nothing else, you can all go. Though the old man didn't say much, he was still quite upset with Uncle Su Heir's nonsense. After Uncle Su San and Su Yao helped him inside, they each went their separate ways. Sang Zixia, seeing Su Yao come in, quietly asked, "Is Uncle Heir always like this?" From their first meeting in the prison until now, she had lost count of how many times she had seen Uncle Su Heir lose his temper. Was he really that easy to provoke? Su Yao sighed and explained, "When grandmother remarried into the Su family, my father was already 8 years old and had inherited the title of heir. Uncle Heir was the first child grandmother had. At that time, the old man focused all his attention on his late wife's eldest son, while the old lady poured all her energy into Uncle Su Heir. Since childhood, Uncle Su Heir had been spoiled by the old lady, developing an air of superiority and believing he was just as good as the eldest branch, always harboring ambitions to take the title. However, after Su Yao was born, the old man personally went to the palace to request the title for him, raising him under his care. Uncle Su Heir's long-held plans were completely shattered, and his temperament worsened compared to before. Overall, Su Yao was surprised that he managed to hold it together until now. After all, Uncle Heir's temperament was truly hard to describe. Sang Zixia listened to some gossip about the Su family over the years and paused, remarking, "It seems that wealthy families have their own complicated issues." She thought it was strange that it was the old lady who slapped him today while the old man just sat there without moving. It turned out the old man had never really kept this younger son in check. Suyao noticed the unspoken sigh in her words and quietly said, "What about the general's residence? Did you ever hear of such secrets while you were there?" Sang Jixia didn't expect that beneath his serious face, he had a curious side. She touched her chin and sighed. "You remind me that I shouldn't criticize others when I'm not perfect myself." The Su family had its issues, but the elder was strict, and there were no chaotic affairs or concubines in the family. The general's residence was different. Her biological mother was her father's 8th concubine, and there were many others whose names she couldn't even recall. That was a real mess. Suyao casually mentioned it, but seeing her expression turn gloomy, he instinctively said, "The Su family rules do not allow for concubines. There can only be one wife, so you don't need to worry." Sang Jixia was still lost in the troubling memories of the original owner and took a moment to respond. "What did you say?" Suyao tightened his jaw with a complicated expression and replied lightly, "It's nothing. Just take your medicine and sleep." After saying this, he lay down on the wooden board and turned his back, as if sulking. Sang Jixia looked at the back of his head, which seemed filled with resentment, and felt very confused. Was it just her imagination? Why did it feel like as soon as she lay down on the wooden floor, Su Yao's head was radiating strong negative energy? Could it be that the wooden board was too hard and uncomfortable? Sang Jixia fell asleep with lingering doubts, and the next morning, the elder called her over to talk. Last night, everyone returned to their rooms, but the elder couldn't sleep and went to scold Uncle Su for his foolishness. This morning, Uncle Su still looked unhappy, but he managed to hold back his complaints. When he left to work, he still wore a frown, but at least he was quiet. Sang Jixia glanced at the tired dark circles under the elder's eyes and smiled, saying, "Grandmother, did you want to talk to me about something?" The elder forced herself to be alert and said directly, "I heard from Suyao that you planned to buy some vegetables from the villagers for a while." Sang Jixia was surprised by Suyao's quick action and paused for a moment before smiling and nodding. "That's true. Our vegetable garden has just been planted, and it will take time before we can eat from it. It's not convenient to buy from town, so it's just right that some villagers have extra produce. Buying some to add to our meals is a good idea. People who work hard can't just eat plain rice and big buns every day. Over time, who can stand it? Besides, side dishes are not like meat. If you buy too much, it won't keep. The best way is to buy and eat fresh." The old lady had no objections, but after the trouble last time with Sang Jixia at the market, she was very careful this time. "This is a good plan. I will give you 5 copper coins a day. You can go see what to buy and cook," she said. Sang Jixia didn't want to cause any extra trouble and didn't want to handle those few copper coins. But the old lady said sternly, "You are the eldest grandson's wife. Sooner or later, you will have to manage the household. If you can't handle 5 copper coins, how will you manage a family in the future? Just go and don't act so timid." Sang Jixia listened and took the light 5 copper coins, saying, "Okay, I will listen to grandmother." The old lady was finally satisfied. "Now that sounds right." She lectured a bit more, but Sang Jixia only half listened. When it was time to go spend money, she called for Aunt Su. "Aunt, come with me." She concluded that Aunt Su was quick-tempered and suspicious, but she was very good with numbers. If it involved spending money, she would definitely keep things in check. At least she could use facts to silence her chatter. Aunt Su had finally found some free time to rest, but Sang Jixia said, "What if I buy something that doesn't match your cooking style tonight? And I don't know the prices. Please help me keep an eye on things." Everyone likes to hear good words, especially someone like Aunt Su, who had been looked down upon for years because she came from a merchant family. She particularly enjoyed Sang Jixia's subtle flattery. So, what if she was from a merchant family? The daughter of a merchant was better at handling money than those who considered themselves from noble families. She raised her chin slightly and said, "All right, I'll go with you and teach you a thing or two." Sang Jixia stifled a laugh and gestured for her to go first, saying, "That sounds great, Aunt. Please lead the way." With 5 spendable copper coins in hand, Aunt Sue walked out confidently, as if she were carrying a fortune. Sang Jixia followed with a smile. Aunt Sue was determined to negotiate a good price to teach her something. But unexpectedly, the sister-in-law they found helped pick a basket of beans and gourds and only asked for 1 copper coin. Aunt Sue had many business strategies in her mind but couldn't find the right moment to speak. She awkwardly said, "1 penny is too little. After picking so much, 1 penny is really too few." If this were before, she wouldn't have accepted anything less than 2 taels of silver for such old items. The older sister-in-law, who had just come out of the vegetable garden, said earnestly, "1 penny is not bad. These things can't be sold. If we can't eat them all, we'll have to chop them up for the pigs later. Honestly, you could just take them home without paying." "How could I do that?"
On su zip lit really.
"It's not like this is the first time. I can't keep taking things for free." "Xia xia, give her 2 pennies, said Sang Jixia, smiling as she pulled out money from her full basket. She thanked the somewhat embarrassed older sister-in-law several times before starting to head back. However, on the way home, Aunt Sue's expression seemed off. Sang Jixia curiously asked, "Aunt, what's wrong?" She had bought so much for a low price, so why did she look more upset than if she had spent a lot of money? Aunt Sue huffed in frustration and gritted her teeth, saying, "Buying vegetables so cheaply, how did the steward at the Ho residence manage to account for 30 taels every day for over 10 years? How much silver had those greedy stewards taken from her?" She was just now realizing how much of a fool she had been. Aunt Sue's love for money was ignited, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. When she walked into the house, her dark expression caught the attention of Su Wenxiu. Su Wenxiu quietly asked, "Xia xia, what's wrong with your aunt?" Sang Jixia, fiddling with the fresh beans in her basket, subtly replied, "Maybe she's upset about the money. After all, even a fool can get angry." Aunt Sue, unable to hold her tongue, vented her frustrations to anyone who would listen, sharing her grievances for quite a while. Aunt San, who was more refined and disliked discussing money, scoffed, "It's just a small amount of silver. Why dwell on it so long?" Aunt Sue retorted angrily, "Is it just a small amount? Do you know how long 30 taels can feed a family now? That's a lot of money. So much money." Aunt San had no response and turned away. Sang Jixia held back a smile and returned the remaining 3 copper coins to the old lady. The old lady waved her hand, saying, "Keep it for now. When you run out, I'll give you more." Sang Jixia agreed happily and prepared to go wash clothes with Su Wenxiu when Aunt Sue grabbed her wrist. "Xia xia." She rarely blushed on the side of her face and said dryly, "Your third aunt switched with you yesterday, so why don't you switch with your second aunt? I'll go wash the clothes. Can you cook?" She was actually ready to cook, but the old lady had made a few comments about not wasting ingredients. Staring at the basket full of green beans and melons, she couldn't find a starting point and ultimately chose to ask for help after Su Minghui's suggestion. If her sister-in-law could ask Sang Jixia for help, why couldn't she? Sang Jixia found it a bit funny and said, "Didn't your second aunt cook well this morning?" Su Heir Aunt awkwardly replied, "What do you mean well?" Ming Yang was still grumbling that he wasn't full. He's been complaining about being hungry all afternoon. "Let's switch. I'll go wash the clothes now." She quickly took the wooden bucket from Sang Jixia and, while walking out, reminded Ming Yang, "Remember to help your sister-in-law at home. I'll be back after washing the clothes." Su Mingyang happily jumped up and agreed, and by the time Sang Jixia looked up again, Su Heir Aunt was already out of sight. She really didn't want to cook. Su Wenxiu found it amusing and said, "You're still taking medicine, so it's better not to touch cold water. Just cook at home. We'll be back soon." Once those who didn't want to waste ingredients had gone out to work, the old lady finally relaxed. What she wanted was a meal that wasn't bad. The only one who could cook well in the house was Sang Jixia. "That's good. Your second uncle will be back soon. You should prepare to cook." Sang Jixia couldn't help but sigh, and before she could organize a few little ones, they had already gathered around. "Big sister-in-law, we'll help you," Seeing Su Mingxiu eagerly grab the green beans from the basket, Su Mingyang went to fetch water with a ladle, and Su Yanran quickly brought her a small stool. Sang Zixia smiled, embracing the moment. Everyone had their role, and there was a clear division of labor. If it could continue like this, cooking wouldn't be a problem for her. She bent down and lightly tapped Su Yanran's rosy little face, softening her voice. Today we have plenty of ingredients. How about I make you all a pig blanket? The essence of the pig blanket dish is actually a mixed stew. The best way to make this dish is to use high-quality pork ribs, simmered slowly until the meat separates from the bone. The best result is when it falls off the bone. However, the ingredients available at home are limited, so Sang Zixia simply took some pork that had been soaking in the oil jar. The meat, which had been fried and soaked in oil for several days, was tender and fluffy, saving the need for long cooking. She cooked rice in a big pot and sat down on a small stool to peel potatoes. The little ones, who couldn't use a knife, awkwardly followed her instructions to remove the strings from the green beans. Once they had filled half a basket with the prepared beans, Sang Zixia also cut the round autumn squash. She added cold water to the pot, then put in the green beans, broken into finger-length pieces, and boiled them until the skin changed color. Then, she added the cut autumn squash, covered the pot, and cooked it into a vegetable soup. After ladling out the soup, Sang Zixia noticed the leftover green and red peppers from yesterday and decided to use a strainer to scoop out some of the cooked beans and squash, placing them on the cutting board to chop them up. The little helpers still managed to enjoy some rice from the edge of the pot. Su Yanran took small bites of the soft and sweet autumn squash in her hand and curiously asked, "Sister-in-law, is this little pig covered with a blanket?" Su Mingyang and Su Mingxiu, with squash crumbs on their mouths, looked up at her with curiosity in their eyes. Sang Zixia laughed and said, "This is stir-fried beans and squash. The little pig covered with a blanket will be ready soon." The three pairs of eager eyes followed her movements as she continued to work calmly. She heated the bottom of the pot, added a spoonful of pork fat, and once the oil was hot, she added sliced garlic and, after they became fragrant, she added the drained potatoes and green beans, sprinkled a little salt and soy sauce, and stirred everything evenly. When the oil started to sizzle, she grabbed a ladle and added cold water until it just covered the large pieces of potatoes and beans, placing the fried pork belly on top. She covered the pot and waited for the ingredients to boil while she flattened the dough she had prepared earlier, rolling it into a large flatbread. When she smelled the aroma, she laid the flatbread over all the ingredients. Su Mingyang suddenly clapped his hands and laughed. "So this is the little pig covered with a blanket." Su Mingxiu, still small, was anxious and tiptoed, asking, "Where is it? Where is the little pig?" Sang Zixia kindly lifted him up and pointed to the large flatbread covering the pork in the pot, saying, "Look, doesn't the flatbread look like a blanket? And the pork underneath is the little pig?" Though it was a bit of a stretch, it did resemble a little pig covered with a blanket. Su Mingxiu realized it and exclaimed, while the shy Su Yanran covered her mouth, laughing with sparkling eyes. Worried about the hot oil splattering, Sang Zixia quickly tidied up the stove and said, "It's almost ready. You all go play somewhere else, and I'll call you when it's time to eat." She chased the little one away and turned to scoop out the cooked rice. Hearing footsteps behind her, she instinctively said, "It's hot here, so don't come any closer." Su Zhao paused. "If you know it's hot, why not use a cloth to protect your hands? You can't practice your skills like this." Sang Zixia turned her head at the sound. "Be careful." Su Zhao quickly stepped over, grabbing her wrist just before it nearly touched the edge of the pot, pulling her back a step with a strangely heavy tone. "Why are you the one cooking again? Is this person being bullied?" Sang Zixia was momentarily taken aback by his sudden coldness. Rubbing her wrist, she replied with a smile, "Aunt said she would switch with me. She went to the river to wash clothes, so I'm cooking." If conditions allowed, she wouldn't want to eat so much of the unappetizing food. The subtle chill in Su Zhao's eyes faded as he looked at the neatly arranged pots and the steaming iron pan, asking, "Is everything ready?" "Almost. You all can clean up a bit and then we can eat." Su Zhao washed his hands and helped bring the steaming rice to the table before heading into the west shed. Uncle Su had gradually adapted to the challenges of survival. Although he still looked dusty, he appeared stronger than in previous days. The only one still gloomy was Uncle Su, whose face bore the marks of a slap from yesterday, making his expression even darker. However, aside from Aunt Su, who seemed a bit anxious after returning from washing clothes, the others didn't pay much attention. Even Su Mingyang instinctively kept his distance, fearing he might get caught in trouble. The old man with Su Minghui tried out a method in the backyard for a day. When they came out to wash their hands and prepare for dinner, his white eyebrows were full of smiles. The method that Zhao's wife suggested works. This way, we can make charcoal. Making charcoal requires extinguishing the flames when the wood is fully burned and glowing. Sprinkling water is the most direct method, but it makes the charcoal damp, which doesn't look good after drying. However, using fine clay to smother the flames is different. Once it's nearly done, covering it with fine clay quickly lowers the fire, and the charcoal dug out from the clay is dry and looks good. Sang Zhixia had just tossed chopped green and red peppers along with garlic slices into the hot oil when she heard this and smiled, replying, "I just brought it up. It's really my grandfather's guidance that makes it work." "You sweet-talking girl," the old man chuckled, drying his hands and sitting at the table, where he could smell the delicious aroma. It was just simple vegetable and bean dish, but once cooked, it absorbed the rich flavors of oil. After being stir-fried with green and red peppers and garlic, it came out looking colorful and fragrant, tempting anyone nearby. Even the elderly lady couldn't help but swallow her saliva. The vegetable and bean dish is usually bland, but this stir-fried version tastes quite good. Indeed, Sangzixia made it delicious. Aunt Su felt relieved that she had swapped tasks with Sangzixia. Hearing Su Mingxiu and Su Mingyang curiously talking about a little pig blanket, she asked, "What is this little pig blanket? What are you whispering about?" Su Mingyang, excited, stepped forward and repeated what Sangzixia had joked about with their children, making Uncle Su laugh out loud. "Honestly, what my niece-in-law said is quite clever." The elderly lady glanced at Uncle Su, who was silent and frowning, and said meaningfully, "She is skilled with her hands and words, so the children naturally enjoy being around her." "Speaking of little pigs, I have an idea. Old man, can you help me think it through?" The old man replied calmly, "Go ahead." The elderly lady considered for a moment and said slowly, "I've noticed that many families in the village raise livestock. Cows and sheep are too big for now, and there's no space at home for them, but we could start with chickens, ducks, and little pigs. The little pigs and chicks we buy don't cost much to raise as long as someone can go out daily to gather pig grass. Once they grow up, whether it's the eggs from the chickens or the pigs, we can either eat them ourselves or sell them for some money. It's a good plan." It's rare for the elderly lady to offer advice on the family's livelihood, and her words struck a chord with the old man. He thought for a moment and said, "Raising chickens isn't hard, but you need a pig pen for pigs." This thatched house had likely housed livestock years ago, with a separate shed next to the outer wall. However, that shed was now occupied by Su Yao and Sangzixia, and it wouldn't be right to kick them out for pigs. The elderly lady was about to suggest building a pig pen next to the shed since it was originally meant for livestock. If there was a smell, couldn't they just tolerate it? But just as she was about to speak, Su Yao said, "A pig pen needs quite a bit of space. We definitely can't build it over there. How about we first make a small chicken coop in the back garden with a fence and try raising a few chickens?" The old lady smiled slightly, tightened her grip on the chopsticks, and said, "That's fine. But in the village during the New Year, everyone is busy slaughtering pigs, and our home feels a bit lonely without the fun." "Grandmother, you don't need to worry about that," Sang Zhixia replied with a smile. "It's already the end of autumn, and the New Year isn't far off. Those families waiting to slaughter pigs have raised their piglets carefully for a year or two. Even if we rush to buy piglets now, we won't be able to raise them in time for the New Year. It might be better to wait until spring when there will be plenty of pig grass available, making it easier to raise them. You mentioned yesterday that the potatoes were soft and tasty. Why don't you try this one and see if you like it?" She took a spoon from the large bowl and added some soft, fluffy potatoes to the old lady's bowl, effectively silencing her. Seeing the old lady smiling and eating, Su Wenxiu quietly sighed in relief. Fortunately, Su Qiao and Sang Zixia could keep the conversation going. Otherwise, if the old lady had decided to build a pig pen, it would have been a disaster for the family's reputation. While the pig-raising plan was temporarily set aside, the old man was serious about raising chicks. After eating, he went out for a stroll, intending to find out where to buy chicks cheaply. He wandered for 5 or 6 days and finally bought 8 little chicks from a villager. Everyone in the family, young and old, was seeing the fluffy yellow chicks for the first time. They were both excited and unsure, staring at the chicks' tiny yellow beaks, unsure of how to hold them. Aunt Su pulled back the curious Su Mingyang and whispered, "We bought them, but what will they eat to grow? Can such small chicks find food on their own? Will they really grow in this fenced area?" The old man had done his research and pointed to the half bag of grain he brought back, saying, "They said to chop the pig grass and mix it with the grain to feed them. As long as they don't get cold, they will grow." That was true, but it meant there would be more work to gather pig grass. Sang Zixia kept her thoughts to herself, while Su Mingyang, who had been pulled back several times by Aunt Su, excitedly raised his hand and said, "I'll go. Grandfather, I'll go." It was just about bringing home some unfamiliar wild vegetables, but he was sure he could handle this small task. Su Mingxiu shouted confidently, "I can do it too." He was really good at pulling grass. Su Yanran peeked timidly from behind Su San Aunt and softly said, "Grandfather, I can help my brothers cut the grass." They couldn't do other chores, but they were very willing to take care of these little chicks. The chicks were so cute. Su San Aunt wanted to say no, but seeing her daughter's hopeful eyes, she softened. In the village, children like Yanran not only had to gather pig grass and wash clothes, but most also carried a younger sibling on their back. It was good that Yanran wanted to do what she could. Seeing her quiet, Su'er Aunt suppressed her doubts and smiled, saying, "That's fine." Since everyone was helping, it was best if no one was idle. Suddenly given the important task of caring for the chicks, the little ones were very eager and rushed outside to collect their achievements for the day. Before they left, Sang Zixia bent down and placed a small basket in each of their little hands, also taking away the hatchet Su Mingyang tried to sneak off with. "You can gather grass to feed the chicks, but you're still little, so you can't use the knife." She took out 3 small wooden hoes and said, "How about using these?" Su Mingyang, thinking of himself as a little man, was a bit unhappy about losing the hatchet, but when he saw the perfectly sized wooden, he immediately exclaimed in delight, "Sister-in-law, is this for me? Will it be mine from now on?" "Of course it is." Su Yanran looked at the smooth handle in her hand and softly said, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Su Mingxiu was more direct and grabbed the smallest wooden, hanging it on her leg. The sister-in-law maid. "You're amazing." Sang Zixia chuckled and rubbed his little head, holding back her laughter as she said, "I can't just create such good things out of thin air. Your big brother made these for you overnight, just right for each of you. Go have fun with them." The little chicks, not much bigger than the children's fists, didn't eat much, so it was enough for the kids to bring back a little while playing. These harmless wooden hoes were just perfect. The 3 little ones walked away proudly, and Su San Aunt, who witnessed everything, exclaimed, "Xia, are you saying those little hoes were made by Su Yao?"
Yes.
Sang Zixia smiled and said, "Su Yao guessed that after Grandpa bought the chicks, these little ones couldn't be idle, so they made a few small crafts in their spare time at night." However, it must be said that Su Yao has some talent for carpentry. The small he made, not much longer than a child's arm, is surprisingly sturdy and delicate. Aunt Su San didn't expect that Su Yao made something for Su Mingxiu and also had one for Su Yanran. After a moment of silence, she gently said, "You are thoughtful." Putting aside the troubles among the adults, she had suffered quite a bit since marrying into the Su family because they only had one daughter in the 3rd branch. This made Su Yanran develop a timid personality. But Su Yao and Sang Zixia treated Su Mingxiu well while also being fair and open with Su Mingyang, never showing any favoritism towards Su Yanran. It sounds easy to be impartial, but among so many people in the family, how many truly achieve that? Sang Zixia pretended not to understand the deeper meaning of her words and smiled, saying, Su Yao is the older brother. He just made something handy. There's no need for Aunt San to mention it specifically. By the way, I wonder how the charcoal they are making in the backyard is turning out. Would you like to come with me to take a look? Aunt Su San forced a smile and said, "Sure, let's go see." In the backyard, the old man was guiding everyone through the second charcoal-making experiment. However, this time the experiment was not going well. The old lady stood by with a shovel, looking worried, and Su Wenxiu, carrying Su Jinxia, also looked helpless. Su Minghui used a long stick to dig a small pit in the mound of sand, but what he uncovered were a few pieces of charcoal mixed with white ash. When he squeezed a piece, it crumbled into powder, and it was very fragile. If a snack is this crispy, it shows solid skills, but the charcoal, which should have some firmness, turned to dust. With a face covered in soot, Su Minghui forced a smile and said, "Grandpa, this batch didn't work. It was overcooked. Making charcoal doesn't sound difficult, but it requires precise control of the heat. If it's undercooked, the wood won't burn through, resulting in poor quality that produces thick smoke when lit, making it unsellable. If it's overcooked, it's also a problem. The charcoal with ash is too soft and burns out quickly, and no one would want to buy it." What lay before them was a pile of overcooked waste. The old man's long face showed a hint of anger as he looked at the elderly woman, who was avoiding his gaze, and said heavily, "I told you to watch the fire, while Ming Hui and I went to chop wood. How could you sleep in the inner room when I warned you not to let it burn too much?" The elderly woman's lips moved as if she wanted to explain. Su Wenxiu quickly, sweating, tried to defend her mother-in-law. "Please don't be angry, it's my oversight. What does this have to do with you?" The old man said with displeasure, "You just came back with Jinxia carrying water, and you entered the door right after Ming Hui and me. How would you know how the fire was doing?" Su Wenxiu didn't dare to say more and followed closely behind, while Sang Jixia and Aunt Su also paused suddenly. The elderly woman felt embarrassed being scolded in front of others and, with a pale face, gritted her teeth and said, "I felt a bit unwell, and went to rest for a while. I didn't expect to lose focus and let it burn." "Lose focus?" The old man laughed coldly. "The firewood here was chopped by Liao Er late at night, and Ming Hui, who is here watching it, is covered in soot. Your one moment of distraction ruined the hard work of 2 children. Don't let it happen again." The old man rarely got angry, but today he truly couldn't hold it in any longer. After the last reminder, the elderly woman seemed to move a bit faster, but her true nature was hard to change. She preferred to stay still if she could. Today, when Su Minghui mentioned going into the mountains, even Aunt Su went to carry wood, so he had no choice but to leave the task of watching the fire to the elderly woman. But such a small task was completely messed up. The elderly woman didn't argue back, her face turning purple. The old man, with a gloomy face, said, "Since it's ruined, today was a waste of effort. We'll talk about it tomorrow." He turned away, not even glancing at the elderly woman. Unable to bear it any longer, she threw down the shovel and returned to the main room with a dark expression. The few people who had been forced to witness the argument exchanged glances, silently agreeing to act as if they hadn't seen anything. Having a curious heart isn't scary. What's scary is wanting to know everything. Su Wenxiu and Aunt Su turned to leave, and Sang Zixia hurried out to take the water bucket from Su Wenxiu's hands. "Grandma, it's not convenient for you to carry Jinxia. Let me do it." Su Jinxia waved her small hand enthusiastically at Sang Zixia, who playfully tapped her palm. "The food on the stove is already cooking. I'll come back to finish the rest. Just keep an eye on the fire for me, Grandma." Su Wenxiu hesitated for a moment before handing her the shoulder pole, walking towards the east room while anxiously reminding her, "Both buckets are heavy when full, so just carry half a bucket at a time, okay?" Sang Zixia smiled and nodded. Once she entered the house, Su Minghui picked up the burden. "Wait, big sister. What is it?" Su Minghui quickly washed the dirt off his hands and face, walked over, and said, "Let me carry that. I can do it." Without waiting for a response, he took the water bucket and yoke from her. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly said, "Big sister, don't move." Sang Jixia's words got stuck in her throat as she saw Su Minghui step in front of her and reach out his hand. He was the same age as Sang Jixia, but at 16, he was already taller than her. His arm brushed past her hair. Sang Jixia instinctively frowned and stepped back, but just as her lips turned down, she noticed Su Minghui holding a dry leaf. "There was something in your hair. I helped you get it out." Sang Jixia instinctively touched her head and then looked up to see Su Minghui's gentle smile. "All done, it's gone now. Big sister, you should rest for a bit. I'll go get water." He picked up the water bucket and yoke and walked a few steps when he bumped into Su Zhao at the door. Su Zhao looked at his right hand with a puzzled expression and scoffed. "Didn't your second dance say you couldn't carry it?" Su Minghui replied calmly with a smile. "I can't match my older brother's strength, but after practicing a few times, I'll be fine." "Isn't your brother back earlier than usual today?" His father and third uncle were still missing, but Su Zhao was holding a small cloth bag, making it hard to guess what it was. Su Zhao playfully smiled. "He came back early because he was worried about you, big sister, not being able to handle things at home." Su Minghui chuckled softly, awkwardly holding the yoke as he walked away. Sang Jixia looked at Su Zhao, who was standing still at the door, and asked, "Why aren't you coming in? What's so interesting at the door?" Su Zhao glanced at her deeply, sighed with an unclear expression, and grabbed her wrist, saying, "Come with me." "Hey, I'm cooking rice. What are you?" With a loud bang, Su Zhao pushed the small wooden door open with one hand. Without warning, he pressed Sang Jixia against the door, changing her direction. Their eyes met, and Su Zhao seemed to be angry. She couldn't figure out what was bothering him and, feeling impatient, pressed her lips together and tried to push him away. But as she opened her mouth, her tongue was suddenly coated with an irresistible sweetness. She looked at Su Zhao's annoyed yet handsome face and couldn't help but laugh. "Su Zhao, are you out of your mind? Who gets angry and then throws candy at someone?" Su Yao gently rubbed the sweetness left on his fingertips, pressing her head down with his left hand, forcing her to lean in closer. Their foreheads touched, their eyes met. In that moment, Sang Jixia felt as if she had fallen straight into Su Yao's gaze, a deep entanglement she couldn't understand. Feeling a bit awkward, Sang Jixia twisted her face and pushed him away, saying, "Su Yao, let go of me, you. Stay away from Su Minghui." Su Yao insisted that she look at him, speaking slowly and firmly, "Gigi, stay away from Su Minghui." So after a moment, Su Yao, expressionless, grabbed an axe to chop wood, swinging harder with each strike, as if he wanted to chop all the way to the center of the earth. Sang Jixia calmly prepared the vegetables in her hands, occasionally glancing at Su Yao, finding it oddly amusing. The contrast in his behavior was quite striking. When he had her pinned against the door, he had a fierce presence, yet the words he spoke were like a puppy whining for attention. He said Su Minghui had always liked to take his things. He was 4 years older than Su Minghui, but Su Minghui was just as clever, with a better reputation outside. Everyone in the capital knew about the spoiled Su Yao, who relied on his status as the eldest son to dominate, and the gentle and refined second son, Su Minghui. Su Minghui, who always pretended to be a good person, was quite annoying. No matter what he had, whether it was friends or things he liked, Su Minghui always seemed to want to compete with him. He treated the younger siblings from the second and third branches equally, except for Su Minghui, who always seemed to have ulterior motives. Thinking about the way he had expressed his grievances made Sang Jixia chuckle. He looked strong and sturdy, yet when he spoke ill of others, he sounded like a little puppy. While he was giving her candy to ease her pain, he was also whining in a way that was quite endearing. Besides, she hardly interacted with Su Minghui. They barely exchanged 3 words in 10 days. What kind of relationship could they have? She had noticed the dry leaves in her hair earlier, and Su Minghui probably saw Su Yao deliberately showing off. Such a thing wouldn't happen again. As Su Yao chopped the wood, he noticed the corners of her mouth lifting, and his handsome face darkened a bit more. "Is it funny?" Sang Jixia cleared her throat to hide her emotions and replied gloomily, "Did I laugh?" "Gigi, first lower your mouth before you say that to me." Sang Jixia paused silently while gathering the basket, but after a moment, she couldn't hold back any longer. She smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, and looked up at Su Zhao, whose forehead seemed to have visible veins. She said with a shaky voice, "Just admit you were mistaken. Why are you being so petty? I have even pettier moments that you haven't seen." Su Zhao firmly reinforced her image of being small-minded, expressionless as she picked up a piece of wood and added stiffly, "He's not a good person. Stay away from him." Sang Jixia raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking, "What if I don't? He calls me sister-in-law, and we live under the same roof. How can I? Then I'll just hit him." Su Zhao squatted down to pick up broken twigs, openly showing the anger in her eyes. The little dog never hid its possessiveness. Sang Jixia didn't want to laugh, but Su Zhao's bristling demeanor was too amusing. She struggled to hold back her laughter, her shoulders shaking. When Su Zhao approached with a serious expression, she wisely stifled her laughter and nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. If it happens again, should I break his claws?" Though it sounded a bit harsh, Su Zhao seemed satisfied. The tension in her body relaxed as she quietly agreed and picked up the axe to vent her frustration. Sang Jixia's mouth twitched repeatedly, and she finally turned away in exasperation. Su Minghui carried water back and forth 3 times, and Su Er-shu and Su Sen-shu finally stepped into the house. As soon as Su Sen-shu entered, he sighed in relief, saying, "Finally, we've reached the end." Today was the last payday from the brick kiln, and starting tomorrow, they wouldn't have to suffer there anymore. For them, who had spent years working at the brick kiln, this was like a long-awaited blessing. Even Su Er-shu's tense face showed a rare hint of a smile. Su Er-shu's wife, feeling nervous about being scolded, said, "After working so hard for so long, it's time to rest at home. Since we don't have to go to the brick kiln tomorrow, why not?" "Rest? What for?" The old man came out and said, "The charcoal-making work over there needs to be picked up quickly. Otherwise, how will so many people eat? Tomorrow you all will come with me to chop wood on the mountain. The rest should stay home and start the charcoal pit. Those who need to cook for the children shouldn't be idle either." His tone was firm and left no room for discussion, clearly showing he was still angry due to the delay caused by the old lady's late rising. Uncle Su's smile completely vanished. Seeing this, Su Minghui quickly tried to ease the tension. "Grandfather is right. We can't delay the matter of gathering coal. But we need to carry the firewood back to burn it. How about this? Tomorrow I'll go into the mountains with my older brother, while my father and Uncle San bring back the firewood. This way, neither side will be delayed." Uncle Su, who was spoiled by the old lady, couldn't step up at this moment. Su Minghui, who had been hidden away by the second branch, finally couldn't hold back and stepped into the spotlight without offending anyone. I must say, he is much better at handling things than his explosive father. This arrangement had no flaws. The old man shot a displeased glance at Uncle Su, but said nothing more. Aunt Su let out a quiet sigh and quickly said, "Then it's settled. I'll go with you tomorrow to carry the firewood. The more people, the more strength, and we can get it done faster." After saying this, she tugged at Uncle Su's sleeve, urging him, "Hurry and change your clothes for dinner. We need to rest early tonight to work well tomorrow." Uncle Su, feeling out of place, was pulled into the west room, while Su Yao helped Sang Jixia bring the prepared food to the table. During dinner, everyone was silent. After eating, they began preparing for the busy day ahead. Sang Jixia checked the firewood knife and the wooden frame for carrying firewood, making sure everything was in order. After confirming, she found some old clothes to wrap around the straps of the wooden frame. Su Wenxiu took a needle and thread to hem the fabric on the straps, sewing while asking, "Xia, what's the use of wrapping this with cloth?" Sang Jixia quickly cut off the excess fabric and replied without looking up, "These straps are made of 3-strand rope. They are strong, but after many trips, they will inevitably rub against your shoulders. Wrapping it with cloth will help a bit." Although everyone would inevitably develop calluses from carrying the coal from the backyard, having some protection is better than none. Su Wenxiu nodded, somewhat understanding. Aunt Su, who had already experienced the burden today, tried it on her shoulder and couldn't help but say, "Sister-in-law, You're right. Wrapping it like this does make it less painful. As she spoke, she grabbed some fabric from the basket, mumbling, if I wrap this a bit more, it will save my shoulders from burning when I carry it back. Sang Jixia gave her some extra scrap fabric, finding it amusing. Ever since she realized the profit from selling coal, Aunt Sue, who had previously only thought about avoiding work, seemed to disappear. Her eyes sparkled as she dove headfirst into thoughts of money. However, in life, people seek wealth and safety. Unless someone has always lived in luxury and doesn't know the taste of poverty, who can boldly say that money is unrefined? Who doesn't love money? She loves it very much. Driven by the common desire to earn money, the women who were once seen as too precious to show themselves have now been set aside. Everyone in the family who could help started to pitch in, and the usually discordant Sue family showed a rare unity in their shared ambition. The next day, as dawn approached, those with clear roles began to take action. Uncle Sue took Su Yao and Su Minghui into the mountains to gather firewood. Once the wood was cut, it was carried back home by Uncle Su's wife and Aunt Sue. Sang Zixia and Su Wenxia were in charge of watching the children and monitoring the charcoal pit to ensure the fire didn't ruin the hard-earned firewood. The old lady initially wanted to stay home and fix her mistake from yesterday, but just before leaving, the old man said, "We'll go with you." Without waiting for her to refuse, he added, "I may not be able to chop wood or carry heavy loads, but picking up some twigs and leaves to save them some effort is still helpful." Bundling the cut firewood for easier transport was a task he could manage. The old lady smiled somewhat reluctantly, but agreed. Su Wenxiao distributed the filled water bags and sighed in relief when she saw the old lady leave with the old man. If she had stayed home, it would have been a hassle for them. Having her go along was fine. Sang Zixia noticed her relief and quickly suppressed her smile, clearing her throat to say, "Mother, I'll head to the back now." Su Wenxiao hurriedly masked her relief and quickly followed, saying, "Wait for me, Xia. I'll go with you." To produce high-quality charcoal, they couldn't use thin twigs. They needed sturdy, whole logs. Such good firewood couldn't be found easily. It had to be chopped and brought back. Sang Zixia looked at the pile of firewood stacked high and felt a mix of emotions. Fortunately, this was an ancient time with endless forest resources. Otherwise, just the task of logging would be enough to support the whole family. After reflecting, she stuffed some dry pine needles into the pile to ignite it. While waiting, she didn't just stand by the charcoal pit but moved back and forth between the pit and the front yard. The younger ones in the family were also tiptoeing to help. Su Mingyang could carry 5 or 6 pieces at a time, and Su Yanran was running quickly with her small basket. Su Mingxiu is small and not very strong, but his short legs move quickly like little rockets, faster than Su Wenxiu. As the thick smoke spread, Sang Zixia carefully watched the fire, not daring to lose focus. If the fire stays contained, everything is fine, but if a spark flies away and ignites something, it could cause big trouble. She couldn't leave the people here. Hearing Su Wenxiu cough, she said, "Grandma, I can handle this. You take Jinxi and rest up ahead." Su Jinxi was too young and wanted to jump around, getting anxious and crying out. But the hot edge of the coal pit was dangerous, so Su Wenxiu kept carrying her. Su Wenxiu comforted the almost crying Su Jinxi, feeling a bit uneasy. "Yesterday your grandfather had a big fire, so we can't have any problems today. Can you keep an eye on things?" Sang Zixia pulled Su Mingyang back a bit and smiled. "I can watch over things. You take these little ones out. If I need help, I'll call for you." After hesitating for a moment, Su Wenxiu called the little ones to follow her like little ducklings. Sang Zixia then found a good spot to keep watch. She squinted at the flames leaping up in front of her, her mind busy with other thoughts. The harsh winter in the northwest was not just a saying. Heavy snow would come soon, and the cold would last a long time. Once the snow blocked the mountains, getting as much firewood as they did today would be impossible. Without enough firewood, the charcoal business would be just a dream. Charcoal was only a temporary solution, not a long-term plan. Before the heavy snow arrived, they needed to think of other ways. Her mind raced with various plans, and finally, the tired woodcutters returned. Honestly, chopping wood was not much easier than moving bricks. But thanks to their recent experience with bricks, the returning workers, though exhausted, didn't complain at all. Su Yao didn't even stop for water before heading to the back, where Sang Zixia was covering the coal pit with mud. He reached out and pulled her back, grabbing a shovel to work himself. "Go get me some water, I'll handle this side." With her hands empty, Sang Zixia watched as Su Yao skillfully covered the pit with fine mud. She smiled quietly and said, "I dried the osmanthus flowers I picked earlier. Want some to drink?" Su Yao replied with a simple
Great.
The current situation at home is that we definitely can't afford tea, but boiling dried osmanthus in water surprisingly tastes quite good. Aunt Su-san, sweating profusely, was trembling as she held the bowl, yet she smiled as she savored the lingering fragrance of osmanthus on her tongue. This does have the elegance of winter plum in tea. Aunt Su-air, panting heavily, quickly drank 2 bowls and regretfully said, "If only we could add a bit of honey." It still tasted a bit bland. It needed a touch of sweetness. The old lady, exhausted and unable to straighten her back, glared at the floating dried osmanthus in the bowl and said irritably, "It's easy to talk about elegance, but what isn't expensive when it comes to sweetness? With so many people in the family working all day, what we earn might not even get us close to a jar of honey. We can't afford to think about those fancy things." Everyone knew she was unhappy, and as soon as those words were spoken, no one dared to continue the conversation. Aunt Su-air, feeling guilty, put down her water bowl and grabbed the firewood that hadn't been cleaned up yet, saying, "I'll take this away." Aunt Su-sen quietly stood up and said, "I'll go check on the stove for my sister-in-law." The old lady's outburst went unanswered, and not wanting to lose her temper in front of the old man, she suppressed her aches and entered the house with a dark expression. By the charcoal pit in the open area, Sang Zixia looked at the large wet stains on Su Yao's back and curiously asked, "What did you get on your clothes?" After being by the fire for so long, why were they still wet? Su Yao wiped his palm on his clothes, shook his wrist, and frowned, saying, "It must be something strange with that wood. I found a tree in the woods today that was growing well, but when I chopped it, this sticky sap started flowing out. I must have accidentally gotten some on me." Sang Zixia hummed in response, but, smelling the scent coming from Su Yao, her brows slowly furrowed. Why did it smell so sweet? Curiosity got the better of her, and she took a step closer, reaching out to bring the damp part of Su Yao's clothing to her nose. The sudden closeness made Su Yao tense up silently, and when he turned to see Sang Zixia bringing her finger, which had touched his clothes, to her lips, he was instantly shocked, his ears turning red. He stammered, "Gigi, what are you doing?" Sang Zixia, not noticing his stiffness, licked the sweet residue from her fingertip, her eyes reflecting the flickering firelight. "Tell me in detail about that strange tree you chopped down today." When Su Yao accidentally got tree sap on his clothes, it was quite a hassle to wash off. Yet, this little annoyance brought joy to Sang Zixia for half the night. The next day, she carried a clay pot she had found and said to Su Yao, "I want to go into the mountains with you today." Su Yao was puzzled by her excitement and hesitated, saying, "The paths in the mountains are difficult, and I can manage." Sang Zixia replied confidently, "Just lead the way, and I won't be a bother." She insisted on going, leaving Su Yao feeling a bit troubled. However, remembering her joyful expression from the day before, he decided to discuss it with the old man. The old man, not wanting to dampen Sang Zixia's rare enthusiasm, adjusted the day's plans. Su Ershu took Su Minghui's place to chop wood in the mountains, while Su Minghui stayed home to tend to the charcoal pit. Su Minghui smiled and nodded in agreement, but gently reminded Sang Zixia before she left, "The mountain paths are tough. Big brother, don't rush ahead like yesterday. It's better to help your sister-in-law more. Be careful, sister-in-law," he added. Sang Zixia, with her tools on her back, remained silent. Su Yao glanced at him with a half-smile and said, "Thanks for the reminder, second brother. I'll be careful." He led the way, noticing that Sang Zixia seemed to struggle to keep up, so he discreetly slowed his pace. The path into the mountains became familiar quickly, and the group soon followed the traces left from the day before. However, Su Yao showed no signs of stopping. Su Senshu pushed aside some branches and asked, Su Yao, isn't everything growing well here? Why go further in? Su Yao looked at the clay pot Sang Jixia was carrying and replied, this is good enough. It makes it easier to transport things out. It's rare for Jixia to come out, so I want to let her explore a bit, he added. Su Senshu glanced around at the dense trees and wondered, what's there to explore in these deep woods? Are young people's interests so peculiar? He grumbled, but remained careful with his work. This morning, under everyone's watchful eyes, he carefully dug out the charcoal pit that had been covered with mud overnight. The charcoal blocks were perfectly burned, with no flaws in shape or size. The old man set up a borrowed scale and weighed the sorted charcoal blocks. One sack weighed a full 50 pounds, and even at 1 coin per pound, that meant 50 coins in hand. That was much more than earning from moving bricks. He gritted his teeth and swung the axe, noticing that Uncle Su was standing still with a blank expression. He sneered, brother, the old man said before we came that each person must chop at least 3 bundles of firewood a day. Not even one less. Yesterday, Minghui chopped enough, so don't fall behind even your own son. Uncle Su shot him a glare. His face darkened as he replied through clenched teeth, I don't need your sarcasm. I will do what needs to be done. But speaking of which, I never realized you had such a talent for changing direction, third brother. From being the young master of the Ho family to now a woodcutter, it's all thanks to the eldest branch. You can still wholeheartedly help Su Yao, which shows you really hold no grudges. The relationship between the second and third branches was already tight, and over the years, the elders and the third branch had harbored quite a bit of resentment towards Su Yao and the others. But in just a month, those who were once on his side had all changed their stance. Even his own wife and son seemed to have forgotten the past and were now working hard like diligent oxen. Had they all forgotten how they ended up in this situation? Hearing the unmasked bitterness in his words, Uncle Su sighed. Does holding a grudge help? The old lady has already said what needs to be said. If you still can't see the truth, there's nothing I can do. When survival is a challenge, holding grudges is useless. Sticking together is what brings warmth. It's hard for anyone to survive alone. In the current situation of the Su family, those who can't see reality and still want to cause trouble are truly foolish. Having said enough, he didn't want to argue further, so he simply moved away from Uncle Su, seeking some peace. Uncle Su took deep breaths to suppress his anger and swung the axe with endless frustration. Meanwhile, Su Yao pointed to a tree trunk with axe marks and said, Look, this is the strange tree you insisted I come see last night. This tree was indeed peculiar. Su Yao had often visited dense forests in the capital, but had never seen anything like it. Yet here there was a whole cluster of them. Looking at the tall, straight trunks before him, he felt a twinge of regret. They were perfect for making charcoal, but they were also sticky and annoying. On the way, Sangji hadn't mentioned what she was looking for, but Su Yao seemed to understand her thoughts and brought her here directly. She noticed the slight disdain in Su Yao's words, but her lips couldn't help but curl up as she looked at the tree in front of her, eager to get closer for a better look. However, she forgot to watch her step. The ground was covered with a thick layer of dry leaves mixed with wet mud, and as soon as her shoe made contact, she lost her balance and slipped to one side. Sang Zixia, in a panic, tried to grab the nearest tree to steady herself, but instead, she fell back into a warm embrace that felt almost too hot. Su Yao barely managed to catch her. He said, with a hint of frustration, I told you.
Su Yao.
Su Yao felt a mix of confusion and unexpected joy at her words, tightening his jaw as he said, Jijiyu. You might have just done something great. Sang Jixia's attention was entirely on the amazing tree, completely unaware of the strange look in Su Yao's eyes. She quickly stood up and pulled away from his embrace, snatching the machete from his hand and striking the tree trunk with it. Just like the day before, the seemingly ordinary tree trunk began to ooze a sticky liquid from the cut, making Su Yao's head throb in pain. This stuff was really hard to clean off. He instinctively pulled Sang Jixia back, but she quickly swiped her finger across the tree trunk and, before he could react, shoved it into his mouth. Sang Zixia looked at him expectantly and asked, "Is it sweet?" Su Yao's hot tongue brushed against her cool fingertip, and the sudden heat made his throat spasm, causing him to forget everything else. He struggled to stay calm, tilting his head slightly, his tongue peeking out from behind his lips, discovering a treasure, but too scared to be greedy, pressing down in fear and confusion. What did it taste like? That soft, delicate finger almost made him lose his mind. He couldn't remember if it was sweet or not. Seeing his face turn all shades of red without a word, Sang Zixia squinted her eyes suspiciously and asked, "Is it not sweet? Can you taste it?" Su Yao was terrified, fearing she might test his weak willpower again. With a stiff face, he gritted his teeth and managed to say one word, "Sweet." Sweet to the core. Sang Zixia finally got the answer she wanted and raised her eyebrows in delight. She pointed at the tree trunk, still dripping with liquid, and said mysteriously, "That's right, it's sweet. I'm telling you, you found a treasure." Su Yao felt his mind spinning, and he chuckled ambiguously at her words. Wasn't it a treasure? A treasure that could cost him his life. Sang Zixia was lost in the joy of making a small profit and didn't notice Su Zhao's unusual behavior. At that moment, all she could see was the silver flying towards her like little wings. Nothing else mattered to her. She was truly obsessed with money. Suppressing her excitement, she took out a ceramic jar and squatted by the tree trunk, explaining, "This is a sugar maple tree. You won't find it in warm places, and younger trees are useless. It has to be at least 40 years old to be useful. Luckily, the ones you found are all old enough." She winked at Su Zhao playfully. "Do you know what this tree can be used for?" Su Zhao maintained his calm demeanor, raising an eyebrow at the sticky sap flowing from the trunk, and asked, "Is this sticky sap useful?" Sang Zixia snapped her fingers. "Of course it is." She held up a borrowed drill and small hammer, saying to Su Zhao, "You're strong. Can you help me drill a small hole in the trunk?" Su Zhao willingly went to work. Once the drill was fully embedded in the trunk and pulled out, Sang Zixia quickly placed the prepared bamboo tube in position. The bamboo, cut in half lengthwise, was about the length of an adult's arm. The knots were smoothed out, and it had been dried by the fire. It was perfect for catching the sap flowing from a small hole. Sang Zixia carefully fixed one end of the bamboo tube to the trunk, with the other end resting over the jar. The liquid flowed smoothly into the jar, filling the air with a sweet aroma. Su Zhao pondered for a moment before asking, "Can this be used as sugar?" Why else would she ask him if it was sweet? Sang Zixia replied without looking up, "You can't use it directly, but if you boil it down, it becomes high-quality maple syrup. Just think about how much syrup costs. Sugar is even more expensive than meat." Su Zhao tried to recall any lingering sweetness on his tongue but only felt stiff all over. Seeing Sang Zixia squatting protectively over the syrup, he sighed and placed a makeshift support for the firewood on the ground, laying his removed jacket on top. "Squatting too long can make you dizzy. Sit and watch instead." Sang Zixia settled down without looking up, and Su Zhao sighed again. "I'll be right here. Call me if you need anything." "Okay." Noticing she still wouldn't look back, Su Zhao walked away, feeling a mix of emotions. The strange tree that once troubled him had become a treasure in Sang Zixia's eyes. He didn't dare leave her alone in the woods, so he decided to keep their activities within a small area. Whenever she called for him, he quickly walked over and skillfully drilled holes. By the 6th hole in the tree trunk, the ceramic jar Sang Zixia brought was finally full. She carefully sealed the jar and, with a sigh of relief, smiled and said, "I'll bring a few more jars tomorrow to collect more before it gets cold." Su Zhao mumbled a response, looking at the firewood that was nearly cut. He said, "Pack up what you brought. It's time to head down the mountain." If it were just him, he would have stayed a little longer. But as dusk fell, it would be harder for Sang Zixia to walk, so it was better to leave early. The bundled firewood weighed over 100 pounds, and Sang Zixia couldn't help. Su Zhao carried the heavy firewood on his shoulder and held the treasures Sang Zixia had gathered all day in his arms. Sang Zixia followed behind, holding the stick he gave her, and said with concern, "Should I help you?" "Actually, Just walk steadily on your own, Su Zhao replied, walking easily as if on flat ground, without showing any signs of fatigue. Once we get down, you can go home, and I'll come back for the rest. As they reached the foot of the mountain, people waiting there quickly approached. Aunt Su Sen said, just put it down, I'll take it home. Su Zhao squatted down to untie his shoulder and handed the jar to Sang Zixia, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Today's bundles are heavier than yesterday's. Aunt Air and Aunt San, you can take them in turns. I'll bring back whatever is left later. Aunt Su Sen smiled and exclaimed, noticing the jar Sang Zixia was holding. Why are you carrying a jar into the mountains? Isn't the water pouch at home enough? Safely down the mountain with a full load, Sang Zixia happily said, what's inside isn't water. Aunt Air, didn't you say yesterday that the osmanthus tea was a bit lacking in sweetness? I can get you some sweet treats to try later. Aunt Su Air, who was squatting down sorting the firewood, looked up in surprise at this. Xia, don't tease me. Can we really still have something sweet at home? Sang Zixia proudly raised the ceramic jar and smiled. Of course it's true. This jar is filled with sweetness. Her words made those who were tired and unable to stand up smile, but not many took her seriously at that moment. If they could get a jar of sugar just by going into the mountains, why would they bother chopping wood? While Sang Zixia poured the contents of the jar into the pot and lit the stove, Su Wenxiu, who was still helping at home, came over, drawn by the increasingly sweet aroma. Curiously, she asked Xia, what are you cooking in the pot? The mixture looked thick and yellow, not quite like water or soup, but it smelled quite sweet like sugar. Sang Zixia adjusted the fire to the lowest setting and stirred the thickening syrup, saying, this is syrup from the sugar maple trees Su Yao and I found in the woods. Once it's ready, we can eat it like honey. It was Su Wenxiu's first time hearing that sugar could come from trees, and she exclaimed, is this syrup? Of course, it's sugar. The equipment for making the syrup was just a large iron pot and a spoon. The final product might not compare to what she had tasted before, but it would definitely be sweet. As she scooped out the nearly finished syrup and sealed it in a ceramic jar, she poured the leftover syrup from the pot into a small bowl and glanced over at the stone mill piled with ash in the corner of the yard. Su Yao, covered in dirt and dry leaves, came in after carrying the last bundle of firewood. He saw Sang Zixia leading the younger ones in turning the mill. The cleaned stone mill seemed too big for them, making it quite a challenge. Sang Zixia took the lead, while Su Mingyang followed, gritting his teeth as he turned it with effort. Su Yanran held a large bowl in her left hand and a small bamboo brush in her right, eagerly scooping any rice flour that came out into the bowl. Su Mingxiu and Su Jinxiu wanted to help too, but they were still too short to reach the mill's handle, so they could only clench their fists and cheer with their faces turning red. Keep going. Push harder. Put in more effort. Roar. Just then, the old man entered and dusted off his clothes, watching the kids turning the mill like little ducks in a circle, chuckling as his gray eyebrows shook with laughter. Even the old lady rarely smiled, but today she showed a rare grin. These kids are quite the handful. The long-lost joy brought a sense of comfort to everyone's faces, and Su Minghui finished his work in the backyard and quickly came out. Big sister, how about? Gigi, let me do it. Su Yao stepped forward to take over, but Sang Zixia shot him a disapproving glance. Go wash your hands first. You can't eat something that's all muddy. Without changing his expression, Su Yao replied, just let me handle it for a bit. Sang Zixia initially didn't want to push further, but nodded in agreement, saying, all right, I'll go prepare something else first. Su Minghui, feeling bored but not caring much, casually told the old man, grandfather, we burned a bit more today. I'll keep an eye on it tonight, and we probably won't be able to collect it until tomorrow afternoon. The old man replied indifferently, collecting it tomorrow is fine. We can weigh it then to see how much we produced in a day. As soon as this was mentioned, Aunt Su became lively. Before going to the coal pit, we weighed the firewood. Today, we used a total of 400 pounds of firewood. When we dig it out, we can weigh the coal blocks and estimate the output. By estimating the conversion rate of firewood to coal and calculating the selling price, they could determine the daily income. Aunt Sue, thinking about how the dark coal could be exchanged for shiny silver, couldn't contain her excitement and said, I paid attention to the coal we produced yesterday. Although it was all burned together, the quality varies because of the different types of wood. She eagerly suggested, Grandfather, I think we shouldn't sell all the coal in one bag. We can sort out the best ones separately and categorize them by quality. It might be a bit more work, but the price will be different, and earning a bit more is a good thing. After she spoke, Sang Zixia couldn't help but glance at her, surprised. The old man also showed a thoughtful expression. It was clear that someone from a family with a business background could think ahead in small trades. After a moment, the old man said, What you said makes sense, but the people at home will need to put in extra effort to sort the coal blocks. Aunt Sue replied eagerly, What's the big deal? We've already put in so much effort. A little more work doesn't matter as long as. Have you said enough? In the harmonious and friendly atmosphere of the discussion, a dissatisfied voice interrupted. Aunt Sue suddenly faced Su Ershu's stern expression. She shrank back, not daring to speak again. Su Ershu, unable to hold back, said, Look at you. So focused on making money. Do you think you're still in your money-grubbing family? Is it worth exhausting yourself over a few coins? Do you still have the demeanor of a second wife? Aunt Sue, due to her background as a merchant, always felt inferior in front of Uncle Sue. Now, after struggling to find something she was good at amidst countless criticisms, she was suddenly shut down by the person closest to her. The joy on her face turned into defeat. Su Minghui, not wanting to embarrass his father, hesitated to speak up. The others seemed used to this scene and didn't want to intervene, but Sang Zixia couldn't stand by. What's wrong with making money? When did earning a living become something to be ashamed of? She gently touched Su Mingyang, who was trembling from his father's sudden shout, and said, Uncle, everyone works hard to earn a living, don't they? Aunt Sue's efforts are all for the family's survival. She has done her part as the head of the second household and hasn't wronged anyone. If you can't earn enough money for your family to live comfortably, then don't criticize others for their hard work. What right do you have to say such things? Aunt Sue was surprised that someone would stand up for her, and her eyes turned red. Su Yao wiped her hands and calmly said, Aunt Sue, you've been working hard lately. Speaking of which, Uncle also puts in a lot of effort when chopping wood in the mountains. Aunt Sue is just trying to ensure that your hard work brings in more rewards, so you don't toil in vain. If Uncle doesn't appreciate it, why make sarcastic comments? The couple started to speak out, and Aunt Sue-san, who had long been dissatisfied with Uncle Sue, couldn't hold back anymore. She handed a clean handkerchief to her sister-in-law and said pointedly, Yes, if it weren't for sister-in-law's hard work and ideas, 100 pounds of firewood would only be worth 5 copper coins. Brother would be exhausted from chopping all day for just a few coins. Who is more important here? Uncle Sue, used to venting his useless anger on his wife, never expected that today's outburst would make him the target of everyone's frustration. As his face turned purple and he was about to say something even more infuriating, the elderly lady said, That's enough. Second, I think you're just tired and confused. Go inside and rest. Don't make a scene here. The old man's silence clearly showed his dissatisfaction. If the topic continued, this foolish man might end up getting slapped. Uncle Sue, filled with anger, slammed the door as he entered the west room. Su Wenxiu, who had been watching silently, walked over to her sister-in-law, who was struggling to hold back tears. She handed Aunt Sue a bowl of water and sighed, I don't know much about business, but I think your idea was good. How about this? Tomorrow you can teach me a bit. While I'm at home watching the kids, I can sort the charcoal and earn a little extra. The old lady added, Your intentions are good. Just do as you suggested. Aunt Sue had been married into the Sue family for many years and had faced much disdain and disrespect. She never expected to receive such support from others one day. Holding back her tears, she lowered her head and said, Okay, I understand. Her mood was not good, and others felt it was best not to say much. After all, when a couple argues, saying anything can disrupt the harmony. Sang Zixia quietly explained the steps of grinding to Su Yao and brought a small stone mortar to start grinding the dried osmanthus flowers they had collected. The dried, shriveled flowers were pounded into fine powder in the mortar, and Su Yao began to turn the stone mill handle with one hand. Those with strength could indeed work quickly. Before long, the large bowl under the stone mill was filled with the ground rice flour, which Su Yanran carefully carried over. "Big sister-in-law, is this okay?" Sang Zixia looked up and exclaimed, "This is perfect." Su Yao, feeling confident with her strength, ground the mixture a couple more times, and the flour in the bowl was as fine as if it had been made by a machine. She happily mixed the rice flour from 2 large bowls together, and Su Yao curiously asked, "Aren't these different? One is glutinous rice flour, and the other is regular rice flour, so of course they're different." As she spoke, she mixed the 2 types of flour evenly, estimated the amount of syrup she had prepared, and carefully began to add water to the flour. In the past, when making things with flour, she would knead it into a smooth dough, but today, after mixing for a while, the rice flour still felt very loose. Su Yao instinctively reached to scoop more water. "Should I add a bit more?" "That's enough, that's enough." Sang Zixia felt the consistency of the rice flour with her hands and said, "Yanran, help me get that small bamboo sieve." Su Yanran had already prepared what she needed and quickly ran over with it. "Here you go, big sister-in-law." Sang Zixia sat on the small stool that Su Mingyang had brought over and began to perform operations that Su Yao could not understand. She placed the kneaded rice flour back into the bamboo sieve and used her hands to sift it onto the cloth spread out below. The small clumps of sifted rice flour were broken apart again, forming little peaks as white as snow. Sang Zixia took the clean, dried steamer, pulled the 4 corners of the cloth, and placed all the rice flour into the steamer, then started boiling water. Mission accomplished. Su Mingxiu, peeking in, swallowed hard and eagerly asked, "Is the cake ready?" Sang Zixia smiled and replied, "Yes, soon we can enjoy the sweet osmanthus cake." "How many pieces do you want, Xiao Mingxiu?" Su Mingxiu, though small, confidently raised his little hand and declared, "5 pieces. I can eat 5 pieces." "You can't eat 5 pieces." Su Wenxiu, amused, pointed at his little belly and joked, "If you eat too much, your belly will hurt. How about just a few pieces?" Su Mingxiu frowned in thought, hugging Sang Zixia's leg, and said, "Then I won't eat that many. But Big Brother can eat." He proudly pointed at Su Yao and said, "Big Brother is an adult. He can eat 5. Or even 10 pieces. Big Brother can eat." Su Jinxiu seemed to understand only the words "can eat," and shouted at her big brother, "Big Brother, 7. Su Yao, unexpectedly given such a heavy responsibility, looked at Sang Zixia, who was trying not to laugh, and said with a straight face, "Yes, I can eat 10 pieces. Come on, you might as well bring the pot too." Sang Zixia couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. She chuckled, and soon everyone around her joined in. Su Yao, with the nickname Rice Bucket, smiled. He glanced at the unprepared items on the stove and said, "What's for dinner? Can I help you?" "No, that's not necessary." Aunt Su San signaled Su Yanran to go play nearby and approached, saying, "I'll learn how to cook from Xia. You can take a break." Aunt Su Er, who had finally calmed down from her sadness, also came over, saying, "I want to learn too, so we don't have to rely on Xia for every meal." With no tasks left for him, Su Yao saw that Sang Zixia was pointing elsewhere, so he rolled up his sleeves and picked up an axe. The firewood brought from the mountains couldn't be used directly. It was best to chop it into similar sizes for better control of the fire. He quietly chopped wood while Su Minghui looked around and silently picked up a water bucket. The water in the tank was more than half gone, so it was just right for him to fetch some. Since there were still some leftover vegetables from yesterday, today's dish is quite similar to yesterday's. However, Sang Zixia thought of adding a few different touches. She roasted eggplant and green peppers together, peeled off the charred skin, and cut them into small pieces. After sprinkling some seasoning, she made a cold dish. The pork from the jar was chopped into mincemeat, and the sliced eggplant was fried until golden. After draining the oil, She heated some oil in the pan and added chopped green onions, garlic, and diced red and green chilies. Then she added the minced meat and stir-fried it, followed by the fried eggplant. Finally, she poured in a sauce made of soy sauce, salt, and a little syrup, mixing everything well before serving. Considering the limited variety of dishes, she also made an egg drop soup. She whisked 4 eggs in a bowl and mixed the remaining potato starch with water. Once the water with a bit of lard boiled, she poured in the starch mixture and brought it to a second boil. When the water was bubbling, she slowly drizzled in the egg mixture. The golden egg liquid swirled in the boiling water, resembling blooming flowers, which was quite pleasing to the eye. Once the egg flour was fully cooked, she sprinkled a bit of salt for flavor and added some chopped green onions for garnish before serving. With all her dishes ready, the osmanthus cake from the steamer had also cooled down. Halfway through steaming, she uncovered it and sprinkled a layer of dried osmanthus flowers on top. The fine rice flour set into a large piece of cake, which she cut into neat squares, each topped with a bit of brown syrup. The syrup and dried flowers created a delightful aroma. Although desserts are usually eaten after meals, the eager eyes of the little ones were hard to resist. Sang Zixia decided to serve a plate to Su Wenxiu, saying, "Grandma, please take this to grandfather and grandmother to try." Su Wenxiu smiled and went. She began handing out pieces to the children, saying, "There's still plenty in the pot, but each person can only have one small piece for now. Let's eat the main meal first, okay?" The osmanthus cake was made from rice flour, and eating too much would spoil their appetite for the main meal. Su Mingyang took a big bite and squinted his eyes from the sweetness, exclaiming, "So sweet." Su Yanran, with delicate movements, finished her piece and smiled happily, saying, "It's really delicious and sweet." Su Mingxiu, who claimed he would eat 5 pieces, didn't manage to eat much, so Sang Zixia broke one in half for him and gave the other half to Su Yao. Su Yao laughed and said, "Gigi, I know you eat 10 pieces at once. Just eat this half piece first. Is it okay if I still owe you 9.5? Sang Zixia said quickly, "Or do you want all 10 pieces right now?" Su Yao has never liked sweets, not even a bite. But hearing Sang Zixia tease him like that made him laugh unexpectedly. "Okay, just remember to pay me back." The pastry in his mouth was sweet, almost too sweet. Su Yao felt like he had taken a big gulp of syrupy honey, the sweetness spreading from his tongue to his heart. He drank 2 bowls of water to wash away the cloying taste and calmly help set the table. Sang Zixia's cooking was still impressive, but today the star was the soft and sweet osmanthus cake, which even the usually unsweet-toothed elder enjoyed. Everyone felt good after eating and didn't rush back to their rooms, enjoying a rare moment of chatting in the yard. Aunt Su didn't expect Sang Zixia to really make something sweet. Looking at Su Mingyang, who had crumbs all over his mouth, she said, "Xia Xia's skills are as good as the chefs at Jingdienge. If she set up a stall, it might be." "Mom, big sister is already busy managing food for so many people. How could she have the energy to set up a stall?"
Shu Minghui interruptait donc chouette inappropriate comment.
Aunt Su realized her mistake and awkwardly laughed. "I didn't mean it that way. I just wanted to say, Xia Xia's cooking is good." Now everyone in the family helps with chores and understands the hard work involved, so no one would shamelessly ask Sang Zixia to do more. Sang Zixia didn't mind and smiled. Setting up a stall could be a way to make money, but we don't have much syrup, so we can't make a lot. Curiously, the elder asked, "I heard you got the sugar from the mountains today. Is there really such a thing in the forest?" Sang Zixia's comment got a response, and she continued, "Not only is there, but there's also quite a bit. I was thinking of gathering more while the weather is still good. If we have more syrup, maybe what Aunt Su mentioned could actually work." Before seeing results, it's hard to get a proposal accepted. But now that everyone had tasted the pastries, the idea seemed much more feasible. The elder thought for a moment and said, "I think it could work. No matter if selling goods is just a joke or really possible, bringing back more free syrup means we won't miss out on something sweet later. Isn't saving money a gain?" The others nodded in agreement, and Aunt Su even suggested, "Tomorrow, while San Yi and the others are chopping wood, we can go with Xia Xia to collect syrup." Su Winchio smiled wryly and said, "It's not hard to help out, but we only have one usable jar at home, and I can't find more for now. To do a good job, you need the right tools. It's tough to cook without rice, so we can't let this problem become too difficult." The lady in charge of finances immediately said, "Aren't we running low on meat too? When we go to buy jars, we can take this chance to get some." She spoke as if afraid of Sang Jixia, decisively adding, "Tomorrow I'll give you the money. You go to the market and buy what you need. You don't have to worry about the housework for now." She definitely wouldn't go to the market with Sang Jixia, firmly refusing. Sang Jixia wasn't surprised by this outcome, but before agreeing, she said, "How about Su Yao goes with me?" The lady was about to frown when she added, "We've burned a lot of charcoal at home, but we haven't found a good market for it. Let Su Yao take yesterday's charcoal to town to see what price we can get, and also to find out where to sell the charcoal in the future. We shouldn't fight without preparation." The lady was still considering, but the old man chuckled at her words. "You're right. We shouldn't fight without preparation. Yao, you should go with your wife tomorrow. It'll be safer on the road, and you can help her carry heavy things." Su Yao had no objections to the arrangement, nodded, and didn't say more. But since it was a rare trip to the market, they couldn't just buy a few jars. The lady called her 3 daughters-in-law to discuss the shopping list, and since Sang Jixia couldn't join the conversation, she returned to the west shed. Not long after, Su Yao came back. He handed her the medicine bowl she needed to drink daily and waited for her to finish before asking, "What made you think to take me with you?" Based on his understanding of Sang Jixia, she truly wouldn't go without preparation. From setting up to asking him to go along, it seemed like she was just agreeing with the lady, but the lady was completely unaware that she was being led. She was hiding something from him. Sang Jixia didn't expect him to be this perceptive. She paused, then laughed. "How can you be so clever? Brother, your true nature is very different from the rumors." Su Yao shrugged and smiled, raising an eyebrow as if to ask, "What is it?" Sang Jixia rubbed her face with both hands and sighed, saying gloomily, "All right, you guessed it. Su Yao, can you do me a favor?" Early the next morning, Su Yao parked the mule cart borrowed from the Wu family at the front door. While Sang Jixia was washing her face and getting ready, he loaded the charcoal bags onto the cart. The elderly lady handed Sang Jixia 5 silver coins and a list. "Besides food, please buy 2 rolls of coarse cloth and some cotton from the fabric store. If it's not enough, use the money from selling the charcoal to cover the rest." After she spoke, looking a bit worried, she added, "Remember to bring back the receipt from the fabric store. Be careful when buying things, and don't spend money on poor quality items." When Su Yao suggested borrowing the mule cart, the elderly lady briefly considered going along. But seeing Su Yao lift the heavy charcoal onto the cart, she quickly dismissed the idea. Su Yao was not someone to rely on. If that rascal asked her to help carry charcoal, it would be even more tiring than walking last time. Sang Jixia found the elderly lady amusing and accepted the silver coins, nodding. "All right, we'll be back as soon as we finish. What do you want to eat for dinner, grandmother?" The elderly lady quickly thought of many delicious dishes, but due to limited funds, she reluctantly said, "Whatever you find is fine."
Just choose something.
Sang Jixia cheerfully agreed, and after Su Yao secured the bags with rope, she climbed onto the cart. Su Yao tugged at the reins, saying, "Hold on tight. Let's go." With the mule cart, their travel time was greatly reduced, but Su Yao headed straight past their original destination, heading towards the farther county town. Sang Jixia looked back at the small town entrance they left behind and asked curiously, "Isn't the town good enough?" Without turning around, Su Yao replied, "I asked Brother Wu, and there's no place like you're looking for in the town. We need to go to the county town. Have you prepared everything you need to take?" Sang Jixia touched the silver note in her pocket and whispered, "I have everything. Do you think it's reliable to ask someone to bring it back? Will my mother and brother receive it?" Su Yao flicked his wrist to make the mule cart go faster on the uneven road and replied calmly, "There are couriers in the county town who specialize in delivering items. It usually doesn't go wrong." He couldn't help but glance back at Sang Jixia and asked, "Why did you suddenly decide to send something to Kyoto?" He knew that Sang Jixia's mother had not lived well in the general's residence, but still, she was a legitimate concubine who had raised a son and a daughter. She shouldn't have fallen to the point of needing help from Sang Jixia, who was far away. However, Sang Jixia had told him last night that she wanted to send money to Aunt Xia. Was something wrong in Kyoto? Sang Jixia sighed and said, "A few days ago, when I went to the village to buy some vegetables, I ran into the person who delivered things to me last time. He said he just heard that my mother was punished by the lady for some reason, fell ill for several days, and was also fined half a year's allowance. Those who have not suffered in the inner courtyard cannot imagine what Aunt Xia is going through right now." But as Sang Jixia searched through the few memories of the original owner, seeing the items Aunt Xia had sent her from so far away made her heart heavy. That person was already struggling, and now that she was ill, what could be done? She was too far away to help much, and the only thing she could think of was to take some money from her own pocket and find a way to send it to Aunt Xia. She was unfamiliar with the current delivery methods and couldn't find a trustworthy person, so she decided to ask Su Zhao for help. But Kyoto was so far from the northwest, it would take a long time to reach Aunt Xia, and she wasn't sure if it would even be useful. Su Zhao tightened his grip on the reins and frowned, asking, "Did that person tell you anything else?" Sang Jixia shook her head weakly. "He didn't know more, but my mother must be having a hard time now." To be precise, she had never had a good time. Seeing she was really down, Su Zhao paused and said, "Don't worry too much. The news takes time to travel, and by the time you hear it, your mother might already be better." Sang Jixia replied weakly, and when they arrived in the county, Su Zhao led her directly to the post station where couriers gathered. She was taken to write a list of the items to be sent, and Su Zhao stood by the counter, thinking for a moment before quietly asking the clerk, "Can I borrow your paper and pen?" When her family was raided, Sang Jixia had quickly taken out 2,000 taels of silver notes from her dowry box and had been carefully hiding them. Considering the inconvenience of sending things, she generously took out 500 taels to send back to Kyoto. When she finished the list, Su Zhao handed her a wax-sealed envelope and said, "I have an old friend in Kyoto I want to contact. Could you help me send this back with you?" Sending an extra letter would only cost 5 taels of silver. Sang Jixia, carrying a large sum of money, nodded without hesitation. Once they left the post station, Sang Jixia let out a sigh. No matter what, she had done her best. Su Zhao looked at her and softened his voice. "You rushed out without breakfast, right? You must be hungry." Sang Jixia almost shook her head, but Su Zhao continued, "Let's eat something first, then we can take care of other things." The county town's bustle couldn't compare to Kyoto, but it was much better than the small town. There were many small stalls lining the streets. Su Zhao found a spot for the mule cart carrying charcoal and noticed a restaurant with an expensive-looking sign. Sang Jixia followed him into the restaurant. When the waiter went to get their food, she exaggeratedly squinted and said, "You did this on purpose, didn't you? What's going on? Now that I have money, do you want to take advantage of me?" Su Zhao noticed her narrowed eyes and, mimicking her, covered half his face with his hand, whispering, "Yes, since you have the most money. What's wrong with treating me to a nice meal?" Sang Jixia covered her purse with a pained expression. No, I can't afford it. If you can't pay the bill later, you'll have to wash dishes in the back."
"I won't help you," she said.
Just then, the waiter approached with a tray, looking at the empty table and feeling awkward. He heard them. These two looked decent, but it seemed they had no money. The young waiter hesitated, glancing between Su Zhao and Sang Jixia, and finally asked, "Do you really want your food? You can still back out now, you know." Sang Jixia nearly laughed out loud. Su Zhao sighed, "Yes, bring it." The waiter nervously set down the dishes, but as he turned to leave, he heard Su Zhao seriously say, "If washing dishes isn't enough to cover the bill, I can chop wood too."
"Don't worry about it.
If the restaurant tries to hold you, they can only hold me. I'll make sure you get away." Sang Jixia finally stopped laughing and looked up to see the waiter's shocked face. She turned away, not daring to look at the visible wariness on the waiter's face, cleared her throat, and grabbed the tea Su Zhao poured for her. "Is it really just to have a meal with me?" Seeing the gloom in her eyes fade, Su Zhao smiled and said, "Not entirely." They were seated at a table by the window on the second floor of the restaurant, where they could see the side entrance below, when the window was opened. He pointed to the threshold below with his teacup and whispered, "Do you see those dark marks?" Su Zhao was quite tall, and even when Zhang Jixia stood up, she was still shorter than him by a shoulder and a head. She couldn't see the spot he was pointing at while sitting. With a practical mindset, she walked to the window, leaned down, and looked closely, saying, "That looks like charcoal marks?" The dark patches were quite noticeable, clearly from heavy charcoal that had been dragged in recently. A hint of a smile appeared in Su Zhao's eyes as he nodded and said, "When I asked about it at the inn, I learned this is the biggest restaurant in town. Not only can you eat here, but you can also stay overnight. More importantly, this was the only restaurant in the county that used charcoal heating, and the guest rooms had unlimited charcoal supply whenever the guests requested it. As the weather got colder, the demand for charcoal here was huge, and the restaurant had started buying charcoal early before winter arrived. This was a big buyer with high demand." A flash of understanding crossed Zhang Jixia's eyes. Su Zhao tapped the table to signal her to sit down and eat, saying slowly on the way here, "I thought about it. It's hard to say how much we could sell just by calling out on the street, and the price would definitely be negotiated back and forth, wasting time. Instead of selling little by little, it's better to find a reliable buyer and settle it all at once. This way, we can have a clear destination for the charcoal we produce at home and avoid delays every time. Of course, bulk selling has its downsides, like not getting a good price, as the focus would only be on discounts for large quantities." But Su Zhao's thinking was indeed sound. Zhang Jixia had idea after idea for making money, but when it came to business sense, she couldn't match Su Zhao's quick thinking. She spun the nearly empty teacup in her hands and asked, "So, are you planning to talk to the restaurant owner about a deal? Do you think they would be interested in our small quantity? Whether they are interested or not, we'll find out soon enough." After much internal struggle, the young waiter finally brought out the last dish. As he left, he couldn't help but glance back several times, worried that Su Zhao and Zhang Jixia might jump out the window. Su Yao found his obvious nervousness a bit amusing and placed the meatball soup next to Zhang Jixia's hand. "It's rare to have a ready meal, so eat it while it's hot." Even though he jokingly said he would eat her up, Su Yao only ordered one dish, one soup, and one dessert to avoid waste. He ordered a bowl of 3-flavor meatball soup, a rich and tender braised pork with potatoes, and a small bowl of walnut candy steamed cheese that cost as much as the other 2 dishes combined. The tiny bowl of cheese, not much bigger than the palm of his hand, was clearly priced at 50 coins. So expensive. Zhang Zixia savored the soft and sweet taste, feeling delighted inside. Sweet treats truly are wonderful. After eating half a bowl, she looked at the quiet Su Yao and asked, "You only ordered one bowl? Aren't you going to try some?" Even though it was really pricey since they were here, why not? Su Yao initially wanted to say he didn't eat sweets, but then he suddenly smiled and said, "Can I have a bite of yours?" Zhang Zixia usually didn't mind sharing, but seeing the playful glint in Su Yao's eyes and noticing he didn't even have a small spoon made her hesitate. She quietly pulled back her wrist and scooped a spoonful to bring to her mouth, saying, "I told you I'm treating. I'll order you another bowl."
Hey,
"Why are you stealing my food?" Su Yao swiftly grabbed her wrist, catching her off guard, and turned the spoon towards his mouth instead. Zhang Zixia stared at the bitten spoon in shock. Su Yao savored the sweet taste, trying to suppress a smile. "I said I would just have a taste."
he really couldn't eat more than that.
It wasn't just about 1 or 2 bites. The issue was that he, an adult, was actually biting a spoon. Zhang Zixia rolled her eyes at him and stood up, saying, "I'm going to get a new spoon." Without a new spoon, she couldn't eat the 50-coin cheese. Su Yao stifled a laugh as he watched her angrily walk away. When she returned with a new spoon and cleaned out the bowl, he stood up and said, "I'm going to talk to the shopkeeper. Do you want to come with me or wait here?" Zhang Zixia leaned back in her chair, lazily saying, "You can go wash the dishes to pay off your debt." "I'm not going." She wouldn't go to settle the bill. Let's see if he dared to bite her spoon again. Su Yao instantly understood her rather poor attempt at revenge and chuckled softly before saying, "All right, I'll be back soon." As he walked away, Sang Zixia turned around anxiously, not feeling very reassured. The young master had lived a sheltered life and might not know how to bargain with shopkeepers. What if he got tricked? She planned to go over and check the situation, but soon after, the cautious young attendant approached her with a big smile. "Dear guest, here is the cheese you requested. I added extra walnuts, as per your husband's instructions. Please try it and see if you like it." A small dish was placed on the table, topped with crunchy walnuts over creamy cheese. Sang Zixia was momentarily speechless and finally asked, "Did the person with me order this?" The attendant nodded happily, "Yes, indeed." She pressed her forehead, feeling a mix of amusement and disbelief. "How much is it in total?" Your husband has already settled the bill. He mentioned he would speak with our manager and asked you to enjoy the cheese while you wait for him to come back." After delivering the message, the attendant left. Sang Zixia took a bite of the delicious cheese and couldn't help but smile. It must be said, expensive things taste good. Su Zhao was gone for a while, and by the time he returned, Sang Zixia had eaten so much of her favorite sweet treat that she felt a bit overwhelmed. Seeing the empty dish, he chuckled, "Another bowl?" Sang Zixia waved her hands in defeat. "No, really, I can't eat anymore." "Did you agree on the deal?" Su Zhao asked. She nodded. "We agreed on 2 grades, the lower quality at 9 coins for 10 pounds and the higher quality at 15 coins for 10 pounds. They brought a total of 160 pounds, with 60 pounds being the higher quality, costing 90 coins, and 100 pounds being the lower quality, also costing 90 coins. They sold the 160 pounds of charcoal for 180 coins, which equals 1 tael and 8 cents. This price was within their expectations. But Sang Zixia looked at the empty dishes and sighed. It's all gone in one meal. 2 bowls of cheese equated to over 100 pounds of charcoal. Su Zhao found her expression amusing. Once it's eaten, there's no turning back. It's getting late and we still need to buy things. Let's go. Sang Zixia sighed and walked alongside him, out of the restaurant. Remembering her earlier boast about treating him, she felt a bit guilty for spending so much. She reached for her hidden purse. "I'll cover the meal for you." Su Zhao was genuinely short on money, having only a small amount left from selling a jade pendant. He had also needed to pay a doctor for her medicine, and he couldn't bear to be treated so harshly. But before she could open her purse, a large hand suddenly grabbed her wrist and gently pried her fingers open. She hadn't taken out her own money yet, and her palm held a small pouch. "Last time, I kept 7 taels on me, spent 2 taels on medicine, and today I spent 1 coin and 2 cents on food. The rest is in here." Sang Zixia didn't expect that someone else's money could flow into her hands. She hesitated, feeling the pouch was too hot to hold, and wanted to push it away. "Why are you giving me this?" Gigi. Su Yao's large hand, capable of enveloping her entire palm, slid down from her wrist and firmly grasped her flustered fingers, gently yet assertively closing them. "This is meant for you." Before her discomfort could grow, Su Yao withdrew his hand and said calmly, "Things at home seem peaceful now, and the money is in grandmother's hands, so there won't be any issues for a while. But over time, that won't hold. Everyone has their own interests, but they are currently short on money. Eventually, the family's livelihood can't always be in the grandmother's hands. Disputes will arise sooner or later." Sang Zixia felt the weight of the money she carried, but the extra few taels made her palms sweat. After a moment of struggle, she said, "Even if you want someone to manage the accounts, you should give it to your mother." She truly didn't want to get involved in such matters. Su Yao seemed to find her inability to recognize her position amusing and scoffed. "Gigi, we are husband and wife. If I don't give it to you, who else? Mother manages the household with father. You need to manage our home." "What, Gigi, do you regret marrying me? Do you not want to be part of my family?" Sang Zixia felt a flutter in her heart from his smiling gaze and paused for a while before clutching the money pouch and saying, "What do I have to regret?" Given her background as a neglected concubine, being able to marry someone as remarkable as him was already of luck. Even though the Su family had fallen from grace, Su Yao was neither foolish nor bad. She had taken over a difficult situation, and her only chance to win was with Su Yao. She truly had nothing to regret. Seeing her not refuse anymore, Su Yao's smile grew. But before he could share his next plan, Sang Zixia suddenly looked at him very seriously and said, "Su Yao, I've realized something." Su Yao's heart trembled silently, filled with an unrecognized expectation. "What have you realized?" Sang Zixia looked at him with sincere eyes and patted his tense arm, saying slowly, "You are a good person." Su Yao's smile froze for a moment, and he said softly, "You have a good eye for people. You're really sharp." Sang Zixia felt that Su Yao's mood was quite strange. They were having a good conversation, enjoying the friendly atmosphere. So why did he suddenly look upset? Don't try to guess a man's heart. She took out the list from the old lady to distract herself and started planning her purchases. 6 clay pots, 2 pieces of coarse cloth, and 10 pounds of cotton. These items filled Su Yao's backpack and both hands completely, leaving no room for anything else. Sang Zixia shook her empty backpack towards him and said, "How about you put some of these in my bag?" Su Yao didn't move, saying, "Aren't we still going to buy meat?" Sang Zixia didn't insist. After confirming the location of the meat shop, she suggested, "Why don't you take these things back first? I'll come find you once I finish shopping." It was still 2 streets away, and while carrying the backpack was manageable, holding everything in her hands was tricky. Su Yao's palms were already red from the rough rope. Su Yao looked a bit worried. "Are you sure you can manage? What's there to worry about on a busy street in broad daylight?" Sang Zixia laughed and pointed in the direction she was going, saying, "You wait by the mule cart for me. I'll be back quickly." Su Yao hesitated, biting his lip. Before he could say more, Sang Zixia was already walking away with her empty backpack. He thought for a moment and decided to turn around and walk in the opposite direction. Although they came to buy meat, there was more to get than just that. The others at home were busy helping with the charcoal, and when it was time to cook, some would lend a hand. She didn't have to struggle to carry firewood home. Instead, she needed to find a way to ensure everyone had enough to eat. Rich people have their ways of eating well, and the poor can also find ways to eat decently. Sang Zixia wandered around the market, and her gaze fell on the small fish in a wooden tub. These fish were indeed quite small. The biggest one was only as long as a finger and a bit thick, looking pitiful compared to the larger fish nearby. The vendor pointed to the lively little fish in the tub and said, "Are you talking about these?" "Yes, those small ones. I'll sell them to you for 5 coins a pound. If you want them, I can weigh them for you." Currently, fish prices were around 30 coins, with larger ones fetching higher prices. A nice big grass carp could cost as much as a chicken. 5 coins a pound for the little fish wasn't too expensive. Sang Zixia squatted down to check that the little fish were all alive and asked, "How many do you have in total? If I take them all, can you give me a discount?" The vendor was surprised. "If you're taking them all, how about I sell them to you for 4 coins a pound? If I weren't in a hurry to close up, I wouldn't sell it to you at such a low price. Do you want it or not?" Sang Zixia thought about the little fish and smiled. "Yes, please pack it up for me." The uncle wasn't lying. He was really eager to finish up. He weighed the little fish at over 4 pounds and charged Sang Zixia for exactly 4 pounds, giving her a small bamboo basket for free. The basket was lined with tough leaves to drain the water and prevent the little fish from slipping out. Sang Zixia didn't want to get her clothes wet with fishy water, so she carried it with one hand and continued to shop. She didn't need to buy too much meat at once since she had a stone mill at home. Buying some soybeans to make tofu would be good. Her home supplies were also running low, so she decided to stock up this time. As she walked and bought, she soon filled the basket. When she returned to the meat shop to pick up her order, she saw the owner carrying a basket of pig trotters, ready to leave. "Boss, are you not selling those pig trotters?" The owner, who had just sold her 5 pounds of meat, smiled and said, "Of course I'm selling them. Why wouldn't I? It's just that the trotters have big bones and little meat, so people prefer meat with more fat and lean. Not many ask about these trotters, so I'll have to sell them cheap to a restaurant if they don't sell today, or else they'll go to waste." Sang Zixia thought about the soybeans in her basket and felt a spark of interest. So, are the pig trotters cheap? If they get too expensive, no one will want them. Are you interested, miss? The owner, afraid to lose a customer, quickly said, the price is 15 coins per pound for the mixed meat, but I can give you the trotters for half price, just 7 coins. If you want them, I'll pack them up for you. Seeing Sang Zixia nod, the owner grinned widely, quickly packing 8 round trotters together and even helping her place them in the basket. You're very generous, miss. Come by more often, and I'll always give you the best prices. I won't let you lose out. Sang Zixia thanked him with a smile, but as she turned to leave, someone bumped into her.
Hey.
The person who bumped into her looked rough, holding his arm and speaking rudely, showing yellowed teeth as he glared at Sang Zixia and shouted, "What kind of path are you walking? Can't you watch where you're going? If you hurt me, can you pay for it?" Sang Zixia felt a sting in her arm and was a bit angry. She looked at the man who was blaming her and coldly replied, "You know exactly who bumped into whom. The eyes are just for show. You might as well poke them out and feed them to the dogs, so you don't have to walk around bumping into people with those empty stares." The troublemaker thought he could intimidate her with his loud voice, but to his surprise, this seemingly delicate girl spoke sharply. Annoyed, he huffed and pointed at Sang Zixia, shouting, "You better not think I won't hit you. If you dare to."
Hey.
Sang Zixia grabbed his wrist and twisted it hard, picking up a stick from the butcher's shop, gritting her teeth. "Who do you think you can hit? You came here without looking where you were going, and if you reach out again, I'll break your hand." Despite the size difference, Sang Zixia's fierce stance with the stick was quite intimidating. The troublemaker yelped and lost his bravado, breaking free, but too scared to retaliate. With a flickering gaze, he shouted, "You wait for me." Sang Zixia expressionlessly planted the stick on the ground, taunting, "Sure, I'm waiting." The troublemaker, now cursing, hurried into the crowd, and the butcher quickly said, "Miss, you should hurry home after buying your things. That's a notorious bully. They probably targeted you because they noticed you bought something valuable. They might be waiting to ambush you." The vendor, who had been silent before, urged, "Hurry home. Don't linger on the street. Those people will do anything." Those people? She realized the troublemaker had run off so quickly because he was just testing her. Sang Zixia's expression darkened as she decided to quickly meet up with Su Yao. In her past life, she grew up in an orphanage, struggling in a tough environment for many years. As a child, she fought to protect herself, and as she grew older, she even took self-defense classes. But being only somewhat skilled was still not enough. If one troublemaker could swing a stick, she wouldn't stand a chance against a few more. It was just about gathering people, right?
Who couldn't do that?
If she could bring Su Yao over, it would be hard to say who would win. Sang Zixia hurried to gather people, walking quickly on her way back. But just then, a restaurant's garbage bin had been knocked over in the street for some reason, spilling greasy food everywhere. The crowd erupted into chaos, making it hard to walk or get through, and she felt someone intentionally crowding around her in the confusion. Sang Zixia watched as the person who had slipped and fallen on the ground retreated in a panic, frowning as she looked towards the dark alley around the corner. If she went through this alley, she could reach the place where she had separated from Su Yao, but this alley was rarely visited, deep and long. Was the overturned bucket really an accident? At this moment, was someone waiting for her in the depths of the alley? Meanwhile, Su Yao hurriedly arranged his belongings and rushed over, only to stop in his tracks due to the strong, unpleasant smell coming from nearby. He frowned, avoiding the crowd of people pushing and shoving, and stopped a grumpy-looking man, asking, "Sir, what happened up ahead?" The man replied with annoyance, "Oh, I don't know which careless kid spilled the restaurant's waste bucket all over the street. It's everywhere. Don't go that way. There's no clean spot to walk on ahead." The man grumbled and quickly walked away, making Su Yao's heart skip a beat. The market street was chaotic, filled with all sorts of people. But Sang Zixia was still inside. He didn't have time to think and grabbed a passerby to ask for a way through, quickly moving against the scattering crowd. Sang Zixia initially didn't plan to enter the ominous-looking alley. She intended to step back and temporarily avoid the chaotic crowd, waiting for the commotion to pass. But things didn't go as planned. In the crowd, she felt someone pushing her in a certain direction, and even hands reaching out to grab her waist pouch amidst the chaos. She struggled to hold onto her belongings as she was pushed to the mouth of the alley. In her ears, she heard the butcher's warning. You must have shown off your wealth while shopping, and now someone's got their eye on you. The rough crowd wasn't an accident. The hands pushing her in the crowd were not an illusion either. This group of shady characters had likely been watching her for a while. The earlier jostling was a test to see if Su Yao was still with her. Sang Jixia quickly gathered her thoughts and looked up to see people appearing at both ends of the alley. Those hiding in the shadows had planned this, completely blocking her in the alley. The man with the yellowed teeth, whom she had previously hurt, glared at her and said viciously, "That's her." She came in with a guy to the Fengchun building and then went around buying things. She must have a lot of money on her. The Fengchun building was one of the best restaurants in the county, so anyone who could afford a meal there was bound to have some wealth. The man called Big Brother had a noticeable scar on his face, twisting his features into a menacing expression. His greedy gaze slid over Sang Jixia like a knife, and he exclaimed, "Wow, what a pretty girl." Sang Jixia had just turned 16, the age of blooming beauty. Her loose, coarse clothing hid her figure, but her face was quite lovely. Unlike her elegant and noble older sister, she had a sharp beauty, like a delicate flower about to bloom, captivating everyone around her. The scar-faced man was surprised to find such beauty in his target today. He stroked his chin and said proudly, "Little beauty, how about I take you out for some fun?" After having his fill of amusement, he planned to sell her in a dark building, making a big profit today. With an evil grin, he moved closer, while Sang Jixia silently cursed her mother. Pretending to be scared, she placed her belongings aside, lowered her head, and said softly, "Big brother, don't you just want money? I have some left from my husband. I can give it all to you if you let me go." Hearing her mention her husband, the scar-faced man glanced at his accomplice, who sneered, "Her man isn't here, so don't worry about it." He remembered how Sang Jixia had embarrassed him before and gritted his teeth, saying, "Aren't you so bold? Why can't you act tough in front of my brother now? Show me how fierce you are." Sang Jixia quietly backed up to the wall, her heart sinking. This group was well prepared, spilling waste on the ground during the busiest market time. Now, everyone outside was too busy to notice what was happening here. Seeing that she had nowhere to retreat, the scar-faced man grinned wickedly. "Hand over your money and say some nice things, and I'll let you go."
Ugh.
Sang Jixia rolled her eyes in her mind, pretending to search for her purse. She quickly assessed the approaching group, 5 of them. If she could take down the weakest one, she might have a chance to escape. Just as the scar-faced man got close, she suddenly raised her hand and threw chili powder from her sleeve straight into his eyes.
Ah.
"My eyes. Are you okay, big brother? You little brat, how dare you fight back? I'm hitting you." Sang Jixia delivered a well-prepared kick to the scar-faced man's groin, holding her breath and closing her eyes as she scattered the chili powder everywhere. Amid the chaos of curses and shadows rushing towards her, she found a half-brick on the ground. She quickly crouched to avoid the yellow-toothed man swinging a stick at her. With a swift turn, she twisted her body like a snake, hooking her foot around his neck and pulling him down hard. Thud! With a dull sound, the yellow-toothed man was caught off guard and slammed to the ground. Before he could get up, he was hit on the head with a brick. "Do you think I won't scare you?" After hitting him, she turned and struck another nearby person, not wanting to linger in the fight, and ran away. She couldn't fight them off. If they came again, she really wouldn't stand a chance. Holding the blood-stained brick tightly, she ran swiftly towards the other end of the alley. But the furious pursuers were still after her. "Stop, you shameless girl. Brothers, get her." Sang Jixia didn't dare look back as she ran. Turning the corner of the alley, she suddenly bumped into someone. Sorry, I didn't mean to."
Gigi, what happened to you?"
Hearing a familiar voice, Sang Jixia looked up in shock and saw the person she bumped into. Her voice trembled. "Su Zhao, why are you just arriving?" I was almost. That shameless girl is over there. Catch her. Sang Zixia instinctively hid behind Su Zhao, feeling safe, and pointed at the pursuers angrily. It's them. It's them.
Su Zhao, go.
Fight them. Hit them hard. Really hard. When Su Zhao was suddenly bumped into, his mind was blank, not understanding what was happening. But instinct took over. He quickly handed something to Sang Zixia and walked over with a serious expression, kicking the loudest, yellow-toothed man. People really could be kicked away. Sang Zixia stared in shock as the yellow-toothed man flew back, reflexively tightening her grip on the object in her hand. As Su Zhao interrupted the scar-faced man's attack, she stared at the small candy figure in her hand, puzzled. Where did Su Zhao get this candy figure? She looked up just in time to see an intense scene. Su Zhao was fighting 5 men barehanded. The group led by the scar-faced man had no chance against his powerful fists, crying out in pain as they tried to escape. Seeing this, Sang Zixia quickly shouted, "Don't let them get away." Su Zhao's handsome face was serious as he struck, and with 2 crisp sounds, Sang Zixia wondered, was that the sound of bones breaking? Was the arm of the scarred man twisted off in a non-human way? Su Zhao looked coldly at the few people crawling on the ground and replied in a calm voice, "You heard wrong. It's not."
Is it not?
Sang Zixia, half in doubt, clicked her tongue and ran to Su Zhao's side, kicking the scarred man on the ground. "Hand over all your money. If you miss even a penny, I'll smash your head. Hurry up. Isn't this just robbery?" She can do it too. Under Su Zhao's strong intimidation, the few people, feeling weak, did not dare to resist and began to crawl on the ground to take out their money. But their numbers didn't help. They were all poor. Sang Zixia rolled her eyes at the small amount of silver in Su Zhao's hand and sneered, "Isn't this a robbery? Didn't you say you would take me to have some fun? Is this enough? Do you still want to have fun?" Su Zhao's eyes flashed coldly as he glanced at the pitiful people on the ground begging for mercy. He grabbed Sang Zixia's wrist and stuffed the candy into her mouth before she could speak. Sang Zixia was suddenly overwhelmed by the sweetness and looked at Su Zhao in confusion. "Did he just give me candy?" Su Zhao lowered his eyes and said, "I've sent the mule cart outside. You go keep an eye on it so nothing gets stolen." Sang Zixia was still a bit unwilling to let her anger go. She spat out the candy and said, "But Gigi, be good." Su Zhao ruffled her messy hair with his big hand and said softly, "Listen, go wait for me outside." A quarter of an hour later, as Sang Zixia turned the corner and peeked out, a large hand with visible veins suddenly covered her eyes. "Weren't you supposed to wait for me outside? Why did you come back?" Sang Zixia couldn't see anything and instinctively grabbed Su Zhao's shirt. Her voice was soft from the half-eaten candy. "You didn't kill anyone, did you? I told you killing is."
No.
Su Zhao ignored her attempts to pull his hand away, firmly holding her shoulders and turning her in another direction, supporting the back of her head to keep her from turning. "I just went back to get what you left behind and got delayed. There was no fight." When he finally took his hand away, Sang Zixia had already been led out of the alley. She tiptoed to look back in the direction they came from and said uncertainly, "We won't get into trouble, will we?" "What trouble could there be?" Su Yao casually ruffled her hair and replied, "A few unnoticed bugs. No one would care if they died in a stinky ditch." Sang Zixia responded with a hint of doubt. Then Su Yao picked her up like a little chick and spun her around. "And you? Are you hurt?"
No, no, no.
Sang Zixia swatted away his hand that was reaching for her sleeve and said with a mix of laughter and frustration, "I ran fast, so I'm fine. Weren't you supposed to bring the mule cart here? I looked everywhere, but couldn't find it." She glanced at the street, which was slowly calming down, and said curiously, "Could it have really been taken? Is my luck really that bad today?" Su Yao, relieved that she was okay, let out a breath and said slowly, "I might have remembered it wrong.
Huh?
I probably didn't bring the mule cart." Su Yao gently held the back of her head and urged her to take a few steps forward. "Let's go. If we don't hurry, we might really lose it." As it turned out, they couldn't lose it. When they found the mule cart temporarily parked at the back door of the Fengchun building, Sang Jixia began to check their belongings. Thanks to Su Yao's carefulness, nothing was lost, and they even found 8 coins. However, thinking about where the money might have come from made Sang Jixia uneasy. Ill-gotten gains. It's better to spend it than to let it go to waste. Shall we spend it before we leave? Su Yao, while organizing the mule's reins, finally let a small smile escape from his previously tense lips. Shall I buy you something sweet to eat? Sang Zixia savored the sweetness in her throat and shook her head vigorously. Forget it. If I eat more sweets, I'll feel sick. Let's go to the fabric store and buy a couple of rolls of cloth. There were simply too many people at home, and the budget given by the old lady was far from enough. Sang Jixia could guess without thinking that the limited fabric within the budget would be shared by very few people, and Su Yao would definitely not be one of them. But Su Yao only had 2 outfits to wear. What would it matter if he took one? With a heart full of gratitude, she was about to head to the fabric store when she saw Su Yao tying the loose rope back up. She couldn't help but say, "The fabric store is right across the street. Why don't you wait here while I go over?"
No.
Su Yao's fingers froze as he tied the knot, his eyes lowered to hide the coldness that hadn't yet faded. He said softly, "Gigi, you can't leave my sight. Not even across the street." Sang Jixia didn't want to dwell on what had just happened, and Su Yao was perceptive enough not to ask further. He heard some unpleasant words, and the person chasing after Sang Jixia was the one he had knocked down. While he secretly felt relieved, there was also a deep sense of fear. What if he had arrived late? What if he hadn't made it in time? Su Zhao took a deep breath to suppress the urge to go back and deal with the situation violently, and when he released his grip, his expression remained calm. "You have a lot of things to carry. Let me help you with that." Since he could offer free help, Sang Jixia said, "What color do you like? Pick one you prefer." Su Zhao's eyes flickered with interest as he teased, "Are you going to make it for me?" Sang Jixia suddenly felt troubled. She sincerely replied, "Can I say I can't?" She could mend a few holes, but making clothes was beyond her skills. She had never learned how to do that. Su Zhao chuckled, "Sewing can be tiring. It's fine if you don't know how. My clothes are fine. You don't need to worry about me." He didn't care much, but Sang Jixia was quite concerned. She felt reassured by Su Zhao's bravery and thought it was worth buying a new outfit as a reward. In the fabric store, Sang Jixia pointed to the ready-made clothes hanging nearby and asked the shopkeeper, "Do you have any sets in his size?" The shopkeeper quickly replied, "Of course, we have those. Please wait a moment. I'll find them for you." 3 sets of different colored fabrics were presented: dark blue, navy blue, and black, all with simple and elegant designs. Seeing her expression, the shopkeeper enthusiastically added, "Your husband is quite handsome and tall. These simple styles will look great on him, I assure you. Shall I have him try them on? If anything doesn't fit, we can note it down and have it ready for you in 2 days." Sang Jixia thought they all looked good and waved to Su Zhao, come in, take a look." It was Su Zhao's first time stepping into the fabric store. As soon as he stood still, Sang Jixia held up a piece of clothing to measure against him. "Gigi, can we say I made it if we buy it?" Sang Jixia quickly interjected, "I can't make it myself, but buying a ready-made one will work. Just don't let anyone know, okay?" To make the outfit look complete, she wanted the shopkeeper to find matching colors and styles. When the time comes, she will take the fabric from the old lady and, after a few days, swap it out with what she bought for Su Zhao, just to follow the process and avoid the old lady constantly watching her private money. Su Zhao, amused by her cleverness, smiled and said, "Black, right? Black is durable and doesn't show dirt." Sang Jixia reluctantly put down the dark blue piece and comforted herself, saying, "That's fine. You look good in black too." Although she hadn't seen Su Zhao wear any other colors lately, Su Zhao suddenly felt playful and, with a smile, asked, "Who else do you think looks good in black?" "Who?" Sang Jixia quickly replied, "Only you and Su Minghui wear black at home. Who looks better?" After saying this, she imagined Su Minghui in his black outfit, looking elegant, but shook her head. "He's not good enough, forget it. Even if he looks good, it doesn't work for her. His aura isn't right." Not at all impressive. Her dislike was sincere, while Su Zhao silently smiled and turned her face away. Besides clothes, Sang Zixia also had the shopkeeper pack a pair of shoes. She initially wanted to get something for Su Mingxiu and Su Jinxia too, but thinking of all the matching pairs at home, she pushed that thought aside. According to Su Zhao, her mother-in-law is good at needlework, and she would make them something with the fabric. After a lot of back and forth, they finally bought everything they needed and could head home. When the mule cart arrived at their doorstep, Su Zhao helped unload everything first, then carried the brewed rice wine toward the village head's house. Sang Zixia took the chance to put Su Zhao's new clothes away in the west shed, then came out and started to tidy up. The old lady came out and immediately asked, "Didn't you go to the market? Why are you back so late?" Leaving early in the morning and returning in the evening seemed like too long of a trip. Sang Zixia had already prepared her response and calmly said, "The charcoal in town is overpriced, so I went to the county to sell it. It was a lucky coincidence. I found a fabric shop in the county selling materials at a discount. With the silver grandmother gave me, I bought 2.5 rolls. Considering the time spent today, it was worth it." The old lady came out, unable to hide her excitement. "Where is it? Let me see." She opened the oilcloth package and smiled with satisfaction. "You only got 5 taels of silver. How could you buy all this?" Sang Zixia Xian said, "Your thoughts are nice," but she replied, "Grandmother gave me less, so I made up for it by selling charcoal." The old lady finally remembered the important matter. "How did you calculate the charcoal you sold in the county?" "Suyao found a restaurant that buys long-term, and we agreed on the charcoal price based on quality. 9 won for 10 jin of second grade, and 15 won for 10 jin of first grade." The old lady quickly calculated in her mind and seemed satisfied. "This is better than going to the brick kiln. But the material isn't expensive. Why didn't you buy more?" Sang Zixia rolled her eyes internally and replied helplessly, "Grandmother, even if it's cheap, it still costs money. If I don't have silver, how can I buy more?" She wanted to test her by suggesting she cover the extra cost. How unrealistic. The old lady felt a bit disappointed and smiled less, but Sang Zixia didn't mind. She quickly arranged the various spices she bought and poured the small fish from the basket into a wooden basin. Just then, Su San Ant came in with a bundle of firewood, and Sang Zixia went over to take the wood and set it down. Seeing the small fish in the basin, Su San Ant asked curiously, "Xia Xia, can you eat such small fish?" They had eaten fish of all sizes, but this was the first time they saw something so tiny. Sang Zixia smiled and said, "The small ones have their own flavor. Once I prepare them, you'll see." The small fish caught the attention of everyone who saw them. After asking about the fish, someone noticed the not-so-attractive pig trotters. Su Ant hesitated and said, "I've seen people eat pig trotters, but I've never tried them myself. Are they really good?" In respectable families, young ladies and gentlemen are particular about elegance and perfection in everything, and they rarely touch even bone-in meat, let alone something that looks unattractive. No one present had eaten this before. The old lady wanted to take the opportunity to lecture about the uselessness of the items bought, but Sang Zixia spoke first. "These are only half the price of meat, and they taste even better when cooked." Su Ant said skeptically, "Xia Xia, you're not joking with me, are you?" Sang Zixia laughed. "Why would I joke with you?" She filled 2 small bowls with yellow beans soaked in water, pulled up a small stool, and said, "If you have time, Aunt, why not help me clean these small fish?" Since she returned late today, this would take time, and if she didn't hurry, they might miss dinner. Speaking of food, Su Ant was quite interested. She sat down first, followed by Su Wenxiu and Su San Ant. They only want to handle the small fish, but they don't want to touch the ugly pig's trotters with hair on them. Sang Zixia stood up, trying not to laugh, and handed the wooden basin to them. When she saw Su Zhao return, she said, "You're just in time, help me chop the pig's trotters." Su Zhao skillfully rolled up his sleeves, grabbed the kitchen knife, and followed Sang Zixia's instructions to insert the blade into the charred pig's trotters, cutting it open from top to bottom. Sang Zixia took it, scrubbed off the black surface, and handed it back to him to chop into small pieces. Su Wenxiu was cleaning the small fish, but kept glancing at Su Zhao. Seeing him become more skilled at the stove made her feel uneasy. It was one thing for him to do heavy work, but as a man, he should be putting in effort. However, he often helped with cooking too. If this continued, perhaps her feelings were too obvious. As Aunt Su Sen gently said, "Sister-in-law, our family situation isn't what it used to be. It's good for young couples to support each other. Don't forget how Su Zhao taught Mingxiu." Mingxiu didn't understand the deeper meanings and wasn't clear on what Su Zhao had taught him. But what he said was enough for Su Wenxiu to hear. Su Zhao was willing to help. Su Wenxiu struggled with her thoughts and sighed silently, lowering her head to say, "Sister-in-law is right. As the mother-in-law, I shouldn't meddle." "What is there to meddle in?"
Aunt Xue scoffed.
"Just managing 3 meals a day is hard enough. It's not the time to act like a mother-in-law setting rules. Let go when it's time to let go." Xia Xia is capable and always looks out for Su Zhao. Having someone else to help you and care for you saves you a lot of worry. As she spoke, she regretted not arranging a marriage for Su Minghui earlier. Otherwise, he would have someone to care for him too. The 3 sisters-in-law, each with their own thoughts, fell silent, and the sound of chopping pigs' trotters at the stove came to an end. The chopped trotters were soaked in water, rinsed 3 times to remove the blood, then blanched in cold water and cleaned. Sliced green onions and garlic were stir-fried in oil until fragrant. Then the spices bought today were added. Once the bay leaves changed color, dried peppercorns and chopped dried chili were added to create an oil mixture. Amid the sizzling sounds, the drained pig's trotters were added, along with 2 spoons of syrup and yellow wine soy sauce, stir-fried until colored. The soaked yellow beans were added, water was poured in to cover, and the pot was covered. Just as this was simmering, the small fish in the basin were almost ready. These tiny fish didn't need to have their scales scraped, they just needed to have their insides cleaned out. The small fish were cleaned and marinated with, and cooking wine to remove the fishy smell. Sang Zixia cracked 2 eggs into a large bowl and mixed them well, then sifted some flour into the egg mixture to make a batter. In another iron pot, where the rice was just cooked, a lot of oil was heated. Su Zhao adjusted the fire and noticed the oil in the pot was smoking, frowning silently. "Are we frying?" Sang Zixia dropped a bit of batter into the pot and nodded when it turned golden and bubbled up, saying, "It's best when it's crispy, so you step aside, I'll do it." Without waiting for her response, he took the bowl of batter from her and pretended to pour it into the pot. Sang Zixia quickly stopped him, saying, "That's not how you fry it. You watch the pot, and I'll mix it for you." While speaking, she rolled the marinated small fish in the batter, scooped them out with a strainer, and handed them to Su Zhao. The battered fish sizzled in the oil, and Su Zhao instinctively pushed Sang Zixia further away. Sang Zixia hurriedly said, "Stir it so it doesn't stick to the bottom. I'll tell you when it's ready to scoop out."
"Okay."
Su Zhao focused on the oil pot, looking serious as if he was doing something very important. Sang Zixia found a clean strainer and laid a large clean leaf on it, saying, "All right, scoop them out and place them here." The small fish, coated in egg batter, rolled around in the oil for a while, and when they were taken out, they were golden and made a crispy sound. Sprinkling some chili powder mixed with salt and pepper, she rolled the strainer up and a tempting aroma wafted out. Several little ones waiting nearby had their eyes shining. Sang Zixia took out another large bowl and said, "You all taste it first to see if it's spicy. If it is, eat from the bowl." The large bowl only had a little salt for flavor, perfect for the kids. After saying this, she took a small bowl filled with fish and handed it to Su Wenxiu, who was holding Su Jinxia. "Grandma, feed Jinxia this. I specially fried it a bit longer for crispier bones." Su Wenxiu smiled and said okay, lovingly wiping Su Jinxia's little mouth with a cloth. Su Mingyang, not believing it would be spicy, took a couple with chili powder and exclaimed, "So fragrant. The bones are crispy." Su Mingxiu happily munched on the ones with just salt, saying, "So crunchy." Su Yanran, enjoying her food, remembered to offer some to Aunt Su, saying, "Mom, try this, it's delicious." Even those who initially thought it wouldn't taste good tried it one by one, and the old man chuckled while stroking his beard. The fish is small, but it tastes great when cooked this way. Uncle Su-san sighed in agreement. Yes, it would be even better with a couple of jars of wine. These fragrant and crispy little fish are perfect for enjoying with drinks. Uncle Su snorted after hearing this. Wine is nice, but it's very expensive. Our family probably can't afford it. Su Yao did bring a jar home today, but she gave it away before even entering the house, so they had no chance to drink it. There were many little fish bought and they needed to be fried all at once, so Su Yao couldn't spare any time. Everyone was enjoying the food, and Sang Zixia couldn't stand seeing Su Yao's mouth idle, so she quickly stuffed a crispy piece into his mouth. She turned to look at Uncle Su, who had a gloomy expression, and shifted the conversation to the old man. Grandfather, are you craving wine? The old man, not wanting to deal with the bothersome Uncle Su, smiled and said, I wasn't craving it, but your cooking has made me want some.
What's so difficult about that?
Sang Zixia playfully stuffed another piece into Su Yao's mouth and said with a smile, if you don't mind my cooking skills, I can make you some wine to try another day. Now, not only the old man was interested, but even Uncle Su-san looked up in surprise. Are you saying you can make wine? In a time when brewing skills were not well developed and passed down through families, making wine was a closely guarded secret. Most people could barely understand the basics, and it was unlikely anyone could learn it on their own. But Sang Zixia was different. Having faced tough times, she had to become skilled in many areas in her past life. She knew a bit about all sorts of plant-related crafts and had even researched which ancient brewing methods using different ingredients were more cost-effective, filling her mind with a whole set of failed research data. Noticing the old man's eager expression, she chuckled. In my younger days, I read various books for fun and tried brewing a few times. It wasn't great, but it was drinkable. Should I give it another try? The old man, unable to hide his excitement, said, There's no time like the present. Why wait to show off your skills? Starting tomorrow, everyone will help with the household chores, so you can focus on brewing wine at home. After saying this, he seemed to realize that it wasn't fair to trouble others just for his own enjoyment. So he added, brewing wine is a valuable skill. If you can make good wine, you could earn much more than making charcoal. Aunt Sue originally wanted to say that making wine with grain is a bit wasteful, but upon hearing this, her interest in making money was sparked. The old man is right. A jar of rough wine outside can sell for quite a bit, and there are many benefits to be gained. The old man had also been thinking lately that when heavy snow comes, the charcoal business will be hard to manage. He advised everyone to save up and gather more firewood while the weather is still mild. Once the snow arrives, if they can start making wine at home, no storm will stop the money from coming in. Those who initially wanted to oppose the idea thought it over and kept quiet. No one wants to miss out on money. Su Zhao swallowed the delicious little fish he was eating and said slowly, I heard that making wine requires a lot of things. Do we have enough supplies at home? Sang Zixia quickly thought about it and replied, we might be short on some important items, but it's not urgent. That's fine then. Try your ideas, and if you need anything, I'll find a way to get it. As they spoke, the last batch of little fish was taken out of the pot, and the lid of the pot with the simmering pig trotters was lifted. The trotters had been cooked long enough, becoming tender and soft. The unique aroma of the gelatin and the sweetness of the yellow beans filled the air, enticing everyone. Aunt Sue, who was skeptical about how good it could be, peeked into the pot and was drawn in by the golden color. Honestly, it smells really good, even more fragrant than the stewed meat. Sang Zixia neatly divided the yellow bean and pig trotter dish and brought it to the table, saying, Aunt, try this. The flavor is definitely good. No one could refuse the tender braised pig trotters. At first, some were hesitant, thinking that eating with their hands wasn't very polite, and they ate cautiously. But the little kids dug in with enthusiasm. Su Mingyang, with grease on his face, asked for a third piece, and soon others started to join in. The table fell silent as everyone focused on the pig trotters in their hands. Su Zhao pulled off a soft piece of tendon and placed it in Sang Zixia's bowl. When Sang Zixia looked up in surprise, Su Zhao calmly said, I made a deal with the owner of Fengchun Tower to deliver charcoal every 10 days before the snow falls. This way, we can burn more at home and save ourselves from borrowing a cart. The village chief insists on not accepting money for the cart rental. Each trip requires borrowing a mule cart, and the favors owed are more troublesome than the rental fee. The old man nodded in agreement, saying, "Since they don't want to take our money, we shouldn't forget our manners. Don't forget to give thanks after borrowing the cart. We can still afford that little bit." Su Zhao replied with a sound of acknowledgement, lowering her head to continue eating large pieces of tendons. Sang Zhixia didn't do much herself, but the meat in her bowl kept piling up. Su Minghui glanced over with an unclear expression, then focused on his meal without speaking. After eating, the old man regretted that today's meal didn't include a couple of drinks, while the old lady busied herself with other tasks. As the weather grew cooler, everyone at home, young and old, was still wearing thin clothes, which couldn't protect them from the cold winds of the northwest. However, the fabric and cotton they bought were limited, making distribution a current challenge. Sang Zhixia was the first to be excluded. "Your family sent you ready-made clothes recently, so this time it doesn't count for you." Su Wenxiu seemed to want to say something, but Sang Zhixia smiled and shook her head at her. Grandmother is right. The clothes her mother sent were specially made to keep warm, and even the shoes were carefully sewn with multiple layers, so she really didn't need them for now. The old lady was pleased with her understanding and continued, "I just checked. The fabric we bought is in large pieces. If we keep it simple, there will be enough for each family. Each family should divide the fabric and cotton based on the number of people, take it back to their own rooms, and work on it slowly." Although everyone present was used to wearing clothes made by others, they were all skilled at sewing and had no objections. Sang Zhixia, though inexperienced, was prepared. She took the fabric meant for Su Zhao back to the west shed and started looking for a place to hide it without thinking. Seeing her scurrying around like a little mouse, Su Zhao smiled slightly. "You can put it anywhere. No one will come into our room." Sang Zhixia sighed, saying, "Hiding it feels wasteful, but I don't dare take it out for now. Do you think if I ask my mother-in-law for advice, I would be scolded?" She thought this task shouldn't be too difficult. She just needed someone to guide her. But it seemed a bit unreasonable for a woman from the inner courtyard not to be good at sewing. Su Zhao checked the temperature of the medicine, then handed it to her, nodding to indicate she should drink it while it's warm. Seeing her in a dilemma, he said slowly, "Gigi, you're already doing great. You don't have to know everything. Things you don't know can be left alone, and things you don't want to learn don't have to be done. Everything is her freedom." Sang Zhixia didn't expect him to be so open-minded. She tugged at the cotton in her fingers and laughed. "You're not picky, but that's fine too. Forget it, let's just keep it for now, and talk later." She packed everything away and had a good night's sleep. The next day, she was eager to go into the mountains to collect syrup from the sugar maple trees. With her first experience, when they arrived, Su Zhao automatically went to drill holes in the tree trunks without her saying anything. The clay jars they bought were useful. After setting them up properly, the sap flowed steadily from the tree trunk through the bamboo tubes into the jars, so they didn't need to watch it constantly. Su Zhao originally wanted her to go back and rest, but Sang Zhixia stood up and said, "I want to look for something." Although the timing wasn't quite right, if she looked carefully, she might find what she needed. Su Zhao instinctively said, "You go home, and I'll look for it. You might not recognize it." She picked up the sickle from the ground and said, "Whether the brewing works depends on finding everything we need. You focus on your task. I'll come back to find you soon." Seeing her heading into the woods alone, Su Zhao grabbed her wrist and placed something in her hand. "Hang this around your neck." Sang Zhixia looked at the small item in her hand, confused. "What is this for?" "You use it to call for me." Su Zhao chopped a thick piece of wood and said calmly, "If you need anything, the whistle. I'll come when I hear it. Don't wander too far. It's not safe." After he said that, he squatted down to tie the wood. Sang Zhixia suddenly remembered the noise he made outside last night and the wood shaving scattered at the door this morning. Running her fingers along the edge of the wooden whistle, she picked it up and tried blowing it, discovering it actually made a loud sound. Su Zhao looked up when he heard the whistle, his gaze seeming to ask, Do you not trust me? Sang Zixia found his look amusing and played with the wooden whistle tied with a red string, saying, I have to admit, your woodworking skills are really good. The small item was well crafted, both pretty and practical. Su Zhao ignored her teasing, stepped closer, and adjusted the red string to hang it around her neck, emphasizing again, don't go too far. Sang Zixia poked the wooden whistle with her fingertip, feeling unexpectedly soft-hearted. Okay, see you in a bit. To make it easier for her to walk in the mountains, Su Zhao also made her a straight stick to clear the way. She carefully identified what she needed among the weeds in front of her, bending down to swing the sickle again and again. By the time she finally gathered everything she needed, it was already late. Previously, Su Zhao would have been delivering bundles of firewood down the mountain at this time, but today, there were 7 or 8 bundles stacked by his feet, and he hadn't moved from the spot. The jar of syrup collected during the day had already been taken away by Aunt Sue and the others. He saw Sang Zixia quietly let out a sigh of relief. Did you find everything you wanted? Sang Zixia, with excitement on her mud-streaked face, replied, Yes, I did. Once I dry some osmanthus leaves at home, I can start brewing. As long as she got the brewing step right, making wine at home wouldn't be difficult. Su Zhao was infected by her excitement and smiled slightly, reaching out to take the filled basket of unfamiliar green plants from her. Let's head down the mountain first. Sang Zixia thought she could manage carrying it herself, but Su Zhao's outstretched hand showed no sign of retreating after not grabbing anything. After a moment of hesitation, she helplessly handed the basket to him and pointed at the pile of firewood on the ground, saying, Are you really going to make an extra trip for nothing? Have I not worked hard enough today? Su Zhao muttered as he walked ahead, easily clearing the dead branches and weeds in his path. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Su Zhao returned the basket to Sang Zixia and picked up the firewood that hadn't been taken home yet, throwing it over his shoulder. He delivered the firewood and Sang Zixia home, and just as she set down her things and chatted with Su Wenxiu for a moment, she turned around to find Su Zhao already leaving. He didn't even bother to enter the house. Su Wenxiu, who hadn't seen Su Zhao lingering at the door, looked at the weeds and branches Sang Zixia brought back and asked in surprise, Xia Xia, are you really going to use these for charcoal? After working together for a while, everyone had a clear understanding of the charcoal-making process and had developed a keen eye for it. The contents of the basket were not suitable at all. Sang Zixia smiled, shaking off her earlier surprise. These are for brewing wine. Of course they won't be used for charcoal. Just then, Su Minghui came out for a drink of water. Upon hearing her, he put down his bowl and said, Sister-in-law is really planning to brew wine? Or else, would I be joking? Sang Zixia calmly replied as she organized the items she had poured out, Let's give it a try. Who knows, it might just work. As she stood up to fetch the missing osmanthus leaves for cleaning, Su Zhao unexpectedly returned to the doorway, holding a small bundle of delicate branches. Is this the leaves you wanted? Sang Zixia was a bit surprised. Did you go cut the osmanthus branches? You mentioned it on the way, and now you've brought them back? Su Zhao replied calmly, Didn't you say it would be useful? Instead of just moving a stool to reach the leaves, he decided to cut the branches directly. Sang Zixia silently gave him a thumbs up. You really are a responsible man. His quick action was impressive. Su Zhao filtered out the word big brother and noticed the way she emphasized brother, which made him smile slightly. He set the items down. As long as it's useful, you can handle it. I'll go back to gather firewood. With a large bundle of osmanthus leaves Su Zhao brought back, they had everything needed to make the brewing ingredients. Sang Zixia thought she should dry the items while the sun was good, so she started cleaning them up. She carefully washed the spicy smartweed, wild tea leaves, black lotus, and osmanthus leaves, spreading them on a sieve in the sunniest spot to dry. To quickly remove moisture, she chased the sun during the day and placed them by the charcoal pit at night to take advantage of the heat. After 5 days, thanks to the constant heat from the charcoal pit, the items in the sieve became crisp enough to break easily. Sang Zixia set up a chopping knife in the yard. She mixed the 4 ingredients and chopped them into small pieces, then placed them in a stone mortar to pound. Pounding required a lot of effort. Su Minghui came over and said, Sister-in-law, Let me help you with the charcoal pit while you do this. He reached for the hammer, but Sang Zixia didn't let go. She subtly avoided his hand and smiled. I can handle this myself. You go do your thing. Su Minghui's hand fell empty, and he playfully said, Sister-in-law, do you not like me because of my brother? Sang Zixia was taken aback, thinking of how Su Zhao often complained about Su Minghui, which made her chuckle. How can you say that? She raised her eyebrows slightly and said, You don't know, your brother really likes you. He just doesn't say much. Is there a conflict between you and your brother? She looked genuinely curious, making Su Minghui unsure how to respond. Sang Zixia thought to herself, Oh, come on, and continued to pound the ingredients in the mortar, saying lightly, Kids shouldn't overthink things. It's not good for growing taller. Moreover, her distance from Su Minghui was simply because she felt that, although he was young, he was very thoughtful and acted in a roundabout way. The relationship he had with Su Yao, where he would whisper and report small matters, was definitely not significant. At their age, if nothing had happened in the Su family, they should be discussing marriage, so why would he talk to her about likes and dislikes? Nonsense. She turned her back to clearly show her refusal to help, and Su Minghui, feeling rejected, could only smile and lower his head. Well, it seems I was overthinking it, he said. Big sister, you're busy. Just call me if you need anything, she replied politely. Once Su Minghui walked away, she couldn't help but click her tongue in disbelief. Su Yao was right. This guy was quite strange. He didn't seem like a good person. The conversation in the yard didn't stir any ripples. When the people who had gone out returned, Sang Zixia moved on to a crucial step. She mixed the sifted powder and licorice powder, added rice flour and water, and rolled them into. After feeding the chicks, she washed her hands and eagerly helped roll the. Seeing them squatting and doing well, Sang Zixia laid a layer of dry straw in a prepared wooden bucket and neatly placed the rolled inside. She covered them with another layer of straw and sealed the top with oilcloth, wrapping it tightly with twine. The old man, who had been watching, hesitantly asked, Is this the brewing starter you mentioned? Sang Zixia clapped her hands and replied, Not quite yet. You need to place it by the coal pit to let the heat dry it overnight. Once the starter ferment and develop mycelium, we can dry them and store them for later use. As long as this step goes well, the rest will be easy. The old man nodded, somewhat understanding, and said to himself, I also found a buyer for the sorghum you mentioned yesterday. I'll buy some tomorrow. Is 50 pounds enough? That's enough. Let's try it first. Even if we make it, we'll have to wait a while to drink it, she replied. Thinking about having wine made him feel good, and he cheerfully said, Good wine is worth the wait. What's the rush? But we can't just think about the wine, the old lady said as she organized her sewing. This piece is done. Old man, come and try it on to see if it fits. In their youth, the women of the Su family were all skilled in needlework. However, after many years without practice, they had become rusty, and now they were rushing to finish it. The old lady felt a bit anxious about the final product. Fortunately, it fit well in the end. Taking advantage of the early morning light, Su Wenxiu and Aunt Su San brought out most of their sewing work from inside the house. Seeing them all sitting together, sewing quickly, Sang Zixia felt a bit uneasy for some reason. She was thinking of finding an excuse to step outside when she heard Aunt Su Er, who was helping Su Mingyang try on clothes, say, Xia, why haven't you done anything? Have you finished making the clothes for Su Yao? Sang Zixia forced a smile and decided to be honest, saying not yet, I actually don't know how to sew very well and haven't had the chance to ask my mother-in-law and the aunts for help. She admitted it. She really couldn't sew. Aunt Susan, who was measuring the fabric on Su Jinxia, looked up in surprise and then laughed at the awkward expression on Sang Zixia's face. Oh, this is rare, she teased, pretending not to notice the old lady's displeasure. Sister-in-law, your daughter-in-law can do everything, but it's rare to hear her say she can't do something. Su Wenxiu quickly understood and smiled, saying, after all, she's still young. It's normal to be inexperienced. The old lady's complaints were silenced by their words, and Aunt Su Er chimed in, She already knows so much. It's fine if she doesn't know this one or two things. Go get the materials, and we'll teach you. You'll get the hang of it in no time. With the conversation going this way, Sang Zixia felt she couldn't let everyone down, so she went to the west shed to find the hidden materials and began trying to learn under their guidance. When Su Yao returned, she was struggling to match the fabric. He raised an eyebrow and walked over, gently saying, "Didn't I tell you that my clothes are enough? Why did you pull this out?" Sang Zixia sighed, thinking about the old lady's dissatisfaction with her sewing skills, and said, "Aunt San said a woman should weave for her husband, and even if my sewing isn't great, I should make you a couple of outfits myself. It's just different." Mostly, the enthusiasm of the helpers made her feel embarrassed to say she wouldn't do it. She placed the fabric on her lap, resting her chin on her hand as she looked at Su Yao and said, "So if I make something really ugly, would you be willing to wear it?" Su Yao leaned down, looking into her eyes, with a growing smile. "How ugly can it be?" Sang Zixia thought for a moment and replied, "As ugly as it can get? Wear it." Su Yao chuckled softly, saying, "I'm good-looking. I can wear anything, no matter how ugly." Sang Zixia decided to make a piece of clothing for Su Yao. To avoid mistakes, she also decided to take apart one of his old outfits for comparison. However, when she went to cut the fabric, she encountered a small problem. During the day, Su Wenxiu reminded her that Su Yao had been doing a lot of physical work lately and seemed to have gained some muscle, making his clothes fit less well. Sang Zixia observed Su Yao as he entered the house and concluded that her mother-in-law was right. Su Yao not only looked stronger, but also seemed taller. His shoulders and sleeves were tight against him, indicating that the clothes were indeed too small. Since the old clothes were too small, she couldn't use them for comparison. The new clothes fit well, but how could she take them apart? Su Yao had just returned from the river, his hair dripping wet. When he noticed Sang Zixia staring at him, he paused while reaching for a dry outfit.
Is she?
He asked. She replied. "Why are you staring at me?" He instinctively checked his back, wondering if he had missed a spot while washing. Sang Zixia remained still and asked, "Are you going to change clothes?" Su Yao replied with a yes. He was always clean and would wash up after a day of work, often changing between two outfits. Whenever he changed, Sang Zixia would usually step outside to give him privacy, so she wondered what was different today. He hesitated with the dry clothes in his hands, and Sang Zixia suddenly stood up, saying, "Okay, call me when you're done." She walked out, closing the door behind her. Su Yao rubbed his wet hair, finding it amusing. What was going on with her? A moment later, the handsome Su Yao stepped out, and he was met by Sang Zixia holding a measuring tape.
"Come on, let me measure you," she said.
This was her first time measuring someone, so she was very careful. Following Su Wenxiu's instructions, she began to wrap the tape around Su Yao's waist. But as the tape got close, she realized something felt off. The distance seemed too close. Su Yao stood still with his arms out, but when he looked down, his breath brushed against her head. It was just a warm breath, but Sang Zixia felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. Given their size difference, wrapping the tape around him felt like she was hugging his waist. She quickly dropped one end of the tape and planned to go around to pick it up. However, Su Yao's large hand caught the end of the tape before it hit the ground. He seemed unaware of the tension and spoke normally. "Gigi, what's wrong? Is it because I'm standing incorrectly?" Sang Zixia didn't notice the subtle strain in his words and smiled wryly. "It's hard for me to measure like this. How about? Then let's change positions." Su Zhao suddenly interrupted her, placing his hand on her waist. How can her waist be so thin? As Su Zhao's hands gripped her waist, he thought to himself, and then he suddenly lifted her up. Sang Zixia was shocked, her feet leaving the ground, and by the time she realized it, Su Zhao had set her down on the bed. When they were both standing on the ground, her head barely reached Su Zhao's chest. But with the height of the bed, their eye levels were now nearly even. Su Zhao unconsciously relaxed his grip on her waist, turned around and spread his arms, asking, "Is this better?" To be honest, it was much better. At least when measuring her shoulders, she didn't have to tiptoe. Sang Jixia took a deep breath to calm her inexplicable nervousness and said, pulling at the crumpled measuring tape, "All right, just step back a little." Su Zhao complied, and when he looked down, he could see her delicate hands reaching around to the front. She was really too thin. It seemed like she could break with just a touch, and every part of her felt as soft as water. How can she be this delicate? With their thoughts wandering, they managed to finish the measurements. Afterward, Sang Jixia quietly sighed in relief. She put away the measuring tape and said softly, "Okay, now wait for your ugly outfit." Su Zhao chuckled at her self-deprecating comment and replied leisurely, "No rush, I'm patient." Noticing Sang Jixia's discomfort, he naturally changed the subject. "I saw you soaking sorghum outside. Are you getting ready to brew some wine?" Sang Jixia snapped back to her senses. "Thanks for reminding me. The sorghum had been soaking in water since morning, so it should be ready by now." She hurriedly pushed the door open, while Su Zhao stood there, rubbing his fingers, a subtle smile escaping from his throat. When Su Zhao came out, Sang Jixia was already using a sieve to drain the water from the sorghum. The drained sorghum was placed in a specially made brewing pot, and Su Zhao willingly took on the task of carrying it. He followed Sang Jixia's instructions, placing the brewing pot in a water-filled iron pot and covering it with a wooden lid, while Sang Jixia pounded the dried yeast into powder with a small stone mortar. Today, to prepare steamed sorghum, we had dinner an hour earlier than usual. The fire in the stove flickered, casting small lights in the yard. Everyone's attention was focused on one spot, except for Uncle Su-er, who went back inside after eating. Uncle Su-san, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "Sister-in-law, can this really make wine?" If steaming sorghum could produce wine, then the skills of the family winery wouldn't be such a closely guarded secret. The old man, who had seen and thought deeply about many things, looked at the white powder made from crushed mulberry branches in a big bowl and said, "The key is in the sorghum. It should be in the wine yeast she makes." "Grandfather is indeed wise," Sang Jixia praised him quietly and smiled, saying, "Once the sorghum is steamed and mixed with the yeast, it should be placed in the fermentation pot for about a month before we can start extracting. To produce wine, the waiting time cannot be shortened. It is a necessary process." Uncle Su-sen nodded, somewhat understanding, and as the sorghum was steamed, he rolled up his sleeves and said, "Su-yao, you just watch. I'll mix it." He took the initiative to mix the yeast, and Sang Jixia sat down nearby to start picking osmanthus flowers. There aren't many osmanthus flowers left now. These were the ones Su-yao had cut and dried earlier. The dried flowers released a faint fragrance as she rubbed them in a sieve. Su Wenxio smiled and asked, "Is this for making osmanthus cake?" The last batch of osmanthus cake was indeed delicious. Not only the children were drooling over it, but even the adults were thinking about it, though they were too shy to say so. Sang Jixia picked out the leaves mixed with the flowers and shook her head, saying, "We can make osmanthus cake, but this is meant for brewing osmanthus rice wine." Both the old man and Uncle Su-san enjoyed good wine, but not only they could drink. Sorghum wine has a strong kick and can be harsh. It suits grandfather, but others might find it hard to drink. "Since we have made the yeast, let's brew a batch that is smoother, so everyone except the children can enjoy it." Aunt Su-er and the others could drink too, but they weren't very interested and hadn't thought much about it. Hearing her say this, Aunt Su-sen laughed and said, "Xia is so thoughtful. She's considered everyone who can drink, afraid we might crave it." Aunt Su-er chimed in happily, "That's right. I can't handle strong drinks, but if it's rice wine, I could enjoy a few cups." Su Jinxia, not knowing what wine was, leaned on Su Wenxio's lap and said in a sweet voice, "Drink." Su Mingxiu raised his hand, joining in the excitement, "I want a drink too." "Oh no, you can't drink." Su Wenxio said with a mix of laughter and tears, "You all shouldn't drink. If you act like your older brother when he's drunk, no one can handle it." Those who had witnessed the scene laughed, and Su Zhao's usually expressionless face showed a hint of embarrassment. Sang Jixia, feeling curious, leaned in and whispered, "Do you have a bad drinking habit? Why does everyone look like they are enjoying a joke?" Su Zhao looked at her with a blank expression. "Want to know?" Sang Zixia couldn't help but ask, "What do you do when you drink too much? Do you get rowdy or break things? You don't cause trouble when you're drunk, do you? If that's the case, I don't hit people or cause trouble, and I don't break things." Sang Zixia didn't believe it. "Then why did Grandma say you get rowdy when you drink too much?" Su Zhao felt a sense of helplessness, repeatedly opening his mouth, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Feeling mocked, he awkwardly returned to the west shed. Sang Zixia watched him flee, her curiosity growing stronger. What is he like when he's drunk? Why is everyone laughing? Sang Zixia couldn't hold back any longer and moved closer to Su Wenxiu. "Grandma, what is Su Zhao like when he drinks too much? Have you all seen it?" Su Wenxiu struggled to stop laughing, pointed mysteriously towards the west shed, and whispered, "Don't be fooled by his serious demeanor. He has a low tolerance for alcohol. After just 2 cups of fruit wine, he can't handle it and gets really drunk, which is why he usually doesn't drink at all. He gets drunk easily." Sang Zixia raised her eyebrows in surprise, seeming skeptical. "Is Su Zhao really that bad at handling alcohol?" Su Wenxiu cleared her throat and said vaguely, "Low tolerance is one thing, but when he drinks too much, he becomes stubborn. He doesn't make noise or cause a fuss, but he refuses to sleep until he gets what he wants. Once he starts, no one can stop him, and he takes a long time to sober up. Even after 2 cups, he can be dazed all night, otherwise." "Mom, didn't you say you were going to help Mingxi with his clothes?" Su Zhao returned just in time to interrupt her, pretending to be calm. "It's getting late. If we don't help him now, it will be too late tonight." Su Wenxiu wanted to say she had already finished, but seeing her son's wooden expression, she could only try to ignore the curiosity in Sang Zixia's eyes and stood up to cooperate. Right, I almost forgot. Xia, I'll take Mingxiu and Jinxia inside first. You all chat." With the informed person leaving, the one involved stood there with a distant gaze. Sang Zixia turned her back, hiding her smile, but soon a figure squatting nearby caught her attention. Su Zhao watched her struggle to hold back laughter, his lips twitching, and said mysteriously, "Want to hear my joke?" Sang Zixia couldn't hold it in anymore and replied, her voice trembling, "How do you know it's a joke?" Ignoring her response, Su Zhao casually said, "If you want to know, we can drink a cup once your rice wine is ready. No need to ask, I'll show you live." This was the first time Sang Zixia encountered someone so boldly revealing their own flaws, and she couldn't help but laugh, her shoulders shaking. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she turned to Su Zhao, whose face was slightly darkened, and said, "You said it. If you get drunk and cause trouble, I'll put you in a bucket to keep you quiet." Su Zhao raised an eyebrow at her provocation and replied, "All right, just wait and see." After the laughter, the glutinous rice in the wine steamer was ready to be taken out. Uncle Su prepared the glutinous rice and yeast, sealing them up, while Sang Zixia soaked some yellow beans before bed. As she sat by the bed, her eyelids grew heavy, and wrapped in her blanket, she mumbled sleepily, "How about I grind the beans in the morning and make you tofu for dinner? Do you like it sweet or spicy?" Su Zhao casually replied, "Either is fine, I'm not picky." After a while without a response, he turned to find Sang Zixia had fallen asleep. In the dark, Su Zhao recalled the only time he had caused a scene while drunk and couldn't help but poke Sang Zixia's face. "Still laughing with others, you should think about who I was making a fool of. Ungrateful." She slept soundly until morning, unaware of the teasing she had missed while asleep. The sound of the stone mill turning echoed in the yard, and Su Zhao was nowhere to be seen inside the house. Sang Zixia rubbed her eyes and went outside, finding him indeed grinding beans. The soaked yellow beans had become fine after being ground, dripping into a wooden basin with white frothy soy milk. She didn't know when he had started, but most of the beans had already been ground. After washing up, Sang Zixia used a cloth to filter the soy milk, which filled the pot with a fragrant aroma. Su Zhao finished grinding the last of the beans and began working with the flour that had been scooped into the wooden basin. He has mastered the skill of kneading dough and no longer needs guidance. While he was kneading, Sang Zixia prepared the filling for the buns. The pork bought yesterday was minced, and the dried bamboo shoots and mushrooms were soaked in hot water and diced, mixed with seasonings and set aside. The kneaded dough fermented for a while, becoming softer. Sang Jixia said while pulling apart the dough, "The millet porridge should be ready. Scoop some out to cool, and help me put the steamer on to warm it with steam." She spoke while continuing her work. 18 beautiful pleats formed on the buns in her hands, quickly filling a steamer. The bun skins were soft, and the filling was fragrant. The warm millet porridge was comforting, and the sweetened soy milk left a pleasant taste. Everyone's faces turned rosy after enjoying such a simple breakfast. "Comfortable," Uncle Sue said contentedly. "Ever since my niece-in-law started cooking, our meals have been more promising." Although it wasn't fancy food, a comforting home-cooked meal gave everyone the energy to work hard. The elderly lady was picky about many things in life, but she found rare comfort in Sang Jixia's cooking. She put down her bowl and said, "Let her handle the cooking. Let's divide the chores." With many people at home, they didn't need Sang Jixia to do everything. Su Wenxiu thought it was fine. Cooking was easier than gathering firewood. Everyone agreed that Sang Jixia didn't have to do other chores, which she was happy about. She took the opportunity to focus on her sewing. She was determined to make Su Zhao wear this outfit. After several days, Sang Jixia's late-night efforts were finally ready. However, she looked at Su with a troubled expression. "Maybe you should wear the one we bought instead." Su Zhao was naturally handsome and made a good model. The coarse cloth looked good on him. The outfit she made fit well, but it didn't turn out as nice as she had hoped. The stitches were not fine, and there were visible knots. The fabric connections were awkward, and even though it hung on a good model, it still looked a bit off. She felt something was strange about it. Sang Jixia stood up to suggest Su Zhao change, but he pointed at the bed and asked, "What's that?" Sang Jixia said, "I originally wanted to make a headband to practice, but who knew it would look good on the little one? The whole piece doesn't work as well." Su Yao asked, "Is it for me? Who else would it be for?" Her confident response made Su Yao smile silently. She took out the wooden hairpin from her hair and turned her back, saying, "I'm not very good at using headbands. Can you help me try it?" Sang Jixia looked at his long black hair flowing down like a waterfall, and the headband in her hand suddenly felt a bit hot. She hesitantly said, "You mean you want me to help you style your hair?" She wasn't even good at it herself. Every morning, she just tied it up casually, and the best way to hide the flaws was to wrap a scarf around it. As the saying goes, one cloth can cover 100 bad hairstyles. How could he trust her? Su Yao didn't mind her hesitation and smiled, saying, "It doesn't need much styling, just tie it up." He turned to look at Sang Jixia and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Jiji, why not give it a try?" As her white fingertips brushed through his black hair, Sang Jixia could only feel how smooth it was. He was tall and strong, but his hair was surprisingly soft. Too smooth hair is often hard to tie. Sang Jixia decided to use the simplest method and quickly tied a high ponytail on Su Yao's head. The headband was made from leftover fabric, wide and arm-length, naturally falling at the roots, lacking the weight of a wooden pin, and surprisingly looking quite elegant. She took a small step back to admire her work and sincerely exclaimed, "Indeed, your face suits everything." So, what if the outfit wasn't pretty? Look at this little style, it's really handsome. Su Yao chuckled, reached up to touch his neatly tied hair, and teased, "Not bad, you're better than me." Sang Jixia humbly waved her hand, "You flatter me, but do you really want to wear this out? Or should I? This one is good too." Su Yao selectively ignored the twisted stitches and tangled threads on the outfit, stood up, and said, "I need to go to the county town to deliver charcoal today. Do you want to come with me?" Sang Jixia couldn't refuse and shook her head, saying, "I have other things to do. You go by yourself." A few days ago, I heard from Sister Wu that there are some unused lands in the village. I want to find some time to inquire about it. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Su Yao's eyes. "You want to buy some farmland?"
Yes.
Sang Jixia tidied up the scattered needles and threads on the bed without looking up and said, "November is almost over, and we won't be able to burn charcoal for much longer. If we want to be ready for spring farming, we need to think about acquiring some land. Land is essential for farmers." Unless there are family troubles or natural disasters, a family's small piece of land is usually held tightly by generations. Even having money doesn't guarantee finding a suitable buyer. However, from what she heard from Sister Wu, there seemed to be some idle, unowned lands in the village. If that's true, buying them would be ideal. After all, in the village, land and food are vital for survival, and both cannot be overlooked. But the Su family has none of that yet. Su Yao borrowed a mule cart and went to the county alone, while Seng Jixia went to find Sister Wu under the pretense of buying vegetables. As soon as she started the conversation, Sister Wu looked surprised and said, "Xia, are you interested in the land at the foot of Nanshan?" Before Seng Jixia could respond, Sister Wu nervously waved her hands and said, "You shouldn't think about it. Just forget it." Seng Jixia laughed and asked, "Why not? Is there something wrong with that empty land?" Seeing her confusion, Sister Wu sighed and said, "Your family just moved here, so you don't know the situation. Think about it. If the land were fine, would it be left empty? The reason no one wants it is that the land is cursed and the crops grown there are poisonous. Every crop has been deadly. A few years ago, someone who didn't believe in the curse planted wheat. After struggling through spring and summer, they finally harvested it, but the new wheat ended up killing the whole family. Since then, no one has dared to touch it." Sister Wu's face showed fear as she recalled the tragic events from years ago, and the same warnings were shared by the village elders. The large area of land at the foot of Nanshan was tainted by past tragedies, becoming known as a cursed place in the village. If it weren't for a terrible curse, how could the crops grow there be deadly? Seng Jixia entered her home with a small bag of vegetables she bought for a coin. As soon as she set them down, she heard the old man say, "Yao's wife." "Yes." The old man frowned and said, "Your idea was good, but I'm afraid the land over by Nanshan won't work." The old man could hear the rumors just as well as she could. Although he was somewhat skeptical about the curse people spoke of so passionately, he felt a sense of hesitation, wanting to avoid wasting time and effort. It didn't matter how much land there was. What mattered was whether the crops could sustain life. If the soil produced poisonous things, then pondering over it was pointless. Seng Jixia was not surprised and smiled wryly, saying, "But grandfather, besides the piece of land at the foot of Nanshan, it seems there is no unused land in the village." The old man looked troubled. "It's temporarily unavailable, but it's better to be cautious than to take risks. The cheapest acre of land in the village costs 2 taels of silver, and with the whole family working, their monthly income was only about 5 taels. The cost of purchasing land was too high, and it also involved future harvest issues, so they had to be careful." Seng Jixia noticed the hesitation in the old man's eyes and asked, "Do you believe in the curse?" Without thinking, the old man replied, "Scholars do not speak of strange forces or myths. Why should we believe in something that is not real? I don't believe it either." She fiddled with the cabbage in her hands and said thoughtfully, "Farming is harmless. If there are no man-made factors, why would the crops grow with toxins? If the curse is false, then the problem must lie with the harvested grain or perhaps the seeds. Nature has its balance. If there are nourishing crops, there must also be harmful things." A vague thought crossed Seng Jixia's mind as she slowly said, "I feel that the poisonous grain is not closely related to the land, but we need to go to the foot of Nanshan to find out for sure." Su Minghui had been quietly listening to their conversation. Upon hearing Seng Jixia's analysis, a subtle light appeared in his eyes. This sister-in-law, who should have been overlooked, seemed like an endless treasure, revealing countless surprising insights. Mother was right. The elder brother was indeed fortunate. He smiled meaningfully, and, while the old man remained silent, he said softly, "Grandfather, what my sister-in-law said makes sense. I once read a few miscellaneous books and came across similar records. Perhaps we should consider this carefully and find out the reasons before drawing any conclusions. Truth is proven through evidence. Not all rumors should be believed." The old man's concerns were eased by their words, but he still said, "We shouldn't rush. Let's wait and see." Since the conversation had reached this point, Sang Jixia decided to focus on the pile of cabbages in front of her. She had bought 200 pounds of cabbage from the villagers yesterday for the price of just 10 pounds of meat. The old lady was not pleased with her buying so much cabbage at once and said, "There are only a few of us at home. Why buy so much? Wouldn't it just go to waste?" Sang Jixia was trying not to laugh at Su Mingxiu, who was holding a cabbage and taking deep breaths. She cleared her throat and said, "Grandmother, we will eat all of this now." She pointed at the gloomy sky and explained, "I heard from the elders in the village that this kind of weather means snow is coming soon. We need to store some vegetables in the cellar before it snows, or we won't have any greens to eat." In the northwest villages, every household has a cellar for storing vegetables. A few days ago, she had organized people to clean out their cellar, and they just needed to prepare the cabbages for storage. The old man, who had seen cellars during his younger days in battles, quickly said before the old lady could express more dissatisfaction, "That's true. I see that every household in the village is stocking up. We should do the same. Did you only buy cabbage? I also got some big radishes, but we need to go to the fields tomorrow to pick them. Vegetables in the village are cheap, but you have to work hard to get them at that price." After showing some ignorance, the old lady tried to regain her composure, "But we can't just eat cabbage and radishes. Shouldn't we get some other things too?" Sang Jixia readily replied, "I also asked Su Zhao to buy some sweet potatoes and potatoes. These can be stored in the cellar for a long time, so even if heavy snow blocks the roads, we won't run out of food." The old lady had nothing more to say. Su Minghui saw Sang Jixia setting aside the cabbages with the wilted leaves and walked over, saying, "Sister-in-law, should I take these to the cellar?" "You don't need to take this pile. I'm saving it for pickling." Although there weren't many options, simple cabbage could still be prepared in different ways. Sang Jixia saved the leaves for feeding the chickens and, seeing Su Minghui already taking a basket to pack the cabbages, smiled and said, "The cabbages for the cellar should be stored upright. Don't remove the outer leaves. They can protect the cabbages. If you go to put them away, I won't go with you." Su Minghui nodded and agreed, shouldering the basket full of cabbage as he walked toward the backyard. Each step was steady and firm. After some hard work, he was no longer the weak boy who couldn't even lift a brick. Unlike his uncle Su, who stubbornly opposed the family, Su Minghui was wise and knew how to adapt. Realizing that the old man was leaning towards the eldest son's side, he quietly aligned himself with them, working hard without complaints. Now, when family matters were discussed, Uncle Su was ignored, and Su Minghui gradually took his father's place in the old man's eyes, representing the second branch's stance without drawing attention to himself. This young man truly deserved his reputation in the capital. However, Sang Jixia still found him a bit strange, especially when he interacted with Su Yao, where he seemed particularly odd. Sang Jixia lowered her head, focusing on her work, and soon divided the reserved cabbage into 2 small piles. She washed the whole cabbages and placed them into a large wooden barrel, pouring boiling water over them several times until the water completely covered the top. She pressed down the wash stones on the cabbage and covered the barrel with a lid. For the smaller portion, she used a knife to cut it into strips and salted them in a large basin to draw out the water. She sprinkled chopped green onions and garlic with chili powder, then poured hot oil over it to release the aroma. Mixing in soy sauce, vinegar, and syrup, she combined it with the salted cabbage and neatly packed it into a jar. The rich scent of the hot oil and chili attracted Aunt Su, who returned with firewood, prompting her to ask, "Xia, what delicious food are you making?" The smell was tangy and appetizing, making one's mouth water. Sang Jixia helped her take off the firewood and poured her a bowl of water, saying, "I'm making some pickled vegetables to eat with rice, but we can't eat them today. In a few days, Aunt, you can help me taste them." Aunt Su, who was often irritable and picky, enjoyed hearing kind words and happily replied, "That sounds great. I'm just waiting to try it." After finishing her water, she picked up the wooden frame and went out, while Sang Jixia opened the sealed jar of wine that had been resting for several days. The sorghum liquor needed more fermentation time, and it wasn't ready yet, but the osmanthus rice wine was just about ready. Before sealing, she pressed a round hole into the sweet rice mixed with osmanthus using the rim of a bowl. After opening the jar, a faint golden liquid could be seen pouring out from the hole. She used a spoon to press down, causing the sweet rice to slowly sink as the fragrant rice wine aroma filled the air. It was just the right time. To ensure a smooth taste, Sang Zixia found some clean cheesecloth to start filtering. The sweet rice and osmanthus were trapped in the cloth, while the clear and fragrant liquid filtered into the bottom of the jar. The old man leaned in to smell the wine, and Su Zhao at the door was also drawn in by the unique aroma. Did it really work? He carried the items he bought into the yard, and just as he set them down, he heard the old man's joyful laughter. Not bad, not bad. This flavor is great. Although it couldn't compare to the fine wines of the past, this was homemade rice wine. It was different from what they bought. Sang Zixia rarely saw the old man so happy and smiled, saying, "To receive a compliment from grandfather shows that the wait was worth it. Just remember, drinking on an empty stomach is not good for you. You should taste it first, and I'll prepare some snacks for you to enjoy with it later." The old man, in a good mood, happily held a bowl with a bit of rice wine left and nodded. Good, good, good. I'll go wait outside. As he held the bowl and saw Su Zhao, he joked, "Zhaoer, you chose a good wife. Her skills are truly impressive." If it weren't for Sang Zixia's talent, he wouldn't have spent money to satisfy such a craving. Feeling cheerful, he wanted Su Zhao to try it too. "This rice wine may be a bit weak, but it tastes great. You should give it a try." Su Zhao's expression stiffened slightly as she noticed the expectation directed at her from nearby. She calmly replied, "Grandfather, I'm not good at drinking." The old man, delighted, forgot about it and said regretfully, "What a shame. If you weren't so troublesome when drunk, we could sit down together and enjoy a couple of cups." With Su Zhao being tipsy after just one cup, it was better to skip the drinking partner. The old man sighed and left, while Sang Zixia, guarding the jar, couldn't help but wave to Su Zhao. "Come here." The closer she got, the stronger the aroma of rice wine became. Su Zhao sensed that Sang Zixia had something on her mind and was hesitant to move, but her feet moved against her better judgment. She bit her lip and looked down, trying to suppress a smile as she met Sang Zixia's mischievous gaze. "What is it? Is it not dark yet, and you want to see me make a fool of myself?" Sang Zixia coughed a few times and laughed. "Why do you think so badly of people? Am I the kind of person who just wants to watch the fun?" Su Yao slightly lifted her lips in disbelief. As expected, Sang Zixia raised the small spoon in her hand and said, "I just tasted it. Although it has a rice wine flavor, it's very light. You really should try it after waiting so long." Su Yao didn't want to taste it, but looking into Sang Zixia's bright eyes, she found herself saying, "Gigi, I can't drink." Sang Zixia guessed this would be the case, and tried to hide her smile. "That's fine, I won't force you."
You.
"Just this little spoon?" Su Yao suddenly grabbed her wrist to confirm. "You promised just one sip. I'll only take this one. No more than that." The small spoon was barely a mouthful, just a tiny bit of rice wine. Sang Zixia took a small half bowl first to ensure it wasn't strong, then smiled and extended her hand. "Just this one sip. If you want more, I won't give it to you." She intended to pass the spoon to Su Yao, but Su Yao held her hand and brought it to her mouth. In that moment, their arms tangled together, creating an unexplainable closeness in the air. But Su Yao's focus was entirely on the rice wine. Sang Zixia wasn't lying. The taste was indeed light. It couldn't compare to the sharpness of bamboo leaf wine or the strong kick of strong liquor, which left a lingering sweetness and a hint of osmanthus fragrance. The subtle sweetness remained, with a long aftertaste. Su Yao calmly released her hand, stood up straight, and said, "It's good." But she wouldn't drink more. Sang Zixia found his cautious demeanor amusing and couldn't help but laugh. "See? I told you it was fine. Enough joking. Help me move this over. I'll clean up and cook." Su Yao silently moved the wine jar, while Sang Zixia spread some of the drained rice wine mixture on the stove. There was still some glutinous rice flour from Su Yao's last grinding, and mixed with this light rice wine, it would make perfect osmanthus rice for dessert. They prepared sweet potato rice, spicy stir-fried pork, stir-fried sour and spicy cabbage, and winter melon soup. Everyone was full, and the rice cooking in the pot were ready. Aunt Su San tasted one first and served a small bowl to the eagerly waiting Su Yanran. Su Wenxiu looked a bit worried, sister-in-law. Is this really made with rice wine? Is it okay for Yanran to eat? It's fine. Aunt Su San laughed and said, Xia already boiled it once, and after adding water, it only tastes sweet. There's no alcohol left. Su Wenxiu made sure it was safe and gave a small bowl to the eager Su Mingxiu. In the yard, everyone, young and old, happily enjoyed the sweet and sour rice. Suji thought about the small bowl she had set aside for Suji. Su Mingyang had already drunk 2 bowls. It should be fine for him to have a little, right? She put down her bowl and returned to the west shed. When Suji came back, only a few little ones were left playing in the yard. Su Yanran, being thoughtful, remembered to leave something for her older brother and hurried over, saying, Big brother, this is what sister-in-law left for you. Suji paused for a moment, took the bowl from her hand, and hesitated. Is this made from rice wine? He could see the slightly darker glutinous rice, but couldn't smell any alcohol. Was there alcohol or not? Before Su Yanran could speak, Su Mingyang quickly said, No, it's not. Mom said this is sweet soup, and we've all had a lot. 3-year-old Su Mingxiu nodded seriously and tugged at Suji's sleeve, urging, Big brother, drink it. It's really good. 4 pairs of eyes, including Su Jinxia's, were fixed on Suji. His doubts faded and he thought, it shouldn't be made from rice wine. Gigi knew he couldn't drink alcohol and had agreed to only have a small sip so she wouldn't leave him a whole bowl. Without thinking much, he tilted his head and drank the bowl empty, the lingering sweetness making his throat feel sticky. It really was too sweet. He washed the bowl clean and put it away, then sat in front of the small stove to do his daily task, preparing medicine for Sang Jixia. The flames flickered, and white mist began to rise from the pot. As Suji smelled the herbal aroma, he suddenly felt dizzy. Little kids usually dislike the smell of medicine, and as soon as he started cooking, the little ones had all run away. Even though he was alone in the yard, Suji felt as if he could hear many voices talking. Frowning, he shook his head hard, stood up, and poured a bowl of water from the kettle, but the water still tasted sweet. What's going on? Hey, Suji, why did you drink that? Su Wenxiu came out, pulling Su Mingxiu and Su Jinxia inside. She was shocked to see the kettle in his hand and rushed over to grab it. I said to keep the leftover rice wine in the kettle for tomorrow. Why didn't you ask and just drink it? Worse still, she thought tomorrow's drink would taste even better, so she added some rice wine to the kettle. It wouldn't matter for others, but for Su Zhao, it was a different story. He looked unwell, propping himself up on the corner of the stove, blinking quickly at Su Wenxiu, his voice suddenly hoarse. Mom, is this alcohol? Su Wenxiu, half crying, replied, Well, yes, I added half rice wine. She personally mixed it, so it had to be right. Feeling uneasy, she waved her hand in front of Su Zhao, asking cautiously, Zhao, are you okay? What's wrong? Oh no, this child is going to get drunk. Su Wenxiu quickly supported him and turned to shout, Xia xia. Xia xia. Su Zhao is drunk. Sang Zixia, who was drying her hair, froze at the shout. What's going on? Could that little bowl of boiled rice wine really get someone drunk? Sang Zixia hurriedly tied her wet hair back and put on her clothes before stepping out, only to bump into Su Zhao's slightly flushed face. His eyes looked unfocused. She couldn't believe it. How did you get drunk? Su Wenxiu, half laughing and half crying, explained, It's my fault. I forgot to tell him I put the rice wine in the kettle. Drinking 2 bowls in a row was bound to cause trouble. Xia xia, this.
Gigi.
Sang Jixia was caught off guard by the sudden call and hadn't reacted when Su Zhao grabbed her hand. He seemed to struggle to see clearly, shaking his head as his gaze stuck to her face, his voice sounding thick. Gigi. I don't drink. Don't drink. Sang Zixia sighed, raising her finger in front of him. Su Zhao, how many fingers do you see? Su Zhao, looking serious, replied confidently, 5. Sang Jixia glanced at her 3 fingers, helplessly saying, "If you insist it's 5, I guess that's fine. After all, you can't reason with someone who's drunk."
Can you still walk? I can.
Su Zhao pushed away Su Wenxiu's supportive hand and tried to move forward. Sang Jixia instinctively reached out to help, but Su Zhao insisted, "I can walk straight. I can walk." He kept mumbling about walking straight, and his steps were surprisingly steady. Sang Jixia felt a bit relieved. Though his eyes weren't great, he could still recognize people, answer questions, and walk on his own, so it should be okay. But Su Wenxiu looked very troubled. She said anxiously, "Xia Xia, Su is drunk and chatty, and he can be quite stubborn. If he starts causing trouble, please be patient. If it gets too much, just call me, and I'll help you take care of him." Sang Jixia couldn't see any signs of Su being drunk and smiled, nodding, "Don't worry, Grandma. I'll keep an eye on him." Su Wenxiu was still worried, but in the East Room, Su Jinxi started to fuss because she couldn't find her mother. Sang Jixia quickly said, "Grandma, you should go rest. If anything happens, I will call for help." Su Wenxiu turned back to the East Room, looking back 3 times, while Sang Jixia sighed and returned to the West Shed. She was curious about what Su would be like when drunk, but she didn't expect it to happen so soon. Just a few steps back, she saw Su leaning against the wall, standing unsteadily. Su looked at her with innocent eyes, slightly misty from the alcohol. "Gigi, the door won't open." He saw many doors but couldn't push any of them. Sang Jixia watched his strong hands pushing against the wall and remarked, "If you could push that, it would be quite a sight. Move aside." She opened the slightly ajar wooden door and waved him in. "Hurry up and come in. Don't make a scene outside." Su's head drooped as he swayed, and he accurately tripped over the threshold. Sang Jixia turned to see him falling and rushed over to catch him. "Hey, be careful." She tried to help Su stand straight, but forgot how much bigger he was than her. Drunk, Su felt as heavy as a rock and was hard to hold up. She gritted her teeth, struggling to support him, but he was pulling her down too. Sang Jixia started to panic. "Su, put in some effort. Stand still." If he fell on her, she would be in serious trouble. Su, in his dazed state, couldn't understand her words and leaned against Sang Jixia, searching for a familiar scent. Even though he stumbled, they ended up leaning against each other awkwardly, with his head buried in her shoulder. He wrapped his arms around her waist and mumbled, "You're too thin. Put on some weight." Sang Jixia struggled to pry his arms off her waist. "Let go, No way." Su stubbornly tightened his grip, burying his face deeper into her shoulder. "I won't." After several unsuccessful attempts, Sang Jixia felt overwhelmed. He was just too strong. It's useless to argue or complain. Nothing helps. She was too tired to deal with the drunk and let Su Zhao lean on her, sighing, "How can we get past if you don't let go? Are we just going to stand here?" Su Zhao finally lifted her head and suddenly pulled Sang Jixia up with force. The next step landed on his foot. Sang Jixia felt a strange sensation under her feet and said, "Su Zhao, you just walk like this." Su Zhao held her waist tightly, making it hard for her to break free, and lifted his foot, taking a steady first step. But Sang Jixia was still very nervous. How could 2 grown people walk like this? She instinctively grabbed Su Zhao's collar, saying, "Listen to me, we could fall like this."
Whoa.
Without warning, the world spun around her, and Sang Jixia had no time to react as her body began to fall straight down. Worse, she was falling toward the ground. Just when she thought she would hit the ground hard, everything blurred again, and she felt the weight of someone on top of her, along with a muffled groan. Su Zhao broke her fall. Maybe he really hurt himself. The hand around her waist finally loosened a bit, and Sang Jixia quickly got up. She tried to ignore her burning ears and said irritably, "Now I understand why you shouldn't drink. How can you be so troublesome?" She tried to pull the closed-eyed Su Zhao up, but he grabbed her wrist. He seemed even more drunk. His beautiful, sharp eyes were filled with a hazy look. He blinked at Sang Jixia and whispered, "Gigi." "Yes. Gigi. Yes.
Gigi.
Su Zhao, have you never been hit? Sang Zixia, unable to hold back, pinched the soft flesh at his waist and spun him around, looking at his dazed expression. Su Zhao was basically a parrot, right? Now he could only repeat those two words. Even though it was a name he heard every day, when it came from his slightly tipsy lips, it felt like a sweet entanglement, poking at Sang Zixia's heart with every repetition. She felt completely numb. Realizing that helping him up was unlikely, Sang Zixia decided to give up on rescuing the drunk and instead went to set up a makeshift bed. She would prepare it first. Every day, Su Zhao set up and took down the bedding himself, and on the wooden board, there were a few of his personal belongings. Although the two have lived together in the same room for a long time, they maintain a strong sense of boundaries and never touch each other's belongings. Sang Zixia endured the strange feeling in the air and gathered up his clothes, only to notice a pink handkerchief on the floor. This delicate color, so easily soiled, stood out against Su Yao's usual black clothing like a carefully hidden flower, clean and beautiful enough to catch anyone's attention. Sang Zixia pursed his lips in confusion and bent down, but as soon as his hand touched the handkerchief, he saw Su Yao get up from the ground, staring at his hand and hoarsely saying, "Mine." Ignoring the nervous Su Yao, who looked as if he was about to it away, Sang Zixia gently picked up the handkerchief, feeling its smooth texture and commenting, "This is fine silk, quite rare in a place like this." Such fine items usually come from the royal capital. Su Yao, in a drunken haze, was still aware of what belonged to him. He held his head and stubbornly repeated, "Mine." Sang Zixia silently scoffed and handed the handkerchief to him. When he accepted it, she noticed a character embroidered on one corner.
Son.
But that wasn't Sang Zixia's name. In the royal capital, the general's residence is a powerful and wealthy family, never lacking in luxurious items. But none of that mattered to Sang Zixia. The original owner was an unappreciated daughter, possessing only a striking beauty that often attracted trouble, and no luxurious items ever came her way. She would never have the chance to touch fine silk. But her legitimate older sister loved fine silk, especially in pink. Sang Zixia felt a lump in her throat, as if it were filled with damp cotton, making her heart feel heavy. Memories of past rumors flashed through her mind. Su Yao had someone he cared for. The charming young master and the legitimate daughter of a powerful family were meant to be together, but due to a mix-up with a marriage arrangement, they were not. Where did that leave her? The warmth in her heart was extinguished by an unseen cold, and when she looked at Su Yao again, there was a hint of mockery in her eyes. The young master is quite devoted, but it's surprising you managed to keep this token of affection safe through all your troubles. But you have your devotion. What kind of tenderness are you showing me here? Do I care? Sang Zixia's expression instantly turned icy, cold enough to send chills. Su Yao carefully held the handkerchief, looking uncertain, and said softly, "Gigi, don't. You should be calling me Ro Ro." Su Yao felt confused, as if he couldn't remember who Ro Ro was. He reached out to grab Sang Zixia's hand but received a sharp slap on the back of his hand instead. "Go tell your beloved about your longing. I can't take care of you," Sang Zixia said, and then she truly ignored Su Yao's well-being. She didn't care about her dripping wet hair and lay down on the bed, turning her back to Su Yao coldly. Su Yao was really quite drunk. After a while, he looked down at his slapped hand and then felt Sang Zixia's cold, wet hair. He frowned and said, "Gigi, dry your hair." Gigi's health wasn't good, and she could get sick. Sang Zixia scoffed sarcastically, but didn't reply. Su Yao fumbled to stand up by the edge of the bed. There were rustling sounds, and occasionally something bumped into something else. Sang Zixia pretended she didn't hear anything, and was too lazy to look back. But the footsteps got closer, and Su Yao's voice sounded soft. "Gigi. Gigi, dry your hair." Sang Zixia ignored him, but he stubbornly kept calling her name. She was really annoyed by the noise and gritted her teeth, saying, "Su Yao, will you ever stop? Is it fun to pretend to be considerate with a substitute? What kind of does that?" Angry, she turned to chase him away, but suddenly a large hand appeared on her waist. "Su Yao, though not clear-headed, was quite organized in his actions. He pulled her out from under the blanket, noticing Sang Jixia's resistance and frowning tightly, insisting, "Dry your hair." He was too strong. With a little force, he pulled Sang Zixia into his arms and awkwardly began to dry her hair with what he had in hand. Sang Zixia couldn't break free and was unexpectedly covered by something dark, feeling frustrated as she pulled it off her face, exclaiming, "What is this?" "Su Yao, don't go too far."
You give me.
"It's clean." Su Yao innocently held up the new clothes, speaking softly, "Gigi, don't be afraid, it's clean." It was the new outfit that Gigi had bought for him, and he couldn't even bear to wear it himself. Sang Zixia was completely taken aback by his unexpected action and lost her temper. She pinched him, saying, "Are you out of your mind?" Su Yao didn't feel the pinch and seriously twisted his dripping hair, saying, "When you're sick, you need medicine. Gigi doesn't like taking medicine." "Be good, I'll dry your hair." Sang Zixia never expected things would develop this way. But what surprised her even more was that, after all the fuss, Su Yao still dared to present her with a handkerchief. He held the person who couldn't escape in his arms and smiled gently, his words full of pride. "Gigi, look." Song Jisha said with no expression, "Keep your distance, I don't want to see it." "Am I crazy? To look at the token of love between you and Song Bingrol?" She pushed Shual away in disgust. Shual stubbornly leaned closer. "I've kept it safe all along." Yes, you're amazing. You can sacrifice yourself for Song Bingro." Song Drescher found it amusing after her sarcastic remark. She was forced to be a stand-in for Song Bingro, so what was there to be angry about? She kicked Shual to signal him to leave, but he just sat on the floor, resting his head on the edge of the bed, looking at her with confusion. "Who is Song Bao?" Song Drescher's anger flared up again, and she gritted her teeth. "How can you even ask me that? Aren't you supposed to marry Song Bingro?" "What? Are you upset because you ended up with me instead? If you want to cry, go outside and call Song Bingro a name. I won't stop you. Just don't embarrass yourself in front of me." She was already irritated, and it was even worse since she only saw Shuao as a roommate. Why was he the one getting all soft with her? "Shuao, you really should." Song Drescher was breathing heavily with anger, while Shuao, under the influence of alcohol, was lost in his thoughts. What is Song Bingro anyway? When he was drunk, he became stubborn and clingy. After calling out Juju a few times without a response, he started to crawl onto the bed he usually avoided. "Juju, Juju. Why aren't you talking? Why are you ignoring me? Juju, you. Can you please be quiet?" Song Drescher turned to look at him, both amused and exasperated. "What is wrong with you? The one I want to marry is Song Bingro, not you. Do you even know who I am? My name is Ong Drescher, not your." "I want to marry Song Drescher." Shual looked at her with a hurt expression as she pushed his hand away, softly whining, "You're mine." Song Drescher was taken aback, and Shual leaned in closer. "Juju, please don't ignore me." He held her head gently, pressing their foreheads together, whispering hoarsely, "The one I want to marry is Song Drescher. It's always been Song Drescher." He repeated his words a few times, suddenly looking hurt. "Juju, have you forgotten me? How could you not remember me?" A huge black pot fell from the sky, making Sang Jixia's head buzz. But she really couldn't deal with it anymore. When Su Zhao wasn't drinking, he looked like a perfect gentleman and didn't snore while sleeping, making him an excellent roommate. But now it was different. When he got drunk, he was so annoying. He kept mumbling and wrapped his arms and legs around her like an octopus, making it impossible to push him away. After tossing and turning for half the night, Sang Jixia was exhausted and said, "Do whatever you want." It didn't matter if she was Sang Jixia or Sang Bingru, she just didn't care anymore. Su Zhao mumbled for a while, and when he saw her close her eyes, he reluctantly grumbled a bit more before falling asleep, still holding on to her. Thanks to Su Zhao, Sang Zixia unusually slept in late. However, in her dreams, she felt trapped and struggled to breathe, her face showing unspoken fatigue. At some point, Su Zhao woke up and was gone, and there was no noise outside. Sang Zixia rubbed her sore back and sat up, causing the door to creak. She suddenly looked up, her gaze distant. Su Zhao, unsure how much he remembered from last night, had a handsome yet awkward expression on his face. Do you want to sleep a bit more? Sang Zixia forced a smile and said coldly, Forget it. What's there to sleep for? Hey, what are you doing here? Did you drop something important that you don't want me to see? As soon as she spoke, she startled him, and Su Zhao nearly spilled the porridge he was holding. He hurriedly steadied the bowl, looking blank. Gigi, are you angry? He knew he was annoying when drunk, so last night was truly an accident. He opened his mouth to explain, but when Sang Zixia got out of bed and shook the blanket, she saw something that made her very upset. How did this thing still end up here? With a cold expression, she raised her chin and said, Aren't you in a hurry to say it's yours this time? Isn't this your treasure? Why don't you take it away? Su Zhao instinctively reached out but felt the tension in the air drop and quietly pulled his hand back. Sang Zixia got even angrier. Su Zhao, you. Gigi, I was wrong. Hearing this, Sang Zixia felt a surge of anger and threw the blanket back onto the bed. The loud thud felt heavy, like a hammer hitting her heart. Su Yao's eyes were filled with panic as he instinctively blocked the doorway. Gigi, let me explain. Save your words for Sang Bingru. I shouldn't have taken your personal item without permission when our relationship wasn't clear. I know that. Sang Zixia asked, What are you talking about? What does it have to do with Sang Bingru? The confusion in Su Yao's eyes collided with Sang Zixia's surprise. They locked eyes, and in the silence, he trembled as he spoke. Gigi, isn't this handkerchief yours?
Mine?
How could that possibly be mine? Sang Zixia mechanically bent down to pull out a radish the size of her calf, her ears echoing with Su Yao's trembling voice. For some unknown reason, she trusted that Su Yao wouldn't lie about this. Could it be that he was talking about the original owner? As Sang Zixia racked her brain to remember if the original owner had any connection with Su Yao, a vague dream began to overlap with what Su Yao described, and her expression grew strange. Years ago, while she was focused on data in the lab, she had a remarkably clear dream. In an ancient temple, shadows danced. Dressed in an elegant, traditional outfit, she felt scared and wanted to find a way to escape. She spotted a tall magnolia tree in the corner and climbed up, hoping to jump over the wall. But unexpectedly, she ran into a teasing face hidden among the flowers. It was a handsome man who had appeared from nowhere, his eyes filled with unspoken amusement and intrigue. In the dream, she was startled by his sudden appearance and fled down the tree in a panic. She forgot about the man behind her and later faced a frightening punishment for losing the handkerchief she had made for her cousin. When she woke up, her palm felt as if it had really been hit, marked with a red imprint. But the dream was so absurd that it quickly faded away, washed away by the data from her 38th failed experiment, leaving only the pain in her palm as a vivid reminder. Could that dream have been something she actually experienced as the original owner? Was she truly living another life, an unexpected twist of fate? It all seemed increasingly strange. Her thoughts were racing as she continued to work, while Sister Meng watched the pile of small radishes grow on the ground, smiling widely. Xia, pull out some more. There are plenty here. You can take some home to feed the chickens. Radishes and cabbages are not worth much. Selling them takes a lot of effort, and if we can't eat them all, we can only take them back to feed the pigs and chickens. In the village, everyone has plenty of food like this, but only the Su family is willing to spend money on it. Sister Meng thought she could exchange the discarded radishes for some coins, so she cheerfully said, Xia, don't be shy with me. Just pull them all out, and I'll only charge you 20 coins. Sang Zixia chuckled and replied, That's too much. We can't eat that many. This is enough. She handed over the agreed coins to Sister Meng and squatted down to twist off the radish tops. The past few nights had brought frost, and the leaves damaged by the frost were no longer edible. She pulled off the dirt and yellow leaves to make the weight lighter when she took them home. Sister Meng eagerly helped pack the basket and, noticing someone approaching, exclaimed, Look at this couple. So sweet together. You've only been here a little while, and your husband is already rushing over. Sang Ji-xia turned to see Su Yao, who was breathing heavily. He was wearing poorly made clothes that were easy to recognize. He walked over and greeted Sister Meng, then reached for the basket filled with radishes. I'll take this back first and come right back. Wait a minute. Sang Ji-xia stood up and wiped the dirt off the basket, her tone slightly stiff. Take something to carry back with you, so you don't have to make multiple trips. Su Yao mumbled in agreement, while Sister Meng sighed in admiration. That's why your husband knows how to cherish you. Look at him. He doesn't want you to do any heavy lifting. He's one of a kind in our village. If there was any place on Su Yao that could carry something, no one had ever seen Sang Ji-xia holding anything. Men like him are rare. Sang Ji-xia felt her ears heat up and lowered her head, saying, Sister, you're just teasing me. I saw Brother Meng helping you wash clothes by the river this morning. Why don't you praise him? Sister Meng laughed heartily. My husband is just a rough farmer. He can't compare to yours. But seriously, both of you are so good-looking. Won't your future children be stunning? If you have a son like his father, how many girls will he charm? When are you two going to have kids? Sang Ji-xia didn't expect that pulling radishes would lead to such an awkward topic. She forced out a few laughs and looked up to see Su Yao's flustered back. Why was he so flustered? Su Yao, feeling flustered and unable to speak, became a silent burden-bearer. When he returned the second time, he indeed brought back something to carry the radishes. He switched his basket for 2 shoulder baskets and carried all the radishes on one shoulder, while Sang Ji-xia only held a small bunch of radish greens to feed the chickens. The atmosphere at home was strangely awkward. The West shed was never meant for living. It was built away from the other rooms to avoid the smell from livestock affecting daily life. Last night, those awake vaguely heard Sang Ji-xia and Su Yao arguing, but no one could tell what they were actually fighting about. It is normal for couples to have disagreements, but these two had always been harmonious since their marriage, making this their first argument. Su's second aunt hesitated to speak, while Su's third aunt kept her head down, busy with her work. Su Wenxiu looked around and cautiously asked, Xia, do these radishes need to be washed? Should I find a bigger basin to clean off the dirt? Sang Ji-xia took a sip of water and replied, I've already wiped off most of the dirt with the leaves. The rest doesn't need washing. If they get wet, they won't stay fresh in the cellar. We can just arrange them neatly and put them in the cellar later. Seeing her pick up the basket, Su Wenxiu instinctively shot Su Yao a glance and said, Are you going out again? Let Su Yao go if there are still some left to carry. You should rest at home. She knew how bothersome her son could be when drunk, and seeing the visible dark circles under Sang Ji-xia's eyes made her feel less confident in her words. Su Yao, you should let Xia rest for a bit. You. Mother, Su Yao has already brought back the radishes. Sang Ji-xia said with a wry smile, It's still early. I want to check the fields over by Nanshan. She didn't believe in the idea of cursed land. She just hadn't found the right time to check the situation, and today seemed perfect. After hearing this, Su Wenxiu quickly signaled Su Yao with her eyes, and Su's second aunt added, You and Su Yao should hurry and go while it's still early. By the time you return, we should be ready to prepare dinner. Before Sang Ji-xia could respond, Su Yao reached for the basket in her hands. Let me have it. He wanted to go. Sang Ji-xia, feeling conflicted, allowed him to take the basket, and their silent departure from the house felt different from usual. Su Wenxiu worried, We shouldn't have used the kettle to store that sweet rice wine yesterday. After 2 bowls of sweet rice wine, the young couple had an argument. What was going on? Aunt Su-san watched the distant figures leave and sighed. Even teeth and tongue can have their arguments. A little quarrel isn't a big deal. Now, the family's main support rests on the eldest son, so these two must not be coddled. Aunt Su-er wanted to chime in with her thoughts, but then remembered her own troubles at home, and her heart sank. Su Yao knew how to soothe others. A fight wasn't a big deal for her. She married a stubborn man who often went against the family, lacking both the care Su-san's husband showed to his wife and daughters and the endless patience Su Yao had for Xia. With so many sons in the Su family, the old lady had poured all her hard work into making a unique bitter brew, and it had all gone into her stomach. What could she say? Aunt Su forced herself to stand and said, "I'm not feeling well. I'll go inside." Su Wenxia watched her close the door and hesitantly lowered her voice. "Sister-in-law, did Erdi cause trouble again last night?" Everyone's changes were quite obvious these days. Everyone was tired, but there was hope in their eyes. However, Aunt Su seemed different. Her spirit was fading, and she often sat alone, lost in thought. Aunt Su San's expression was hard to read. What can I say? When does Minghui's father not cause trouble? Right now, the whole family was united in their efforts. Life was tough, but there was gradually some hope, and even the old lady had been considerate and stopped causing trouble. At first glance, it seemed everyone was doing well. Yet there was always someone who couldn't see reality clearly. Uncle Su's earlier outbursts hadn't caused much of a stir, but the growing dissatisfaction weighed heavily on him. Not daring to act out in front of the elder, he simply closed the door and argued with Aunt Su. A woman's world revolves around her husband. No matter how strong Aunt Su appeared to others, she couldn't say much in the face of her husband's difficulties. She swallowed her pain and stifled her cries. This had happened countless times. Aunt Su San quickly glanced towards the west room and whispered, "This morning when Saw went to fetch water, I saw bruises on her arms." She said she bumped into something. But those bruises looked so severe. How could they be from a bump? Su Wenxia was shocked to learn that Uncle Su had dared to lay hands on her, exclaiming, "How can this be?"
How can it not be?
Aunt Su San retorted. A few days ago, the eldest sister didn't see it, but Uncle kicked Ming Yang as soon as he walked in. If Minghui hadn't stopped him, it could have turned into a scene of him violently taking out his anger on the child. The Su family had been established for 100 years, and their family values had always been strict. Even the least capable person should follow the rules of a gentleman, and even the most troubled couple should not take their frustrations out on others. However, the tough times seemed to have worn down the little pride some people had, making them lash out at their wives and children. Aunt Su would never bring up such embarrassing matters herself. All the absurdities are hidden behind closed doors. Others know but cannot say anything. Su Wenxia sighed with mixed feelings and said helplessly, "At least we have Minghui and Ming Yang to look forward to. Without these two sons and with such a husband, how could life be bearable?" Aunt Su shook her head and sighed. "Sister-in-law, you are in a tough situation, and there are many hard days ahead." The sisters-in-law in the yard quietly changed the subject and began preparing dinner. After practicing for so long, their cooking skills may not be as good as Xingxia's, but they could still prepare meals that are fit for the table without waiting for one person. As the smoke rose from the stove, the old lady in the main room frowned at Uncle Su. "You have been behaving very badly lately." The undercurrents beneath the calm surface did not go unnoticed. It was just that no one wanted to speak before the situation escalated. But the old lady knew her husband's temperament well. She could not just stand by and watch her most cherished son be rejected. Uncle Su scoffed, his face dark and teeth clenched. "Mother, when have I ever been acceptable in father's eyes? It was bad enough when Big Brother was around, always favored by father. Now that the Su family is in this state, father still only sees the eldest branch. Even Su Yao was fine. Amir Xingxia could speak up in front of father, so why was he always seen as worthless?" He pointed angrily outside, saying, "What do I mean to father? Everyone else's words get a response. My son can sit with father, but anything I say is dismissed. Is there still a place for me in this family? I'm living worse than a lowly woman from a merchant family. Where is my position as the second master of the second branch? Are you afraid that if you speak softly, no one will hear you?" The old lady scolded with a dark expression. "Minghui is your own son. It's not a bad thing that he can help share your burdens. With him at home, it won't just be Su Yao's voice that matters. How can you not understand such a simple truth?" If Su Minghui hadn't stepped up, the entire control of the Su family would now be in Su Yao's hands, which is not good for the second and third branches. Uncle Su-san has never wanted to listen to her, and now the second branch's hopes rest on Su Minghui. How can this father argue with his own son? Uncle Su-er, in anger, wanted to say more, but the old lady cut him off. I don't care how you feel, but there has never been a case in the Su family where a husband raises his fist against his wife. You better control your temper. If word gets out that you hit your wife and children, how will you show your face? Only the most disgraceful man would resort to violence against his own family. Even if the old lady doesn't think highly of the second daughter-in-law's merchant background, she works hard every day to support the family. The Su family cannot let her suffer such humiliation. Uncle Su-er wanted to argue back, but the pressure in the old lady's eyes made him bite his tongue in frustration. He knew this was undignified. The old lady, unable to tolerate it any longer, closed her eyes, stood up, and pressed a cold object into his hand. I know you can't stand this injustice and that it's hard for you, but you must not break the rules. Tomorrow is the day to go to the city to sell coal. I told your father that you will go instead. Keep what I gave you hidden. Go out and clear your mind, and don't be confused in the future. The family's expenses are currently managed by the old lady, and what she secretly gave to Uncle Su-er was money meant for accounting. Uncle Su-er looked at the silver in his palm, his eyes flickering. Mother, I don't want to just work hard like this. I can't live this kind of miserable life. At over 30 years old, he felt humiliated and teared up in front of the old lady. The old lady, seeing her beloved son in pain, couldn't help but soften her voice. Do I want you to suffer? But now is not the time. You must learn to endure. My son, we have already endured for so many years. You must hold on. They still need to rely on the whole family working together to earn money. Only by making enough money can they have the chance to think about other things. Endurance is necessary. Even if the entire Su family can only find a single coin, it must be in the hands of their own son. After a while, Uncle Su-er came out of the main room and happened to bump into Su Minghui coming from the back courtyard. Su Minghui, who was about the same height as his father, lowered his eyes to hide his emotions and said softly, Father, the room where Mingyang and I stay has been leaking recently. Mingyang is young and can't handle the cold, so let him sleep in your and Mother's room for now. Once the roof is fixed, he can come back to sleep with me. Uncle Su glared and scolded. How old are you? How can you not handle a little cold? If this continues, you'll be spoiled. Su Minghui gently patted Mingyang's trembling shoulder and calmly replied, Mingyang is still young. He's not spoiled. I've already mentioned the roof repair to grandfather. I'm just waiting for eldest brother to have time to teach me. I'll take Mingyang over tonight. With Mingyang present, Uncle Su couldn't find a chance to confront Aunt Su. He didn't want anyone to know about such disgraceful matters. The anger that Uncle Su wanted to express was suppressed by the old man, who looked at Su Minghui with a cold face and gritted his teeth, saying, Well, you really are a good son. I really didn't raise you wrong. Mingyang was already scared and about to cry, but Su Minghui's face showed no emotion. He simply looked at his father, who was losing control, with a deep gaze that held mockery. If the person in front of him weren't so ridiculous, would it have come to this father-son confrontation? Feeling humiliated, Uncle Su stormed into the west room, slamming the door, which made Su Minghui frown silently. Mingyang, looking anxious, grabbed his brother's hand and said with a quivering voice, Brother, I'm scared. The sudden kick that day had frightened him so much that he couldn't sleep for days. He was truly afraid. Su Minghui crouched down and poked his reddened face gently, saying softly, Don't be afraid. If father tries to hurt mother tonight, just cry, okay? The louder, the better. You like being close to sister-in-law, right? During the day, you can help her, and with her protecting you, nothing will happen. Sang Jixia couldn't bear to see the child suffer. She wouldn't just stand by and watch Mingyang get hurt. Mingyang nodded vigorously, though he seemed to understand only a little, and Su Minghui patted his head. When the Su family was prosperous, his father had been spoiled by his grandmother. When the family fell apart, he couldn't be relied upon. But so what? The second branch still had him. With tensions rising at home, Those who went out fell into an unspoken silence. Su Ya watched Sang Zixia moving back and forth on the overgrown path, feeling as if a heavy stone was lodged in his throat, making it impossible to speak. After last night's chaos, something felt off, and this morning's handkerchief only added to the silence. He was filled with a strange anxiety, but couldn't find a way to break the tension. Su Zhao struggled for a while, and then said, "Gigi." Sang Zixia frowned at the grass roots covered in mud in her hands and asked, "What? Are you still mad at me?" The reputation of a highborn lady is very important, and personal items should never fall into the hands of others. He knew his actions were wrong and had always been careful to hide them, never showing anyone. He thought Sang Zixia was angry about his secretive behavior, but her reaction didn't seem to indicate that. It seemed she was misunderstanding something. Sang Zixia shifted her attention from the messy grass roots and sighed. "I'm not angry, just a bit confused." If the vivid scenes from her dreams were real, and if she had indeed met Su Zhao in a dream while trying to escape, how did the engagement with Sang Bing-ro come about? Had she really met Su Zhao in a dream? There were too many unanswered questions, and she couldn't quite express the feelings swirling inside her. However, the questions without answers didn't seem so important after all. She thought for a moment, pushed aside the grass roots piled on the ground, and looked up into his eyes, which resembled those in her dream, and asked, "Are you sure you want to marry me? I clearly remember I was supposed to carry someone else's bridal sedan. How could you?" "That was my request." Su Zhao suddenly spoke more urgently, squatting in front of Sang Zixia and looking deep into her eyes, saying slowly, "The person I wanted to marry that day was you. I have always wanted to marry you." There were many twists and turns that were too complicated to explain, but the current situation was unexpectedly favorable. Sang Zixia withdrew her gaze with an ambiguous expression and said, "Well, that's good enough." As long as she was recognized as Sang Zixia and not just a shadow of someone else, they could take their time discussing everything else. Seeing her tense expression relax a little, Su Zhao discreetly let out a sigh of relief. He decided to go home and throw that troublesome item into the stove to burn it. He couldn't let Gigi get angry again. Sang Zixia didn't notice the fleeting relief in his eyes. She picked up a few grass roots to compare them carefully, and a smile began to spread across her lips. "Su Zhao, I think I understand why the wheat grown in this land can be deadly." Sang Zixia's words interrupted Su Zhao's thoughts filled with chaotic images, causing him to lean in closer instinctively. After staring for a while at a bunch of indistinguishable grass roots, Su Zhao earnestly said, "I can't see the difference. Aren't they all just a mess of grass roots? What's the difference?" Sang Zixia held up two very similar grass roots and waved them in front of him. "You really can't tell them apart?" Su Zhao honestly shook his head. "No. The difference is quite significant." Sang Zixia stood up and said, "The edible ones are wheat and barley, while this grass root is called littletail wheat, also known as poisonous wheat. From the outside, poisonous wheat looks very similar to normal wheat, making it hard to distinguish in a wheat field, but poisonous wheat is toxic." She tossed aside the grass roots in her hand and pointed to a large area of land ahead. "When we passed by earlier, I noticed there was a lot of this poisonous wheat growing over there a lot. If I'm not mistaken, the reason the wheat grown in this area caused harm to people is because of this plant. When the poisonous wheat grew wildly among the normal wheat seedlings, it wasn't cleared in time, and during harvest, the poisonous wheat mixed in with the wheat grains, leading to problems when consumed. The toxicity of poisonous wheat is no joke." Su Zhao understood the gist and rubbed the grass root he picked up, saying, "So it's not the soil's fault. The problem lies with the poisonous wheat? You're learning well." Sang Zixia smiled slowly and said, "Let's go back and discuss with grandfather. We need to buy this land at the foot of Nanshan. In a warm climate, 2 seasons of wheat can be grown in a year, but that's not the case in the Northwest. If we buy the land now, prepare the soil, and fertilize it through the winter, we can plant spring wheat just in time for the new year." Su Zhao picked up the sickle and basket from the ground and followed her, walking beside Sang Zixia. "I can't distinguish the grains because I had no exposure in my early years, but logically, experienced farmers should be able to tell them apart." How could they abandon this land just because poisonous wheat got mixed in? Sang Jixia gave him a thumbs up for his reasoning and sighed. Experienced farmers shouldn't make such mistakes, but think about it carefully. How long has wheat been widely grown in the Northwest? 5 years. She spread her hand and said, I heard Aunt Wu mention that 5 years ago, this area mainly grew soybeans and sorghum. Wheat was only introduced by outside merchants 5 years ago. Now, not many people in the Northwest grow wheat, so there are naturally fewer who can recognize it. Since it was not a widely grown crop, and due to a lack of experience leading to accidental consumption of toxic wheat mixed with the good, the news spread quickly, and it became increasingly unclear. Su Zhao pondered for a moment, brushed aside a branch, and waited for Sang Jixia to walk past before asking, Can we clean out the toxic wheat? Of course we can, Sang Jixia replied, glancing at the barren field and slowly adding, It might take some time, but we will definitely manage. Once we buy the land, there will be plenty of things we can grow, not just wheat. Having spent the most time working with soil, she understood how much surprise even the most unassuming dirt could yield, so there was no rush. Su Zhao looked at Sang Jixia's shining eyes, and his tense jaw relaxed involuntarily. You seem to really love the land. It wasn't a forced happiness, but a genuine passion shining through her eyes. This light had never appeared when discussing other topics. Sang Jixia was surprised by his sharpness and smiled wistfully, saying, Because the land never lies. When you plant seeds, over the years and through the seasons, what you finally dig out from the soil is a reflection of your efforts. It's like a transparent box filled with treasures you have carefully cultivated. Every day and night, you know that the rewards of spring planting and autumn harvest are hidden in the dirt, waiting for you to uncover them. Isn't such a surprise worth celebrating? Everything in the world can deceive, but the humble, silent land does not. She chose agriculture for this reason. No need for empty talk. You reap what you sow. Su Zhao was taken aback by this reason and couldn't help but chuckle. I've never farmed before, and I don't understand the skills and joys of planting.
Can you teach me?
Sang Jixia looked at him sideways. You think you can escape? Once we buy this land, there will be plenty of miscellaneous tasks where I could use your help. Digging could make you cry. Su Zhao had no idea that in Sang Jixia's imagination, he had already cried twice. The first thing he did when he got home was find that troublesome handkerchief and throw it into the stove without hesitation. Seeing this, Su Wenxiu, who was serving dishes, exclaimed, Why did you burn that? You. Burning it makes it clean. Su Yao didn't want to explain much. She lowered her eyes and said, The person is right in front of me. Why would I need this thing? Su Wenxiu watched as the flames leaped up and completely burned the handkerchief, unable to suppress a low sigh. She had seen that handkerchief before. At that time, she mistakenly thought Su Yao was interested in the eldest daughter of the Sang family and happily asked the old lady to help arrange the marriage, without even telling Su Yao before finalizing the wedding. But Su Yao said he wanted to marry someone named Sang Jixia, not the person they had arranged. To discourage Su Yao from marrying a secondary daughter, she used some tricks to take the handkerchief away. However, Su Yao, drunk and unable to find it, caused a scene at home, and even after being punished by the old man, he showed no signs of backing down. In desperation, she could only secretly negotiate with the Sang family, hoping to have Sang Jixia recognized under her legitimate mother's name before the wedding, so she could marry as a legitimate daughter. But who would have thought the Sang family remained vague and never gave her a chance to meet Sang Jixia until the wedding day, when Sang Jixia was placed in the bridal sedan chair, followed by the upheaval in the Su family. With mixed feelings, she lowered her voice. Are you still being stubborn with Xiaxia? Yaoer, before, the family was against this marriage. You knelt in front of the old man's study for 2 days and nights in the rain to ask for this match. Please don't.
I know.
Su Yao said, half amused, Mother, I know. How could he bear to be stubborn with her? He confirmed the handkerchief was completely burned, clapped his hands, stood up straight, and took the large bowl from Su Wenxiu to approach the old man. Grandfather, I have something to discuss with you about the land over in Nanshan. Sang Jixia, helping to set the table, looked up and saw Su Yao seriously discussing matters with the old man.
He always seemed to be like this.
Knowing she was a younger member of the family and some topics were not easy for her to bring up, he would always rephrase her suggestions. When faced with difficult situations, he was always the first to step forward. At least in the current situation of the Su family, his words carried much more weight than hers. That seemed fine. Sang Zixia suppressed her curiosity, holding the rice bowl as she walked over to set it down. Just as she sat down, she heard the old man say, "Poisoned wheat? Is that true? It can't be wrong." Su Yao added a piece of soft, braised radish to her bowl and said slowly, "Words of curse are not to be trusted. The problem must lie with the things that were grown." The old man immediately guessed that it was Sang Zixia who discovered something unusual. He chuckled ambiguously and said, "When did you learn to recognize poisonous weeds?" Su Zhao replied calmly, "I don't know it myself, but Gigi can tell." She wouldn't be wrong. "Do you trust your wife's judgment that much?" "Why wouldn't I?" Su Zhao said without changing his expression. "Gigi knows this better than anyone. If I can't trust her judgment, who can I trust?" The old man clicked his tongue and said thoughtfully, "Since you have such complete trust, you should drink less and avoid causing trouble at home." He noticed the brief embarrassment on Su Zhao's face and added meaningfully, "Regarding the land issue, after dinner, call your uncle to go with me to discuss it with the village head. Don't drink too much, so you don't embarrass yourself in front of your wife. The Su family's rule is to not bully the weak or oppress the small, especially those in our own home. If something goes wrong, elders will guide you, but it's not right to vent anger on your own family." Su Zhao knew most of this wasn't directed at him, yet he nodded respectfully. "Grandfather is right. I will remember." "Good. Now let's stop sitting around and eat." Due to the old man's words, the dining table fell into an unusual silence. Before finishing, Su Ershu slammed the door and left for the west room with a dark expression. Su Ershan hesitated to speak, her lips moving, while Su Minghui placed a bowl of hot soup in front of her. "Mother, you've lost quite a bit of weight lately. You should eat more." She held back tears and lowered her head. As she lifted the bowl, her sleeve slipped, revealing bruises on her wrist. They were marks left by someone who had gripped her tightly. Seeing this, Sang Zixia tightened her lips silently. When she saw Su Mingyang enter the west room with his small blanket, she let out a quiet sigh. "Are you worried about Aunt Air?" Su Zhao handed her a bowl of warm medicine and gently said, "Don't worry. Su Minghui is here." Aunt Air was difficult and liked to take advantage, but she could distinguish right from wrong in serious matters. When she decided to work together, she was resolute. Such a personality might not be immediately likable, but over time, it wasn't too bothersome. He was quite annoyed with Su Minghui. But Su Minghui had been raised by Aunt Air, and he couldn't just stand by and watch his mother suffer. Sang Zixia held the dark medicine bowl and said vaguely, "Tomorrow, Uncle will go sell coal. I'll help Aunt Air carry firewood, so she can rest at home. Your wrist is injured like that, and I can't imagine how serious it is in places I can't see. Let's take it easy as much as we can." Su Zhao looked at her thin frame, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. "Take your medicine and rest. We can talk about this tomorrow." The next day, Uncle Su made a grand departure with a mule cart full of charcoal, while Aunt Su prepared to get the wood frame for carrying firewood. Sang Zixia quickly put down her water bowl and said, "Aunt, why don't you stay home and watch the charcoal pit today?" She grabbed the wood frame and said casually, "The smoke from the charcoal pit gives me a headache. Let's switch. You can poke your eyes for a few days, and I'll go get the firewood." Aunt Su hesitated. "Zixia, maybe we should." "Come on, give me a chance to take it easy." Sang Zixia said boldly, "I might as well go to the mountains and see if I can find some wild vegetables. If I do, we can add a dish for dinner." "Su Zhao, are you ready?" "I'm coming." Su Zhao took the wood frame from her hands and said, "Let's go." "Sister-in-law, please keep an eye on Yanran. Don't let her get all muddy." Aunt Su chuckled. "That girl rolled around yesterday, and her clothes took half an hour to wash clean. If she keeps this up, she'll really turn into a mud doll." Aunt Su suddenly realized why, and instinctively covered her wrist, worried it might show. But no one looked back at her, as they hurried out the door. Everyone was eager to gather more firewood before the snow fell. Su Mingyang looked around to confirm that the old lady was not there, then rushed over to slip a small bottle into her hand. Mingyang, what's this? Sure, Su Mingyang said nervously. Sister-in-law said we can't let grandmother see this. He grabbed Aunt Sue's sleeve to cover her hand and whispered, this is medicine that Big Brother brought back for sister-in-law. She told me to quietly give it to Mom. Mom, what's wrong? Aunt Sue held the medicine bottle tightly, tears welling up. Su Mingyang, flustered, tried to wipe her tears but only made it worse, shouting, Brother, what's all the noise? Su Minghui set down the water bucket and looked at his hand, red from the rope. He gently said, Mingyang, don't panic. Even with a father who wasn't doing well, they couldn't afford to lose their calm. As long as the old man was around, the Su family would stand strong. As long as the Su family existed, no trouble could ever break them. Before going, Sang Jixia had already mentally prepared herself for a tough time. After all, working with charcoal for 2 months meant that anyone who had touched it at home had rough hands. She had managed to avoid much of the hard work until now. But in the end, all her preparation was for nothing. Su Zhao didn't let her help at all. He seemed to think he was just bringing along a water carrier. After being pushed away for what felt like the 100th time, Sang Jixia couldn't help but laugh and said, Big brother, do you plan to do all the work yourself? Su Zhao looked at her with a half-smile. What's so special about calling me big brother? Sang Jixia blinked in confusion. What do you mean? It's only right for Su Mingxiu and Su Jinxia to call me big brother. If you really want to call me something, you should say brother instead. He leaned closer, staring intently into her puzzled eyes and said, Gigi, call me brother. How about I give you a whole bundle of firewood to carry by yourself for half a day? What do you think? Sang Jixia realized he was teasing her and pushed him away, laughing despite herself.
Brother?
Thinking you can take advantage of me is quite amusing. Go away, stop making a scene here. Su Zhao chuckled. If you don't want to call me that, then don't interrupt. Big brother is doing this work without your help. Help me grab the axe. Big brother will take you to a different place. Su Zhao was indeed capable. He chopped wood, bundled it, and carried it down the mountain all by himself, showing the strength of a whole team. When they reached the foot of the mountain, he pressed down on the wooden frame carrying the firewood so Sang Jixia couldn't pull it out. He then said, I'll take this home. Gigi, you should go with grandfather to see the fields on the south side. He wants to check the difference between toxic wheat and normal wheat. The old man nodded seriously. I should go take a look. Even if they might not find anything unusual, it was good to check, as it would ease the old man's mind. Sang Jixia realized she had lost track of what she had done that day, and said, All right, grandfather, let's go this way. The old man followed with his hands behind his back, while Su Zhao squatted down and tossed 2 bundles of firewood onto his back. Uncle Su looked up at the darkening sky and said, With this weather, it looks like it might snow. Su Zhao glanced at him, but didn't reply, just quickened his pace. He carried 2 loads at once, and after 3 trips, only the last bundle of firewood was left. A cold drop of water fell from his nose, and when he touched it, it turned into a small water mark on his fingertip. It really started to snow. Su Zhao wondered if there was an umbrella at home. When he delivered the last bundle of firewood, he saw Aunt Sue peering out the door. Aunt Sue hurried over to help, brushing off the snow on her shoulders. Come, just put it here. Su Zhao didn't let her help with stacking the firewood. He rubbed his sore shoulder and asked, Why aren't you going inside to stay warm, Aunt? Aunt Sue looked away from the door and said with a wry smile, Your uncle hasn't come back yet, and I'm a bit worried about him. Normally, he would have returned from the county by now. But he was still missing and it was snowing. Aunt Sue murmured about how the snow might make the road difficult, then rushed to check on the boiling water on the stove. Su Zhao, with a complicated expression, bit his lip and asked, Mom, do we have an umbrella? Su Wenxiu had just wrapped Su Mingxiu and Su Jinxin in new jackets and replied from inside, Yes, why do you need an umbrella? Su Zhao squinted at the snowflakes piling up on the ground and exhaled a breath that turned into mist. Grandfather and Gigi went down to Nanshan. I'm going to get them with the umbrella. It's time to go get them, but you're not dressed warmly enough. Su Wenxiu frowned as she handed the umbrella to Su Zhao. Isn't Xiang stuffing cotton in your jacket? Hurry inside and change into something thicker, just in case. It's fine. I'm all sweaty and warm. I'll go get them first. He grabbed the umbrella and stepped outside. Just a short way out, he bumped into Sang Zhixia, who was covering her head with a basket. Grandfather, hurry. If we're slow, we'll get wet from the snow. A long basket covered both their heads, and the old man and the girl ran, puffing out white breath. The old man had once sheltered under a valuable umbrella, but running with a basket over his head was a first for him. He hurriedly gasped for breath, laughing as he spoke. You need to lift the basket a bit. I can't see the road. Hey, my arms are too short. Grandfather, just manage a little longer. We'll be home soon. She turned to encourage the old man, who glanced sideways and quickly stepped aside to escape the basket's cover. Sang Zhixia didn't react in time to the sudden distance from him, and a large hand pressed down on the basket. The basket fell right on top of her head, and the scene in front of her was instantly sliced into strips by the basket's pattern. She could see the black of Su Zhao's sleeve through the gaps. Cough. The old man, maintaining his authority as a senior, calmly stepped inside, saying, I'll go change my clothes first. After he finished speaking, he walked away. Sang Zhixia stretched out her arm to pull Su Zhao's hand away. Let go. Get my head out. Su Zhao bent down to look at her through the basket, holding back a laugh as he said, Did you run back with your grandfather like this? When did the old man become so careless? Sang Zhixia replied confidently, So what if I ran back? The snow mixed with light rain. If we don't hurry, we'll get wet, and that could be a problem. She could handle it, but the old man couldn't. At his age, what if he caught a cold? After saying this, she continued to tug at Su Zhao's hand. Su Zhao, let go of me quickly, or I'll... What will you do? Su Zhao adjusted his grip to ensure he could hold her head without hurting her. Seeing no one around, he felt mischievous and flicked his fingers against the outside of the basket, saying, Gigi, call me brother. If you call me brother, I'll let you go. Hey, you're really persistent. After trying a few times and failing to break free, she suddenly let out a cold laugh and shouted, You kids, come help me. Su Zhao turned in confusion, and from inside the door, a group of kids, led by Su Mingyang, rushed out, jumping onto him. Big brother, you're caught. Big brother, surrender. Grab him. With their shouts, the kids clung to him, and Su Zhao loosened his grip, allowing Sang Zhixia to flip the basket over. She spun the basket around a few times and raised an eyebrow at Su Zhao, teasing, What do you think? Are you going to surrender? She had already spotted these kids. She had plenty of helpers. Su Yanran didn't want to hang on Su Zhao, but affectionately took Sang Zhixia's hand and said, Big brother, just give up. There were too many of them. He couldn't win. Su Zhao, amused, pinched the bridge of his nose and raised his hands in surrender. I give up. Satisfied, Sang Zhixia hugged Su Yanran and waved her hand. Let's retreat. We can leave now.
Wow.
We won. We won. Big brother admits defeat. Su Mingyang cheered as he picked up Su Jinxia and spun her around in the air, causing Su Wenxiu to laugh and say, Hey, you two, be careful not to drop her. Quick, let's all get inside to avoid the snow. Sang Zhixia put the basket back in its place, and Su Yao followed her into the west shed. She was still upset about how Su Yao had teased her, but didn't say anything. Suddenly, Su Yao said, Gigi, don't move. What's wrong? Sang Zhixia stood still, as Su Yao gently placed his hand in her hair. He picked a small, clear snowflake from the tip of a branch and held it in front of her, smiling as he said, Gigi, this is the first snow we've shared today. If we share snow today, may we grow old together in the future. Gigi, Su Yao. Come out quickly. Suddenly, Su Wenxiu's anxious voice called from outside. It seems your second uncle is in trouble. What? Su Yao and Sang Zhixia came out one after the other. Su Wenxiu said urgently, Someone from the village just reported that your second uncle's cart overturned in the ditch. You need to hurry and go with your third uncle to check. The snowy, slippery road could easily cause an accident. But as Seng Zixia looked at the dark, gloomy sky, a sense of unease rose within her. Su Yao, wait. She hurried back inside to grab the cloak from the bottom of the box and draped it over Su Yao's shoulders, whispering in a voice only he could hear, "The road by the ditch is wide, and the water isn't deep, so it shouldn't have overturned. Go check on the situation first. If anything is wrong, focus on getting the mule cart from the village chief's house." The old lady hadn't said much lately, but everyone knew that Su Ershu was her favorite. Selling coal in the county wasn't easy. Su Senshu didn't want to go back after his first trip. The old lady specifically suggested that Su Ershu go alone this time, so it was clear this trip wasn't just about selling coal. Su Yao's eyes flickered as he nodded gently. "Grandfather, the wind and snow are getting stronger. You and grandmother should stay home and wait for news. I'll go with Sanshu. Eldest brother, I want to go with you." Su Minghui stepped forward, saying, "I can help." Su Yao didn't say anything but nodded. Seng Zixia quickly supported the fainting Su Ernyang. "Ernyang, don't worry. It's not far over there. Su Yao and the others will be back with your second uncle soon. Mingyang, come help your mother inside to rest." Su Mingyang ran over, tears in his eyes, supporting Su Ernyang's trembling hand.
Shan Zixia supli signan to su wen siu.
"Grandma, let's go inside." The sudden change shattered the night's peace, and everyone gathered in the main room waiting for news. The old man sat silently, with a gloomy face. The old lady anxiously looked around, repeatedly tightening the handkerchief in her grip. Outside, the wind and snow grew stronger, and Seng Zixia's heart began to race. Finally, there was a commotion outside the door. "Grandfather, we're back. Back." The old lady lost control of her emotions and rushed out, colliding with Su Sanshu's stern face. He, covered in snowflakes, threw the rope he was holding onto the ground and exclaimed, "This is ridiculous, shameless, and absurd." Su Ershu's eyes glistened with tears as he heard the commotion. Before he could speak, he saw Su Minghui struggling to support the injured Su Ershu as they crossed the threshold. More noticeable than the blood on his head was the strong smell of alcohol that clung to him, even in the storm. They had clearly agreed to go sell coal. Instead, he was completely drunk. The last to arrive, Su Yao, returned a cloak he had been holding to Seng Zixia and said, with an unreadable expression, "The ditch at the village entrance isn't deep. It's just that my uncle was very drunk and didn't see the road clearly, so he fell in. When we got there, he was stuck halfway in the ditch, and if we hadn't arrived soon, he would have likely fallen asleep there. Moreover, in his drunken state, he couldn't tell right from wrong. When passing villagers tried to help him up, he would shout inappropriate things at them. Though the villagers were annoyed, they couldn't bear to see him freeze to death in the ditch, so they held back their anger and came to inform the Su family. In a daze, Su Ershu leaned against Su Minghui, his clothes soaked with muddy water, and when he spoke, the strong smell of alcohol filled the air. There were also noticeable traces of makeup on his collar, mixing the heavy scent of perfume with the smell of alcohol, making it clear how intoxicated he was. "What's wrong with me drinking a little?" he drunkenly shouted at Su Yao. "You're just a worthless nobody. I'm your uncle. What right do you have to shout at me? As long as I, Su Eryi, am here, the Su family won't let a little brat like you take charge. Who do you think you are to talk back to me? Do you even have a say here? Grandfather is in the main seat, so I indeed have no right to speak." Su Yao glanced at him expressionlessly and coldly replied, "It's not surprising that my uncle holds a grudge against me, but no matter how big the grudge, it shouldn't be expressed in such an outrageous manner." After saying this, he ignored Su Ershu's anger and looked at the old lady, who was filled with concern, and said meaningfully, "Grandmother, the mule cart was borrowed." Uncle Su, with a red face from anger, gritted his teeth and said, "I almost forgot about this. The mule cart we borrowed from the village had to sell coal in the city overturned and fell into a ditch today. The cart was damaged, and the mule broke its leg. How can a mule that broke its leg still work? How can we return a mule with only 3 legs? Aunt Sue, who initially looked displeased, began to feel uneasy upon hearing this. A mule breaking its leg is a serious matter. No family in the village is wealthy, and very few can afford to keep animals for pulling carts. If it weren't for some goodwill, the owner wouldn't lend out such a valuable animal. A mule is worth nearly 20 taels, which is a huge amount for the Sue family right now. The rebuttal that the old lady was about to make got stuck in her throat. Su Minghui, supporting the tearful Aunt Sue heir, gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, we will compensate for the mule." Su Yao glanced at him with a half-smile and said lightly, "We do need to pay, but how we pay is not up to you and me." "Grandfather, what do you think?" The old man had been silent during the commotion, and when his heavy gaze fell, the old lady couldn't help but shiver. She forced a smile and said, "Compensating is one thing, but thankfully no one was hurt."
As long as everyone is fine, then. Yeah.
"We can't hide the accident. The village head must have heard about it. You and Minghui should take the money and explain everything clearly to them, compensating them at market value." The old lady felt regret for letting Uncle Sue go out in a moment of confusion, and immediately said, "That's the right thing to do. I'll go get the money for you." She took out 20 taels from her dwindling savings and handed it to Su Yao. The old man then said, "Yaoer, daughter-in-law." Sang Zhixia looked confused and responded with a soft "Oh. Take Mingyang and the others and keep an eye on them. Elders should not be punished. The younger ones should not watch." Su Yao and Su Minghui sent them away, and it was almost time to take the little ones too. Sang Zhixia's eyes lit up with understanding as she picked up Su Jinxia with one hand and held the trembling Su Mingyang with the other. "Yanran, you take Mingxiu and come with me." Su Minghui cried out, "Mother." Aunt Su heir, pale-faced, pushed him gently. "Be obedient and go with your sister-in-law." "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Aunt Su frowned and said, "Sister-in-law is right. Second brother seems to have lost his mind. It's pointless to keep this going. Let's first help second sister-in-law down to treat her injuries. How can a legitimate wife be treated this way? After all, they were all married into the family, and seeing one person hurt inevitably made others sad. If second Aunt Su were to be harmed to death today, it would be the first joke after the Su family's downfall." The old lady, realizing the situation too late, said, "Quickly take her back. Hurry." Second Aunt Su, looking dazed as if her soul had been knocked out, was helped away. The old man, who had stood up at some point, had a sharp gaze. "You heartless beast." He slapped second Uncle Su across the face, but second uncle still held his head high and shouted, "You are biased, old man. You only care about the eldest branch. When have I not been a beast in your eyes? Stop talking. What if I do? If you have the guts, just kill me. That way you won't lose face and I won't."
Wow.
"Father." Third Uncle Su looked in horror at the old man who suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, shouting in panic, "Father is coughing up blood. Help. Grandfather?" Sang Zixia rushed over upon hearing the commotion. She knew something was going to happen. Sang Zixia grabbed a half bucket of water and rushed into the room, unhesitatingly splashing it all over the still raging second Uncle Su, saying, "If you keep making a scene, I'll knock you out with another bucket." The cold water drenched second Uncle Su and made the old lady scream in shock. Without looking at them, Sang Zixia ran over and said, "Third uncle, don't panic." Together with the weak third uncle, they helped the unconscious old man to the bed. She quickly said, "Grandfather is overwhelmed with anger. There's a doctor in the neighboring village. Third uncle, go get him now." Third uncle hurriedly rushed out into the wind and snow. Second Uncle Su, shaking from fear, managed to regain some clarity. Sang Zixia grabbed a blanket and covered the old man, turning to shout angrily, "Grandmother, if second uncle causes grandfather to suffer today, it will be a sin that can never be cleared. Why aren't you getting him out of here? Do we really have to wait until grandfather is dead from anger for it to matter?" The old lady flinched at her shout and, disregarding age and status, slapped second Uncle Su across the face. "You ungrateful wretch. Get back to your own room now." Su Urshu left with a gloomy face, and soon the people from the west room returned. Su San Aunt said anxiously, "Eldest sister, won't this lead to trouble?" One person in the room was injured and bleeding, while the other was drunk and acting wildly. Leaving them alone could be dangerous. Su Wenxiu worried about the unconscious elder and sighed, "I don't know what to do. Let's wait a bit. We can talk once the elder feels better." But before Su Sanshu could bring the doctor, a terrified cry from Su Mingyang echoed from the west room. Sang Jixia's heart sank as she rushed out, seeing Su Air Ant battling the wind and snow. She didn't have time to stop her. In Su Ursha's furious state, Su Mingyang cried out and ran after her. This is bad. If Ant and Mingyang rush out like this, something might happen. Mother, you and San Ant stay here with the kids. I'll go check. Sang Jixia said, then ran off. Su Wenxiu, feeling helpless and scared, shouted, "Xiaxia, Xiaxia, please be careful. Xiaxia you. Eldest sister, please stop calling." Su San Ant forced herself to stay calm and said, "This situation is serious. Eldest sister, watch the kids. I'll go to the village chief's house to bring Su Yao and Su Minghui back." In the blink of an eye, most of the decision-makers in the house had rushed out. Su Wenxiu bit her lip, holding the tearful Su Jinxiu, thinking, what is happening? Under the cover of night, the wind and snow hit hard, making it hard to see. Sang Zixia studied Su Mingyang, who kept slipping in the snow, and saw Su Air Ant by the river looking utterly exhausted. Su Mingyang cried in fear, "Mom, please don't scare me.
Mom.
Mom, come back." Su Air Ant turned back with a dazed look, seeing her youngest son standing nearby with a sorrowful smile. Compared to when she was sent back to the west room, her arms now bore fresh cuts, her clothes stained with blood. Su Urshu had returned and hurt her again. Sang Zixia felt a lump in her throat and tried to speak softly. "Aunt, we can talk this out when we get back. It doesn't have to be like this. Just come here, and once we go back." "We can't go back. Xiaxia, we can't go back. We can't go back." She couldn't take it anymore. The fleeting glory that vanished overnight can be overlooked, and the hard work of daily life can be silently endured through complaints. But what about the torment from a loved one at night? It wasn't always like this. With a weary expression, she rolled up her sleeves and looked at the shocking scars on her body, saying, "He has been hitting me. For 3 months, day and night, whenever he had the chance, he would strike me. I have endured for so long.
I have been holding it in."
She thought about their years together as a couple and their children, hoping that time might bring a change. But in reality, her husband, who she tried to understand, mentioned the axe today. The blade struck her deeply as he insisted on taking her life. She looked at the festering wound hidden beneath her clothing and bitterly asked, "Do you know what it feels like to be betrayed? You wouldn't understand. You don't know how much I envy you, even as an elder. You also don't know the various pains of suffering." With despair, she forced out a broken laugh and lowered her head, saying, "I don't want to live anymore. I really can't take it anymore." In the panicked gaze of Sang Jixia, she stepped closer to the river. Sang Jixia instinctively covered Su Mingyang's eyes, saying, "Turn around." Su Mingyang frantically clawed at her hand, crying out, "Mom, I want my mom back." "Shut up, you little brat." Sang Jixia hurriedly threw off her heavy coat, letting Su Mingyang bite his hand until it was bloody, angrily saying, "Making a fuss like this means she really won't come back." Seeing Su Mingyang causing such a scene, she couldn't hold back any longer and slapped his small face, saying, "Stay here quietly." Su Mingyang was stunned, wide-eyed and helpless, reaching out, but he didn't have time to grab the corner of Sang Jixia's clothing as she jumped into the water. With a loud splash, the water erupted, and Sang Jixia jumped into the icy water, desperately grabbing the figure sinking below. The water was too deep and so cold. She struggled to hold her breath as she untied the rope around Aunt Sue's waist that was tangled with stones, holding the unconscious person tightly and kicking towards the shore. The icy water that filled her throat hurt her lungs, but she couldn't think of anything else as she clung to the life in her hands. Su Mingyang, like a lost little animal, rushed towards the two figures rising and falling in the water, crying out in despair, "Mom! Big sister! Go back and stand there!" Sang Jixia coughed up the river water she had swallowed, struggling against the heavy weight pulling her down. With her last bit of strength, she pressed her feet into the gravel on the riverbank and gritted her teeth to pull the unusually heavy Aunt Sue up onto the shore. Cough, cough, cough. The cold water soaked her clothes, sending chills deep into her bones. The cold wind made Sang Jixia shiver uncontrollably. She fought through her trembling teeth, picked up her removed jacket, and wrapped it around the weak Aunt Sue. Staggering to her feet, she called out to Su Mingyang, "Child, lend me a hand." Aunt Sue was already covered in blood, and after being soaked in cold water, she was in dire condition. If they didn't hurry to get her back, it could be fatal. Su Mingyang crawled over to help, but he was too small and scared, his limbs weak and unresponsive. Sang Jixia tried several times to lift Aunt Sue, but couldn't manage it. Finally, she decided to use her dripping clothes to tie Aunt Sue to her back. She bent down and held Su Mingyang's trembling hand, saying, "Let's go home." When they had run out, they had only focused on escaping, which hadn't been too hard. But the way back was extremely difficult. The snow was deep and slippery, and on her back was the heavy, cold body of someone who felt ominous. Sang Jixia fought against the darkness closing in on her, gasping for breath as she squeezed Su Mingyang's hand. "Mingyang, go back and find your older brother to help. Hurry." If Su Yao didn't come soon, she wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Su Mingyang, scared and on the verge of tears, rolled on the ground a few times before getting up on all fours and said, Okay, I'll go find him. I'll find my brother now." The little boy stumbled and fell every few steps, but he managed to roll through the snow, creating a somewhat clear path. Sang Jixia didn't dare to hope for his speed. With a bitter smile, she straightened her legs, picked up a stick she found, and began to move forward step by step. Meanwhile, Su Yao came out of the village chief's house, his face serious as he hurriedly asked, "Aunt San, did you see which direction they went?" Aunt San wiped the snow off her face and sighed. "I didn't get a chance to see clearly." Su Minghui looked pale and couldn't speak. Aunt San struggled and said, "But I could tell something was wrong with your second aunt. If we wait too long, something bad might happen. You all need to hurry. Big brother, please go save Aunt and my mother." Su Mingyang rushed forward and fell into the snow, crying out in despair to the blurry figure, "Brother, please hurry. Go save them. Ji." Without thinking, Su Liao dashed out, with Su Minghui quickly following him, both disappearing into the snowstorm. Aunt Su San ran over and picked up the bruised Su Mingyang, anxiously asking, "Mingyang, what happened to your mother and sister-in-law? Why are they?"
Mom.
Mom jumped into the river. "What did you say?" Aunt Su San, filled with fear, grabbed Su Mingyang and headed toward home. Su Liao fell many times but kept getting back up, finally rolling to a spot where Sang Jixia could see him. In that moment, the wind and snow seemed to be cut apart by the wind. Amid the swirling snowflakes, the only thing visible was a heavy darkness that couldn't be ignored. Sang Jixia, in a daze, thought she saw an unreal shadow. She squinted and called out, "Su Liao?" Su Liao rolled through the snow and shouted, "Ji."
Mom.
Sister-in-law. Su Minghui, who was a step behind, slipped and fell at Sang Jixia's feet. She saw the two brothers awkwardly collapse on the ground, struggling to breathe. Finally, someone is here. She swayed, causing Su Liao to quickly reach out to support her. Su Minghui trembled as he checked Su Air Aunt's pulse and said hoarsely, "Brother, I'll carry Mom. You take sister-in-law and hurry home."
Quick.
Su Liao used both hands to tear off the belt that bound Sang Jixia and took off his own coat to wrap her tightly. A warm breeze mixed with the cold wind and snow filled the air. Sang Jixia, blocked by the clothing, could only shiver in the darkness, trying to stay awake. Su Liao instinctively held her tighter, his voice hoarse. "Don't be afraid. We're going home now." At the door, Su Wenxiu saw them returning and was so relieved that tears filled her eyes. Thank goodness. You're back. Liaoer, what about Xiaxia? She jumped in to save someone and got cold. I'll take her inside to change, and Mom, please check on Anair. Ji said she is badly hurt. After Su Liao finished speaking, he quickly carried Sang Zixia into the west shed, while Aunt Su San hurried to bring in a red-hot charcoal basin. Quick, bring the charcoal basin inside. I'll get another one for you. In the cold west room, the warmth from the charcoal stove seemed to help a lot, but Sang Zixia, wrapped in a blanket, was still shivering. It was too cold. Really too cold. Her hands felt frozen. She trembled as she tried to grab her clothes, but after a few attempts, a large hand with prominent veins appeared on her wrist. Su Qiao, with red eyes, said, "You can't do this. Let me help you change." By the time Sang Zixia stopped shaking, her wet clothes would be dry. Sang Zixia was momentarily confused but quickly understood what he meant, her tongue stumbling. But, I'll change you with my eyes closed. Su Qiao took off the black headband from his head and tied it over his eyes, blocking all sight, then held Sang Zixia's icy hand tightly. Ji, I'll help you. With her vision blocked, the sensations became more intense. Every rough touch sent shivers across her skin. Like sparks igniting a fire, the warmth felt overwhelming. Su Qiao mistakenly thought she was extremely cold and tried to speed up his movements, but as her clothes were removed, Sang Zixia shook even more. She trembled uncontrollably, her face turning bright red in the places Su Qiao couldn't see, her whole body stiff with cold. Su Qiao threw the wet blanket aside and grabbed his own blanket, wrapping it around Sang Zixia tightly, holding her close as she continued to shake. He leaned in close to her ear, his tone unusually serious. Sang Zixia, you shouldn't have risked your life to save someone. As Sang Zixia shivered uncontrollably, Su Qiao's anger surged, each word weighing heavily on his heart. Do you know how dangerous it is to jump into the water like that tonight? Why didn't you call for help? What if something went wrong? But that was a life at stake. Sang Zixia said with a bitter smile, Su Qiao, that was a living person. I couldn't let Su Mingyang watch his mother die. There had already been enough chaos tonight. She couldn't just stand by and watch a life vanish before her eyes when she had the strength to act. Sang Zixia sighed helplessly, sniffed, and said, as women, and since my aunt has not done anything wrong to me, how could I just stand by? Fortunately, everything turned out fine in the end, or else. Even so, you shouldn't have taken that risk. Su Chong firmly held her chin, forcing her to look into his eyes, and said slowly, no more chances. Ji, don't scare me again. Sang Zixia felt weak under the bloodshot gaze and hesitated. Su Chong, how is Xia? Aunt Su came to the door with a third charcoal basin, worriedly saying, I made some soup to warm her up. If Xia changes her clothes, bring her a bowl. It's better than nothing. Hearing this, Sang Zixia felt relieved, turned her head, and freed her chin from Su Chong's grip. She buried her neck in the blanket and said softly, I want some warm drink. Su Chong expressionlessly withdrew his hand, grabbed his dry outer coat, and wrapped it around Sang Zixia. He then stood up and walked out. He returned with another charcoal basin and a bowl of steaming soup. Sang Zixia's hands trembled, unable to hold it steady. Su Chong sat on the edge of the bed, wrapped his arm around her waist, holding her and the blanket together, and slowly brought the soup to her lips. Mom says it's effective to drink the soup hot. Take small sips, don't burn yourself. Sang Zixia drank more than half a bowl, but after sweating a little, she weakly shook her head. I can't drink anymore. Su Chong hesitated, pressed his lips together, but ultimately said nothing. He casually set the bowl down, frowned, and touched Sang Zixia's forehead. Not hot. Sang Zixia, with her eyes red from the cold, quietly explained, I think it's not serious. Just cover up and sleep, and I'll be fine. By the way, did you check on grandfather and second aunt when you went out? Compared to her own possible cold, she genuinely felt their situation was more urgent. I checked on them. Su Chong tucked the blanket tightly around her, speaking in a steady tone. The doctor that Uncle San invited has arrived. They'll be fine. There are many people watching over them. You just need to take care of yourself. After all the chaos and the near tragedy, there would surely be more changes at home once the snow stopped. But none of that mattered as much as the person in front of him. He pressed the blanket down, helping Sang Jixia lie back on the bed and carefully sealed every possible gap to keep her warm. He placed his warm palm directly over her eyes, blocking her view. I'll watch over you.
Just sleep for a while.
Sang Jixia didn't want to sleep, but the drowsiness fought against her will, and she eventually lost the battle. Waking up from a dream, she felt scattered and confused, wrapping herself in the blanket and drifting back to sleep. During this time, Su Wenxiao and Aunt Su came to check on her several times. Su Liao waited for a long time, confirming that Sang Jixia was sound asleep and would be fine for now, before quietly stepping out. Every room had its oil lamp lit. The old man was anxious and couldn't calm down, so the old lady stayed in the room with him. After all that had happened, Uncle Su Heir still hadn't shown himself, and it was Su Minghui who came out to take charge. He ignored Su Mingyang's muffled cries, listened to the doctor's instructions, and took out an umbrella, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, doctor. Let me see you out." The old doctor sighed, saying, "Fortunately, your mother was saved in time today. If it had been even a moment later, it would have been worse, but we still can't be careless. Take good care of her in the coming days. Remember, do not let her suffer any more injuries, or it could lead to long-term problems." "Yes, I will remember everything you said." He saw the doctor to the door and then turned directly towards Su Liao, who was squatting by the stove. "Elder brother, what is it?" Su Minghui hesitated, glancing at the west room, and took a deep breath before asking, "Is sister-in-law okay?" Sang Zixia hadn't shown herself since returning, but her jacket was still wrapped around Aunt Su. Even though Su Mingyang was crying and could barely speak, anyone could guess the general situation. Sang Zixia had saved his mother's life. Su Liao stared at the flames in the stove and calmly replied, "She just caught a chill. For now, there's no serious issue." "What about Uncle Heir?" A hint of sarcasm appeared in his eyes as he said slowly, "Mingyang is not reliable. You need to watch out for yourself." If Uncle Heir kept acting like this, it would only lead to more trouble for the family. Not every situation could turn out so fortunate. Su Minghui clenched his fists in his sleeves, lowering his gaze as he said, "Thank you for the reminder, elder brother. I will be careful about today. It's late, and I don't want to disturb sister-in-law's rest. Once she feels better, I will definitely express my gratitude." "That's enough. She doesn't expect your thanks." Su Minghui looked at Su Liao's silent profile, hesitated, moved his lips to say something, but said nothing, and went straight into the west room. Inside, Aunt Su lay on the bed, pale and without color, while Uncle Heir was slumped in a chair, unconscious and frustrated. Su Mingyang finally stopped crying, clutching his sleeve, and asked with a trembling voice, "Brother, Dad will be okay, right?" The others thought Uncle Su was just drunk and passed out, but Su Mingyang saw how his brother acted. When Uncle Su tried to cause more trouble, he quickly knocked him out with a swift move. Otherwise, the west room wouldn't be so quiet. Su Minghui glanced at his father curled up in the chair, unable to read any emotion, and said, "Of course, he won't be harmed." If this confused father kept causing a scene, it would only bring trouble to everyone in the second household. This couldn't continue any longer. After a chaotic day, dawn finally broke. Sang Zixia, still half asleep, felt like she was hugging a hot stove, making her feel overheated and breathless. With her eyes still closed, she instinctively tried to push away the weight restricting her breathing, but as soon as she moved, it tightened again with an irresistible force. Was she being held down? Struggling to lift her eyelids to see what was pressing on her, she suddenly felt a large hand firmly grip her waist. Su Qiao's hands moved in unison, one holding her waist and the other cradling her head, pulling her into a tight embrace. Her nose pressed against his warm chest, and as she felt warmth falling on her head, Sang Zixia froze, her mind racing with confusion. How did Su Qiao end up in bed with her? What happened last night? Suddenly wide awake, she tried to push his hand off her waist. Su Qiao, who had just fallen asleep, noticed her small movements and began to snore softly. He gently patted her back and whispered, "Gigi, be good." After comforting her, he showed no signs of waking up, instead pulling her head back to his chest and adjusting the blanket over her. "I'm here. Don't be afraid." His breathing became deep and steady, clearly indicating he was fast asleep. Sang Zixia held her breath and tilted her head slightly, looking at the faint stubble on his jaw. Unexpectedly, her heart raced, and a thought crossed her mind. Truly handsome men seem fearless, and from this angle, he looked quite charming. Su Qiao's eyes were dark and tired, clearly having not rested well. Sang Zixia resisted the urge to break free and leaned into his embrace, soon feeling her eyelids grow heavy. It must be said he was really warm.
So sleepy.
Sang Zixia, who was temporarily unable to move freely, relaxed and took a nap. When she woke up again, the big stove was gone. Su Zhao heard some noise in the room and came in without saying a word, grabbing the back of Sang Zixia's head. Their foreheads touched, and their breaths mingled, causing Sang Zixia's ears to turn slightly red. She tried to stay calm and blinked, saying, "I'm fine." Su Zhao glanced at her with a half-smile. "You say you're fine now, but who was the one with a high fever last night?" If the doctor hadn't said she could be wiped down with a cloth before leaving, he would have gone out in the snow to fetch the doctor back. Sang Zixia was surprised to hear this and replied, "That happened? Do I look like I'm joking?" Su Zhao pulled up the blanket she had kicked off and wrapped her back up tightly, pushing her neck back into the covers. "The doctor said you need to rest and can't get cold. Stay indoors for a few days and don't go out." Sang Zixia felt restricted and muttered, "But I'm feeling better now." "Is it up to you to decide if you're better?" Su Zhao's tone turned serious as he said, "Are you going to listen to the doctor or to yourself? The rice porridge is warming on the stove. I'll bring it to you to settle your stomach, and you need to take your medicine in half an hour." The fragrant rice porridge had been simmering for a long time, but Sang Zixia didn't have much of an appetite. After a few bites, she wanted to stop, but Su Zhao couldn't hold back any longer and took the bowl from her. He held the spoon with the same determination he used when feeding Su Jinxie and said, "Open your mouth." "I don't want to." "At least finish what's in the bowl." Taking advantage of her opening her mouth, Su Zhao quickly fed her a spoonful of porridge, then wiped her mouth with a cloth, saying slowly, "You need to eat to have strength. Eating just a couple of bites like a little kitten won't help your body recover." Maybe realizing he was being too harsh, Su Zhao softened his tone and teased, "Do you know what you eat like?" Sang Zixia tried to regain control of the bowl but was stopped with a tap on her hand, awkwardly staring at the spoon near her mouth and asking, "Like what?" "Like a cat my mother raised years ago." "You eat less than that cat." That little cat could finish half a bowl, while she, a grown person, could barely manage 3 bites. And whenever she felt unwell, her usually strong demeanor turned into something more delicate, and she didn't even notice it herself. He felt like a kitten's paw scratching at the soft flesh of his heart, making him feel itchy all over. Su Zhao's example was too insulting, and despite the bitter taste in her mouth, Sang Zixia stubbornly ate most of the bowl. She refused to eat any more. "I really can't. If I eat more, I'll throw up." Su Zhao frowned and sighed silently as she put down the bowl. "What do you want to eat? Should I go buy you some cheese?" "Forget it." Sang Zixia replied lazily, "I don't want to eat anything. Besides, who would go out in heavy snow just for a bite to eat?" She wasn't that delicate. Su Zhao stood guard by the bed, the blanket completely sealing off her freedom. Sang Zixia rolled over with the blanket and looked at Su Zhao, asking, "Has grandfather woken up? Is he okay?" "He woke up a bit earlier than you, but he doesn't seem very energetic." The old man was getting on in years, and after all the effort to recover, this setback would take time to heal. Su Zhao anticipated her next question and replied slowly, "And heir has already visited mother, and there's no immediate danger to her life, but she needs time to recover." No one mentioned yesterday's events today, but everyone knew it was just a sign of the storm to come. Once the old man's condition improved, They would have to address everything carefully, so there was no rush for now. However, with 3 people at home needing care, half the household's labor was lost, and all the efforts to seek medical help seemed wasted. It was as if they hadn't earned anything at all. Sang Zixia sighed but remained silent. Su Zhao's expression was still calm. It's just starting to snow, so we can't chop wood for now. You don't have to worry about the household chores. He could handle what she set aside. Sang Zixia sighed. Then we should make the sorghum wine when we have time. It had been a while, so it should be fermented enough by now. Su Zhao nodded in agreement, stretching his long legs to continue working on what he had been doing for half the day. He had to stay here, otherwise, Sang Zixia would definitely throw off the blanket. Curious about the grinding noise, Sang Zixia turned her head and asked, "Is that a bow and arrow?" "Without iron-tipped arrows, it can't be considered a proper bow and arrow," Su Zhao replied while sharpening the arrows. "Even if it's not perfect, it can still be used." "Why are you making that?" "When I visited the village chief yesterday, Brother Wu told me that after the heavy snow, there will be game in the woods. I plan to try my luck." Sang Zixia had a weak constitution. Even with a charcoal stove in the room and the blanket wrapped around her, her hands and feet still felt cold. In the long, cold winter, how could she get through it with just her cotton-padded jacket and cloth shoes? He wanted to hunt some furs to keep warm, whether for making blankets or clothes. Having something was better than nothing. Sang Zixia knew nothing about hunting and made small talk, eventually resting her head on the bed's edge, watching as Su Zhao skillfully shaped arrows in his hands. She rested her chin on her hands and said, "They say a gentleman should master 6 arts, including riding and archery. You can make your own bows and arrows. Your archery skills must be good, right?" Su Zhao replied calmly, "It's decent." "What about music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? Do you know those?" "I have some knowledge, but I'm not an expert." Su Zhao spoke lightly, as if he only knew the basics. But Sang Zixia's doubts grew stronger. She said suspiciously, "That doesn't add up, Su Zhao." "What doesn't add up? Aren't you supposed to be a good-for-nothing, uneducated young master?" Sang Zixia said with a tone of someone who felt deceived, "I've heard people say you were born to be carefree and good-looking, but in reality, you're just an ignorant and reckless person. Did you offend someone in the capital? Otherwise, why do so many people speak ill of you? Are the rumors in the capital really that far from the truth?" Su Zhao skillfully twirled the arrow in his fingers and raised an eyebrow at Sang Zixia, a silent smile in his eyes. "Is this how you introduce your man? A reckless, uneducated person?" Sang Zixia felt a jolt at his self-description and emphasized with a serious face, "When I heard those things, it had nothing to do with you. Don't flatter yourself." Su Zhao chuckled softly, saying, "Gigi, the capital doesn't allow for a Su family heir who isn't a waste." No matter how much potential he had inside, he could only appear as a useless decoration to the outside world. He had missed his chance to strategize, and the Su family had fallen into decline before he could act. Sang Zixia was momentarily taken aback and forgot to respond, but Su Zhao didn't mind her sudden silence. He tested his polished wooden bow, and a flash of hidden intensity crossed his eyes. "Winning and losing are common in battles. One defeat doesn't mean you'll lose every time. There's plenty of time ahead. No need to rush." Sang Zixia had just wanted to chat casually, but the topic suddenly took a serious turn. She has spent her life focused on basic needs and doesn't really understand the ups and downs of success. After a long silence, she sighed and said, "I just don't get it. To me, being warm and well-fed is the most important thing. It's not easy to live comfortably. If Su Zhao had always been a wealthy young master, they might not have had such a harmonious relationship today. She is a simple person who wants a stable life, and there's a gap between her and those born into privilege." Su Zhao chuckled, "Gigi, that's perfectly fine. In fact, it was better than he could have ever imagined. But it wasn't time to settle yet. He still needed to find some warm clothing." He picked up the polished quiver and leaned down to look into Sang Zixia's eyes, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "Gigi, how about we make a bet?" Sang Zixia rested her chin on her hand and squinted. "What are we betting on?" Su Zhao traced the edge of the quiver thoughtfully and said, "If I can gather enough materials to make you a warm cloak within a month, how about you share the bed with me?" Before she could respond, he added with a hint of sadness, "Gigi, the floor is very hard. The ground is really cold." If she hadn't experienced the warmth of a bed, the cold floor wouldn't seem so bad. But he had already slept in a bed yesterday to keep Sang Jixia from kicking off the covers, and the discomfort of the floor was unbearable. He didn't know when to stop. He only knew how to push further. As soon as he sensed Sang Jixia's defenses weakening, he would inch closer. Sang Jixia initially wanted to say she wouldn't gamble, but hearing the howling wind and snow outside, her refusal got stuck in her throat. It was indeed cold on the floor, and lying there in this weather didn't seem right. She hesitated and said, "So, just half the bed for now?" Su Zhao suppressed a sigh and smiled, "Of course. If I lose the bet, you can ask for anything you want from me. I would never want to put you in a difficult position. But whatever you ask will not be hard for me. Gigi, do we have a deal? Xia xia? Hey, what are you thinking about? You're going to poke yourself with that needle." Su Wenxiu quickly pulled Sang Jixia's hand away, laughing and shaking her head. "I told you being sick makes you a bit out of it. How can you do this while feeling unwell?" Su Zhao, holding his homemade bow and arrow, left without looking back, making sure to find someone to keep an eye on Sang Jixia and ensure she didn't go outside. Su Wenxiu and Aunt Su brought the children to the west shed, where they could watch over Sang Jixia and avoid the cold wind, saving on the need to burn coal in every room. 2 benefits in one. Aunt Su teased with a playful look, saying, "Are you worried about Su Yao? He just left, and now Xia Xia is also not at home." Sang Jixia blushed from the teasing and shyly replied, "Aunt, you always know how to joke. I was just thinking about the heavy snow. I wonder how cold it is outside." When Su Yao left, he wasn't dressed very warmly, and the forest is even colder.
Can he handle it?
Aunt Su held back her laughter and said, "The heavy snow has stopped, so it's not too cold out there. Su Yao is skilled at riding and shooting. He often visited the hunting grounds when he was around 10, so you don't need to worry too much." As soon as she said that, Sang Jixia became flustered and almost got her fingers caught in the 2-inch wide cloth strap. Su Wenxiu, feeling sorry for her, coughed lightly and said, "Xia Xia is shy. Why do you always tease her, sister-in-law?" Speaking of this heavy snow, it's not just Xia Xia who is worried. She picked up scissors to cut the thread in her hand and sighed, "After rushing around for so long, we finally saw some hope for our family's livelihood, but after last night's chaos, we lost what we earned, and some of it is gone too." The family had only a little savings, and expenses for the mule cart and medicine were high. The 3 medicine jars on the stove consumed more than they earned. What was even more troubling was that the heavy snow blocked the mountains, stopping them from gathering firewood and making charcoal. Suddenly having nothing to do after being busy and with no way to earn money made them feel uneasy. Aunt Su thought of the cause of all this and said quietly, "The good son raised by the old lady, who can say anything." Uncle Su was serving by the old man's bed and casually said a few words, which displeased the old lady and earned him a scolding. In the old lady's eyes, no one's life mattered as much as her second son's. Su Wenxiu shook her head and said no more. She held out a finished outer garment and said, "Xia Xia, come here and try this on." Sang Jixia looked surprised and said, "Grandma, I have clothes to wear and I know your mother made you some, but having another one for me won't hurt." When the old lady distributed the fabric, there was none for Sang Jixia, so Su Wenxiu simply took some of her own materials, which was just enough to make the garment in her hands. She held the clothes in front of Sang Jixia to check the size. After confirming it fit, she said, "I wanted to make you a jacket, but the cotton went to Mingxiu and Jean Shear instead. You can make do with this." She spoke with great reluctance, but what Sang Jixia noticed were the sleeves that had been mended many times. She hadn't even worn the new one yet. Su Wenxiu was skilled. Even a simple sleeve and hem had delicate hidden embroidery, showing her care. Sang Jixia felt a lump in her throat and awkwardly said, "Aunt, I can do without it." Every child has something new. How can you be left out? Su Wenxiu replied gently. You're still young, and this blue is a bit dull. Once our situation improves, I'll make you something brighter. I'll turn these leftover scraps into handkerchiefs. You can choose a few you like. They can at least be a nice accessory. Sang Zixia looked down at the lively wisteria flowers on the sleeve, feeling as if she had swallowed a hot egg, her throat and heart burning with emotion. In her past life, she was an orphan who had never known her parents, struggling for survival, and no one remembered her until her last day. Now, in this life, she had two people who cared enough to make her clothes. She took a deep breath but couldn't say thank you before a weak voice called from outside, Xia? Second aunt? Sang Zixia turned in surprise and quickly said, Yanran, go open the door and invite second aunt in. Su Heir Aunt was helped inside by Su Mingyang, her face pale, with distressing dark circles. Su Wenxiu frowned immediately. Why isn't your sister-in-law resting properly? Su San Aunt hesitated. Is it because second uncle is causing trouble again? Is that drunk still not sober? Su Heir Aunt forced a smile and shook her head. I just can't lie down. Mingyang told me you were all together, so I wanted to join you. Having narrowly escaped death, every moment in the same room with her husband, who pushed her to the brink, felt unbearable. I'm glad you came, second aunt. Sang Zixia put away the clothes and moved to pull her towards the bed, saying, I was just thinking of getting some sweet potatoes to roast. We can eat soon. Su Mingyang ran out and quickly returned, carrying a thick blanket, saying, Sister-in-law, this is my mother's quilt. Brother asked me to bring it. The room was filled with women and children. This was the room of Sang Zixia and Su Yao. Su Minghui stood outside the door, following proper etiquette, and did not enter. He brought over things that Su Heir Aunt might need. It was convenient since it was not appropriate to use someone else's bedding. Su Wenxiu got up to help change the bedding on the bed, supporting the unsteady Su Heir Aunt as she settled down. It's good to lean on us and talk, so you won't feel bored alone, she said. Su San Aunt, worried that Su Heir Aunt might get upset again, added, It's perfect. Ming Yang is here with us. Let Minghui go help his uncle take care of the elder, and we can have some fun together. Everyone agreed silently not to mention the chaos from yesterday. After settling everyone, Sang Zixia planned to go to the cellar to get sweet potatoes. Su Yanran immediately stood up and said, Sister-in-law, brother said you can't go outside. Being younger and more thoughtful, she gently pulled Sang Zixia and said, We're here to watch over you for brother. He said you can't go past this door. I'll go. Su Mingyang volunteered, raising his hand. I'll go right now. As he rushed to the door, Su Minghui returned and said, Mingyang, come take in what sister-in-law needs. While everyone was busy inside, he went to get what Sang Zixia asked for. Besides the sweet potatoes, he also brought a teapot filled with water and a stack of bowls for drinking. There weren't enough stools in the room, so Sang Zixia simply took out the board Su Yao used for sleeping and set it up. They all sat in a circle around the charcoal stove in the middle. The teapot steamed with hot vapor over the charcoal, and the sweet potatoes buried in the coals released a delicious aroma. Sang Zixia first had Su Mingyang deliver some to others, then sat down on the board and began to prepare. Peeling off the dark skin of the sweet potatoes, she drizzled a little syrup over the soft, sweet flesh, and with a spoonful, it was a delight to the heart. The little kids around the charcoal stove had rosy cheeks as they laughed and chatted, and Su Heir Aunt, smelling the sweetness in the air, regained some color in her face. Worried that Su Heir Aunt might feel bored, Su San Aunt held up a half-finished sachet and asked, Second sister-in-law, can you help me check the stitching? Among the sisters-in-law, Su Heir Aunt was the most skilled with her hands. Back in her youth, she was known for her exceptional embroidery skills. Su Heir Aunt took the sachet, adjusted a few stitches, and gently touched the delicate patterns, smiling. Such a small thing took quite a bit of effort. The family's embroidery thread was scarce, and they only had 3 colors to work with. Aunt Su San sighed, stuck at home with the heavy snow and nothing to do. What else can we focus on but these little things? However, the scraps of cloth were hard to shape, and all the small items they made were not really useful. They couldn't afford the spices to fill the sachets right now. Aunt Sue Air looked at Su Winchio, who was sewing with her head down, and said, "What if we sell what we made?" "Sell?" Su Winchio looked up in surprise. "Do you think anyone would buy what we made?" "Of course." Aunt Sue Air became more animated as she spoke, sitting up a bit straighter. "When I was in my room, I saw people selling embroidery. Different fabrics and patterns have different prices, but they can all sell." The little children in the room didn't understand, and neither Su Winchio nor Aunt Sue San had experience in selling. Sang Jixia didn't know much about business either, but she understood part of it. She blinked and said, "So, Aunt Air is saying we buy different fabrics to make embroidery, and then we sell them for money?" "Oh, we don't need to spend money on fabric." Aunt Sue Air, who had grown up around business, thought for a moment and said, "There aren't many embroidery shops that can afford to hire embroiderers. Usually, they take orders from customers and then find suitable embroiderers to do the work. The shop provides the fabric and thread. The embroiderers just focus on their work and earn a wage for their skills. As long as the shop owner appreciates your skills and you make a deal with them, you can take the materials home to work on. If the finished product is good, you'll get paid." Aunt Sue Air pointed to the wind and snow outside, her eyes shining with excitement. "Since the snow is heavy and we can't work outside, if we can take on more embroidery orders, we can still make money at home." Su Winchio and Aunt Sue Sand exchanged excited glances, both filled with joy. Only Sang Jixia looked embarrassed and said, "I don't think I can do it." She was aware of her own limitations. The things she made were only decent enough for Su Yao to say they looked good, but selling them was out of the question. Su Winchio chuckled. "You don't need to worry about that. If they could really take on embroidery work, several people in the house could help." Aunt Sue Air laughed too. "I'm experienced in this. I know various embroidery techniques. Once I feel a bit better, I can do the work of 2 people." With their interest piqued, Su Winchio and Aunt Sue San leaned in, eager to discuss going to the embroidery shop to inquire about orders right away. Sang Jixia quietly listened, feeling the warm air in front of her, which made her smile involuntarily. After working hard for a long time, more and more people are now thinking about making money. Helping each other is a good thing. When Su Zhao returned, the lively atmosphere in the West Shed had not yet faded. He pushed the door open and was greeted by the warmth, quickly shutting the door to keep out the cold wind. He started calling out to everyone.
Mom.
Auntie 2, Auntie 3. The people he called were focused on their conversation and responded with a casual "oh." Sang Zixia waved at him from beside the charcoal stove. "Come sit over here." Su Zhao was worried that the cold on him would make her uncomfortable, so he took off his snow-soaked shoes and sat down, making sure to keep some distance from her. As soon as he sat down, Sang Zixia handed him a bowl filled with peeled sweet potatoes. She poured him a bowl of hot water from the teapot, saying, "Annie too suggested we could go to the embroidery shop to pick up some work. They're planning to choose a good day to visit the embroidery shop in the county." Su Zhao didn't have much to add to that. After drinking 2 bowls of hot water, he felt much warmer and rubbed his hands near the charcoal stove. "How about I make you chicken soup for dinner?" Sang Jixia raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Did you really catch something? Could those homemade bows and arrows actually bring back anything?" Su Zhao laughed at her surprise, playfully teasing. "What? Are you afraid I might succeed?" Sang Jixia rolled her eyes at him and didn't respond, while Su Zhao continued to chuckle. "Today wasn't great. I only caught 3 wild chickens. But Brother Wu said that after the snow, there will be more game in the woods. I'll try setting traps again in a few days." Even if he didn't catch what he wanted, having some game each day would help support the family. Most villagers survived the winter this way, and he felt he had found a suitable path. After thinking for a moment, Sang Jixia said, "Then you go hunting, and I'll stay home to brew wine?" She couldn't expect to learn embroidery skills, and just waiting for winter to pass wasn't realistic. If brewing wine could become a plan, it would be a good source of income next year besides farming. Su Zhao replied, "Brewing wine isn't urgent. Let's focus on getting healthy first. I'll go prepare the wild chickens." Sang Zixia grabbed his sleeve, but before she could voice her request, he gently pulled away. Su Zhao patted her head like he would with a younger sibling, his tone soft yet firm. Be good. Sang Zixia sat back down with a sigh, resting her chin on her hand. The others who were either sitting or half lying down were also getting ready to leave. Aunt Su, supported by Sang Zixia, reached the door and, with red eyes, grasped her wrist, saying, "Last night." "Thank you, Aunt." In a moment of anger, she almost made a big mistake. If it weren't for Sang Zixia's help, her 2 children would have been left without a mother. Sang Zixia smiled at the veins showing on Aunt Su's hand, saying, "Aunt, you have many ways to make money. You'll be able to guide me in the future. There's no need for thanks. From now on, keep an eye on Ming Hui and Ming Yang. No matter what, they are both good boys, and you can still count on them in the future. If a husband is unreliable, a woman must stand on her own. What's wrong with women? Even under many constraints, a strong woman is just as capable as a man." Aunt Su, with red eyes, slowly exhaled and forced a smile, saying, "It's all
Good.
Ming Yang, be quiet so your sister-in-law can rest." Su Wenxiu and Aunt Su followed out, leaving Sang Zixia alone in the room, where she was under house arrest by Su Qiao. Outside, Su Qiao had eyes watching, and through the door, Su Mingyang called for help, leaving her with no choice but to stay inside. Feeling bored, Sang Zixia decided to take out her sewing kit and began to try her hand at sewing, as Aunt Su had taught her. If Su Qiao went hunting every day, she wanted to make him a couple of pairs of replacement cotton shoes. Inside the room, Sang Zixia started sewing, while Su Qiao, by the stove, recalled the order in which she used to cook, adding the chopped wild chicken into the pot. Dinner was a rich chicken soup that had been simmering for a long time. The old man leaned against the head of the bed, sipping some chicken soup, looking a bit better. He waved his hand, signaling that he was done drinking, and hoarsely said, "I heard from your 3rd uncle that your mother and sister-in-law are doing a bit better today." The old man was aware of everything happening at home, and Su Minghui had no intention of hiding anything. He set down his bowl, glancing at the old lady's warning look, and said, "Mother was saved by sister-in-law yesterday. Thankfully, it ended without serious issues. The doctor said she just needs to rest for a while, but about father." A hint of helplessness flashed in his tired eyes as he sighed. "Grandfather. Father is restless, and has been at odds with mother. If this continues, I fear something bad might happen." The old man's expression darkened at the thought of his disappointing second son. The old lady quickly interjected, "Ming Hui, your father is just confused for a moment. It's not as serious as you say."
He.
"Just confused?" The old man sneered. "He seems quite resentful. I fear he might not be far from what you said." He countered the old lady's objections and closed his eyes, saying, "He can't continue like this. We can't allow him to be so reckless at home." Su Minghui saw he had touched on what he wanted to say and, ignoring the old lady's sudden change in expression, calmly said, "I've been thinking these days. Our family doesn't have to stay at home to survive. If grandfather doesn't mind, I want to go to the county town with my father to find work." "Find work in the county town?" "Yes." Su Minghui sat down and said, "There are jobs in restaurants, teaching at private schools, or even managing purchases for households. Any of these could work."
How can that be?
The old lady exclaimed. "You're talking about being a servant. How can your father?" "Grandmother, I want to go too," Su Minghui said without changing his expression. "As long as it's a work contract and not selling myself into servitude, what's wrong with finding a different way to earn some money?" The old man hesitated, but Su Minghui continued, "Grandfather, the charcoal business is no longer viable. Even if we get through the winter, we need to find a way to survive in spring. We can't just rely on my older brother and sister-in-law. I want to help." The pay was secondary. He couldn't be a servant forever. But he needed to get his troubled father out of the house and prevent any more issues from arising. The old lady resisted, trying to dissuade him, but her words held little weight. Su Minghui wasn't seeking her approval. After a long silence, the old man reluctantly closed his eyes and said, "This will be a hardship for you. Running a farm or business at home could be considered one's own, but working for others was different. Not only would his freedom be limited, but he would also surely face difficulties. Su Minghui smiled lightly. My sister-in-law said that earning money to survive is not shameful, and I don't feel wronged. As long as they could survive, there was no talk of being wronged. Despite the old lady's futile struggles, Su Minghui and the old man reached an agreement. The old lady, twisting her sleeves for an excuse, chased after Su Minghui, disregarding the people still in the yard, and scolded, "Aren't you just trying to harm your father? How can he? Why can't he?" This was the first time Su Minghui had a disagreement with the old lady, but the young man's attitude was exceptionally firm. Since my father believes he has valuable skills that shouldn't be wasted in the mountains, he can certainly take on other important responsibilities. Since my grandfather has already agreed to this matter, I will discuss it with my father later, so my grandmother doesn't need to worry. After saying this, he ignored the old lady's pale face and turned to leave. Su Zhao, who was making medicine, watched the old lady leave in anger and squinted silently. "Mingyang, is your father staying in the same room as your brother for now?" Squatting next to Su Zhao and making a snowball, Su Mingyang replied with his head down, "Yes, my brother said I shouldn't let my father disturb my mother while she rests, so I have to stay with her." Su Zhao picked up a stick and poked at the firewood in the stove, subtly asking, "Did your father not object?" Su Mingyang's little face showed an unnatural stiffness, and he lowered his head even more. Speaking softly, "My brother said to listen to him. I don't know." "Don't know?" Su Zhao pursed her lips meaningfully, patted Su Mingyang's little head, and said, "What's so fun about this cold snow? I'm going to deliver medicine to your sister-in-law. You take this to your mother." Su Mingyang ran off with the medicine bowl in his hands, while Su Zhao carefully extinguished the firewood and securely closed the door behind her. Sang Zixia, who had filled her stomach with chicken soup, frowned at the dark medicine bowl. "Can we take a break before drinking more?" If she filled up any more, she would burst. The freshly made medicine was scalding hot, and Su Zhao readily nodded. "Let it cool first." He took the needle and thread from Sang Zixia's hands without waiting for her to protest, and asked, "While I was out today, did you hear any noise from the west room?" Sang Zixia was distracted and shook her head lightly. "I didn't notice, but it seems like there hasn't been any noise." "What's going on? Did your uncle cause trouble again? Can this person still function?" Su Zhao's gaze deepened, and he said ambiguously, "Then there shouldn't be any problems." Sang Zixia was confused, but Su Zhao didn't intend to elaborate. He looked at the wooden boards on the ground that hadn't been picked up yet and tapped on them with his fingers. "Gigi, did you take my bed apart for guests today? Are you planning where I should sleep tonight?" He tapped on a spot that had a few faint little footprints, making it clear that there was no denying it. Sang Zixia awkwardly replied, "Those were just your younger siblings who accidentally stepped on it. It has nothing to do with me." "You took it out." Su Zhao sighed dramatically, spreading his legs and lamenting, "Gigi, it's one thing to sleep on wooden boards, but how can I sleep on dirty ones?" "I'm not. Even if you didn't mean it, the board is indeed dirty." He slightly tilted his head towards Sang Zixia and said subtly, "It's fine to take it out and wash it, but if we only wash it once, will it dry by tonight? If it doesn't dry, won't I have to sleep on a wet board tonight?" "Gigi, you." "Shut up." Sang Zixia, unable to tolerate it any longer, grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. Hearing Su Zhao's muffled laughter from behind the pillow, she gritted her teeth and said, "How did I not notice before that you're such a good actor?" If there were a stage set up in a room, Su Zhao would be ready to perform. Su Zhao, resting his chin on the pillow, looked up with a pair of smiling eyes and said, "Did I act in a way that made you feel sorry for me?" Sang Zixia was both angry and amused. "Too bad. I can be quite ruthless. Since it's not too late yet, hurry and wash your wooden bed." After saying this, she finished the now cool medicine in one gulp and rolled up her blanket, giving Su Zhao a cold look. Su Zhao, holding back laughter, got up to check the gaps in the windows and doors for ventilation. After confirming everything was fine, he instinctively reached for the edge of the bed. "Gigi, let's discuss the bet at the end of the month. Can you give me a place to stay tonight?" Sang Zixia turned her back to him and remained silent, but her body honestly shifted towards the wall. Su Zhao's smile grew wider as he stretched his long arms and legs further towards the wall, blocking the cold from the earthen wall. He pressed on, "My back is against the wall now. Can I have a little more space?" Sang Zixia impatiently scooted away, closed her eyes, and muttered, "Why are you so troublesome? If you keep talking, I'll go wash the board." Su Zhao understood when to stop pushing. He spread his long arms and draped most of the blanket he had over Sang Zixia's blanket, his large hand silently resting on her waist over the 2 layers of blankets. "I won't bother you anymore. Let's sleep." As the night deepened, in the quiet snowy night, there was a corner engulfed in darkness filled with silent tension. There were no oil lamps or charcoal basins in the room. The biting cold seeped into the bones like a parasite, making the person trapped in the corner shiver uncontrollably, their face visibly pale in the night's shadow. Yet he desperately tried to speak but couldn't make a sound. He couldn't even move. Su Minghui turned his wrist and spoke in a flat tone, devoid of any emotional rise or fall. "Father, how does it feel to be frozen?" Before the person being questioned could respond, he mocked, "It's neither the frozen river nor the sharp blade. It's just a matter of wearing fewer clothes. It's really not a big deal, right?" Uncle Su never imagined that one day he would be treated this way by his own son. He was so angry, he felt like he could pop his eyes out, but no matter how intense his anger was, he couldn't make a sound. Noticing his heavy breathing, Su Minghui expressionlessly lowered his gaze and said, "Father, why waste your effort? This acupressure technique was personally taught by your uncle. Besides me, only your elder brother knows it. But since you made your sister-in-law fall into the icy river yesterday, how could your brother come to save you? I didn't want it to be this way. Why must you force me, father?" The gap between falling from the clouds to the mud is hard for anyone to accept, but everyone struggles to survive. He could endure his father's accusations of his incompetence and pretend to be calm while suffering for his life, but how could his own father harm his mother? How could he? Su Minghui dared not recall yesterday's events. The coldness in his eyes was as heavy as an ice pick. "If there were other ways, I wouldn't want to be so cruel to you, father. But didn't I advise you? If you are an unkind father, what else can I do? Father, since you cannot manage the second branch, then you need not worry about Mother and Mingyang. Just follow my arrangements and do as I say, all right?" With grandmother protecting him, his father would never grow up. But once this door was closed, how many people would know the rebellion and unfilial actions forced out of him? From now on, he would be the head of the second branch. Under the heavy snow, the Su family's silence lasted many days. During these days, Uncle Su did not show himself in public. Fortunately, apart from the old lady, others were too lazy to ask questions. Every day, Su Minghui would bring medicine and meals into the room. When the old lady entered and saw Uncle Su lying on the bed with a terrible complexion, she felt heartbroken and shed tears. But often, before she could say much, Su Minghui would excuse her, saying it was to avoid upsetting him. Everyone thought Uncle Su was resting at home after falling into the ditch that day, except for Su Yao, who quietly said while processing deer meat, "Su Minghui, don't go too far." He lifted his eyelids to look at Su Minghui, know when to stop. Su Minghui was not surprised that Su Yao had noticed. He paused for a moment and then chuckled. "Did my brother find out? Is it strange that I noticed?" Su Yao swiftly cut off 2 complete deer legs and calmly said, "Grandfather's health has just started to improve. We can't have any more problems at home. The Su family cannot afford to lose someone like this." As a son, he was harsh towards his father. If word got out, not only would the old lady go mad, but even the old man might not handle the shock well. He was pleased to see Su Ershu get a lesson and felt no sympathy. But this matter had to be handled carefully. Su Minghui clicked his tongue with a half-smile and subtly remarked, "Elder brother certainly understands what it means to have the right measure better than I do." It was true in the past and remains so now. The well-known reputation of a spoiled rich kid blinded many in the capital, so even now, some people still couldn't see clearly. But has Su Yao really been useless? Su Minghui suppressed his mockery and, following Sang Jixia's instructions, tied the prepared deer meat with grass rope, saying ambiguously, "Elder brother, don't worry. I just want him to bow down. After all, he is my biological father. How could I let anything happen to him?" However, in this process, neither his father nor Su Yao had the final say. To completely control the second branch's voice, he accepted the blame for being unfilial. Su Yao's reminder was already generous, and he chose not to say more. But just as he was about to call the people in the west shed to get ready to leave, Su Minghui cheerfully said, "Elder brother, I can't leave for now. Could you help me find out if there are any job opportunities in the county?" Su Yao turned to him. "What kind of job are you looking for?" Su Minghui replied casually, "Anything will do. Bookkeeper, apprentice, or waiter, anything that can provide a meal in the county is fine." Su Yao didn't respond immediately. He gently said, "By the way, I hope to find a job that hires 2 people. I promised grandfather that my father and I would go to the city together." He didn't boast to Su Mingyang. He would definitely handle any potential issues. Su Yao nodded in response, his expression unreadable, then knocked on the door of the west shed and said, "Everything outside is ready. We can set off now." Today, there were more people going to the city than ever before. Sang Zhixia looked at Su Ernyang, who still looked unwell, and felt a bit worried. "Ernyang, the road to the city is long and chilly. Are you sure you want to go?" Su Ernyang hadn't fully recovered but was full of spirit. "I must go. Today, we need to find work at the embroidery shop. I know the ins and outs of this place well, and if I don't go, you might get tricked." It seemed she was afraid her request to go out would be denied, so she grabbed the thick clothes Su Minghui had given her and said, "When I'm on the road, I'll wrap my head and face in Minghui's clothes. It will keep me warm and block the wind." Su Wenxiu chuckled and said, "That could work. With you here, I feel a bit more at ease with my sisters-in-law." After all, they could talk about it at home, but once they got to the embroidery shop, they would be lost without Su Er Aunt to guide them. Su San Aunt held Su Yanran's hand and said, "Your father and I are going out. You stay home with your sister-in-law and remember to listen to her." Su Yanran obediently took Sang Jixia's hand and nodded seriously. "Don't worry, Mom. I'll help my sister-in-law make sorghum wine."
Me too.
"Me too." Su Mingyang jumped up excitedly and said, "I can help my sister-in-law too." All right, we're leaving now. You all behave at home." Su Wenxiu entrusted Su Mingxiu and Su Jinxia to Sang Jixia, and it kept looking back as she left. It was their first time going out together after being in Luobei village for so long. Su Yao moved the deer meat they were going to sell onto the rented mule cart and looked at Sang Jixia, saying, "Didn't you say you wanted to eat roasted meat yesterday? I saved a nice piece on the stove, so if you're craving it, take a few of the little ones to eat first. Wait for me to come back for the winemaking." I know. Sang Zixia gently pushed him out the door, laughing and shaking her head. "I'm not made of paper, you know? Be careful while driving with Sand Uncle. Take your time, but pay attention to safety. When you come back tonight, I'll make you stewed deer meat." Su Sand Uncle exhaled warm air into his palms and smiled. "All right, daughter-in-law, you hurry back. I'll remind Su Yao." Su Yao jumped onto the cart with one hand, waving goodbye to Sang Jixia as if urging her to hurry back. Sang Jixia took the 4 little ones and returned to the courtyard, ready to get started. Making wine. She filled an empty iron pot with half a bucket of cold water, placed the fermentation container filled with sorghum inside, and found a suitably sized wooden board to wedge in the middle of the container. The board had a small hole that had been sealed after being hollowed out. A bamboo tube was connected to the hole, leading to a small bowl outside. Finally, she spread a layer of cloth over the rim of the fermentation container and placed a new iron pot on top, which also contained half a pot of cold water. She lit the stove. Su Minghui helped her and, after watching the whole process, stared at the bamboo tube and asked, "Is the wine coming out from here?" Sang Jixia watched the fire in the stove and nodded. The steam rising from the pot will condense into drops of alcohol at the bottom. When those drops fall, they can flow out through the bamboo tube. This extraction method is very inefficient, but at this moment, getting any alcohol is good enough. We can't rush it. Sang Zixia timed it carefully and, when the bowl was full, she quickly replaced it with a jar. The old man, who had been resting in the house for days, was drawn out by the rich smell of the alcohol. Seeing her about to pour out the bowl, he asked in surprise, "Why are you pouring it out?" Sang Zixia smiled and replied, "The first and last parts of the alcohol can't be consumed. We want the middle portion." "Grandfather, you look much better today. It seems you are on the mend." The old man looked at the spilled alcohol with concern and chuckled, "With such a fragrant smell, how could it be bad? Once it's ready, let me have a taste. I've been craving this for a while." "I would like to satisfy your craving, but you're taking medicine, so drinking might not be suitable." The old man was reluctant. What harm could a sip do? "Mingxiu, go ask your sister-in-law for a taste of the good alcohol for your grandfather." Su Mingxiu blinked like a puppy, eagerly looking at Sang Zixia, and raised a finger to emphasize, "Just a sip, just a small sip." "Just a small sip from sister-in-law." Sang Zixia couldn't resist and, laughing, used a small spoon to give the old man a tiny taste. The fermented sorghum liquor was very different from the rice wine they had before. It was spicy and strong, with a powerful aftertaste that lingered in the mouth, leaving a sweet and fragrant finish at the back of the throat. After finishing a small bowl of the liquor, the old man savored the taste and said contentedly, "This is the flavor. This liquor is well brewed." Sang Zixia smiled widely. "Today is just the first day of extraction. If it settles for a few days, the flavor will improve. By then, your health will be much better, and it will be a good time to enjoy it slowly." The old man's worries faded away, and he stroked his beard, nodding with a smile. "Very good, very good. But this liquor can't be touched by Yaoer anymore." The old man recalled how Su Yao had gotten drunk and caused trouble with Sang Zixia last time, and he warned, if she had issues with that non-alcoholic rice wine, what would happen if she tried this? She might be out for 3 to 5 days. Sang Zixia shared his concern. She said with a hint of annoyance, "Grandfather is right. We must be careful with him this time. Su Zhao was really bothersome when he was drunk." The old man nodded in satisfaction and said, "Didn't you say that to have a good spring planting, we need to store winter fertilizer first? Since the weather is nice today, I'll take your grandmother to discuss buying land with the village chief. It's good to prepare in advance. Since there was a plan, it was best to make arrangements early." In the eyes of the world, scholars, farmers, and merchants are ranked in order. Even though the younger generation may no longer have the chance to enter government service, in the old man's heart, farming is still the most important, and everything else can wait a bit. As he spoke, he was ready to leave. Just as he was about to go inside to check on Aunt Sue, the old lady awkwardly laughed and said, "Are you in such a hurry? How about we? What's there to hesitate about?" The old man disliked her unwarranted favoritism towards Uncle Sue and said with a fading smile, "Take the money with you, and go finalize the deal today to avoid any delays." Su Minghui timely added, "Grandmother, I'll take care of things here with father, so you can go with grandfather without worry." Su Zhao reminded him to be more cautious. At least until everything was settled, they must not let the old lady find out. The old lady looked back with uncertainty, but didn't dare to openly oppose the old man. She forced a smile and went inside to grab her purse, then left with the old man. Sang Zixia was still guarding the jar for receiving wine when Su Minghui's gentle voice came from behind, "Sister-in-law." "Yes. Thank you for that night." This was a delayed thank you, and it was probably the most sincere gratitude Su Minghui had ever expressed. Sang Zixia was taken aback and waved her hand, saying, "It's all in the past. Why bring it up? Could you help me bring over that jar of wine? I need to fill this one." Su Minghui silently smiled and went to get the empty jar. As he smelled the strong aroma of the wine, he thoughtfully said, "This wine smells so good. Can I taste it?" Sang Zixia initially nodded, but then turned with a wary look. "Tasting it is fine, but can you handle your alcohol? If you get drunk like Su Zhao, then you better not touch it." Su Minghui was amused by her caution and laughed softly, lowering his gaze. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'm not like my brother. He truly was different from Su Zhao." Su Yao went out this time mainly to take Aunt Su Air and others to the embroidery shop to find a way, and to sell the deer meat they had hunted in the mountains for 3 days at the market, so they could earn some money for living. They returned earlier than Sang Zhixia expected. As soon as the cart stopped in front of the door, she heard excited laughter and chatter. Su Wenxia smiled, her eyes crinkling with joy, and as she entered, she happily grabbed Sang Zhixia's hand and said, "It worked. Our plan succeeded." Aunt Su Sen also had an uncontainable smile on her face. Indeed. Thanks to Aunt Air for showing her skills. Otherwise it might not have gone so smoothly. Although Aunt Su Air was not as energetic as before, her solid skills were undeniable. She could easily handle shoe embroidery, and even the rare double-sided embroidery, which is said to be priceless. When she demonstrated her skills at the embroidery shop, the owner was immediately impressed. Such exquisite techniques are rarely seen even in the capital, where the wealthy gather, let alone in the resource-limited Northwest. Craftspeople don't rely on words. Having solid skills earns them respect. Uncle Su Sand initially wanted to join them to support the women in the family who were taking charge for the first time, but when they arrived, he found no opportunity to speak. Aunt Su Air quickly reached an agreement with the shop owner, thanks to her skills learned from her family. Sang Zhixia helped Aunt Su Air into the house and seated her by the charcoal stove before asking, "So it went very smoothly?" "Not just smoothly," Uncle Su San said with a smile. "Your aunt's skills are so good that the shop owner, fearing she might leave without a deal, eagerly raised the price. We just went along for the ride and didn't even get a word in." Aunt Su Air accepted the hot water Su Minghui poured for her, her eyes slightly reddening with joy. "I didn't expect it to go this well, but the negotiations were indeed good." Although she came from a wealthy family, in the eyes of ordinary people, a merchant's daughter was still seen as lower. Her parents had spent a lot of money over the years to find famous embroidery masters to teach her, hoping she would marry into a good family. When she learned these skills, she thought it was just preparation for a good marriage, never imagining it would lead to this day. Sang Zhixia sensed the bitterness in her words and paused before smiling. It shows that in life, it's important to learn useful skills, whether you are a man or a woman. Nothing is better than having real skills in hand. Isn't Aunt Su amazing? If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to make a living with this skill. Her words were light and playful, like an invisible hand gently brushing over Aunt Su's heart, instantly dispelling any self-mockery and leaving behind a warm and comforting feeling. Aunt Su held the bowl of water with both hands, her eyes glistening, and smiled. "Xia Xia is right. In this world, you have to rely on your own abilities. With skills, you can survive on your own. Who says a woman can only depend on a man to live? If the man she married can't provide, she still has herself, right? The money that men can't earn, she will earn herself." The change in mindset happened in an instant, and those who noticed said no more, only sharing the good news of the day. Once they finished discussing the work arranged by the embroidery shop, Su Wei said, "Today, we sold 20 pounds of deer meat to Fengchun Tower, and the price was quite good. The game hunted from the mountains costs nothing but time. If luck is on their side and they can catch game every few days, this winter won't be too hard to bear." Sang Zhixia smiled upon hearing this. "So, today's luck is good. I took the fermented sorghum and made some wine. It turned out well. I can bring it to pair with the roasted meat later, and we can have a nice meal tonight." Uncle Su was excited to hear the wine was ready. "Is it all done? Where is it? I want to taste it." Sang Zhixia took out a small bottle she had set aside, and as soon as she opened the cap, Uncle Su burst into laughter. "You don't even need to taste it. Just the smell tells you it's delicious." He eagerly found a small bowl and handed it to her. "Come on, I'm so tempted. I might not be able to wait for the roasted meat at dinner. Pour me a little to satisfy my craving." Sang Zhixia filled the bottom of the bowl with the wine, and amidst the rich aroma, she raised an eyebrow at Su Wei, whose expression was slightly stiff. "Do you want to try some? Just a little sip?" The familiar dialogue met with Su Wei's firm refusal. He resolutely said no. "I won't try it." This time, He was clever enough to not even open his mouth. Sang Zixia suppressed a laugh as she swallowed her amusement and began preparing for the evening's roasted meat while Uncle Su sighed contentedly. Although most of the deer meat was sold, Su-wei still left enough for the family, and it was all the best cuts. In addition to the fresh deer meat, there were also 2 wild chickens that Su-wei had brought back from the mountains yesterday on the stove. After the heavy snow blocked the mountains, the wild animals that usually hid deep in the forest came out to search for food. The tracks left in the snow became Su Yao's secret to never returning empty-handed. Although the promised fur was not seen for now, wild chickens were plentiful every day. The cleaned wild chickens didn't need to be chopped. They were marinated whole with various seasonings. One was spicy with chili powder, while the other was coated with syrup for the little ones who couldn't handle spice. The extremely fresh deer meat required little preparation, just a bit of wine and salt to remove the gamey taste. In addition to these meats, Sang Zixia also prepared some vegetables for roasting. There were dried mushrooms soaked in hot water, peeled and sliced sweet potatoes, and even some green peppers and eggplants taken from the cellar. A large iron rack was placed over the hot charcoal in the main room, and everything to be roasted was neatly arranged on the table. With everything ready, Sang Zixia turned outside with concern. It's getting late. Why haven't grandfather and grandmother returned? They were only supposed to go to the village chief to pay for the land deed and should have been back by now. Feeling uneasy, she turned to Su Yao and said, "Why don't you and Minghui go out to look for them?" Snow began to fall again outside, and what if something happened on the way? Su Yao nodded and was about to head out, but Su Minghui hesitated. There was someone inside the house who couldn't be seen. He was afraid to go outside in case someone discovered them. Su Yao glanced at him, picked up an umbrella to shield against the snow, and said calmly, "We don't have many umbrellas at home. I'll take one and go by myself. You stay here." Su Minghui smiled and agreed, "That's fine. By the time Big Brother returns, everything here should be ready too." Su Yao pondered whether he meant the meat would be cooked or if the person inside would be ready. But what did it matter to him? He didn't care about those people's lives. Holding the umbrella, Su Yao stepped out confidently. Su Minghui carried the meat porridge he had prepared for the sick person into the room and gently placed the bowl on the table. Big Brother and third uncle went to the county today. I asked them to find a good job there. Father, would you like to hear about it? One job is as a bookkeeper in a restaurant, earning 3 coins a month, but it doesn't cover meals or lodging. The other one isn't so respectable. It's a bookkeeper at a gambling house. Uncle Su, who was unable to move due to being trapped, looked like a terrifying ghost as he glared at Su Minghui, who had a smile on his face. Beneath his anger, there was an undeniable fear in his eyes. Su Minghui had never laid a hand on him, nor could he find any fault in his words. However, in reality, he was locked in a cold room, unable to move or speak. The biting cold pierced through him like needles, and the relentless chill felt like invisible knives, causing him unbearable pain. This torment was worse than death, comparable to the most brutal torture. Yet he was helpless to resist. Seeing the rage in his uncle's eyes, Su Minghui clicked his tongue and continued, "The gambling house isn't exactly a clean place, but there are 2 benefits that attract me. First, the monthly pay is 3 coins, which covers food and lodging, allowing us to send more money home each month. Second, there are many tough enforcers there, known for being ruthless. They don't go easy on those who misbehave, which adds a strong deterrent. So, Father, how about I go with you to the gambling house? Let's go together." Once inside a place like the gambling house, especially for someone dealing with money, it would be hard to regain freedom. With the enforcers and the gambling house's power as a threat, people wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Su Minghui understood his father all too well. He knew his father's weaknesses and realized he lacked the courage to stand up for himself. Therefore, he could only vent his frustrations on his defenseless wife. He would personally take him to a safe place where he wouldn't cause any more trouble at home. Only then would the family have a chance to find peace. His mother, who was on the brink of despair, would finally have a chance to rest without worrying about being harmed by his brother. He had to do this. Uncle Su quickly understood his intention and began to struggle fiercely. Su Minghui sighed in apparent regret. As footsteps approached outside, he decisively grabbed Uncle Su's arm and smoothly moved him from the corner of the room to the bed. He covered him with a thick blanket, obscuring everything from view. Su Minghui quickly turned and picked up a bowl of porridge, bringing a spoon to Uncle Su's lips, saying, "Father, this is the porridge that my sister-in-law has been simmering for a long time.
Please eat some."
Uncle Su had a grim face and said nothing when Uncle Su-san pushed open the door. He stood at the entrance, frowning as he glanced at his brother, who lay in bed looking very unwell, and smirked. Is it really necessary to act like this over a minor scrape? The old man, who had been spitting blood, got up, and the second sister-in-law, who had jumped into the icy river on a snowy night, was also fine. Yet this man, who thought he could do anything, was still lying in bed, needing someone to feed him. Uncle Su was both angry and anxious, moving his mouth to speak, but Su Minghui smiled wryly and said, "Uncle, you know how my father is. Given the situation, maybe you should say less." Uncle Su-san, not noticing the unusual situation in the room, replied gruffly, "Why do you care so much? Even if he refuses to eat just to show off, if he were to rush out and drown, that would be his own choice." After saying this, he turned away as if looking at the scene was too much to bear. "Your grandparents are back, and everything is ready in the main room. Ignore your father and come eat." Su Minghui, with a good-natured smile, agreed, put down his bowl of porridge, walked over and closed the door again, cutting off all views before picking up the spoon once more. "Father, you'll get sick if you don't eat. You don't want to be sick, right?" With a smile in his eyes, he brought a spoonful of meat porridge to Uncle Su's lips and gently said, "Just eat a little. Once you're done, I need to go. It's not hot anymore. It'll be fine to eat." A moment later, Su Minghui left with an empty bowl. In the yard, Su Yao was bending down to grab a bowl. He looked at the closed door with an unreadable expression but said nothing. Su Minghui took the initiative to speak. "The gambling house job is quite good. Thank you, big brother, for considering me." No matter where they went, there were very few people who could read and write, and even fewer who could keep accounts. There were certainly more than 2 places in the county that could hire 2 accountants at the same time, but the options Su Yao brought back were exactly what Su Minghui was very pleased with. If it weren't intentional, even Su Yao wouldn't believe it himself. Su Yao remained silent, accepting Su Minghui's words, but just as he was about to walk past him, he heard Su Minghui quietly say, "If everything is fine at home, I might not be back for a while. My mother and Mingyang." He sighed helplessly, rarely lowering his proud head. "I ask you to take care of things, big brother." For him, everything that seemed absurd at the moment was mostly unavoidable. If he didn't understand Su Yao and Sang Jixia's personalities, he would never dare to trap his own father in a cage. But he knew that only by confining those who were out of place could there be more hopeful days ahead. He had to lower his head. Su Yao glanced at him with an unclear expression and said lightly, "They spend a lot of time with your sister-in-law." Sang Jixia was not the type to make things difficult for others. Su Minghui smiled silently and closed his eyes, saying, "I will thank my sister-in-law." Su Yao left without saying another word. Su Minghui looked at his poorly stitched but thickened cotton shoes, and a shadow of worry grew in his eyes. Those favored by fate seem to never know how lucky they are. Having a wife like this, does it really matter how important the young master is? Su Minghui followed Su Yao into the main room and immediately noticed that the old man's expression seemed off. He calmly shook his head at Su Han. "Mother, father is just in a bad mood. It's nothing serious." Su Han sighed heavily but said nothing, while the old lady couldn't hold back. She anxiously leaned out to look and frowned, saying, "Where is your father? Why isn't he coming out for dinner?" Su Minghui replied with a wry smile, "Father said he has no appetite and doesn't want to come out, but I brought him some porridge. He finished a whole bowl and plans to rest. Just drinking porridge won't do." The old lady stood up in a panic, saying, "No, I need to check on him, just to make sure."
"Sit down."
The old man suddenly spoke, and the old lady froze in her movements. She smiled awkwardly. Old man, Minghue's father has been locked in the room for several days, eating lightly and not going out. This can't go on, Is this your reason for giving him 10 taels of silver to waste? The old man, unable to contain his anger, slammed his chopsticks down, his face dark with fury. 10 taels of silver. A full 10 taels. Do you know how long 10 taels of silver can support the whole family? Do you know how much land 10 taels can buy? Do you understand how important his daily spending is for the entire family? If it weren't for the fact that you couldn't produce silver when buying land today, how long did you plan to keep this from me? How long will you let this ungrateful child run wild? The old man was so angry he was out of breath, but his words were clear enough to be understood. Sang Jixia glanced at the guilty-looking old lady, and a glimmer of understanding quickly crossed her eyes. She said that before, Uncle Su-er only went out to sell coal, so where did he get the money to spend lavishly at the brothel and drink heavily? Such extravagant behavior even reached the ears of the villagers. Was it the old lady who secretly gave him support? She really seems to care for him. Sang Jixia, startled by Su Mingyang, picked up a piece of meat and said, "Why are you scared while the adults are talking? Just focus on your meal." Su Mingyang, with a pale face, leaned closer to Sang Jixia. Although Su Senshu was annoyed, he whispered, "Old master, the children are here." It was not appropriate to embarrass the old lady in front of her grandchildren. Su Wenxiu also added nervously, "Yes, it's not right to disturb someone eating. No matter how big the issue is, it can wait until after the meal. Shower. Quickly pour a glass of water for your grandfather to calm him down." Su Qiao waited for the elders to finish speaking before helping the old master and quietly said, "Grandfather, the matter has passed. Why get angry now? Grandmother probably just had a moment of weakness. It's not worth you getting so upset. Let's forget this time, as long as it doesn't happen again." The old master initially regretted not controlling his anger, but upon hearing Su Qiao's calming words, his anger flared up again. A moment of weakness? Why have I never seen your grandmother show weakness to others? Su Qiao was not the old lady's direct grandson, and although she occasionally favored others, the old master never commented. But what about the others? Su Senshu, being her biological child, was raised by the old master, so he was not as close to her as Su-er, which made her focus all her attention on Su-er. In her eyes, it seemed that everyone except Su-er was unworthy of consideration, and anyone could be treated poorly, except for her favorite. Regarding the old lady's right or wrong, Su Qiao felt it was best not to say more. The old master's gaze coldly swept over the old lady's face, and he suddenly said with a sneer, "Fine, if you cannot be fair, then this family will not be under your control." Qiao's mother. Su Wenxiu helplessly sighed. "Old master, you. After the meal, you will take the account books and the remaining silver from the house, and we will settle everything today. From now on, the household matters will be managed by you 3 sisters-in-law together, and there's no need for the old lady to handle the accounts anymore." Hearing the old master say he wanted to buy land, the old lady guessed that things were going to go badly. But she never expected that the old master would directly take away her authority in front of the whole family.